Strange Wills. Starring the distinguished Hollywood actor Warren Williams, and featuring Carlton Young and Howard Culver with an all-star Hollywood cast. Original music by Del Castillo. Dead men's wills are often strange. We cannot attempt to understand them or try to find the answers. We can but tell the story.
This is Marvin Miller bringing you sales highlights of radio's newest and most sensational transcribed show, Strange Wills. What makes Strange Wills so outstanding? The answer is simple. These are strange stories of strange wills made under strange circumstances. They are unusual, different, exciting. Strange Wills is a show that cannot be typed. Suspense, romance, psychological drama, comedy, love, intrigue. Yes, every human emotion, every strange, unusual story behind man's last written declaration is brought forth and dramatized by Hollywood's greatest radio cast. Starring the distinguished Hollywood actor Warren Williams, Strange Wills has in supporting roles a host of names that have made radio history. Names such as Will Wright, John Brown, Carlton Young, Peggy Webber, Lurene Tuttle, Charlie Lung, Perry Ward, and Howard Culver. Strange Wills is written by Ken Crippin, lawyer and writer, who spent over 10 years searching through probate files in courts all over the world for material that would guarantee the finest program ever to be heard on the air. Imagine a program that took 10 years to build. Direction is under the very capable and brilliant producer, Robert Webster Light. All of this means only one thing. Strange Wills is radio fare that is different, exciting, and unusual in story content. There is nothing like it on the air. But now let me substantiate these claims. Let's take romance. In the Strange Wills story, The Prince of Broadway, Harry McNeil, actor's agent, falls desperately in love with his young and beautiful protege, Judy Morrison. But in the code of the theater, career comes before love. Knowing that he can never put Judy in big time where she belongs, he wills her to his competitor and then joins the RAF. But Judy wouldn't stay put. She searched the battlefields of the world for Harry. And then finally one day in a little hospital just outside Munich, well, let's listen to the scene.
We have only about 60 patients. They are nationals of every country in the war.
Are they all blind, Doctor?
Most of them. But we have about 20 who are psychopathic cases. We are especially happy that you have come, Miss Morrison. You see, we have learned that musical therapy is very beneficial as a means of recovery. In many instances, our medical knowledge is of little value. Well, if you are ready...
You come too, John, won't you?
Of course, if I can be of help.
Come this way, please. Our piano survived the war, but I'm afraid it's badly out of tune. Here we are. Many of them are seriously wounded as well as blind.
Oh, John, how horrible.
Frau Zimmerman will accompany you. You have your music?
Oh, yes, Doctor, here it is. I'll walk around the room as I sing. You see, Doctor, I'm looking for a certain soldier. In fact, I've been looking now for almost 4 years. He's listed as missing in action.
What is his name?
McNeil. Major Harry McNeil of the Royal Air Force.
I am sorry, Miss Morrison, but our records do not show...
Yes, I know. I've heard that from London to Berlin. But I'm still looking.
When my dream boat comes home, then my dreams no more will roam. I will meet you and greet you, hold you closely, my own.
Judy sang her heart out to those boys, just as she'd done month after month, year after year. She visited every bed, looking, hoping, praying. Many of the patients were swathed in bandages from head to foot. How she ever hoped to identify Harry was beyond understanding. But as she stood there, literally singing with eyes full of tears, she was a picture I'll never forget. The late afternoon sun came streaming into the room and formed an aura of light over her head. She looked like and was an angel of mercy.
Like it? Well, who doesn't like love and romance? Now, let's switch over to psychological drama. It's the strange will story of Mad Concerto, the story of a girl who inherited $10 million from a wealthy admirer if, a big if too, if she would live alone the rest of her life and never marry. Warren William, as John Francis O'Connell, probate lawyer, visits the home of his client for the first time. It is then that he sees Nadia Winter. Let's go into the house with him.
Come in, please, Mr. O'Connell. Mr. Walker is waiting for you. He's in his study on the second floor.
Thank you very much. As I entered the door, I stopped. It was like a beautiful dream come true. I mean her, of course. She was sitting at a concert grand piano, completely engrossed in her music. She was exquisite, something out of a picture book. She had a wild, barbarous look, and her blonde hair seemed to keep tempo with the strange, savage music she was playing. As I passed her, she glanced up for just a fleeting moment, and I saw she had brown eyes that seemed to probe deeply into my soul. She held me with a long and tense look, and then I lowered my eyes and followed the servant up the stairs. Who was this strange creature? This most beautiful, most sensuous of women? Even the scent of her exotic perfume reached out like tentacles of doom and encircled me. Unfortunately, I was to learn later.
Wonder what happened? Well, how about asking your Teleway's representative to play the whole show? He'll do so gladly. Did you ever hear the story about the man who carved his last will on the back of a woman? He was a pirate, she a lady. After a terrific sea battle in which both ships were sunk, the pirate and the lady ended up on a desolate island. He wanted his estate in England to go to his little island in the Bahamas called Freeland, and the lady was willing. We won't tell you what happened on that lonely island. But in any event, John Francis O'Connell, the first, British barrister and King's agent, accompanied the lady back to England in order to help her claim the pirate's inheritance. Suppose we listen to this thrilling and unforgettable scene from The Lady and the Pirate.
My ultimate decision was clearly defined when I accompanied Lady Ruth Carroll back to London in order to help her in proving the last will and testament of Black Richard. We were summoned before the House of Peers. I presented her case. My lords, because of the mitigating circumstances which will be known to you, the last will and testament of the deceased can never be actually filed. But I have brought the sole beneficiary before this august body in order that each of you can personally examine the document. Lady Ruth Carroll, I ask you now to disrobe before the House of Peers. Oh, believe me, my lords, I do not show disrespect to either Lady Ruth Carroll or to you. Rest assured that only her back will be exposed. Are you ready, milady?
Yes, Mr. O'Connell.
Will you please walk up to the lords, milady, and let them examine your back? And with your permission, my lords, I shall read the words tattooed across her back. All to bearer. Signed, Sir George Pemberton, 1724. Many of you remember Sir George Pemberton. He sailed for the colonies 10 years ago. Little was heard of him since, save only that he purchased an island in the Bahamas. But by fate or providence, as you will, Sir George Pemberton lived long enough to carve his last will and testament on the back of his own sister.
Strange wills made by strange people. Yes, what entertainment, what a show. All the world loves a lover, and that's exactly why you will find the Strange Will story, 7 Flights to Glory, one of the most beautiful, most poignant ever to be told on the air. Lucy Witherspoon, old, dominant, and willful, gave her son an only heir at law The choice of inheriting the industrial empire she had created, or the sum of $5,000 and a ticket to Paris. Bob, her son, wanted to be an artist more than anything in life, more even than the millions of dollars his mother offered. And so he took the ticket to Paris. And in so choosing, he lost the love of his fiancée. Well, what happened? Leave it to John Francis O'Connell. He played a fast game to mend two broken hearts. Here is the final heartwarming scene in 7 Flights to Glory.
This is the last time I'm going to walk up 7 flights for a long time to come.
7 Flights to Glory. A little bit tarnished just now, but I still love it.
As soon as you've found a new model, you'll start over?
Yes, but no more entanglements. From now on, it's art. Pure, unadulterated art. The next time I hear a girl say money, I'll ring.
Here we are. Permit me to open the door.
Yeah. John, where did you find that model? What a figure. Golden hair, wonderful proportions. Hey, you, turn around. I want to see the face that comes with that perfect back. Catherine. Kay. Okay.
Bob. Oh, Bob, darling.
What on earth are you doing here? How in the...
I moved to Paris, Bob. I took a job as a model. Mr. O'Connell offered it to me.
You want a model? I can't...
It's true, Bob, it's true. I want to be your model. And I'm going to live right here in the Latin Quarter, if you'll let me. Oh, I was so wrong. So wrong.
Don't cry, darling. I was wrong, too. But come on, take off that robe and put on your dress, and we'll find a place for you to live.
I found one already.
You have a place to live? I don't believe it. Where is it?
It's here, Bob. Right here in the studio.
Here with all this paint and smells and canvases lying around?
Uh-huh. See, I thought we could both live here very nicely.
Both live here? Both of us?
Yes, darling, both of us. This morning I stopped off and got us a marriage license. I thought maybe we'd still have time.
Time to start our glorious adventure? Oh, yes, darling, we have. A lifetime from this day on.
Do you like horror? Do you like stories about the moors of Scotland, deadly moors covered with fog, and the eerie sounds of strange moor creatures? Add to that a murder. All of these ingredients put together spell 30 minutes of exciting, never-to-be-forgotten radio fare. This unusual strange will story, called Midnight on the Moor, is replete with dynamic intensity that will keep you on edge until the murderer is brought to bay. Let's listen to a short scene from Midnight on the Moor. See how easily you can be transplanted from wherever you are to the fog-swept moors of Scotland and a funeral.
Dear brethren, we are all gathered here this night at the Castle MacClanahan in the last tribute to the late departed Sir Walter MacClanahan. In Mr. O'Connell's absence, I will take upon myself as minister of the gospel the duty of reading the will. According to the wishes of the late deceased Sir Walter MacClanahan, the coffin is to be opened, and his heirs at law will respectfully take seats around the coffin. Will you please wheel in the remains? Aye, right here in this room. That's fine, lad, thank you. And now then, will you please remove the cover? Sit it right over near the fireplace. Would the 5 of you please draw your chairs up to the foot of the coffin?
Oh, how ghastly. Must we sit here and look into his dead face?
It was his wish, Mr. Son.
He was a peculiar one, my brother Walter was. Ever since that night when Moffat disappeared into the fog.
Uncle Andrew, must you bring
I'm sorry, lassie. I cannot help but think of that night. It made of him a madman.
He always said that he would find the murderer of his son before he was laid to rest. This is his last chance. His last chance.
Who said adventure? Well, Strange Wills has more than its quota. Let's examine the Strange Wills story, Emeralds Come High. Mix a grizzled old prospector and an emerald mine in the green hell of Columbia. Add the curvaceous and beautiful Patsy Bubbles Moran, queen of burlesque. Add to that a handsome young mining engineer. Sprinkle lightly with headhunters who capture Patsy and make her their queen. Drop into this concoction the rhythmic beat of jungle drums, of a burlesque dance deep in the heart of the Colombian jungle. Shake well. And, well, let's really give it a shake and see what comes out.
Patsy Moran had disappeared as completely as though the jungle had swallowed her up. We searched everywhere, but not a single clue could we find. Steve, Peter, and I were forced to the conclusion that she'd been captured by the headhunters. As soon as the storm abated, we decided to increase the perimeter of our search. By twos, we spread out in an ever-widening circle. A little later...
Bossman! Bossman, come!
That's Tulu.
Come.
That's Tulu. He must have found something. Let's hurry.
Coming, Tulu. See, Bossman, one tree. Tulu find hair, red hair.
Hey, that belongs to Patsy, all right. Now let's look around and try to find some more. We can trail her right to their village if we're lucky.
Here's another one over here. Looks as though Patsy is deliberately letting her hair get caught in the underbrush. She's showing us the way.
Drums beat closer.
We're getting closer to their encampment now. Be careful where you step. We can't let them hear us. Shh. Look, over here between these bushes.
That's the village, all right. What's going on? I can't see.
Looks like they're having their ceremonial dance. All of the Hibaro tribe are sitting in a semicircle. Someone must be dancing. See how they keep swaying to the throb of the drums?
That's their dance of victory. I hope that doesn't
I
mean...
don't think we're too late. They all dance around a new head. Now only one is dancing.
I'll go up closer. Wait here. Hey, crawl over here. We can see everything.
One at a time. You go first, John.
Take a look, John. There's a sight to remember.
Shades of Minsky. It's Patsy, and she's dancing.
What a dance. Broadway never saw anything like that.
We've got to let her know we're here.
Wait, with all these birds raising bedlam around us, I think I can do it.
What are you going to do?
I'll give her the wolf whistle. She'll recognize that.
She didn't hear you. Do it again.
She heard it. Hey, she's giving us a message.
Heard you, heard you. Dancing too. Save my head. They want to make me their queen. Come back tonight. Same place. See you then. See you then.
Say, I want to hear the rest of that one, too. Strange Wills. All right, let's admit it. Have you heard anything on the air as versatile, as strikingly different? But listen, we're coming up with thrills and chills. In this next Strange Will chapter, entitled Margin for Love, Tim Ryan is scheduled to die in the electric chair for a murder of which he is innocent. John Francis O'Connell, admirably played by Warren William, learns of his innocence just 30 minutes before the switch is to be thrown at the state prison. He is attempting to reach the governor to tell him of the news. It is 30 minutes to midnight, and a storm is raging over the state. Let's listen to this most thrilling scene from Margin for Love.
Busy singing. Why, I haven't even reached the operator. Operator!
Number, please.
Operator, listen to me. This is John Francis O'Connell, attorney at law. Put in a long-distance call to the governor's residence for me. A man is scheduled to die in 17 minutes.
One moment, please. I'll connect you with long distance.
Oh, all right.
Long distance?
Long distance. This is John O'Connell, attorney at law. I want to place a call, an emergency call to the governor's residence. A man's life
I'm sorry, sir, but there'll be a slight delay. All of the circuits are busy.
Oh, hang the circuits. I tell you, a man's life is in danger. A man is to die at midnight. I tell you...
One moment, please. I'll connect you with my supervisor.
Oh, hang the supervisor. I want the governor's mansion.
This is the supervisor speaking.
Supervisor, listen. In just 9 minutes, a man is scheduled to die in the electric chair. I have evidence to save him.
I'm sorry, sir. I can't make out what you're saying.
Supervisor, don't leave the line. I want the governor. The governor. Do you understand me? Get me the governor.
One moment, please. I'll try and connect you.
John, I'm frightened. Only 5 minutes to midnight. Only 5 minutes.
Now, I'll have him in a moment.
Well, for those who want to know what happened, contact your Teleway's representative or write direct to Teleway's Radio Productions of Hollywood. It's a smash ending unsurpassed in modern radio drama and loaded from start to finish with suspense. Did I hear a quiet, well-modulated voice say, "Give me music"? Well, good. I wholeheartedly agree. Let's take out the Strange Will show called Emily. We will hear the music of the masters. Emily is the story of a violin made by that great craftsman Antonio Stradivari way back in 1732. Emily is the life story of that violin, the only violin that the great master named after a girl, the girl he deeply loved and never married because she became a nun. What happened to Emily down through the centuries is a classic of modern storytelling. How she grew in tone and stature, how she laughed with the gypsies and cried under a dictator, makes one of the most beautiful stories of all times. Let's listen for a few minutes to a scene of this great radio show. Emily has been stolen by the gypsies.
These were glorious days for Emily, and from the enchanted woodlands of Italy she traveled north through the Balkans, up through the forests of Russia, ever singing, ever living, ever growing. At night under the moon, the gypsies would gather round their campfires and sing their ancient songs of Romany. Emily pulsed with warmth and feeling. She must have loved the gypsies, and they loved her. For almost 30 years, she traveled from the steppes of Russia to the sunny provincial towns of Spain. One day, the little gypsy band entered Vienna. As was their custom, they wandered through the city singing songs, telling fortunes, and, of course, playing Emily. As they played their wild gypsy music, a man opened his window in the Oden house and looked down into the street.
Well, they're gypsies. Who gives a Paganini competition? Who owns that violin?
It belongs to us, Maestro Paganini. To us, the gypsies of Romany.
I want to look at it. Bring it up, please, to Suite 200.
But we are not allowed to enter the public buildings, Maestro. We are gypsies. It is against the law.
Well, when a Paganini says to enter, you enter. With a violin such as you have, you could storm the very gates of paradise. Come in, I say. Come in, gypsy girl. Come in.
Thank you. Thank you, Maestro Paganini.
Hey, but where are the others? I invited them all.
Oh, they will wait for me outside. We gypsies are not worthy of the invitation of the great Maestro.
You gypsies. What simple children you are. You cry and laugh, much as the children do. But I envy you. I, Maestro Paganini, envy you with my whole heart.
Envy us gypsies? Oh, the Maestro's making fun.
No, I speak what is in my heart. I envy you gypsies because you alone know the wonderment of nature. You alone witness the miracles of God. And you alone have the feel of life. Oh, Give me the violin, please. I would look at it.
Oh, yes, yes. Here it is, maestro.
Let us walk over here to the window. The light is much better. Oh, the workmanship is firm. Oh, wait. Let me look inside. There, I see the signature. I knew when I heard the tone I was not mistaken. Antonio Stradivarius, 1732. Emily. So this is the violin that the whole world has been searching for. This is Emily. The greatest of all creations.
Emily? Emily, I do not understand.
This is the one violin Stradivarius named after a girl. They say she was his boyhood sweetheart before she came a nun. He never forgot. And he named his violin after her.
And to think it belongs to us, the gypsies. Ah, but Maestro Paganini, Emily has been happy with us. She sings just as we do and cries, and she dances our gypsy dances, just as though she was born one of us.
May I play it?
Oh, Maestro, that would make all of us happy. Emily played by the great Paganini.
It is divine. I cannot live without. I offer 1,000 lire.
1,000 lira? Oh, no, Maestro.
2,003.
No, Maestro Paganini. Oh, no.
Oh, how much then? Name of the price. How much to make Emily mine? I must have. You shall not leave this room until we strike a bargain.
Gypsies are strange people, Maestro. My father instructed me to tell you that if you love the violin, then it is to be yours.
For what price, gypsy girl?
The price is this: that you shall play one of our beloved songs of Romany for us now. Look out at the window. You see, they stand on the street below, waiting for you to play.
Yes, there they stand, all of them, looking up here. You see now, gypsy girl, what I meant when I said you gypsies were God's most beloved children. If I cry a little, pay no attention. I'm a silly, sentimental fool. You gypsies below, you shall have your song of Romany, and more. You shall have the eternal love of the great Paganini. I vow you this before the Blessed Mother.
Viva Maestro Paganini! Viva Maestro Paganini!
And now, ladies and gentlemen, what do you think of Strange Wills as America's top dramatic radio show? There isn't any type of client in cities large or small who wouldn't benefit from buying this exceptionally beautiful show. And as for listening audience, I promise you, once a listener, always a listener. For further information about Strange Wills, write or wire direct to Telaway's Radio Productions Incorporated, 8949 Sunset Boulevard, Hollywood 46, California. Or telephone Crestview 67238. Strange Wills may still be available for your market. I can only add that to assure yourself of Strange Wills, wire or write today. This is Marvin Miller saying, what is more strange, more fascinating, more exciting than the true stories of strange wills made by strange people?
Strange Wills. Starring the distinguished Hollywood actor Warren Williams, and featuring Carlton Young and Howard Culver with an all-star Hollywood cast. Original music by Del Castillo.
Dead men's wills are often strange. We cannot attempt to understand them or try to find the answers. We can but tell the story.
This is a Teleways feature produced in Hollywood.
Strange Wills. Stories of strange wills made by strange people, starring the distinguished Hollywood actor Warren Williams, and featuring Lurene Tuttle and Howard Culver, with the original music of Del Castillo. I devise and bequeath to my heirs the 7 deadly sins: pride, envy, hate, jealousy, anger, despair, and greed. And here is Warren Williams.
These are the stories of strange wills made by strange people. Men and women who defy and defile every moral law of respectability and decency to satisfy a mad desire, to right an imaginary wrong that burns like a raging fire in their shriveled souls. Strange wills are stories based upon actual wills gathered from courts all over the world. Names, places, and time have been changed so that no reflection can fall on any person or persons, living or dead. Only the sin remains. Deadly sins that cry out from the depths of the grave for vengeance. You'll presently see what I mean, but first, a word from your announcer.
And now back to Warren Williams as John Francis O'Connell in The Mad Concerto.
This is the story of a woman who voluntarily became a prisoner of love because of greed. It's not a nice story, quite the contrary. Mad Concerto is the story of a beautiful woman who gave up every feminine and human desire for the power that goes with dollars. 10 million of them. It happened a short while after I'd begun the practice of law in an eastern city on the Atlantic seaboard. I remember I was standing near the window of my office, looking out over the myriad of skyscrapers. Oh, how I craved excitement. How I prayed for one case to pull me away from the small, inconsequential work that is a young lawyer's lot. Perhaps I prayed too hard because... Mr. O'Connell speaking.
Mr. O'Connell, you don't know me personally, but many years ago I retained your father as my lawyer, and I have every reason to believe that I will find you just as sincere and trustworthy.
Well, thank you, sir.
Don't thank me. I haven't done anything for you yet.
Yes, sir.
Have you a pencil handy?
Yes, sir. Mr...
Then take this address down. 127 Kingsbury Road. Have you got it?
Yes, sir, I have it. 127 Kingsbury Road.
I want you here at 10 o'clock tonight. Come prepared to draw up a last will and testament. My last will and testament. I expect you to live up to every vow of privacy between client and lawyer.
Oh, of course, sir. That goes without saying.
Good. My matter is urgent and, well, let's say unusual. My name, Mr. O'Connell, is Walker. J.C. Walker. Good day, sir.
Had I heard correctly? Walker? J.C. Walker? No, it couldn't be true. Why, J.C. Walker was one of the richest financiers in America. Retired, he'd lived abroad and had recently come home. Why, my prayer was answered. I was excited. I tried to go back to the ordinary office routine, but the clock on the wall stood still. I'll never forget how long that day lasted. At exactly 7 o'clock, I got into my car and began the long 60-mile trip to the country estate of my client. I was tingling with anticipation.
You can't drive in there, mister. Private property.
I'm looking for 127 Kingsbury Road, Mr. Walker's residence.
What's the name?
O'Connell. John Francis O'Connell, attorney at law.
Oh, yes, go right in. Mr. Walker is expecting you.
Thank you. I drove up the long driveway and stopped at the Walker Mansion entrance.
Come in, please, Mr. O'Connell. Mr. Walker is waiting for you. He's in his study on the second floor.
Thank you very much. As I entered the door, I stopped. It was like a beautiful dream come true. I mean her, of course. She was sitting at a concert grand piano, completely engrossed in her music. She was exquisite, something out of a picture book. She had a wild, barbarous look, and her blonde hair seemed to keep tempo with the strange, savage music she was playing. As I passed her, she glanced up for just a fleeting moment, and I saw she had brown eyes that seemed to probe deeply into my soul. She held me with a long and tense look, and then I lowered my eyes and followed the servant up the stairs. Who was this strange creature? This most beautiful, most sensuous of women? Even the scent of her exotic perfume reached out like tentacles of doom and encircled me. Unfortunately, I was to learn later.
Glad you're here, O'Connell. Sit down over here by my desk and we'll go to work.
Thank you, sir. I feel very honored.
Don't be. You may yet rue the day I called you. Drink?
Yes, thank you.
Here's to a momentous night.
And to your health, Mr. Walker.
You gave me a hollow toast, Mr. O'Connell, because my doctor has given me just 2 weeks to settle my affairs and die.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm not unhappy about it. I've made millions, had everything. It's time to let someone else have a chance. Now, here are the bequests I've made. They're all down here on a slip of paper. All but one. And that's what I want to talk to you about. Mr. O'Connell, you saw Nadia playing the piano as you entered, didn't you?
Oh, yes, sir, I did. I think she's very unusual, very lovely, very...
Mr. O'Connell, you're out here to draw a will.
Yes, sir.
O'Connell, I love Nadia. I love her because she is a genius. I recognized her unusual talent from the first day I met her in Vienna, almost 9 years ago. I'd read that Nadia Winter was making her debut at the Wilhelmstrasse Theater, and I attended. Yes, and stayed to worship at the throne of genius. Never in my life had I seen such technique, such warmth and feeling. I remember as she was ending her final number. I left the theater before she had taken her final bow and took the liberty of going backstage to make her acquaintance.
Yes?
My card, Miss Winter. I hope you'll pardon this intrusion, but as a sincere lover of music, I could not refrain from...
I'm very thankful for your interest, Mr. Walker. Won't you sit down, please?
Yes, thank you. I won't detain you for more than a moment. Perhaps you'll be made happy with what I have to tell you.
What?
It's simply this. I'm old, retired, rich, and frank.
And you might add interesting, too, Mr. Walker.
Be that as it may. I want to tell you that your work tonight has impressed me tremendously. So much so that I want to help finance the completion of your musical studies here in Europe. And later I will arrange a series of concerts for you throughout the United States.
Oh, Mr. Walker.
Quite frankly, Miss Winter, I consider you a potential genius, and your talent belongs to all of us.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Walker. I am just a bit confused. All this, it's so unexpected. Of course, I realize only too well that a professional career in music is long, tedious, and Quite expensive as well.
There need not be the slightest objection to my offer, Miss Winter. You may rest assured that your private life will remain your own.
I will consider your offer in the same frankness in which you have given it, Mr. Walker. Please let me think it over for a day or two. I'm staying at the Terra House. Call me later in the week, and you've been very, very kind.
As you can surmise, Nadia finally accepted my offer. I engaged the finest teachers for her, both here and abroad. Through the years, I think she grew to love me. Oh, not me personally, perhaps, but rather that innate sense of security that clings to wealth. Yes, Mr. O'Connell, this is a strange love that has borne strange fruit. I intend to perpetuate it. I want to die knowing that she will never love another man, that her every living breath will be devoted to her music and to my memory.
Forgive me, Mr. Walker. I wish to withdraw from the case. Some other attorney...
Nonsense, O'Connell. You're just infatuated with Nadia. All men are. It will pass. Nadia will see to that. Nadia has one weakness. She loves power, needs it in order to successfully concentrate on her career. I honestly think she would sell her soul for power in order to accomplish her goal. This is my only chance to hold her, and I'm going to do just that, even though it's from my grave. The last bequest in my will, Mr. O'Connell, is one to you for $10 million.
To me? $10 million?
$10 million to be held in trust by you for the use and benefit of Nadia Winter. She is to receive the entire income for the rest of her life, so long as she lives here in this house alone and never marries.
But, Mr. Walker, you can't be serious.
On the contrary, I was never more serious. This girl has one of two choices: to live in luxury the rest of her life, enough to satisfy her every whim and aspiration, or to fall in love and lose her genius. What she will ultimately do rests in the lap of the gods and in the green-eyed monster of greed.
The will of James Carlson Walker was duly signed and executed 3 days later. And none too soon, for true to the doctor's prediction, J.C. Walker did not live beyond the following week. Nadia knew nothing of the trust, so I was instructed by the testator to advise her of the fact the day after the funeral. As I was admitted into the Walker residence, Nadia Winter was again at the piano, and her music more emotional, more savage than ever. She didn't hear me enter, and I stood quietly in the darkened shadows of the room. As the music swelled to a crescendo...
Oh!
I beg your pardon, Miss Winter. I am Mr. O'Connell, John Francis O'Connell, attorney at law. Mr. Walker asked me to come here and discuss certain business matters with you.
Oh, please sit down, Mr. O'Connell. And pardon me for not hearing you enter. I was lost in, shall we say, a musical thought.
Thank you, Miss Winter.
Please don't be so formal, Mr. O'Connell. Call me Nadia.
It would make me happy to.
Mr. Walker told me just before he died that you would come to see me.
Nadia, Mr. Walker has been exceedingly generous with you in a queer sort of way.
I don't understand. He was always most kind and considerate.
I don't know if his bequest to you was either kind or considerate, but he was determined that it should be final and absolute.
He was always unusual, Mr. O'Connell. That is what made me love him. I never knew what to expect next.
Nadia, I am trustee over a fund of a considerable amount of money, $10 million to be exact. You are to receive the entire income from this trust as long as you, well...
Oh, come, John, it can't be as bad as that.
As long as you live in this house, alone, and never marry.
As long as I live here in this house, alone, and never marry?
Yes, Nadia. But if you prefer to leave or marry, the money is to go to certain charities.
I don't know what to say. Or do. He has made me a prisoner. A prisoner of love. And $10 million to form the bars of my cage. But I want money. I want power more than anything the world or life can offer. And $10 million will get it for me. I'll stay, Mr. O'Connell. Yes, I'll stay. And I'll get everything I want from life. Everything. You wait and see.
Part 2 of Strange Wills follows in just a moment. Now back to Mad Concerto and Warren William.
For the first few months, I saw Nadja regularly. She seemed gay and carefree, and her music was light and restful. Then, quite suddenly, I noticed a change. The transition was abrupt. There was a distinct violence in her mood, as if a storm was brewing. I decided to have a serious talk with her for more than one reason.
Oh, John, I don't know what I'd have done without you these last 2 years.
But why must it be for only 2 years, Nadja?
Because that's the way I've taught myself to live. Never to look beyond the horizon. And especially where you're concerned, Mr. Counselor.
Nadja, I came over this afternoon to have a serious talk with you.
Well, darling, haven't you always found me to be a good listener?
Yes, that's the trouble. You listen very dutifully, and very beautifully, too. But somehow I never win my point before this lovely court of law.
You simply won't conform to my pattern of reasoning, will you, John?
No, because it's fallacious, Nadja. Now listen to me for a moment. For 2 years, you've been working over 8 hours a day on nothing but music. You've become a machine. Oh, why won't you...
Give up my inheritance and marry you? You've said it 1,000 times before, haven't you, John?
Yes, I've said it 1,000 times, but only because I love you, Nadja. I've loved you from the very first day I entered this house. I can't believe that your career is more important than a happy marriage, especially when you're forced to live alone. Alone like a prisoner in this house.
I do it from preference only, John. You see, I don't think you understand my temperament. I am an artist. My whole life has been devoted to one principle, to forswear the world for music. Don't think I'm the first to do this. Oh, all the famous composers have sacrificed in one way or another their devotion to create. I am no different. I eat, sleep, and love, to be sure. But never for a moment do I forget why I am here. My music will one day be my monument. Your love for me, my affection for you, must remain secondary and without hope of fulfillment.
But can't you see you've been changing, Nadja, and not for the better?
Oh, John, don't you realize the hopelessness
Oh,
of us?
darling, you're young and beautiful. Your money's a curse that's not only permeated your body, but is affecting your soul. I beg you, let me turn it over to charity. Marry me now, Nadja, before it's too late. Keep your career. I'll do everything in my power to help you reach your goal. Oh, for the love I bear you, Nadja. Now, today, let's end this nightmare of horror.
Stop! Stop! I'll not listen to another word! John, I have never really loved a human being. I have not the capabilities. I love only attributes in others. I love James Walker because he represented power, which to me is the greatest thing in life. And you too, John, I have love for your kindness and your understanding. Sometimes I wish that... But it's useless to discuss it further. You are a lawyer retained by my benefactor to carry out the provisions of a trust. I will not ask for counsel or advice. My life is mine to do with as I choose. Hereafter you will mail my check, and I ask you not to come back until I send for you.
I see I'm too late.
Goodbye, Mr. O'Connell.
Goodbye, Nadja. The savage way she turned to the piano horrified me. I left with a heavy heart. Yes, Nadja was losing her battle. Her power had been purchased at the price of freedom and sanity. I rode back to town, deeply depressed. I saw no more of Nadja for many years. 18 to be exact. Her check was mailed regularly, and I'd heard rumors to the effect that she'd entirely withdrawn into herself and permitted no one to enter her home. Even tradesmen were required to leave their wares on the steps. Then, early one winter morning, it must have been round 2 o'clock. Eh? Oh. Hello?
Mr. O'Connell. Mr. O'Connell. This is Nadja Winter. Do you remember me?
Oh, Nadja. You haven't once been out of my thoughts these many years.
Come out right away, Mr. O'Connell. I have something of the utmost importance to discuss with you, and I want you to come alone. And please hurry. Please hurry, Mr. O'Connell.
I'll be out there as fast as my car can get me there. In 20 minutes, I'd left the city behind me and was making 60 over ice and snow that begged for caution. In memory, I was reliving the years. The last time I'd seen Nadja, she was young and breathtaking. But greed had been her bedfellow, and power her counselor. I wanted to see Nadja again more than anything on earth. I left my car at the gate and trudged through the snowdrifts to the house. As I approached the once beautiful and ornate mansion, I could hardly believe my eyes. The front porch had crumbled. Even the steps had rotted away, leaving gaping holes in the foundation. The windows were broken, and the holes stuffed with paper. I climbed up and pushed against the door. It responded grudgingly to my touch. Nadja was at the piano, just where she'd been the last time I'd seen her. An old frayed dressing gown partially covered her gaunt, thin body. Her blonde hair, now streaked with silver, ran riot over her shoulders, looking like 1,000 coiled serpents. Suddenly, she turned and looked up at me, and then I saw her eyes. Their soft brown luminousness had turned to stark, cold madness. She held me in her stare much like a cobra holds its prey. The blood left my face. I was terrified by what I saw.
Sit down, Mr. O'Connell. Things have changed a bit since you were here last, haven't they?
Nadja, I'll call a doctor. You need help. Medical and spiritual help.
No, Mr. O'Connell, I don't need help. I sent for you for a very special reason. As you know, years ago, I gave up the world and its pleasures for money and for power. I wanted money because it gave me a chance to create. I wanted power because it would make the world listen to my music. All these years I've created. My music lies here in these boxes. It will live after me because you are going to publish it. Tonight I am giving my last concert. It is my greatest creation of all. I call it Concerto Finale. And you, Mr. O'Connell, shall be the first to hear it. First to hear it.
The music started out softly, tenderly. It sounded like the sparkling water of a murmuring brook as it danced lightly along on its way through forest and glen. I imagined it to be the early childhood life of Nadja, when youth was gay and filled with the laughter of crowded childhood. But in the next movement, I noticed a perceptible change. There were flashes of uncontrolled emotion breaking through to disrupt the calm tranquility of the theme. The tempo increased. The chords became discordant. It sounded like the cry of a distressed soul crying out for deliverance. Nadja was looking straight ahead, looking into the darkness and the gloomy shadows of the room. But I knew she was looking far beyond. She was reliving her life. And the poignant sorrows interspersed with happier moments had all been interwoven into this, the bitter end of her musical career. And now she'd entered into the final tragedy of her life. The wild notes shrieked into the room and blended with the moaning of the winter wind. I shuddered. Never had I heard music played like this before. To me, it seemed as if all the diabolical imps from Hades were striking the keys through her fingers. It was the discordant lamentation of the damned. I wiped the perspiration from my forehead in spite of the cold within the room. I must help Nadja and save her music at any cost. Quickly, I formulated a plan. While Nadja was lost in her mad reverie, I'd slip out and phone for medical assistance. I hoped she'd keep playing until I could return. I arose quietly and slipped out of the door and ran down the long, snow-covered path to my car. I could still hear Nadja's music as it swept along in its mad theme of abject misery and despair. Just as I was about to enter my car, I heard a dull rumble come from the direction of the house. I looked up. Great soaring fingers of flame were shooting heavenward. The house was on fire.
Even as I hurried back, I knew I was too late. Like something out of Dante's Inferno, this house was becoming the funeral pyre of Nadja and her music. Through the crackling of the flames, I still heard the piano. Nadja was ending her mad concerto. Then, quite suddenly, the whole house collapsed like a tortured soul.
And so ended the mad concerto. A girl genius, the lust for power, and the green-eyed monster of greed. But the sin did not die with Nadja Winter. It lives on in the hearts of men and women, secret and unconquered.
Warren William will be back in just a moment to tell you what the official records say about the probate cause of the Mad Concerto. But first, a message from our sponsor. Here again is Warren William.
And the fire? The records simply say fire of unknown origin. Was it accidental? Could it have been a human sacrifice at the pagan altar of greed? Who knows? For greed is the cause of endless suffering. What would have happened to Nadja Winter, I wonder, if she'd been able to live a normal, carefree life and still retain her genius? Perhaps the two are incompatible. I don't know. Do you?
Next week, I'm going to tell you the story behind one of the strangest wills ever written. We're all familiar with the splendid results of modern psychiatry. But when you mix a mad, covetous psychiatrist together with a lovely, beautiful woman who has a husband, well, you've got a situation. We call this unusual story alias Dr. Svengale. This is Warren William inviting you to listen again next week.
Strange Wills is written by Ken Crippin and directed by Albert Ulrich. This is a Teleways feature produced in Hollywood. Strange Wills. Stories of strange wills made by strange people, starring the distinguished Hollywood actor Warren William, and featuring Marvin Miller and Lorene Tuttle with Howard Culver, and the original music of Del Castillo. I devise and bequeath to my heirs the 7 deadly sins: envy, hate, jealousy, greed, anger, despair, and revenge. And here is Warren William.
These are the stories of actual wills made under strange circumstances, often by strange people, who, frustrated in life, seek this means of self-expression to reach back from the grave to satisfy their secret passions or to seek the victory of a bitter revenge. Names, places, and time have been changed so that no reflection can fall on any person, living or dead. Only the last will and testament remains like a living monument to the eternal ego of man. You'll presently see what I mean, but first, I'd like you to hear a message from your announcer.
And now back to Warren William as John Francis O'Connell in Alias Dr. Svengali.
This is the story of a strange triangle, the sordid story of a man who saw his young and beautiful wife slowly fall under the spell of a mad and evil genius who covered his sinister acts under the guise of psychiatry. In his last will and testament, Philip Martin, on his deathbed, sought revenge against the person or persons he thought responsible for his murder. I remember it all began on a lovely spring morning. Everyone should have been at peace with the world, but, Mr. O'Connell speaking.
Mr. O'Connell, this is Mrs. Marilyn Martin, the wife of Philip Martin.
Oh, yes, Mrs. Martin. How are you?
Oh, Mr. O'Connell, something dreadful has happened. Philip has had a horrible accident.
Oh, I'm sorry.
He's here at the Good Samaritan Hospital. He keeps asking for you. Can you come over, Mr. O'Connell?
Of course, I leave at once.
Oh, thank you, thank you. I'll be waiting in the lobby for you. But hurry, Mr. O'Connell. Please hurry.
I'll be there as soon as possible, Mrs. Martin. As I drove to the hospital, I wondered what had happened to Philip Martin. I'd seen him on several occasions at different affairs. His reputation had always been excellent, and he had amassed a considerable fortune in the importing business. I remembered, too, that he had married within the last few years, and rumor had it that it was an ideal match. Well, I would soon know. Hello, Mrs. Martin. Tell me what happened.
Philip is dying. Early this morning while I was sleeping, I had a dreadful premonition that he was in mortal danger. I ran to his room just in time. Oh, Mr. O'Connell, it was horrible.
What did you see, Marilyn?
Well, just as I got to the door, I saw him fall off the balcony. Fall 5 floors to certain death.
There, Marilyn. It must have been a horrible shock.
I love him so much, Mr. O'Connell. So much. Why did he do it? There was no reason.
I'll go up and see him immediately, Marilyn. Tell me, is he conscious?
Yes. And he keeps calling for you. They won't let me in his room. He doesn't want to see me, his own wife. I can't understand it.
Wait for me here, Marilyn, and I'll talk to Philip. I'll send for you later. But at the deathbed of Philip Martin, I heard a most unusual and amazing story.
I tell you, John, I did not jump off the balcony purposely. It was her voice that made me do it. She wanted to get rid of me.
No, take it easy, Philip. What do you mean?
They wanted to get rid of me I know it. I know it.
Who are they, Philip?
Marilyn, my wife, and that doctor she's been seeing, that psychiatrist.
Please, Philip. Please, start from the beginning.
Last night, when I was sleeping.
Philip, do you hear me, Philip?
I hear you.
Philip, I'm calling you. Follow me, Philip. Follow.
Where are you?
Walk to the balcony, Philip. To the balcony.
Marilyn, is it you?
Open the door, Philip. Open the door.
Marilyn? Where are you?
Walk out, Philip. Walk out here. I'm waiting for you, Philip. Waiting.
You see, John, it was Marilyn's voice I heard that drew me out to the balcony. But I fooled him. I didn't die. I've lived long enough to change my will, to revenge myself, John. Here.
I took the piece of paper he handed me. It was the last will and testament of Philip Martin, laboriously written as he lay dying. In it, he had made the most serious accusations against his wife. He had set up a trust, naming me as executor, which limited Marilyn Martin to a nominal monthly allowance. Time was of the essence, so I hurriedly called in 2 nurses to sign as subscribing witnesses, and the last will and testament of Philip Martin, in which he named his wife as his murderer, was signed just minutes before he died. That night, alone in my study, I looked over the will and reviewed my conversation with the late Philip Martin. Were his accusations true? Was his wife guilty of his murder? Well, there was only one way to find out. I called upon Mrs. Martin. Her exquisite beauty was still visible in spite of the tragic lines the events of the last few hours had etched on her face. That she was suffering from some deep emotional strain was obvious. As I looked at her, I found it hard to believe that she was the heartless murderer her husband believed her to be.
Please be seated, Mr. O'Connell.
Thank you. I promise I won't keep you a moment longer than is absolutely necessary. But there are a few facts I must know before I file your husband's will.
I shall be glad to help you in any way I can.
Mrs. Martin, your husband died believing that you were the cause of his death.
Oh, no.
And that you had an accomplice. Unless you can be cleared of these accusations, which Philip Martin made against you on his deathbed, you may be accused of his murder.
Murder? Surely you don't believe.
He swore it was your voice that led him to the balcony, Marilyn. A deathbed statement of this nature cannot be taken lightly.
My voice? My voice led him to the balcony. Oh, no. No, I loved him. Why should I destroy him?
Frankly, I don't know. But for your sake, I've got to find out, and quickly, before Philip's will is filed for probate. Marilyn, I'm going to ask you one question. I want it answered honestly and truthfully. Are you in love with a certain doctor, a psychiatrist you've been seeing lately?
In love with Dr. Cosmo? Oh, nothing has been further from my mind or my heart, believe me, Mr. O'Connell.
Your husband sincerely believed that you and this Dr. Cosmo conspired with malice aforethought to kill him.
Oh, how horrible. Nothing is further from the truth. He did attempt to... But let me tell you the whole story. Perhaps then you'll understand. About 3 months ago, I saw him for the first time. I was nervous, troubled at the time. Someone told me his methods were unusual, but effective. So, on the spur of the moment, I went to his office.
You will please come in, Mrs. Martin.
Oh. This room. It's so weird.
Oh, no, not at all, Mrs. Martin. When you understand it. It is my laboratory.
It's so unusual. It's so...
You will find, Mrs. Martin, that in this room one sheds inhibitions, fears, and complexes.
But why such strange things in the room?
Everything has its purpose, Mrs. Martin. These purple drapes, an outlet for your hidden emotions. The marble bust of the Madonna and the golden votive lamp offer release to the religious complex inborn in every human heart. The marble couch, here one rests while the mind journeys to the realm of peace eternal. And the music? Well, you will learn that music, properly applied in conjunction with hypnosis, recreates a new life. Yes, it will open for you a beautiful new world that you will not forsake, my dear Mrs. Martin. A world that will bring peace to your troubled mind.
Everything you say sounds logical, I guess. Perhaps necessary. And yet, it makes me shiver.
Oh, please do not be frightened. There is no need for alarm, I assure you. You are about to become a living part of a great miracle. One that you will never forget as long as you live. And now, if you are ready.
Of course. What must I do?
Lie down, please. Here on this marble couch.
Like this?
Yes. Now, place your arms straight down alongside your body. So. Directly in line with your vision, you see a clock. See how the pendulum swings back and forth. Back and forth. Back and forth. As I play the organ, you will watch the pendulum closely. Do not take your eyes from it even for a moment.
Yes, Doctor.
You are the evening star. You are the scent of jasmine, of frankincense and myrrh in the chalice of love. Your mind, your every thought shall be attuned to the unselfish love of the Master. Open the door of your subconscious mind that I may enter. For I am truth. I am light. I am love. Your eyes are closed. You are asleep. Tell me, whom do you see?
I see only the Master of truth, of light, of love.
Your ears are sealed to earthly sounds. What then do you hear?
I hear only the thoughts of the Master.
Then arise and go. For I shall speak to you across the deathless void, and you shall answer me. Yes, you shall answer me.
After that, I called on him once or twice a week. Then gradually I noticed that he was becoming more attentive, though I'd given him no cause, really. I knew he was in love with me, and I realized, too late, that our association must end. I saw him for the last time the day before Philip died. He had been playing for me.
Do not try to evade the issue, Marilyn. I love you. I have loved you from the moment you entered my office. You can't escape me, you know that.
I can't come here again, Dr. Cosmo.
You know that I'm married, and I love my husband.
Then I shall destroy him. I shall destroy anyone or anything that stands between us. You shall see. You shall see.
We will continue with alias Dr. Svengali in just a moment. But first, a word from our sponsor. And now back to alias Dr. Svengali, starring Warren William.
Later that night, I called upon Marilyn Martin. She told me of the threat Dr. Cosmo had made against the life of her husband, of how he was able to communicate with her through her subconscious mind. Her confession left me with no alternative. Early the next afternoon, I called Dr. Cosmo.
This is Dr. Cosmo speaking.
Dr. Cosmo, this is John Francis O'Connell, attorney at law. As you may know, I represent the estate of the late Philip Martin.
How does that concern me, Mr. O'Connell?
I think you'll better understand, Doctor, when I speak to you personally. Shall we make it, say, at 8 tonight?
I would prefer to make it at 10, Mr. O'Connell. Then I shall be at liberty for as long as you like.
10 o'clock, then, Doctor.
I will be here.
I wondered what the expected meeting with Dr. Gregory Cosmo would lead to. My evidence against this man was purely circumstantial. Just what had he actually done? Who would believe him capable of directing his thoughts through the subconscious mind of a second party, Marilyn, and will her to lure her husband to his death? Yet I knew that in this man lay the key to the strange mystery surrounding the death of Philip Martin. Was the man mad? I expected anything to happen. At exactly 1 minute to 10,
Come in, Mr. O'Connell.
Thank you, Doctor.
I'm taking the liberty of locking the door so we won't be disturbed. Come this way, please. We shall go directly into my private laboratory. You will perhaps find my laboratory a bit unusual, Mr. O'Connell. It is arranged for the development of advanced thought in modern psychiatry and hypnosis.
The Madonna, the golden votive lamp, marble couch, yes. Everything is here just as she described it to me.
You are referring to Mrs. Martin, I believe.
Eh? Why, yes, Doctor.
She's one of the most beautiful women who've ever come to my office for help, Mr. O'Connell. Won't you sit down here, please? Here, facing the organ. I shall play for you as we talk. I find music very soothing to the body as well as to the mind. You are surprised, are you not, to see that my methods of advanced psychiatry call for such an unusual setting?
Quite frankly, Dr. Cosmo, nothing you do surprises me. I acknowledge you to be the master craftsman you are of psychiatry. But when psychiatry leads to murder...
Murder? What do you mean?
Dr. Cosmo, there's not the slightest doubt in my mind but that you are directly responsible for the death of Philip Martin. And if you like, I'll tell you exactly how you brought it about.
Please do, Mr. O'Connell. You flatter my capabilities, but I shall find your story interesting nonetheless.
There must always be a motive for murder, Doctor, and you had not one, but two. You were in love with Marilyn Martin. And secondly, you are greedy for the money you thought would be hers at her husband's death. Shall I proceed?
Oh, yes, go on, please. I find it very interesting, very entertaining.
Very well. You kept Marilyn Martin under a continual state of hypnosis. That's not new, of course. English psychiatrists have done that for many years in cases of advanced neurosis. But in any event, her mind became in actuality your mind. Your thoughts became her thoughts, because in some nefarious way, you were able to implant them in her subconscious mind. Then, you finally decided to go all the way. You were in love with Marilyn. You wanted to possess her more than anything on this earth. So you decided to do away with her husband. You figured out that if you could direct your thoughts into her subconscious mind, why couldn't she transmit these thoughts to the sleeping mind of a third person? In this case, her husband. You tried it, and your experiment was successful. Through the mind of Marilyn Martin, you, Dr. Cosmo, became the voice that drove Philip Martin to suicide.
Go on, Mr. O'Connell.
I charge you, Dr. Cosmo, with
You can't move, can you, Mr. O'Connell? You have lost your power of speech, the physical faculties of motion. You sit there like a statue. You are a statue, because I have willed it. Yes. Mr. O'Connell, you are right. I was the voice. I deliberately and intentionally planned the destruction of Philip Martin, because he stood in my way, just as you are now doing. I love Marilyn. I love her beyond anything this world can offer. I shall have her, too. I am the first to have successfully transmitted thought through the subconscious to a third person. The mind, Mr. O'Connell, just like atomic energy, is on the threshold of great discoveries. Its potentialities are unlimited. If I can send one person to his death, why not many? Why not entire nations? The $1 million, is nothing to the money and power I shall have. With my knowledge, Mr. O'Connell, I can rule destiny and the world. Now I shall give you a practical demonstration of my power. But you will not live to tell about it. My music, the pendulum before your eyes, which you are watching subconsciously, and my power of concentration have hypnotized you. Now I am going to send a new thought to your subconscious mind, Mr. O'Connell. And you will act upon it.
Walk to the desk. Walk to the desk. Open the drawer. Open. Take out the gun. Take out the gun. Place the forehead. Place the gun to forehead. Forehead.
I stopped him just in time, Mr. O'Connell. Just in time.
Oh, Marilyn, what are you doing here? Oh, I'm dizzy.
Here, let me help you. Sit down for a moment. There's nothing to worry about. Dr. Cosmo was dead. I shot him.
But I don't understand.
I couldn't rest thinking about you being here alone with him. I knew you were in danger because I alone know what his evil capabilities are. So I drove over, came in through the basement door, and hid behind the curtains. I was here hiding when he brought you into this room.
You saw it all, then?
I heard, I saw everything. When he began his hypnotic music, I recognized the chords. He used the same strain to put me to sleep. I put my fingers to my ears to keep out the sound. Through the curtains, I saw you walk to the desk, open the drawer, take out the gun, and place it to your temple. And then I shot. I shot.
And with that shot, you not only avenged the death of your husband, Marilyn, but you ended the career of this monster of evil, Gregory Cosmo, alias Dr. Svengale. Let his memory remain as a lesson to all future Svengales that human rights cannot be usurped or violated to further their mad plans and aspirations.
Warren William will be back in just a moment to tell you what the official records say about the probate cause of alias Dr. Svengale. But first, a word from our sponsor. Here again is Warren William.
A coroner's jury completely exonerated Marilyn Martin of all responsibility of the death of Dr. Gregory Cosmo. The last will and testament of Philip Martin was duly admitted to probate, and Mrs. Martin is receiving the full benefits of the trust estate set up for her under the terms of the will. Thinking back, as I often do, upon the strange life and career of Dr. Cosmo, the question frequently arises in my mind as to where genius ends and madness begins. For this man was a genius in an evil sort of way. He was one of the first to realize the potential greatness of the human mind. It's too bad, isn't it, that he couldn't have directed his research along lines that would have helped humanity instead of trying to destroy it. I wonder where the answer lies. I wonder. Next week, I shall tell you the strange story of a man who hated his son with an intensity beyond human reasoning or understanding. Not content with cutting him off in his will with $1, he reached out from the depths of his grave in a sinister effort to utterly destroy him. Did he succeed? Well, for the answer, I invite you to listen in next week to this amazing story about a last will and testament. It's called Black Interlude.
This is Warren Williams saying goodbye. Until next week.
Strange Wills is written by Ken Crippin and directed by Albert Ulrich. This is a Teleways feature produced in Hollywood. Strange Wills. Stories of strange wills made by strange people, starring the distinguished Hollywood actor Warren Williams, and featuring Marvin Miller and Lurene Tuttle with Howard Culver, and the original music of Del Castillo. I devise and bequeath to my heirs the 7 deadly sins: despair, anger, jealousy, revenge, lust, envy, and hate. And here is Warren William.
These are the stories of strange wills gathered from probate courts the world over. Many of them, written on deathbeds or under highly emotional circumstances, clearly show that the writers of the wills use this last chance of self-expression to vindicate within their own hearts the flagrant sins of omission and remission made during their lifetimes. Names, places, and time have all been changed in order that no reflection may fall on any person or persons living or dead. From the dusty vaults of the probate court, we bring you documentary proof of the old adage that man is the strangest of all creatures. You'll presently see what I mean. But first, I'd like to have you listen to a few words from your announcer.
And now back to Warren William as John Francis O'Connell in Black Interlude.
Of all the sins that live within the human heart, none is so deadly, so lasting as hate. Unchecked, it bears the bitter fruit of mental and spiritual annihilation, nor does it always end with death. Its vibrations reach out of the grave like the tentacles of an octopus in a last effort to win the final victory of a bitter revenge. Why did Francis X. Blair hate his only son, Paul, with a hatred as intense and boundless as the elements? The reason is as old as Eve. Francis X. Blair, rich, handsome, and a widower, and his son, Paul, were both in love with the same girl. Francis X. Blair had been my client for nearly 10 years. He was dominant, relentless, and headstrong, the kind of a man who took what he wanted no matter what the hurt. Paul was like his dead mother, shy, sensitive. His talents ran to the literary. How he ever managed to take the lovely and beautiful Phyllis Lamar away from his father, I'll never know. But insiders told me that it was just a case of love at first sight. Everyone who knew about it was anxiously waiting to hear whom her final choice would be, father or son. And then one cold November night, Francis X. Blair invited me over to his penthouse apartment to discuss his will. I knew that something extraordinary was about to happen.
Telling me to be a good loser, John, may be the conventional thing to say. But unfortunately, I've never lived in the conventional manner.
Oh, why can't you forget and forgive them both, Francis? After all, Phyllis has made her choice, and while she may prefer Paul as a husband, you can still have her as a daughter.
I'm sorry that I can't agree with you. I consider my son in the light of a thief. A love thief, if you like. But the fact remains that he deliberately took away from me the one thing in my life that I cherished most highly. I would have preferred it if he had robbed my safe. It would have been more honorable. He's got to pay for his sin, and she will pay for her folly.
Why don't you sleep over it for a few days, Francis? I'm sure that with sober reflection...
It won't be necessary. I have made my final decision. From this day on, my son is disinherited. I want you to redraft my will, cutting him off with $1.
But surely you aren't serious. Paul is just out of school a few years. He isn't equipped...
Let him starve, then, and the girl with him. She'll come crawling back to me on her knees one of these fine days, begging my forgiveness.
Francis, I beg you not to be hasty.
I'm sorry, but it's too late. I hate Paul Blair as I've never hated another soul, living or dead. I want him to suffer, just as he has made me suffer. I'll hate him until my dying breath. And if I can, I'll go on hating him from my grave. And this is the last time I will ever mention his name again, as long as I live.
Nor did the next 2 years bring a change of heart. Francis X. Blair grew more bitter day by day, if such a thing was possible. His will was prepared and executed according to his wishes. But I still hoped that before he died, he would relent and repent. Paul and Phyllis, meanwhile, were quietly married and were living in a small furnished apartment on the outskirts of town. On the night of their first wedding anniversary, they invited me to dinner. And I want to offer my congratulations on this, the first year of your happiness together.
And don't think we haven't been happy, Mr. O'Connell. Paul has been wonderful.
Well, I had to make up in some way for all the millions she lost by not marrying Dad.
Oh, hush with such talk and nonsense.
No, how is Dad, Mr. O'Connell? You know, I haven't seen or heard from him in almost 2 years. Tell me, has he softened any?
I'm afraid not, Paul. In fact, he's more bitter than ever. Of course, there's always a chance, always the possibility he may...
We don't want any chances, do we, Paul? We have our own plans now, our own dreams, too. I think good comes out of everything, Mr. O'Connell. If Paul hadn't been disinherited, do you think he would ever have taken a job as a reporter? That's where he learned to write.
And I agree with you, Phyllis. I think Paul has a brilliant future as a writer. One day, with you behind him, he'll...
Oh, everything would be fine if Dad would only forgive me. I know it sounds foolish to you, Mr. O'Connell, but his continual hatred for me is preying on my mind. You see, I've never hated, and the thought of someone hating me, well...
I'm sure you feel badly about it, Paul. But you see, you've wounded your father's ego. That's a dangerous thing to do to anybody.
I've told Phyllis this before, and she laughed at me, but I want to tell you too, Mr. O'Connell. Sometimes I imagine I hear my father laughing at me. Laughing as though he expected something to happen to me, something...
Oh, please, Paul, get that thought out of your mind. Nothing that your father can say or do will change anything. Our lives are our own. We're the masters of our own destinies. Voodoo, witchcraft, and superstitions are obsolete. When next you see Francis X. Blair, Mr. O'Connell, please ask him to stay out of Paul's dreams. He may not know it, but I'm getting a problem child on my hands.
But I never saw Francis X. Blair again. That is, alive. He died in his sleep just 2 days after my visit with Paul and Phyllis, and he had neither forgiven nor forgotten. I attended the funeral and sat with Paul and Phyllis. Paul looked disconsolate, discouraged that the hatred in his father's heart was being carried to his grave.
Benedicat vos omnipotens Deus, et Pater et Filius, et Spiritus Sanctus, requiescat in pace. Amen.
As the little funeral procession walked slowly out of the church, I wondered if this was to be the end of hate. Surely death would be the great healer. Had not the late Francis X. Blair done enough hurt to more than compensate for his lost love? Well, I thought so. But early one evening, several months later... Yes?
Mr. O'Connell?
Yes.
Oh, Mr. O'Connell, this is Phyllis Blair. I've only got a minute to speak to you. I'm here at the airport with Paul. We're leaving, Mr. O'Connell, leaving for good. We're flying to the West Coast.
For good? Heavens, what's happened?
Paul is standing just outside the booth. I don't want him to hear me. Mr. O'Connell, Paul said that he couldn't live here another day. Since his father's death, he's grown worse instead of better. He says that he hears his father still laughing at him. He says if he doesn't go immediately, he's liable to lose his mind. Oh, I've got to go now. He's getting suspicious.
Phyllis, I want you to keep in touch with me. I'll help you, both of you, all that I can. Maybe it's best to... Hello? Hello? Hello?
Number, please.
Oh, never mind, operator. So this was it. The hatred of father for son was really living on, coming up like some shrouded ghost from the tomb to encompass and destroy. I recalled the old familiar proverb, hell hath no fury like a woman scorned. I wondered why they stopped with a woman. What about a man? What about the dead? Where did fury end, I wondered. A few months later, I received my first letter from Phyllis. The change had done Paul good. He'd turned to freelance writing and was concentrating on radio scripts. They were building their lives anew. Yes, it was a long way from the grave of Francis X. Blair to the West Coast. Long enough, I hoped. I felt happy about Paul and Phyllis for the first time in months. But one night, quite unexpectedly, I received a telegram. It was from Phyllis. She told me the very thing that I'd been fearing. Paul had been committed. Committed to an institution for the insane. She begged me to come at once, and I saw there was no time to be lost. How to fight against a man dead these many months was a problem that offered no immediate solution. But there had to be an answer. Of that I was sure, and I meant to find it. I left that night by plane to enlist my services in the fight against hate and its vicious allies, the 7 deadly sins.
Oh, Mr. O'Connell, I'm so glad you've come. I'm so glad. It's been a nightmare.
And I'm glad to be here, too, young lady. I intend to see this thing through, no matter how long it takes.
Oh, thank you so much.
Just take hold of yourself now until we have this thing licked. First, I want you to tell me everything that happened to Paul since the day you came. Then I hope I'll know what to do.
Well, as I told you in my letter, Paul went into radio. His training on the newspaper was excellent, and he turned out several very good scripts. One show in particular, he calls Happy Valley, was seriously considered by several agencies. Paul had written over 30 chapters. You see, it's a daily serial about a disabled war veteran who comes home, and the story he tells about his readjustment into a normal society.
What happened to it, Phyllis?
He had a meeting 2 weeks ago at the agency. As I understand it, several people were present. Directors, actors, and the man who was to sign Paul to a contract, a Mr. Henley, the agency's producer. He took Paul into his private office. Everything was going along nicely. They were about to come to an agreement.
I've gone over your scripts very carefully. You've got a fine show here, Mr. Blair. I've had the staff read it, and they all liked it.
Well, thank you very much. Very much, Mr. Henley. You don't know how I appreciate all this.
Don't thank me. I'm a businessman. I'm not doing this out of sympathy. You've come up with something we like, and it's a deal. I'll have my secretary draw up the contracts. 5 shows a week, 52 weeks, with an option for renewal, and you'll receive $100 a show. That's the minimum scale, I know, but still a lot of money.
Well, that sounds good to me, Mr. Henley. I'm ready to sign.
No, excuse me.
Surely.
Henley. What? Called off. Why does he have to get a sore throat when he's singing for us? Tell him I'll fly east today. Tell him to meet me at the airport. Yes, I'll leave here in about an hour. He can't do that to me. Hey, Blair, I can't sign your contract today. I've got to rush east. Come back next week. I'll have my secretary get in touch with you. See you later. I'm sorry, Mr. Blair, but it just can't be helped.
And so, Mr. O'Connell, that's how it ended. Paul didn't say anything when he came home. He retired early. And sometime during the night...
What's that? Who's there? Phyllis! Phyllis! Do you hear it? Do you hear it?
Paul, what is it? Oh, hear what?
It's my father. He's laughing. Laughing from his grave.
Oh, Paul, that's nonsense. I don't hear anything.
He's laughing at us, Phyllis. He's responsible for everything going wrong with me.
Paul, please.
I never should have married. I never should have married.
Paul, stop. Stop. You don't know what you're saying.
Oh, yes,
dear.
I do. I know I'm through with everything. I can't stop my father from hating or from destroying me. It's no use, Phyllis. It's no use. I'm through. I'm through. I tell you, I'm through.
Part 2 of Black Interlude follows in just a moment. And now back to Black Interlude and Warren William.
Next day, Phyllis and I motored out to the mental institution where Paul had been taken. The late Francis X. Blair had a fight on his hands, whether he knew it or not.
For a while, Mr. O'Connell, we thought he was going to recover rapidly, but then he got worse. We've been giving him shock treatments, therapy, the usual correctives for his type of illness, but unfortunately...
We appreciate everything that's been done for him, Doctor. But I do have some rather interesting facts, which I hope may be of benefit in treating him. You see, Doctor, I represented his father legally. For the next hour, I told the doctor what I knew about the strange case of Paul Blair. I told him of a plan I had that might possibly help to restore the young man's reason. It was a gamble, I knew, but it was time to put our cards on the table. It was now or never. After hearing me out, the doctor agreed to my plan. We left without seeing Paul, but in a happier frame of mind. Later that afternoon, I called upon a friend of mine, a radio broadcasting executive. I told him the story.
What you're asking me to do may cost my job, John, but it's worth the chance. Let's see. I've got a spot tomorrow afternoon, 3 o'clock. We're changing programs. I'll sandwich your show in. But only for one day, mind you.
Believe me, Joe, I appreciate that one day.
But if my switchboard is clogged with an angry mob calling for my neck, you know what you'd better do, don't you?
Yes, I do. I'll start running. At 3:15 the next day, everything was in readiness for the experiment. A radio had been slipped into Paul's room. Phyllis, the doctor, and I stood outside his partly open door, waiting for the moment that was to lift him from his black interlude or to plunge him forever into the half-world of fantasy. Dejectedly, Paul sat in his chair, gazing off into nowhere. He looked forlorn, despondent. Our plan was a shot in the dark, but we were all praying for it to hit the mark. And then, at 3 o'clock...
That I hope you'll enjoy. It's Happy Valley, the story of a disabled war veteran who comes back to his home in Happy Valley and to the girl he left behind. Can a blind hero readjust himself to the ways of normal life? Can he pick up the threads of his old world, yes, his old love, and go on as before? The story of Happy Valley is being reenacted today in towns all over the world. Real, true-to-life stories that have been born in the horror of war. If our Happy Valley can aid in the readjustment of just one disabled veteran, then we feel our cause has been most worthy. And now, to Happy Valley.
Do you see him? Look, he's heard. He's looking at the radio. Oh, pray, Mr. O'Connell, pray.
Folks of Happy Valley, as you all know, we're down here at the station today to welcome back our friend and neighbor, Sergeant John Watson. 5 years ago, he left us to serve his country. He was just a boy then, and now he's coming back, a hero and a man.
Look, Doctor. He's walking over to the radio. He's smiling.
Let's give Johnny a welcome he'll never forget as long as he lives. I don't have to tell you that he won't be able to see us. He can only hear us. We all know that John Watson is blind. All right now, let's let him know we mean what we say.
Paul was listening intently now, almost eagerly. Hands in the pockets of his dressing robe, he was pacing the floor excitedly. Would our desperate gamble work out? It had to.
Welcome home, Sergeant Watson. We're all mighty happy to have you back, and we're proud of what you've done, down to the last man of us. I haven't got the key to the town to offer you. You won't need it. Every home here in Happy Valley is your home, son. Yes, all yours, from now on in.
Thanks, everyone. Thanks a lot. You don't know what this means to me after being gone 5 years, and 2 of it spent in a hospital. I can't see you, but I feel you, and it's the best feeling I've had in a long, long time.
Doctor, Mr. O'Connell, look, Paul. He's fallen. Maybe he's...
Turn off the radio, please.
Go on.
Here, Mr. O'Connell, give me a hand. We'll carry him over to the bed. Careful.
Move that pillow, Phyllis.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry.
There we are. Just leave him here, please. I'll ring for the nurse and we'll attend to him immediately.
Oh, Doctor, maybe we shouldn't have done this.
Well, there's nothing to worry about for the moment, but I'll have to ask both of you to leave now. I'm sorry, Mr. O'Connell, that the experiment didn't work.
I'm sorry, too, Doctor. Probably I let my hopes get the better of me.
I'll let you know later whether or not this afternoon's experiment had any violent reaction. I'm afraid,
Yes,
though,
Doctor. I'm afraid that I made a jumble of the whole business. Thank you again. I'll call you later. Our return trip was a bitter one. We'd taken a chance and lost. Instead of shocking Paul out of his mental depression, my idea had caused a complete collapse. As we walked slowly into the Blair apartment...
Excuse me, Mr. O'Connell. Yes?
Is Mr. O'Connell there? This is Joe Parnell at the radio station. I've been trying to locate him for an hour.
For you, Mr. O'Connell.
Thank you, Phyllis. Hello?
John, where in the world have you been? I've called you everywhere.
I just this moment came back from the hospital.
Well, the switchboard's been swamped, all right, just as I was afraid of. Only listen to this. Happy Valley is a smash hit. Hundreds of people have called and wired their congratulations.
Well, I'm happy to hear it, Joe. Only
For heaven's sakes, only what?
that the idea backfired, Joe. Paul Blair heard his show at the hospital and collapsed before it was half over. The shock was too severe. We fear for the very worst. For 3 long, never-ending days, Paul Blair lay unconscious on his bed in the sanatorium. I felt chagrined, angry that I'd permitted myself to take such a desperate chance. I wondered through those long hours of Paul's black interlude whether or not the evil voice of his dead father was reaching him. Had Francis X. Blair achieved his bitter revenge even from the depths of his grave? Phyllis and I waited impatiently to learn the answer.
Yes?
Mrs. Blair, this is Dr. Fry.
Yes, Doctor, what is it? What is it?
Paul regained consciousness about an hour ago. I'm very happy to say he appears to be quite rational. He's asking for you.
Oh, thank you, Doctor, thank you. Oh, I'm so happy. I'm so happy. Oh, Paul. Paul, darling.
I heard it, Phyllis. I heard Happy Valley.
Yes, darling.
Oh, it was wonderful. Imagine my show, my first show on the air.
Yes, Paul, I know. Mr. O'Connell and I were here when you heard it. Wasn't it wonderful?
And you'll be happy to know, Paul, that your show is a smash hit. Service organizations everywhere are behind it. It's on the air to stay.
Oh, I must get well, get strong in a hurry. Every day's precious to me now. I've new ideas, new shows. And I have you, Phyllis. I know now that our world's going to be new and beautiful.
Yes, dear.
And I know, too, that Dad finally forgave me. You see, after I heard the show, he stopped laughing. Maybe he heard it, too.
Warren William will be back in just a moment to tell you what the official records say about the probate cause of the Black Interlude. But first, here is a word from our sponsor. Here again is Warren William.
After a protracted hearing, the court decided that the testator, Francis X. Blair, was of unsound mind when he made his will, and his entire estate eventually went to his son, Paul. He, in turn, gave a large part of his inheritance to a disabled veterans clinic. Paul is now a very successful writer and author. Just recently, he and Phyllis left for an extended trip through South America to gather material for a new book he's preparing to write. And about the laugh from the grave, well, frankly, your guess is as good as mine. Did Paul actually hear it? Or was it caused from an oversensitiveness together with a persecution complex? Well, if it's true that love is eternal, why not hate? If the one is possible, why not the other? Yes, why not? Next week, I have a story for you about a last will and a testament that's stranger than any story you've ever read in a book. A pirate and a beautiful girl were shipwrecked on a lonely, deserted island. Unfortunately for him, he was mortally hurt in getting ashore. Because he was possessed of a considerable fortune, and because he felt that he must atone for his past sins, he decided to make a will. But he had no paper, no pencil or ink, and yet he made a written will that found its way back to civilization and the courts. And how did he do it? Well, when you hear the story... The Lady and the Pirate, you'll understand more about it. This is Warren William inviting you to listen again next week.
Strange Wills is written by Ken Crittine and directed by Albert Ulrich. This is a Teleways feature produced in Hollywood.
Strange Wills. Stories of strange wills made by strange people, starring the distinguished Hollywood actor Warren William, and featuring Perry Ward, Lorene Tuttle, and an all-star Hollywood cast, with the original music of Del Castillo. I devise and bequeath to my heirs the 7 deadly sins: envy, pride, hate, jealousy, despair, greed, and anger. And here is Warren William.
These are the stories of strange wills made under the strangest of circumstances, and very often by exceedingly strange people. Human emotions run rampant through the pages of their last written declarations, as though knowing that the grim reaper is waiting patiently at their sides. They, in a final outburst, fling the challenge of death into the face of uncertain destiny. You'll see what I mean a little later, but first, a few words from your announcer.
now back to Warren William as John Francis O'Connell in The Lady and the Pirate.
It has been my good fortune to come from an illustrious line of lawyers. My inherited legal birthright dates back to the year 1724, when my ancestor and namesake, John Francis O'Connell, left England under the King's command to become the legal counselor to the governor of the Carolinas. But he had another mission, a secret one. He was sent to the Carolinas to personally direct in the capture and hanging of the notorious pirate and renegade Englishman, Black Richard Templeton, whose ship, the Elizabeth, cast a shadow of death and doom across the trade lanes in Caribbean waters. How Black Richard finally died is of no relative importance, but his will, written under the most peculiar of circumstances, remains as one of the most unique ever to be filed in probate. Let us now turn back the pages of history to a May evening in the year 1724. His Gracious Majesty's ship, the Royal Vengeance, bound for the Carolinas and the New World, is moving slowly down the channel toward the open sea. Only 3 passengers are aboard. The charming and beautiful Lady Ruth Carroll, whose husband died while fighting in His Majesty's service against France, her personal maid Cecile, and I, John Francis O'Connell, barrister and personal representative of the King. The Lady Carroll and her maid are leaning against the rail as they watch the slow progress of the ship as it passes the shadowy docks and buildings that line the waterfront. Weeks and months ahead lies the new world. Uncertainty, adventure, but we Britishers are an adventurous race.
Well, Cecile, we're off at last on our great adventure.
I wonder, milady, if we'll ever see our beloved England again. I hope that divine providence will help us reach your uncle's plantation safely.
Divine providence in our fearless ship, Cecile. Are you still afraid, little chipmunk? Haven't I told you the Royal Vengeance crowds more sail, carries more guns, and is manned by the bravest crew in all England?
Yes, milady Ruth, but...
But what, Cecile?
I know all that to be true, but I worry nonetheless. I've heard tales from seafaring men. I've heard them tell of... Oh, but I shouldn't frighten you, milady.
Oh, frighten me. Goodness, Cecile, nothing ever frightens me. Go on.
I've heard them tell about that pirate, Black Richard, they call him. And if their stories are true, his deeds are blacker than his name.
He sounds exciting, Cecile. Oh, how I would love to cross the path of this Black Richard.
Milady!
I mean every word I say. I'm not afraid of any man. To show this lout up in his stupidity would be my greatest delight.
Ah, but if he sees you, if Black Richard should ever see you...
Well, let him. He'll see how high an English girl can toss her chin. He'll see that I'm no scullery maid to be trifled with.
Oh, milady, I'm afraid he'll see more than that.
What do you mean?
He'll see 2 red lips bursting with ripeness. He'll see blue eyes as soft as a summer cloud, and a figure that was the toast of London.
And seeing, what do you think he will do, Cecile?
I'd rather not say, milady.
A good ship, the Royal Vengeance, sailed on toward the New World. The weather was brisk. The wind filled every ounce of sail she carried. In less than 6 weeks, she'd put in at the Canaries for supplies and then sailed on. Would the crossing be made without misadventure, without sighting Black Richard? It was inevitable that Lady Ruth Carroll and I should become good friends. It was inevitable, too, that we should discuss what was on everyone's tongue and mind, Black Richard. Late one evening at dinner.
If what you say of me is true, Mr. O'Connell, you've good reason to be practicing with the cutlass. My heavens, he'll make a swordsman of you yet.
And that he has, milady. Most of my waking hours have been devoted to the deadly art of the cutlass. And I must confess, I've even practiced in my sleep. Just let me see Black Richard, and I promise you, milady, he'll be carrion fit for the buzzer.
In spite of all your horrible stories about making the men walk the plank and taking the women to his lonely isle near Nassau, I'm still not the least bit afraid.
Brave girl. And you've really no reason to be. The Royal Vengeance carries 60 guns, and each gun crew has been trained by the Royal Navy. Our gallant Captain Hughes is considered the bravest, most fearless master on the high seas.
No, this Black Richard won't tackle us this crossing.
Oh, fiddlesticks, I'm disappointed.
No, don't be, milady. Consider yourself fortunate. As our ship drew near the Bahamas, the first ill omen appeared. The barometer fell rapidly. The Royal Vengeance was running head-on into a storm, and the wind, reaching hurricane velocity, was driving us nearer and nearer to the lair of Black Richard. Captain Hughes was prepared for the storm.
Up the main topmast there! Hurry! Keep your eyes open for strange ships.
Aye, aye, sir.
Batten down the hatches. Gun crews on the alert. We can't be caught napping. Mr. O'Connell! Mr. O'Connell!
Aye, Captain.
You'll take the ladies below for their personal safety and yours. We're going to have dirty weather.
Milady, Cecile, you heard we're ordered below.
Oh, isn't this storm wonderful? Look at the waves. Oh, sheer mountains. And the wind, how it howls.
Like the very devil, if you ask me.
Just think, Mr. O'Connell. Somewhere out there in the same storm is Black Richard. I wonder what he's doing.
More than likely heading straight for port. I doubt if he enjoys this any more than we do.
I heard a sailor say that this is Black Richard's weather. That when the storm is at its worst, he ties himself to the topmast with his spyglass and he looks for ships. And then he follows them in the storm.
That's utter nonsense. No man in his right mind.
We'd better go below before the captain puts us in chains.
Well, at least in the cabin we won't be able to hear the wind.
Hold on the rope, Cecile, and you too, milady, or you're liable to be blown right off the ship. That's right. Easy now. There we are. Now down the steps. Rest if you can, Lady Ruth. I'll go on deck. If anything unusual happens, rest assured I'll come back and tell you.
The only thing unusual that's going to happen is that I'm getting a funny feeling in my stomach. Oh, why did I ever leave England? I'll never know. I'll never know. Oh, forgive me, my lady. Mr. O'Connell, but I think I'm going to die.
All that night the storm raged on in unabated fury. The passengers and crew, with few exceptions, became violently ill. Sleep was out of the question. It became a matter of personal survival against the elements. With the first leaden signs of dawn, the wind abated. I staggered out of my cabin and walked up to the deck. Just as I reached it, I heard a cry from the direction of the topmast.
Sail to starboard!
Man the guns! Clear the deck! Describe the ship!
I can't see her clear, sir. The sea is too heavy. She looks like a frigate. She carries about 40 guns, and she's flying the Union Jack.
Lieutenant, send a shot across the bow. Hell, stop until we can send over a boarding party to examine her papers.
She's coming on under full sail. Wait, sir. She's lowering the flag. It's coming down. She's sending up another. I can't... Wait. Yes, it's the Jolly Roger. The skull and the crossbones. She's a pirate ship, the Elizabeth. The pirate ship, the Elizabeth.
On board, things were in bad shape. The men, weakened from the storm, were in no condition to repel a serious attack. On and on came Black Richard's ship, and then, when we were in cannon range...
All hands on deck to repel the attack! Stand by for action! Chop away the broken mast and clear the debris! Gun crews, break her fore and aft! Be alive there! Mr. O'Connell, you'll go below and assist Lady Carol and her maid to escape should we be found or be taken.
But, Captain...
That's an order, Mr. O'Connell.
Aye, sir, and God save the Royal Vengeance.
Yes, Mr. O'Connell. God save the Royal Vengeance.
Even as I went below deck with Lady Ruth and Cecile, I was formulating a plan of action. I had been sent to the Carolinas under the King's command to assist in the capture and hanging of Black Richard the pirate, and I would do just that no matter what the captain ordered. But first, I must allow for the safety of Lady Ruth and Cecile.
Oh, Mr. Lady Ruth, listen. I hear the sound of cutlasses. The pirates have boarded the ship. Mr. O'Connell, I'm afraid. Mr. O'Connell, I'm so afraid.
Quiet, Cecile. Now listen carefully, both of you. I want you to do exactly as I say, or your life may be forfeited. Lady Ruth, get into a serving gown immediately.
But...
There's no time for buts. If you are taken prisoner, tell them that you are both scullery maids sailing in bondage to the colonies. All of your fineries, everything, must be cast into the sea. Not a trace.
Oh, I knew I never should have left London. Just think Black Richard will capture us and carry us off to his island. We'll all be slaves to those filthy pirates.
I'm going back on deck to engage Black Richard. I'll try to come back if matters worsen, but heed me. If you hear the sound of battle turning against us, you are to jump out of your window into the sea. That's an order.
So the great barrister would have us cast ourselves into the sea. Death before dishonor and all that belly rot. I say, give me a cutlass. I'll fight
You'll
these.
do as I say, young lady.
But I can't swim. I can't.
Quiet, both of you. As you can see, the water is covered with debris from the battle. If necessary, hang on to anything within reach and trust to God's providence. On deck, matters were serious. The pirates, led by that merciless creature, Black Richard, were driving the king's men backward steadily. I looked for Black Richard, but in the heat of the battle, I could not find him. However, I soon found myself engaged in a furious combat with one of his cutthroats.
Hell, blow me down if I ain't found me a dandy. Lace, frills, and silver buckles.
There for all the thrills. You found a man who'll soon carve the heart out of your worthless carcass.
Listen to them pretty words. Why, you fancy pants, I'll slice your gizzard to ribbons. To that, I take oath.
There, you brigand. Taste the king's steel.
Rally, men! Rally round the king's standard!
Part 2 of Strange Wills follows in just a moment. And now back to The Lady and the Pirate and Warren William.
The battle raged on. I saw our gallant captain fall, slashed by a dozen cutlasses. And then, through the melee, I saw the man I'd sworn to capture and hang. There he was, Black Richard, brandishing his heavy cutlass, now red with blood. I challenged him. Black Richard Templeton, surrender in the name of the king.
You asked Black Richard to surrender? Look around you, lad. You've not a handful left alive.
As long as I'm alive, I intend to run you through.
Why, you young pipsqueak, I'll slice the ears off your curly black head. That I promise by the beard of Beelzebub.
Your faith is not so haughty now, Black Richard. Your eyes are blinded by your foul blood.
I got him. Black Richard. Crashed him right into the sea with a belaying pin, I did. Oh, Captain, your face is based in a bit. Here, Captain, sit down when I finish off the rest of this high-born scum. It'll only take a blooming minute.
My unexpected fall into the water revived me almost immediately. Looking up at the ship, I saw that I had fallen close alongside Lady Ruth's cabin. Cecile was at the window, looking frantically down at me.
Hurry, Mr. O'Connell, hurry. The pirates have come below.
Go first, Cecile. Hurry, Chipmunk. I'll get my jewels.
Open up in there. Open up or I'll carve the heart out of your body.
Here I come, Mr. O'Connell.
All right, Cecile, quickly now. Ruth! Ruth, where are you? Hurry! Hurry!
Well, shiver my timbers. Look what I captured.
Cecile and I, clinging to our spar, watched the Royal Vengeance break out in angry flames and then, like a tired warrior, slowly sink into a foaming sea. In the far distance, we could see the pirate ship Elizabeth settle slowly by the bow. It had been a death struggle. But fate was kind. The very next morning, a British man-of-war sighted us adrift and saved our lives. Eventually, Cecile and I reached the Carolinas. But the weeks passed, and nothing more was heard about the gallant crew and the Royal Vengeance, or from Lady Ruth. Strangely, too, nothing more was heard from Black Richard. He had disappeared just as mysteriously as the rest. What had happened? I was sitting in my chambers one afternoon, almost 2 years later.
There's a lady to see you, sir. She says you will recollect. Her name is Carroll, a Lady Ruth Carroll.
What? Lady Ruth Carroll? Oh, I can't believe it. You, Lady Ruth.
Your obedient servant, sir. May I enter?
Oh, by all means. But you must be a ghost. I simply can't believe that you're alive. Here, sit down.
Thank you. I had great adventure, Mr. O'Connell. I've lived and I've learned. I'm not the same girl you once knew.
That night, Lady Ruth and I had a quiet supper. I didn't want to seem impatient, but inwardly I was seething with unanswered questions. And then...
I know you want to hear about the rest of the story, Mr. O'Connell. As you know, the door of my cabin was broken down just as Cecile escaped through the window. As the door crashed, I turned and looked at my captor. He grabbed me around the waist and carried me on deck to where the pirate captain, Black Richard, was lying, with his head and eyes swathed in a bloody bandage. I stood alongside Black Richard and I looked down at him. As soon as he spoke, I knew he was no ordinary pirate.
I'm sorry I can't receive you more appropriately, lass. But as you see,
I see that you're sorely wounded, sire.
Who are you, lass?
I'm a scullery maid in bondage to the colonies.
A scullery maid? You think me a fool?
You do not believe me?
Once, long, long ago, I knew ladies such as you. You're highborn. Who are you? Come, out with it.
I'm only an English girl, proud of her heritage and her race.
Well said. Well spoken. It is my misfortune I can't see you. Not for the present, at least.
And please don't try. I'm nothing much, I assure you. Come now, I will change your bandages, and then we must leave this ship. Your cannon have set it afire.
Morris, avast there!
Aye, Captain. I be here.
Are all off?
All off, sir. All but us three. I have the boat waiting. But hurry, Captain. The fighter's gaining.
Now then, lass, we'll attend to my hurts.
If you will pardon the use of my petticoats for bandages.
No man was ever luckier.
First, now, I'll take the bandage from your eyes. Here it comes.
Why the gasp? Does the sight of blood frighten you?
Oh, no. Oh, no, it isn't that.
It is an ugly wound, I know. Not one for fair eyes like yours.
It's not the wound, my... sire, forgive me. You must be in pain.
The pains of the flesh are small. Much worse, I know that my fighting days are over. I know that I am blind. Is it not true, lass?
Yes, sire, it is true. You are blind. The three of us set out in the small boat. By that time, the Elizabeth had sunk beneath the waves. During the night, we suffered our first casualty. Morris, the pirate who accompanied us, was washed into the sea. Finally, after I'd given up all hope, I sighted land. It turned out to be a small, uninhabited island. Our landing through the heavy surf was miraculous. Black Richard was greatly weakened through the loss of blood. I half carried, half dragged him up to the beach. He spoke to me weakly.
So this is the finish for Black Richard, scourge of Britain. Tis well. It's only right that you know that for 10 years I've been at war with my own beloved land, my own British Isle. I built a free country in the wilderness, one where there's no servitude, no bondage. But now, for me, it's over. Yes, over, but for one last task. Lass, in England I was once a rich man. My fortune is still there. I'm alone, having neither wife nor child. Only a sister, God bless her memory. But she's wealthy in her own right. I need someone to bring the money back here to my new country. If I die without a will, it will revert to the crown. Lass, if you could see the smiling faces of the people who live free of bondage.
There's nothing I would rather see, Richard.
And you shall, too, because I'll tell you where my free land lies. But first, I must draw a will. You shall be the beneficiary. And I have your solemn word that the money will be turned over to my free colony.
My solemn word, sire.
I have naught but my dagger. Help me to my knees, child.
Yes, sire.
I'm up. Now, lass, in the name of a free people, bear your back.
I'm taking my dress off.
I shall hurt you, child, mightily.
I shall try not to scream.
Hand me my dagger.
Here, sire.
Ready?
Ready, sire. Black Richard died the next day. I buried him and marked his grave. A short while later, a passing ship rescued me. It was bound for free land, Black Richard's home. What I saw there confirmed everything he told me. Mr. O'Connell, I'm going back to England and to bring back Black Richard's fortune back to those people. And I shall join them in their new way of life.
But, Lady Ruth, Black Richard has no standing before the British courts. Even if he had a fortune, if it became known, it would be confiscated by the Crown.
Black Richard Templeton was a fictitious name, Mr. O'Connell. There's another name. A real name that he once bore honorably. No one shall know that there was any relationship between the two. Only you and I.
But, Lady Ruth, I am the King's counselor. I have sworn allegiance to His Majesty.
But first I shall take you to visit the people of Freeland. And then you can make your own decision.
My ultimate decision was clearly defined when I accompanied Lady Ruth Carroll back to London in order to help her in proving the last will and testament of Black Richard. We were summoned before the House of Peers. I presented her case. My lords, because of the mitigating circumstances which will be known to you, the last will and testament of the deceased can never be actually filed. But I have brought the sole beneficiary before this august body in order that each of you can personally examine the document. Lady Ruth Carroll, I ask you now to disrobe before the House of Peers. Oh, believe me, my lords, I do not show disrespect to either Lady Ruth Carroll or to you. Rest assured that only her back will be exposed. Are you ready, milady?
Yes, Mr. O'Connell.
Will you please walk up to the lords, milady, and let them examine your back? And with your permission, my lords, I shall read the words tattooed across her back. All to bearer. Signed, Sir George Pemberton, 1724. Many of you remember Sir George Pemberton. He sailed for the colonies 10 years ago. Little was heard of him since, save only that he purchased an island in the Bahamas. But by fate or providence, as you will, Sir George Pemberton lived long enough to carve his last will and testament on the back of his own sister.
Warren William will be back in just a moment to tell you what the official records say about the case of the Lady and the Pirate. But first, here is a brief message from your announcer.
And now back to Warren William.
In the last pages of his diary about this famous case, John Francis O'Connell says, by special decree, a copy of the last will and testament of Sir George Pemberton was permitted to be filed instead of the original. The reason, of course, was apparent. The diary continues. All of the monies of Sir Pemberton's estate were turned over to the beneficiary, and about 6 months later, Lady Carol and I returned to free land forever. And here the diary ends. Was the black anger that Sir Pemberton bore against tyranny and oppression a deadly sin? It might have been. But there are those who think that this personal love of freedom and equality greatly outweighed the apparent injustices made during his life as a pirate. For who in this case can draw the line between pirate and liberator? I can't. Can you? Next week, my story is about a man who, in his last will and testament, bequeathed the one and only thing he held most dear in life to, of all people, his competitor. It was not money nor jewels, but much more important, the girl he loved and hoped to marry. Fortunately for all concerned, this will was never filed for probate. But you'll hear a story as beautiful, as poignant, and as realistic as any ever heard before. We call this unusual story The Prince of Broadway. This is Warren William inviting you to listen again next week.
Strange Wills is written by Ken Krapine and directed by Albert Ulrich. This is a Teleways feature produced in Hollywood. Strange Wills. Stories of strange wills made by strange people, starring the distinguished Hollywood actor Warren William, and featuring Perry Ward, Lorene Tuttle, and an all-star Hollywood cast, and the original music of Del Castillo. I devise and bequeath to my heirs the 7 deadly sins: anger, jealousy, revenge, lust, envy, hate, and despair. And here is our distinguished star of radio, screen, and stage, Warren William.
Of all the sins that live in the human heart, none is so deadly as despair. It has been truly spoken that when a man loses faith in his friends, his neighbors, and himself, he is truly in a sorry plight. Harry McNeil, the Prince of Broadway, on a certain night not long ago, learned the full bitter meaning of the sin of black despair. I'll tell you the story in just a moment, after we hear a word from your announcer.
And now back to Warren William as John Francis O'Connell in The Prince of Broadway.
These are stories of strange wills made by strange people. Strange people whose last written chapter in the book of life is dominated by good or evil. The Prince of Broadway is the story of my friend Harry McNeil, actor's agent. But Harry was more than just an actor's agent. He had that uncanny genius of seeing talent where others couldn't. And once he took some talented youngster under his wing, he never stopped until his goal was reached. For 10 years, he discovered and promoted new talent for his company, Artists Incorporated, and sent a steady stream of actors, singers, and dancers to successful careers and fame. And then, one day, he grew tired and quit his job. After an extended vacation in Bermuda, he came back to New York and opened a very small office in the heart of Tin Pan Alley. The very first chance I had, I dropped in at his new address to wish him success in his new venture.
This is my friend, the old mouthpiece in person. And do me a favor and park the tombstones outside, will you?
No tombstones with me, Harry. Just a social call and an invitation to lunch thrown in for good measure.
Well, we'll skip the lunch today, John, if we may, but come on in, let's chew the fat. And forget the dignity of the law, if that's possible.
No, that's not only possible, Harry, but a pleasure. I'll bring you up to date on Broadway gossip, but tell me, Harry, how did Artists Incorporated take your leaving?
Not very graciously, I can assure you. They even offered me a vice presidency and a trunk full of shekels to stay on, but no soap. I'm a free soul from now on. I'm going to be choosy. No more discovering budding genius. They got to have it when they come in, or else.
Or else what, Harry?
Or else I don't want them, that's all. I handle only names now, Mr. Mouthpiece. Look, see these gray hairs on my temple? That's what I got trying to put potential geniuses in marquee lights. Gray hair and ulcers at 29. If I keep it up, where do you think I'll be at 39? Well, I'll tell you. You'll be filing my will in probate court, and for all I know, adding my will to your collection of strange wills made by strange people. Oh, no, not for me.
You still give me a laugh in spite of your new resolutions. But I know you better than you think I do.
Yeah?
There's someone to see you, Harry.
Tell him to come back tomorrow. I'm busy.
I didn't say it was a him. It's a her. Get what I mean?
Well,
maybe it's Alice Faye or Sonia Haney.
Honey, what's her name?
Just a minute. She says her name is Pulaski, Gertrude Pulaski. She has a letter for you from her singing teacher in Oshkosh. Gosh. I'm sending her in.
Hey, wait, honey, wait. Oh.
When Gertrude Pulaski stood in the doorway, neither Harry or I could take our eyes away from her. She must have been the inspiration of Did You Ever See a Dream Walking? Luxurious ash blonde hair fell in soft ringlets around her shoulders. Her eyes were the color of a deep purple violet. Her figure would have made even the great Ziegfeld take a second look. And her provocative smile, well...
Hello.
Oh, come in, Miss Gertrude.
Thank you.
Well, Harry, if you'll excuse me, I'll be running.
Oh, no, don't go, John. This will only take a minute or two. Gertrude, I'm Harry McNeil. This is my good friend and attorney, John Francis O'Connell.
Oh, it is a pleasure.
How do you do?
I know why you're here, Gertrude. You don't have to tell me. You want a career.
Oh, yes.
You want your name on Broadway.
Yes.
You want fame and fortune. But it's no use. I don't develop talent anymore. I only take names, people who have reputations.
Oh.
I'm sorry, but...
But what, Mr. McNeil?
But what? Oh, but what will you sing? Of course. Here, let me sit down at the piano. Now then, let's find a good number. You know this one?
Yes, of course, and I'll play it, too.
Good enough. Here, I'll move over. Room enough?
More than enough. Now you can turn the pages for me.
That'll be a pleasure. Hold it, just a minute. That's enough. Look, Sugar, let's relax and sing it a little bit lower, will you? Now, this isn't an audition for the Met. These words were written right from some guy's heart, and I want you to sing them from your heart. Here, move over and let me play it for you. Now, let's try it again.
Yes, Mr. McNeil.
Okay.
We've heard of racehorses, kept under wraps until the day of the big race. Well, Harry McNeil went one better with the beautiful Gertrude Pulaski. 6 months went by, 6 long months that had my imagination on edge because I couldn't wait to learn what had happened to his newest discovery. He only gave me hints. But one morning I received an invitation in the mail to attend the debut of Judy Morrison in a song recital at Harry McNeil's penthouse apartment the following Saturday night. Oh, exit Gertrude Pulaski. Enter Judy Morrison. The debut of a McNeil discovery was always one of the highlights for blasé columnists and important bigwigs. They were seldom, if ever, disappointed. Always the showman, Harry kept Judy Morrison, out of sight until our natural excitement and curiosity reached a crescendo. And then, at exactly 11 o'clock, she made her triumphal entry. The girl was breathtaking. She wore a long, flowing green evening gown that accentuated the ash blondness of her hair. Her charm and smile were devastating. Her poise was perfect. In appearance and demeanor, Judy Morrison was sensational.
Well, now that you've all had a good look at Judy, she'll show you that beauty in appearance and voice are not incompatible. Judy, will you take over the keyboard, please?
I don't know why I love you like I do. I don't know why, I just do. I don't know why you thrill me like you do. I don't know why you just do. You never seem to want my romancing. The only time you hold me is when we're dancing. I don't know why I love you like I do. I don't know why, I just do.
Well, Judy, you've seen how your friends and mine like you. Supposing you thank them in your own way.
Of course I do thank you so very much. But you and I, all of us, have this night been privileged to worship at the altar of a genius. The genius of Harry McNeil. Everything that I am, that I may one day be, I owe to him. His unselfish love, his patience, his wisdom, his... I only wish that he loved me half as much as I love him.
From that night on, the ultimate success of Judy Morrison was an accepted fact. Harry arranged for her triumphal appearance at the world-famous Rococo Room. The papers were filled with stories about her. But the day before she was to open, a storm broke. Harry called me.
It's serious, John. I don't want to tell you about it over the phone, but I need a good lawyer, and quick.
I'll come over right away, Harry.
When Judy came to my office that day, she had a letter for me. I forgot to ask her for it, and she forgot to give it to me. It was a letter from her singing teacher up in Oshkosh, addressed to Artists Incorporated, to my attention. You see, John, everything was wonderful until her teacher came into town to attend her opening. We went over to Artists Incorporated to thank them for what they had done, and then bluey, they found out that Judy was their property. I'm accused of piracy. But much worse, John. They've succeeded in blackballing Judy from every top spot in the country. As long as I have her under my wing, Judy will never get a job.
I'm really sorry to hear this, Harry. Can't we make a deal with...
No, it's out of the question. They hate me for pulling out, and they're after my scalp. But, John, nothing must stand in the way of Judy's career. I've never told a living soul, much less Judy, but I'm in love with her. From the first day she stood in that doorway, I fell head over heels in love.
Well, why don't you tell her? After all, marriage still comes before a career in my book. How do you know that Judy will...
No, John. You see, we belong in different schools. To us, the theater is theater. It transcends everything. The show's got to go on. Judy will be everything I planned for her to be. I'll tell you how I want it worked. draw up my will.
Well, what are you going to do? A Brody from Brooklyn Bridge?
No, not that. I want you to will Judy Morrison, body and soul, to Artists Incorporated.
Harry, you're talking like a fool.
Well, if they own her, she'll go to town. She'll be where she belongs, on the top of the heap.
And you, Harry?
You know, John, I've held a pilot's license for 5 years. We're not in the war yet, but England is, and they need flyers. One more thing. I want your word that you'll never tell Judy what really happened. Tell her, yes, just say that I got tired of going on, that I did everything I could for her, and from now on, she's on her own.
I never thought that I'd live to see the day that you'd run out on Judy.
You'll never know, John, how black, how bitter despair can be. If I have my way, you'll never see me alive again.
Part 2 of Strange Wills will follow in just a moment. And now back to the Prince of Broadway and Warren William.
My friend Harry McNeil disappeared from the world of men. Meanwhile, under the banner of Artists Incorporated, Judy Morrison became an overnight sensation. One night, Judy called me and asked me to meet her at the Swank Ziegbro room, where she was currently appearing. I noticed a tenseness in her voice.
John, I can't hold out any longer. I've got to know why Harry threw me over. It wasn't like him.
Why is that important, Judy? Haven't you got what you wanted from life? Beauty, charm, talent, fame? You're the toast of Broadway.
Values in life change, John, believe me. 9 months ago, I thought that was what I wanted. I thought that success was all that mattered. But I've changed. John, you never know what is in your heart until someone you once loved is gone. Now I know how very deeply I loved Harry. It was because of him that I was able to reach this thing we call success. I know now that he was my inspiration. I want him, John. I want him with all my heart.
But he's gone, Judy. He joined the RAF. That's all any of us know. He's never written a line to a single one of his friends.
John, tell me honestly. Did he love me?
Well, really...
You've got to tell me. You see, if Harry loved me, I'll search the world to find him just to sit at his feet. If he didn't, if he really tired of me, if I must abandon hope, then I'm going to marry Felix George, the vice president of Artists Incorporated. He proposed to me last night. I said I'd give him my answer tonight.
If ever a man was saved with a bell, it was I. Judy was called to go on with her act, and I was left alone to ponder the question of legal ethics and love. I was sworn to silence by my client, and yet I wanted to tell Judy the truth.
I want to dedicate my next number to a very great and gallant man. His name is Harry McNeil. And I know no matter where he may be, He'd like to hear the song I'm going to sing. You see, he taught me how to sing it.
When my dream boat comes home, then my dreams no more will roam. I will meet you and greet you, hold you closely, my own. Moonlit waters will sing of the tender love you'll bring. We'll be sweethearts forever. When my dream boat comes home.
You see, Mr. Counselor, I put my cards on the table. I've got a little boat of dreams that I won't let go of.
Listen, Judy. I'm going to do something I shouldn't. But I'm willing to live with my conscience, in spite of my action. You're right. Harry loved you as no other human being ever will.
Oh.
He turned you over to Artists Incorporated because your singing teacher gave you a letter addressed to them. And by that letter, you belonged to them.
What?
They had you blackballed in every spot in town. And Harry did the greatest thing a real man ever did. He willingly and knowingly sacrificed his deep love for you in order that your ambitions would be realized.
I knew it. I felt it all the time. Oh, John, why didn't you tell me?
I thought you wanted a career, Judy. I honestly did.
Oh, John, men are such fools. Such fools.
Judy's offer to entertain British troops was quickly and eagerly accepted. Within 2 months, she had arrived in London, and then she began her long search for Harry McNeil. Meanwhile, at home, events moved with startling rapidity. Then there came that day of infamy, December 7th, 1941. I received my commission as Captain U.S. Infantry and was assigned to legal duties in the Provost Marshal's office in London. 3 days after my arrival, I had lunch with Judy at the Savoy.
I think he's dead, John. And yet I won't be satisfied until I'm positive. He's listed as missing in action, and his squadron commander told me that he was shot down in flames over Berlin.
Oh, don't give up, Judy. I've always believed in a sort of special providence that watches over people in love.
No, I won't give up. I'll keep right on searching if it takes me the rest of my life.
Then came D-Day. France was liberated. World-stirring events followed in rapid succession. Germany was invaded. The Battle of the Bulge, and the end was nearing. And then the news we had all been waiting for: Germany surrendered. But as the war came to its inevitable end, Judy became more disconsolate. Though she searched every hospital in Europe, no trace was ever found of a Major McNeil. He had disappeared. Judy and I met once more in Munich. I hardly recognized her when I called for her at her billet. Her eyes were sunken. She was pale and wan, and the emotional strain she'd been under these past years was indelibly etched on her face.
It's all over, John. My hopes are run out. There's nothing left for me now but to go home.
Judy, you've done everything a human being could possibly do under these conditions. You're tired, young lady. You must go back immediately.
Yes, I know. I've made arrangements to fly to London tomorrow. And then it's back to New York.
It's too bad, Judy.
Yes, John, I guess my little boat of dreams is finally founded. What time is it, please?
Why, it's 3:30.
Would you be a kind man and take a ride with me?
Where to?
On my last appearance. I'm scheduled to sing at a little hospital just outside of Oberammergau. I understand that most of the patients are blind.
I'm at your service, Judy, and if you will permit me to say so, I consider it an honor and a privilege.
We have only about 60 patients. They are nationals of every country in the war.
Are they all blind, Doctor?
Most of them. But we have about 20 who are psychopathic cases. We are especially happy that you have come, Miss Morrison. You see, we have learned that musical therapy is very beneficial as a means of recovery. In many instances, our medical knowledge is of little value. Well, if you are ready...
You come too, John, won't you?
Of course, if I can be of help.
Come this way, please. Our piano survived the war, but I'm afraid it's badly out of tune. Here we are. Many of them are seriously wounded as well as blind.
Oh, John, how horrible.
Frau Zimmermann will accompany you. You have your music?
Oh, yes, Doctor, here it is. I'll walk around the room as I sing. You see, Doctor, I'm looking for a certain soldier. In fact, I've been looking now for almost 4 years.
Huh?
He's listed as missing in action.
What is his name?
McNeil. Major Harry McNeil of the Royal Air Force.
I am sorry, Miss Morrison, but our records do not show...
Yes, I know. I've heard that from London to Berlin. But I'm still looking.
When my dream boat comes home, then my dreams no more will roam. I will meet you and greet you, hold you closely, my own.
Judy sang her heart out to those boys, just as she'd done month after month, year after year. She visited every bed, looking, hoping, praying. Many of the patients were swathed in bandages from head to foot. How she ever hoped to identify Harry was beyond understanding. But as she stood there, literally singing with eyes full of tears, she was a picture I'll never forget. The late afternoon sun came streaming into the room and formed an aura of light over her head. She looked like and was an angel of mercy.
Oh, John, my last hope is gone. Take me home, please.
We walked slowly to the door. Her head was bowed. Judy was crying softly. Just as we reached the door, she stopped. She turned and took a last lingering look round the room. The sun had dipped even lower and shone across the beds of the wounded, making long, grotesque shadows on the wall. And then we walked out through the door. Suddenly, Judy raised her head. Her eyes had a wild, startled look. She grabbed my arm and looked up into my eyes.
John, the ring. I saw it, the ring. His ring. Oh, what a fool.
She turned and ran back into the room, ran to the bed of a man swathed in bandages from head to foot. Only his hands were showing, and on his finger I saw the ring, a black onyx stone that caught the last faint shimmer of sunshine. Judy was kneeling at the bed, sobbing as only a desperate love can sob.
I found you, Harry. I found you.
She stood silently by, watched through tear-filled eyes. We saw the hand of our brave and blind Major Harry McNeil close tenderly over hers.
Warren William will be back in just a moment to tell you the rest of the story of The Prince of Broadway. But first, here is a word from your announcer. And here again is Warren William.
Judy and Harry were married the next day, and I had the honor of being present at the bedside ceremony. Harry was invalided back to the States and is now living with Judy on a little farm in Connecticut. Judy, of course, after her long and meritorious service record, is again the toast of Broadway. And Artists Incorporated, in spite of Harry's protests, have elected him a vice president and have his office ready for him as soon as he is able to return. And so, two wonderful young people found out that the theater and love are not only compatible, but necessary for a complete happiness. And Harry's famous will... well, I just added it to my collection of strange wills. Next week, I'm going to tell you a story about a last will that started a treasure hunt on the floor of the ocean for a king's ransom in rubies, diamonds, and pagan gold. The log of the Spanish three-master Toledo was washed ashore on a desolate West Indies island through modern science and the skill of a beautiful young forensic chemist. The last position of the ship was discovered not only by Captain Paul George, courageous young American, but unfortunately by the desperate crew of an ex-German U-boat who had fled Germany at the end of the war. What took place at the bottom of the ocean is a thriller that I promise you won't forget for a long time to come. We call this strange story Treasure to Starboard. This is Warren William inviting you to listen again next week.
Strange Wills is written by Ken Crepine and directed by Albert Ulrich. This is a Teleways feature produced in Hollywood. Strange Wills. Stories of strange wills made by strange people, starring the distinguished Hollywood actor Warren William, and featuring Lorene Tuttle, Perry Ward, with Howard Culver and an all-star Hollywood cast, and the original music of Del Castillo. I devise and bequeath to my heirs the 7 deadly sins: hate, jealousy, anger, revenge, envy, greed, and lust. And here is our distinguished star of radio, screen, and stage, Warren William.
Strange wills are stories of strange and unusual testaments, many of which, when read between the lines, bring to light stories of dramatic intensity that defy our imagination. Names, places, and time have all been changed so that no reflection can fall on any person or persons, living or dead. The masterpieces of fiction pale in comparison to the stark drama found in man's last official act on earth, his last will and testament. You'll see what I mean in just a moment. But first, let's listen to a few words from your announcer.
And now back to Warren William as John Francis O'Connell in Treasure to Starboard.
This is a story of sunken treasure, of blood-red rubies, sparkling diamonds, and lustrous pearls. But these were but a part of this priceless treasure trove. There were golden statues of pagan gods encrusted with precious stones. There were amethysts, opals, and gold. 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 On the night of March 12th, in the year 1703, some 400 miles off the coast of the West Indies, the Spanish three-master Toledo was foundering in the grip of a tremendous hurricane. In his cabin, Captain Fernandez was hurriedly drafting his last will and testament. He and his crew knew that death rode the gigantic waves and that hope of survival was an improbability.
I consign my body to the elements and my soul to the loving and tender arms of the Holy Mother, and to some valiant adventurer whose heart beats with the lust of a Midas, I give the treasure on board my ship. Our position is longitude oeste.
We're about to abandon the ship, Captain. Hurry, hurry!
No, Jose, I shall stay. Go, all of you, and may heaven protect you.
For over 200 years, men have been searching for the treasure aboard the Toledo, but not one clue was ever found until one afternoon, a young, dashing, seafaring friend of mine, Captain Paul London, called me from some little island in the West Indies.
I can't tell you more than that, John. I'm afraid of eavesdroppers. But I know I'm on the right track. Now, I'll do just as I say, and I'll expect you both here next Sunday. So long, John.
So Paul had discovered a clue to the treasure ship Toledo. Whew. It had me excited. I could see quarts of rubies, pecks of diamonds. Well, who wouldn't get excited? I lost no time in contacting the person whose name he had given me, a certain Jean Medford.
Hello?
I'd like to speak to Mr. Jean Medford, please.
Well, the name is right, but the sex is wrong, mister.
What do you mean?
I happen to be a female, a girl one, and a rather pretty one, too.
Oh, I'm sorry, Miss Medford. I had no idea when I talked with Paul.
Paul? Paul, you haven't talked with Paul London, have you?
Less than 10 minutes ago. He called me from some little town called Rosarita.
Oh, and just what has the traveling Mr. London got up his sleeve today? And by the way, I'd like to know who I'm talking to.
Of course, I'm sorry. I am John Francis O'Connell, attorney at law, and a personal friend of our mutual friend.
Oh, well, that's better. Now then, Mr. O'Connell, what does the great Paul want this time?
It's quite a large order, my lady. He wants you to prepare and pack a great deal of special equipment. Now, let's see. Where's the list he gave me? Oh, here it is. Your filtered ultraviolet light machine, a quantity of hydrothiacyanic acid. Well, all the materials and gadgets one uses in the examination of questioned documents.
And after I've done all that, then what do I do, please?
Then, my dear Miss Medford, I am to take you to the airport and fly you bodily to the lair of Paul London.
Why, that's ridiculous. I simply won't be let off by the nose on any wild goose chase of his. No, I refuse. I won't go.
Paul is on the trail of a buried treasure, Miss Medford, and I can guarantee you that if you're a good girl and come peacefully, that perhaps before this is over, you can wear rubies on your nightgown and dissolve real pearls in your bath.
Rubies on my nightgown and pearls in my bath. When do we start?
Tomorrow night. I'll pick you up about 5, and then we're off to high adventure. Fasten your seatbelt, Jean. We're over Rosarita, and I don't know what kind of a field this is going to be.
Gee, I'm excited. Take it easy now. No crash landing. My nerves are on edge.
So are mine. Hang on, we're going down.
I'm ready.
Well, I found this little nautical museum here quite by accident, and I ran across something that made my hair stand on end. In one of the exhibits, I found 2 pieces of evidence that sent me to the telephone and my call to John.
Well, for heaven's sake, don't keep us in suspense any longer, Paul. What's in this exhibit that makes you think you know where the Toledo lies?
Wait, John. Talk in a whisper. There are some strange-looking characters on the loose in this country. We can't be too careful. If this news ever got around...
Looking for an alibi already, Paul?
No, of course not. I'll tell you what I found. I found the water-soaked log of the Toledo. Every word's been washed out by seawater except the ship's name carved on the cover.
Ah, I'm beginning to see the light, and Jean here with all her paraphernalia.
That's right. Modern science will let us read that log. If the captain of the Toledo lived up to the code of the sea...
We will find the position of his ship when she went down.
Well, so far, so good.
Huh.
But how does Paul intend to get the log?
You'll leave that to my gentle but persuasive administrations. The main thing is this. I'm going to get possession of the log of the Toledo for one night only. Gene, I want you to set up your apparatus here in this hotel room and wait until I return.
Well, how about me, Skipper? Need any help?
No, John, I think I can handle this alone. Remember now, I'll be back in 2 hours. Have everything ready.
And supposing the handsome male lead shouldn't come back?
Well, in that event, simply fold your tent like the Arabs.
And silently steal away.
Right.
Jean worked feverishly the next hour, getting her chemicals and equipment set up for this exciting moment. And then, quite suddenly...
Will you see who it is, please, John? Don't let anyone come in.
Very well. Paul! Good heavens, you're wounded. Here, let me help you.
Paul! Oh, Paul, what happened? The log, did you...
I'm all right. Got hit in the shoulder, but I've got it. Look.
Oh, here, give it to me. John, help Paul get his shirt off. I'll get some antiseptic.
Sit down on the bed, Paul. Here. I'll rip this shirt off your shoulder. Easy now.
It's just a flesh wound, John. Don't worry about it. What worries me is the man who took the shot at me.
Did you recognize him?
No, and I got a good look at his face, too. He was blond, solid, had a German face.
You don't imagine someone else?
Well, I don't know, John, but there's that chance that someone else is as smart as I.
Bragging again, huh? Here, now, let me see that wound. Well, no bone smashed. It could have been worse. Hold still while I wash it.
Oh.
Sissy, now hold still. Now, a bandage. And in 2 minutes, I'll have you ready to lick your weight in wildcats.
The way I feel just now, those wildcats would have to be about 2 days old.
Jean worked far into the night, and without success. Her ultraviolet light proved valueless. Photographs taken of the pages with infrared brought only blank negatives. All of us were frantic. Towards dawn, Jean looked up from her work.
Gentlemen, I think I'm a flop. I can't bring out a single word that's ever been written on this paper. It's hopeless, I guess.
Oh, Paul. I feel terrible about letting you down.
Never mind, Jean. Don't feel too badly.
Wait. Wait a minute. Here. There's one more chance. John, get me a handful of soot out of the fireplace. Put it in this dish for me.
One handful of soot coming up.
Thank you. Now, John, come over to the table with me. Paul, you lie there and rest.
Okay, Duchess.
I'm going to plug in this special ray lamp. It throws a pinhole light. It must be parallel to the page in the log. If there's one single solitary indentation left, it'll bring it out. Now then, Mr. Barrister, out with the lights. I'll take a page at random for our experiment. Hand me the soot, please.
One order of soot. Over, easy.
You can't see this, Paul, but I'm blowing a pinch of soot over the page. Just a very fine coating. It'll work its way into any depression on the page. Now I'm letting the pinhole of light traverse across the page.
Look, Jean. I see a part of a letter forming. It makes a distinct shadow under the light. It's working. It's working.
Take it easy. It's too early to crow.
Say, if you think I'm going to lie here on the bed while you two solve the mystery of the log of the Toledo, you're both nuts.
It is working. Look. There's an S. A-Y. Oh, good.
Now I'm going over to the back of the book and work forward. We've got to find the final entry.
More soot, please. Lots more.
Page after page. Page after page. Our faces were drawn and haggard. And then...
Here it is. I've raised some more shadows. Oh, Paul, John.
We found the last page of the log. The next few minutes will tell the story.
It looks like a number. It is. It's a 6 and a 2 after it. 62. That must be longitude. Yes, of course, longitude 62 degrees.
Here comes the rest. What is it, Jean?
It looks like a 1. I can't be sure. And the next number is... Oh.
You will remain seated, please. Carlos, turn on the light.
Si, mi comandante.
If you would avoid personal danger, you will not attempt to interfere. You see, I am armed. Good. Now then, permit me to introduce myself. I am Herr Gustav Richter, late U-boat commander in the German Navy.
Well, were we supposed to say Heil Hitler?
The war is over, the big one. But unless you leave this island immediately, a new one will start. Because, as you might know, we are both after the same thing. Now then, Carlos, you will take the book from the young lady's hands.
Si, senor.
Fraulein, the last number you are trying so hard to read. Maybe it's best if you don't find it. It will save us all a lot of trouble.
Aquí, Comandante, the book.
Herr Richter, there are international rules of law governing...
Quiet! There are also local laws providing against breaking into and stealing public documents. I warn you most seriously. The treasure of the Toledo will be mine, and mine alone. If you should be foolish enough to interfere, I don't have to tell you what will happen. Thank you, and good night.
Well, of all the crazy...
Take it easy, Paul. He looks like he might be serious. Evidently, you weren't the only one who found the clue to the lost Toledo.
I can see those rubies on my nightgown walking right out of the window. And those pearls in my bath. I knew it sounded too good.
Not yet, Jean. I think that Herr Gustav Richter, late commander of the German Navy, is going to have some rough sailing ahead before he finds the sunken treasure. And by everything that's holy, we three are going to give it to him.
Part 2 of Strange Wills will continue in just a moment. And now back to Warren William and Treasure to Starboard.
For the next 3 days, the cables between our island home and New York were kept exceptionally busy. Before the end of the week, huge quantities of deep-sea diving gear were being flown into Rosarita. We tried to trace our German friend, but he couldn't be found. I felt certain that we'd meet Herr Richter again, but I hoped we'd be more than ready for him. About 2 weeks later, when the last of our equipment was delivered, we called a meeting of our augmented crew, who were hired to man our ship. Some of them were imported from the States. They wore campaign ribbons and, well, you know our sailors.
And we've got to be prepared for everything. Our ship is a floating arsenal as well as a scientific laboratory. Our treasure prize is high, and every one of us will share it if we find it. Are you ready?
You bet we are, sir. Yes, sir. We'll go.
Okay, then. We'll leave port in an hour. I'll see you all on board.
In the captain's quarters aboard our ship, Paul, Jean, and I had another meeting.
I've got it all figured out to almost a mathematical certainty. I can bring this ship within 10 miles of where the Toledo went down. The rest is pure luck.
Do you think the Jerrys know we sailed, Paul?
That I don't know, but the word will get back to Herr Richter. Don't you worry. Maybe he's already on the way. But so what?
How's he going to get there?
Maybe he has a ship. Maybe he can use his sub. I don't know that. But getting there and staying there are going to be two different things. He'll find out.
We spent 2 quiet, uneventful days sailing to our destination. If it hadn't been for the tenseness on board, I could have had a lovely time. But with diamonds, rubies, and buried treasure, and a battle in the offing, well, how could anyone hope to rest? Near the end of the second day...
Come in.
Just picked up this message, sir. It's from the SS Juniper, bound for Boston.
Thank you. SS Juniper reports sighting a strange submarine at 14 o'clock. Craft heading northeast by east. Refused to reply to radiogram. May possibly be an escaped Nazi sub. Be alert. Huh. Well, there's our answer. Herr Richter's on the way. We better be ready tomorrow when we meet him on the floor of the ocean.
We arrived at our calculated position sometime during the light and lay to. No sooner had we dropped our anchors than the crew took to the boats and began sounding operations to determine the depth of the water around us. They reported just at dawn.
Average depth from 30 to 90 fathoms, sir. We found a sharp decline about a quarter-mile east. We were unable to reach bottom at that point, but our charts show this to be a part of the Great Fissure, one of the deepest points in the entire Atlantic.
Thanks, Pete. Tell the first mate that I'll go down as soon as I've had breakfast. Tell him to have the gear ready.
Aye, aye, sir.
After breakfast, Paul donned his gear and went over the side. Jean and I stood by the air pump and wondered what would happen below. Was the sub lying there? Would they locate the rotting hull of the Toledo? Would they find the treasure before us? These were anxious moments. Paul kept in constant touch through our sea phone.
Paul? Paul, can you hear me?
Still going down. Getting darker. Turning on my pressure light. Now on the bottom.
Oh, John, so far so good.
Yes, Jean, so far so good.
The wreck ahead, not our ship, has 2 stacks, circling to avoid fouling airline. Reach the edge of the outer fissure, we'll follow it. Water beyond fissure very black, very deep. Try not to slip.
Oh, Paul, darling, don't talk like that or I'll make you come right up.
I'll be careful, sweetheart. Just past the shark. He sends his regards to Johnny Weissmuller.
We'll see that he doesn't send you along for a greeting card.
Oh, I see a wreck on the edge of the great fissure. An old one, covered with sand. Send down sand gun on rope.
It's coming right down, darling. Quick, he wants a sand gun sent down to him. It's on the way, Paul. Be careful now.
Going to blow a little sand away to see if I can discover the identity of the ship.
John, come here, please. Listen. Listen to the phone. Do you hear anything?
Let me listen. Paul, this is John. Listen. Come up at once. The sub is in the vicinity. We've just picked up the sound vibrations. Hurry, man. Hurry.
I feel it too, John. Just a minute more. I'm getting a piece off this old hull. I'll bring it up. Okay, I've got it. Race away.
Start the wind. She's coming up. Hurry. Three minutes of maddening delay, and then I saw his helmet break water. As busy hands unbolted his helmet, he gave us a little net, which he held in his hand. We took it eagerly, and there it was, a piece of old, decayed wood. But on it was a small brass plate, some old, rusted fitting that had seen the ocean bottom for many a year. I gave it to Jean, and she hurried to the laboratory to take off the corrosion. Naturally, I hurried with her.
It's coming off. I can almost make it out, John. Let me see. There's an L, an O, T. Here it is, Toledo. The Toledo. We found it. We found it. Oh, John, I'm so happy. Let's hurry and tell Paul.
After Paul came out of the decompression chamber, he told us his story.
She's lying at the very edge of the fissure. We must be very careful, or it's possible that it may disappear entirely. There are tons of sand to be blown out, and then we'll know the answer.
But what about the sub, Paul? Good heavens, you don't mean to start blowing out sand with a mad German sitting alongside of you?
We have to take that chance. I think we're better equipped, and if we work fast, we can be out of here in 2 days, even before he finds out where the Toledo is lying. Right now, we have to float a buoy over the spot and pull out of here. Maybe we can throw them off the track. We'll come back later and then go to work.
Under the cover of darkness, we crept back to our position. Paul and 2 divers went over the side to begin the hazardous task of uncovering the ship. We agreed on complete silence, unless an emergency arose. I'll never forget how long that night lasted. Along about midnight, our worst fears were realized. Jean, the sub is on the prowl. Listen.
We've got to let him know. We've got to warn him.
Yes, tell him.
Paul? Paul? Can you hear me? Paul?
Can't stop the talk now. We're inside ship. They've uncovered iron chests. Hold on.
He won't listen, John. He won't. Wait a minute. John. I can't hear the sub. It stopped.
Probably gone out of range.
Treasure to starboard. Treasure to starboard. We found the treasure of the Toledo.
Did you hear, John? They found it. They found the treasure of the Toledo. Paul? Paul, answer me, Paul. Oh, John, something's gone wrong. The line is dead. Paul, answer. Are you all right? Paul? Paul?
5 interminable minutes dragged by on leaden feet. Not a sound came from Paul or from the divers down there with him. What had happened? How could we know? Then...
They came out of the escape hatch. They're surrounding.
Take this phone, John. Don't stop listening for a moment.
Jean ran the length of the ship and disappeared. Paul's position was most precarious. We couldn't drop a depth charge. We couldn't do anything to help. I kept trying to reach Paul on the phone, but the line was apparently dead. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw a diving helmet disappear over the side of our ship. I looked round for Jean. She was gone. And then I realized, too late, that she... I gave the earphones to a sailor and ran down the deck. Who was that? Went over the side just now.
That was Miss Medford, sir. She insisted on going down.
You fool! Why did you let her do that?
Well, she said she was the only one who knew how to detonate the underwater bomb, sir.
So that was it. Little Jean Medford going down to lick the sub crew single-handed. What a fool. What a brave, glorious little fool. I prayed as I had never prayed before. Everyone aboard leaned over the side of the ship, silently, looking down into the dark blue of the water. What was happening down there? Then, 200 yards off our stern, we saw an oil slick spread on the surface. She'd done it. She destroyed the sub. And what of the crew? It was either surrender or death. Later, Paul told us the story.
We saw them coming at us just after we'd uncovered the treasure. They had special equipment, compressed air helmets without airlines attached. They held long steel pikes in their hands. In the glow of our lights, we could see the outline of the sub. I thought sure it was curtains, till I saw someone sneak up to the sub and drop something down the escape hatch. The explosion knocked us all flat. Then I looked around. I saw the sub roll on its side, and the Toledo, well, she'd entirely disappeared. The blast had sent it tumbling down the fissure. The treasure went with it.
And the Germans?
For all I know, they're still walking back to land.
And so ended the quest for treasure to starboard. Jean didn't get her rubies and pearls after all, but she's still very well satisfied because shortly after we returned to the States,
And do you, Jean Medford, take this man to be your lawful wedded husband through sickness and in health, for richer or for poorer, until death do you part?
I do.
Then by virtue of the authority vested in me, I pronounce you man and wife.
Darling.
Well, I did manage to get one diamond anyway, didn't I, dearest?
Warren William will be back in just a moment to tell you more about Treasure to Starboard. But first, here is a word from your announcer. And here again is Warren William.
Little did Captain Fernandez realize as he wrote his last will and testament in the ship's log on the night of March 12, 1703, that over 200 years later, men would still fight and die to recover the treasure that went down with him to the bottom of the sea. Will the treasure of the Toledo ever be relocated? Well, it depends on science and the brave daring of intrepid adventurers. We've managed to reach the stratosphere. Why not the unknown depths of the sea? Especially when it holds not one, but hundreds of treasures of inestimable value. Who will risk their lives to recover them? Will you? Next week, I'm going to tell you the story about a professor who believed that heredity is stronger than environment. Unfortunately, he put his nefarious belief to an actual test that involved the life of an innocent child. In order to prove his point to a doubting scientific world, the professor married a woman in whose veins coursed criminal blood for many generations. From this unholy union, a child was born to be reared as a lady. But from the very first, strange signs of bad blood cropped up in the child. What happened to her? Well, listen next week to the story we call One Shining Hour. This is Warren William inviting you to listen again next week.
Strange Wills is written by Ken Crepine and directed by Albert Ulrich. This is a Teleways feature produced in Hollywood. Strange Wills. Stories of strange wills made by strange people, starring the distinguished Hollywood actor Warren William, and featuring Lorene Tuttle, Perry Ward, with Howard Culver and an all-star Hollywood cast, and the original music of Del Castillo. I devise and bequeath to my heirs the 7 deadly sins: envy, hate, jealousy, anger, despair, pride, and revenge. And here is our distinguished star of radio, stage, and screen, Warren William.
These are stories of strange and unusual wills. Wills which to some are harbingers of good fortune, while to others messengers of misery. Nor are any of us safe from the evil and diabolical plans of men and women, who, frustrated in life, seek the bitter fruits of revenge in death. So that no reflection can fall on any person or persons living or dead, time, names, and locale have been changed. Only the evil intent of the dead, departed, remains. You'll presently see what I mean, but first, let's hear a word from your announcer.
And here is Warren William as John Francis O'Connell in One Shining Hour.
If Lucretia Borgia earned the dubious honor of being the mad killer of Italy, I wonder what history will call her direct descendant, Professor Don Borgia. That he was brilliant is attested to by his degrees from universities and colleges the world over, and from the many books he had published at the turn of the century. That he was evil is also a matter of record, for Professor Don Borgia was expelled from Europe, his name stricken from the councils of all reputable institutions, and he, finding himself an outcast, took his young daughter and came to America. I'd heard only rumors of why he had fallen from grace. He had been accused of many things: the practice of medieval sorcery, witchcraft, and experimentation with the human mind, just as questionable vivisectionists do with dumb animals. When I received a written invitation to visit him at his isolated estate, I lost no time in accepting. I, too, was anxious to meet this reputedly evil genius. Even as I turned off the main highway and entered upon the long, winding, narrow road, I sensed that something extraordinary lay ahead. But I had never expected to find what I did. As I approached the house, I saw a little girl kneeling over a puppy. She was engaged in the dubious pastime of pulling small tufts of hair from its body. "You're hurting the dog, little lady." She stopped and looked up at me. I saw that she had beautiful blue eyes. Golden yellow curls cascaded down round her shoulders. She had the face of an angel. I walked up to her. "What's your name?"
Nina.
"Don't you realize that you were hurting your puppy?"
He's mine, isn't he?
"Yes, that's true. But nice little girls don't torment poor little puppies, you know."
What makes you think I'm nice?
Well, aren't you?
I heard lots of things.
I don't believe it.
Well, I do. I pull legs off of grasshoppers. I tear the wings from butterflies.
You are Mr. O'Connell?
Yes, I am. And you are Professor Borgia, I presume?
Yes, I am Professor Borgia. Come in, please. Nina, you must leave that dog alone. The noise is distracting me.
Yes, Papa.
And Nina,
Yes, Papa.
you can learn nothing from plucking the hair from a dog.
I was just trying to see what he looked like with his clothes off, Papa.
I know that I shall not live to complete my greatest experiment, Mr. O'Connell. That is why I sent for you.
No, I don't suppose that I, as a lawyer, can be of much scientific assistance.
You're wrong. What I ask you to do will be simple. It's this. I want to make my last will and testament, setting up a trust estate for my daughter, Nina. She is now 6 years old. I want you to supervise her education. She must attend the finest schools, both here and abroad. She must have the full benefit of this so-called modern-day culture. When she reaches her 19th birthday, you shall open this envelope. In it is her history. You shall then learn the nature of my experiment.
Well, Professor, what you ask is a little beyond the scope of a probate lawyer's work.
You shall be well remunerated for your trouble, Mr. O'Connell. You see, what you are doing, what you will see, has been eagerly sought for by the scientific world for over 100 years. But they've all been afraid, cowards. I will revenge myself against these stupid fools.
And when Nina reaches her 19th birthday, what am I to do, Professor? Give her the contents of this envelope?
I cannot answer that. Only you and time can answer that question.
After the death of Professor Borgia the following year, I enrolled Nina in a very exclusive girls' school. Her curriculum had been scientifically worked out by the professor before his death. I thought my only task was to pay her school tuition and provide her with money under the terms of the trust. But when Nina was 9, I was summoned to the office of the principal, Miss Hargrove.
Mr. O'Connell, I waited as long as I could before notifying you, but it was mandatory that you come.
Why, yes, Miss Hargrove, of course. Is there something wrong?
Quite frankly, I don't know. I can't understand.
Suppose you tell me what's on your mind, Miss Hargrove.
Nina is the most brilliant girl that's ever been in this school. We all agree that she is a young genius. When she reaches 10 next year, she's ready for preparatory school. There's nothing more that we can teach her.
Oh, well, then I should feel elated.
In one way, yes. In another way, decidedly no. This girl has two natures, one good, one very, very evil. Probably a split personality. Well, I hate to tell you this, Mr. O'Connell, but I feel it my duty.
Of course, Miss Hargrove.
She has the face of an angel and the heart of a devil.
But I don't
Let me go on. At first we thought we were mistaken, that no girl so beautiful, so amazingly brilliant, But we had proof, Mr. O'Connell, proof.
Proof of what, Miss Hargrove?
That this girl is a little fiend. She's cruel, sadistic. It started out in little things. First we found the dead canary, its heart pierced with a needle. Then Miss Saxton found her Persian kitten drowned in the bathtub. We thought them all accidents until one night last week, Carol Ann, a student, told me.
Who's there? You're so beautiful, Caroline. So beautiful. But I must be most beautiful. There can only be one. One.
With her fingernails, Nina had raked her face from temple to chin. Fortunately, the scars won't be permanent.
Are you certain it was Nina?
Carol Ann swears she saw her face in the light of the moon. That it looked like the face of, well, an angel. Oh, the girls are frightened out of their wits.
And Nina?
She denies everything. She blames it on the cat. Oh, it's preposterous.
Miss Hargrove, Nina graduates in less than a month. I ask most sincerely that she be allowed to graduate with her class. I shall have a talk with her, and I am positive that no more will happen during that time. Take my word for it. Nothing will happen. Nina's next 4 years in preparatory school were marred only by one extraordinary incident. She told me that one moonlight night near the end of her senior term...
Bring my horse, please. I'm going for a ride on the cliff.
Right, miss. Well, do you think it's quite
Do as
safe?
you're told. Whether it's safe or unsafe is my own private matter.
Yes, Miss Borgia. I'll have him out in a moment.
You needn't stay up. I'll unsaddle him when I return.
Thank you, miss.
Easy, boy. I'll give you free rein when we reach the cliffs. Here we are, boy. Now take your head. Faster! Faster, boy! Faster! That's it! Fly like the wind! Don't stop! Don't stop!
Of course, the horse could have fallen off the cliff quite accidentally, and Nina could have slipped off just before the fatal plunge. But was it an accident? I wasn't too sure. On the eve of her 19th birthday, Nina returned to the States from a triumphal stay in Europe. She had already received 2 degrees, one in Switzerland and one from the University of Paris. I met her at the airport. It was an exciting moment. And then I saw her. Good heavens, this couldn't be Nina. As lovely and beautiful a creature as I'd ever seen in my life. She looked like an angel. She was a symphony in blue. Nina? Nina! Here I am! Over here!
Oh, John. John. Or is it still Mr. O'Connell?
Well, now that you've grown up, it's John, I suppose.
Oh, it's so good to see you again, John. 4 long years. 4 years of work and more work.
But it hasn't hurt you any. Even I can see that.
Oh, thank you, kind sir. I haven't minded it, not at all. This summer I'm going to play, and then in October I'm going to Munich.
Munich? Good heavens. What's the attraction there?
There's a Dr. Guden there, one of the greatest minds of all times. His experiments in psychiatry are the talk of Europe. Oh, but I haven't told you, John. I'm specializing in rather a weird subject. It's called psychology of fear.
Sounds rather ominous.
But horribly amusing. It encompasses the monstrous morbidities of witchcraft and black magic. Before I return to Europe in the fall, I hope to have had the opportunity of practical demonstrations.
And who will be the subject matter of these experiments, Nina?
Men. Handsome young men that I shall bring into the flame of my orbit. Like the moth in the candle flame. Remember?
Part 2 of Strange Wills will continue in just a moment. And now back to Warren William in Part 2 of One Shining Hour.
On Nina's birthday, I went to the bank vault and withdrew the large envelope which I had deposited some 12 years previously. When I reached home, I opened the envelope and saw that it contained 2 phonograph records. Evidently, I was to play them. I started the first record.
I have had these records especially made for this occasion in order that you can listen to Nina's background, as I would tell you in my own words. I was barred from teaching in European universities because I dared to advance the theory that the evils of man are bred into his offspring. How was I to prove to the world that I was right? Only through a living, breathing example, through my own child. In my blood runs the notorious strain of the Borgia family. We were the master killers of Italy. I needed a wife whose blood was equally as bad. Who then should I choose to bear my offspring? After months of endless search that took me the width and breadth of Europe, I met her in England. She was in jail.
But what do you want with a woman like me, Professor? I got a record as long as my arm. Attempted murder, assault with a deadly weapon, drunk, disorderly. Goes on and on and
How
on and
old
on.
are you, Lottie?
I'm 29. Oh, I know I look 40, but that's from the way I've lived. I've been a wild one, bad clean through.
And your mother, Lottie?
Died 4 years ago in Yardsmouth prison. She was a 4-termer.
And your father?
Hanged for murder. He knifed a bloke for 2 shillings and threw the corpse in the Thames. You know, Professor, my father didn't have blood in his veins. No, sir, he didn't. It was ice water. That's the kind of a killer he was, too cold as ice.
Lottie, you are just what I've been looking for. I'm going to make restitution for your crime and take you away.
Take me away? Where are you going to take me, Professor?
I'm going to take you to Italy, Lottie. You see, I'm going to marry you. I married Lottie the next month. 2 years later, our child was born. I called her Nina. She was to be the greatest experiment of my life. Through her, I would prove to medical science, to the world.
Oh, Nina.
I came in quietly to surprise you. Oh, John, what have I done to deserve this? How could he? How could he?
Nina, dear, come over here and sit down. Well, there isn't much I can say. You heard, of course.
Yes, I heard. And I know the answer to many other things. Oh, what's the use of going on? John, I want to thank you for everything you've done. You've been the one shining hour in my life.
Put your head right here on this shoulder, Nina. I've always reserved it just for you. There's nothing I've seen that we can't lick. Nina, you ought to know that.
But I can never have any more self-assurance. How could I possibly marry, have children?
And why not? Are you going to let a couple of dead people ruin your life?
Will you help me, John?
Haven't I always?
What are we going to do?
I'm going to prove to you that truth is stronger than fear. We think that your mother was criminally inclined. You fear your blood is contaminated because of her criminal tendencies. Well, there's only one way to find out. Nina, you and I are going to fly to England tomorrow morning. We've got to know why your mother led the life she did. And when we've learned that, then, my dear, we'll know what to do about you. In England, my worst fears were confirmed. Nina's mother was even worse than the record had stated. Not only she, but her ancestors for 3 generations had prison records or been in trouble with the authorities. But was this succession of crime in one family hereditary? If that was true, Professor Borgia was winning his point. What chance had Nina? I shuddered to think of the consequences. That night...
Well, Mr. Counselor, now that you've examined the records, just what is your verdict?
My verdict is still the same. That nothing your mother has done has any direct influence or bearing on what your future life, Nina.
You know, John, there's one thing you overlooked today.
Oh? Another sentence for murder, I suppose?
No, not that one. One murder more or less couldn't possibly hurt me anymore. It was this. Do you remember the picture the warden showed us of my mother?
Yes, I remember seeing it.
I turned it over. On the back was a general description. I remember every word. Hair black, eyes dark brown, complexion swarthy.
What are you driving at, Nina?
And my father. You remember him, too, don't you? His eyes were coal black. His hair was as black as a raven's, and he was swarthy, too, as most Italians are. Do you remember?
Yes, Nina, that's right.
Now look at me, John. What do you see?
I see eyes as blue as a summer cloud, hair as golden as a host of daffodils. Why, Nina, now I see what you're driving at. But our answer isn't here in England.
No, John, it isn't. We must go to Naples, where I was born. I know it's only a straw in the wind.
At least we'll finally know the truth. And truth is the key, the real key to happiness for you, Nina. No matter how much it hurts. We flew to Naples the next afternoon. We learned that Nina's birth had taken place in St. Raphael's Hospital. Early next morning, Nina and I presented ourselves to the Mother Superior.
Our records show that on the morning on May 21st at 1 a.m. in the year 1916, a baby girl was born to a Lottie Borgia. I personally remember this date because it was the night the hospital was bombed. A horrible night.
How did the hospital happen to be bombed, sister?
A huge Zeppelin came over the city and attempted to bomb the rail terminal. It was shortly before 1 o'clock. I was on duty in delivery.
Sister, these sirens. Shall we attempt to take the babies to the shelter? We may have time.
We won't have time, Maria. The Zeppelin's almost overhead. But have no worries. The hospital's plainly marked, and our lights are on. They will see that this is a place of God.
I hope you're all right, sister. But the Germans are strange people. Sister, do you hear?
If you're frightened, pray, Maria.
The hospital! They have hit the hospital!
Run, Maria. Call the sisters, call everyone. We must save the babies. We must save the babies. We carried our surviving patients and children to the convent.
It must have been a horrible and tragic experience.
God's ways are strange, Mr. O'Connell. Strange. Now then, what else can I show you?
I would very much appreciate seeing a roster of patients you had in the hospital on the night of the bombing.
Yes, May 21st, 1916. May 21st. Oh, yes, here it is.
Thank you, sister. Angela, Amati, Bonini, Borgia. Yes, Borgia, here it is. Lottie Borgia, wife of Don Borgia, age 31, gave birth to a baby girl, 12:21 a.m.
You must know, Mr. O'Connell, that Mrs. Borgia was one of the victims of the air raid. Her baby survived.
Yes, sister, I know. And that about brings us to the end of our trail. I can think of nothing more.
I'm sorry, sir, that I can't
Sister, could I see that roster for a moment?
Oh, yes, of course, my child.
Thank you.
We've always prided ourselves on the modern way.
Sister! Sister!
Yes, my child.
I see that you have here another Englishwoman, a Lady Elizabeth Tudor. Could you tell me about her, please?
Let me see the name, please. Lady Elizabeth Tudor. Oh, yes. Yes, she was the wife of one of the members of the British Diplomatic Corps. Both she and her baby daughter were found dead under the debris. Their bodies were returned to England for burial. The records show her baby was born just about the time Mrs. Borgia gave birth to her child. Yes, I remember now, too, that Both of the newly born were lying in the same nursery when the bomb struck. The one lived, the other died. It was God's will.
Sister, were foot impressions or fingerprints kept on all the children?
Oh, yes. Immediately after delivery, a foot impression is made of each new arrival.
And those records?
Yes, they're kept here in the office.
May we see those, sister? Both those of Mrs. Borgia's baby and those of Lady Tudor's baby.
Certainly. Just a moment, please. Here they are. Baby Borgia and baby Tudor.
Nina, I want you to take off your right shoe and stocking, please.
Yes, John.
Now, sister, if you will give me a pad of impression ink.
Yes, certainly, Mr. O'Connell.
Now, Nina, step on this pad firmly. There. That's it. Now put your foot on this paper. Put your whole weight down on your right foot. There, we've got it. Could I borrow your magnifying glass, sister?
Yes, of course.
Thank you. Ridges irregular. Yes, and here's a delta formation that corresponds exactly. The core of the pattern is identical. Come here, sister, please. Can you follow the ridges? Do you see this delta formation?
Yes, it's quite obvious.
Now let's take a look at the Baby Borgia imprint. What do you see?
There is no delta formation.
That's right. Now here we have the imprint of baby Tudor.
Mother in heaven. This girl. This girl?
Yes, sister. Nina is baby Tudor. As the Mother Superior said, Nina, God's ways are inscrutable. In one stroke of the brush, the truth has chased fear back into the slimy cave of ignorance. And now, in the 20th year of your life, you're going home to your own beloved England. And you're going back a fine, beautiful, and lovely young lady.
Yes, John. And all because of you. My one shining hour. I don't know how to thank you.
Don't you suppose I'm just as happy as you are, Nina dear? You see, I've almost been your father and mother all these years. You've grown right into my heart.
Oh, John, you were a part of mine. Stay there always, John, won't you? Always and forever.
Warren William will be back in just a moment to tell you the rest of the story of One Shining Hour. But first, here is a brief message from your announcer. And here again is Warren William.
This story has a happy ending. Nina is now Lady Moffat. Her home in the suburbs of London is the Mecca of intelligent men and women come to worship at the throne of her genius. Of course, I attended the christening of her firstborn, and if my chest expanded an inch or two, well, I had just cause. His name is John Francis Moffat. Like his mother, he had laughing blue eyes and golden hair. I had one more problem that I wanted answered before I closed the books on the probate cause of One Shining Hour. In Maryland, I located a childhood schoolmate of Nina's. It was the little girl who had once accused Nina of scratching her face. Upon her own admission, she confessed it was the cat. But she, in a fit of childish jealousy, had named an innocent girl. She also admitted killing the bird and drowning the Persian kitten. The prank of a spoiled child. And that brings us up to the last unexplained chapter in the book. As Nina's horse plunged over the cliff, Nina did laugh. But psychiatrists tell me that laughter can be an emotional outburst caused by hysteria. Well, knowing Nina as I do now, that's the answer. The professor wanted revenge, but he should have known that revenge rests in a higher court. But what if Nina had actually been the daughter of the mad professor and the criminal Lottie? What would have happened? The thoughts are terrifying. Let's close the book before our imaginations run riot. Next week, I'm going to tell you the story of a last will and testament that brought a murderer to bay. Its locale is the fog-swept moors of Scotland, a lonely castle that people shun in the belief that it is haunted. But within the doors of this mysterious castle, a drama is taking place. There is a casket, a body, and the sound of a weeping girl, and fog. Eerie waves of fog. Listen next week to the story we call Midnight on the Moor. This is Warren William, hoping that you will be with us again next week.
Strange Wills is written by Ken Krapine and directed by Albert Ulrich. This is a Teleways feature produced in Hollywood. Strange Wills. Stories of strange wills made by strange people, starring the distinguished Hollywood actor Warren William, and featuring Lorene Tuttle and Perry Ward, with Howard Culver and an all-star Hollywood cast, and the original music of Del Castillo. I devise and bequeath to my heirs the 7 deadly sins: hate, despair, envy, pride, anger, lust, and jealousy. And here is our well-known star of stage, screen, and radio, Warren William.
These are the stories of strange wills, last wills of strange people, so that no reflection can fall on any person or persons, living or dead. Names, places, and time have all been changed. From the yellowed pages of the probate files, we bring you unquestioned proof that truth is still stranger than fantasy. You'll see what I mean in just a moment. But first, here is a brief message from your announcer.
And here again is Warren William as John Francis O'Connell in Midnight on the Moor.
Have you ever walked along the moors of Scotland at midnight when the fog, thick blue fog, swirls out of the ground and covers you like the shroud that covers the dead? Through the blanket of fog you can hear sounds of eerie night creatures that bring fear of things unseen, fear of the bogs that carry the reward of slow, agonizing death. In the heart of this moor country is the quaint little village of Perth. I'd never heard of Perth before the moment I decided to stop over the night on my way to Stonehaven. The little inn seemed bright and cheerful, the proprietor friendly, and I was tired. But news, I learned, travels just as fast in Perth as in any American community. Somewhere along the wee hours of the night. Yes? Yes? Oh, just a moment.
Mr. O'Connell, I hate to awaken you at this hour of the morning, but you've a visitor.
A visitor, but I don't know anyone. Well, just a minute, please. I'll be right out. Now then, Angus. You say I have a visitor?
Aye, Mr. O'Connell. It's the Mistress McClanahan. She's from the McClanahan Castle over in the moors.
Where is she, Angus?
In the palace, sir. But please, sir, be careful. People shy clear of the McClanahans and the castle.
Why is that, Angus?
5 years ago, there was a tragedy. Young Moffat McClanahan disappeared into the night in the fog, and he was never found. And ever since, people tell of strange noises coming from the moors around the old castle. It's haunted, they say.
How very entertaining, Angus. Show me to the lady, please.
Aye, sir. This way, sir.
I beg of you to come with me, Mr. O'Connell. My father is in desperate need of help. He must write his will.
But, Mistress McClanahan, I'm not a barrister. I have not the right.
I know. But there are no lawyers, no barristers in all of Perth. Please come, sir.
Very well, young lady. I'll dress and be with you in a moment. I'll do everything I can to help. In just a matter of minutes, I rejoined Anne, and together we started on our trip to the castle, 10 miles inland. Her horse seemed to know just where to go. I can't see a thing. Is the fog always as thick as this?
Aye. Around Perth, as soon as the sun goes down, the fog comes out of the ground. It keeps people indoors at night. They're afraid. I love it.
If I didn't know that the hounds of the Baskervilles were purely fiction, I'd
They're
almost...
wild dogs, moor dogs. People seldom see them. They run only at night and disappear at daybreak.
Oh, they sound depressing.
There's an old superstition that they draw people into the bogs. A slow, silent death to those unfortunate enough to...
Good heavens, can't you tell? Don't you know where they are?
No, Mr. O'Connell. Until you make one false step. And then as you try to lift one foot, you get caught with the other. And then slowly you sink. Sink deeper and deeper.
Well, I certainly hope your horse doesn't
Oh,
get
no,
off the
he
road.
knows the way. But heaven help the stranger who walks the moors alone at night when the fog comes down.
I'd simply say, Anne, heaven help the stranger. And that includes an American lawyer by the name of John Francis O'Connell.
I agree, Mr. O'Connell. Yes, I agree. Heaven help you.
What? I knew then what it means to have that get out and walk home feeling. The fog was so thick I could barely see my hand in front of my face. Nor was that all. We were going through the bogs, slimy, bottomless sinkholes. And here I was riding next to a young girl who asked that heaven help me. And as I listened to the strange sounds all around us, I agreed. Anne, look over there. It looks like a blue haze coming out of the fog. You see it?
Oh, yes, we're getting near the castle, Mr. O'Connell. That light has been burning from the tower every night. Every night since my little brother Moffat disappeared. Father lights it to let him know where the castle lies.
Angus MacPherson, the proprietor of the inn, told me there'd been a tragedy. Would you tell me about it?
Of course, sir. It's common knowledge. You see, it happened 5 years ago. There isn't much anyone knows. Moffat and I had adjoining bedrooms. Sometime around 1 o'clock in the morning, I was awakened by a noise in Moffat's room. Moffat! Moffat! What was that noise? Moffat! Are you all right? Ah! Father! Father, help! Help!
Anne, why are you screaming? What's the trouble?
Moffat! Moffat! I heard him cry out!
Moffat! He's gone. Moffat is gone.
And nothing was found? No clue?
Nothing. Next morning, Father took a searching party through the moors. They found footsteps leading into a bog. But that was all. Well, Here we are at the castle, sir. I'll take you right up to Father.
And if you can find my hand, I'll help you down.
Thank you. Now then, just take hold of my coat tail and follow me.
My life is only a question of hours, Mr. O'Connell. That is why I sent for you. You must help me either to find my missing son or bring his murderer to bay. I couldn't rest in my grave otherwise.
Anything I can do, of course, but I know so little about it.
Aye, all of us know so little. A cry in the night, an open window, footprints leading to the bog. But that's not enough, Mr. O'Connell. Moffat McClanahan is the last of a great line. If he dies, so does the illustrious name of McClanahan, a name that meant honor and bravery since 1707.
So, Walter, tell me what I can do.
I have a plan, but I want no one to hear it but you and I. Where is the lass Anne?
Why, she went to her room, I believe.
Good. Then we can talk as man to man. O'Connell, there are 4 people who might have kidnapped or murdered my son. The first on the list is my housekeeper, a Miss Grayson. She always thought that my son was a barrier to my marrying her. She came into my service shortly after my wife died almost 15 years ago. She took care of the children, was a splendid mother to them. But she resented Moffat, hated him because she saw that all of my love and affection was centered around him.
She's still with you, Sir Walter?
Aye. To have discharged her might have meant the death of my son, should he still live. Hey, Mr. O'Connell, you shall meet her in the morning. But be on your guard. She's sly, artful, and dangerous.
I'll be particularly careful, Sir Walter.
Then there are 3 others. 2 brothers who are in the line of succession for my title and estates, should my son be dead. And lastly, my nephew Harry, the black sheep of the clan. He'd sell his soul, that'n, for power and the title. I've tried to find the criminal for 5 years, but he's always slipped through my fingers. Well, if I can't find the guilty one in my lifetime, then, Mr. O'Connell, I swear I'll do it from my grave. I swear it.
Yes?
I have a breakfast tray for you, sir.
Oh, yes. One moment, please. Now then, come in.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
I'm Miss Grierson, sir, the housekeeper of the McClanahan Castle.
Oh, yes, Miss Grayson. Sir Walter mentioned you last night.
He did, eh? That's more than he's ever done to my face.
He complimented you highly.
It's not time for him to be complimenting anyone. Him with the black angel hovering o'er his bed.
How is Sir Walter this morning?
You can't kill a Scotsman that easy, Mr. O'Connell. He's enjoying a hearty breakfast in bed. Same as you.
Miss Grayson, this afternoon, if your duties permit, I wish you'd show me around the neighborhood. You see, I'd like to see the bogs.
The bogs? The bogs, Mr. O'Connell? Oh, no. No. I never go near the bogs. They hold death. A black, treacherous death. No one who falls in ever escapes. That's why Master Moffat is gone, sir. He died in the bogs. Aye, he died in the bogs.
What makes you think so, Miss Grayson?
I know. I saw footprints leading right up to the bog. And not his, sir. Not his.
What were the footprints like?
I remember them just as plainly as the morning I saw them. Bare feet they were, sir. You could see where the toes squelched down into the edge of the bog.
But you have no proof that those feet belonged to the abductor of Master McClanahan.
No proof at all. But I know. I know. I heard the moor dogs barking from the bogs for weeks. They were there by the bog, waiting.
Oh, Mr. O'Connell, Miss Grierson. I just came from Father's room. He's dead.
The death of Sir Walter McClanahan made it necessary for me to start out for Perth immediately to carry out the plan that we had worked out the night of my arrival, and arranged that I could have the use of the same horse and carriage that had brought me to the castle the preceding night. At least I felt secure knowing that should I by chance be forced to return after sundown, the horse would bring me back safely. Arriving in Perth, I went directly to the inn.
Well, Mr. O'Connell, welcome back to Perth. I trust you had a pleasant night out in the moors.
The moors were terrifying, Angus. But this morning, Sir Walter McClanahan died, and I must notify his heirs at law to be present for the reading of his will tomorrow night.
Aye, Sir Walter dead. That'll bring out the vultures, his brothers and his nephew. They've been waiting for years to get that castle. Aye, Mr. O'Connell, there's not a gentleman in the lot. There's bad blood in the McClanahan line. There is murderous blood, I call it. Trust no one, Mr. O'Connell. No one, if you value your life.
Part 2 of Midnight on the Moor will follow in just a moment. And here again is Warren William.
By the time I had reached all the heirs at law of the deceased, made the necessary arrangements with the minister, and taken care of other prearranged matters, it was sundown. The fog was already coming in off the moors in heavy swirls, blotting out everything from sight. It was after dark as I started my return trip to the castle. I gave the horse a free rein and hoped for the best. I thought of a lot of places I'd rather have been at night than on the moors. Fog. Fog and cold. You can cut it with a knife. Oh. Are you still there, boy? Want to come back here with me? Once upon a midnight, dreary, while I pondered, weak and weary, over many a quaint and curious volume, over many a quaint and curious volume of forgotten lore, while I nodded, nearly napping. Suddenly there came a tapping, ooh! What's that? Whoa, boy. Whoa.
Is someone there? Hello? Hello? Is someone calling? Where are you?
Over here. Come over here.
Just a minute.
Stay right here, boy. I'll be right back.
Hello there.
Here. Over here.
Whoa, boy. Whoa. Whoa, come back here. Come back here. Whoa, boy. Whoa.
That voice. I know that voice. I heard the gallop of the horse flying away in the far distance. I was trapped by the murderer of Moffat McClanahan. I got down on my knees and felt round for the little road that I'd been on a moment before, but it was gone. I was utterly lost. Ahead lay the slow death of the bogs. But I had to go on. I had to get back to the castle. I knew now the murderer of Moffat McClanahan. Step by step, each one could be my last. Then once more I heard the voice.
Goodbye. Goodbye.
Oh, I was trapped. I tried to raise my foot, but the other one sank deeper into the mire. It was as if a great suction pump was pulling me down, down into the very bowels of the earth. Help! Help! I'm sinking down into the fog, in the bog. Help! Help!
Rock ages
Dear brethren, we are all gathered here this night at the Castle MacClanahan in the last tribute to the late departed Sir Walter MacClanahan. In Mr. O'Connell's absence, I will take upon myself as minister of the gospel the duty of reading the will. According to the wishes of the late deceased Sir Walter MacClanahan, the coffin is to be opened, and his heirs at law will respectfully take seats around the coffin. Will you please wheel in the remains? Aye, right here in this room. That's fine, lad, thank you. And now then, will you please remove the cover? Sit it right over near the fireplace. Would the five of you please draw your chairs up to the foot of the coffin?
Oh, how ghastly. Must we sit here and look into his dead face?
It was his wish, Mr. Son.
He was a peculiar one, my brother Walter was. Ever since that night when Moffat disappeared into the fog.
Uncle Andrew, must you bring back...
I'm sorry, lassie. I can't help but think of that night. It made of him a madman.
He always said that he would find the murderer of his son before he was laid to rest. This is his last chance. His last chance.
Now that we are all properly seated according to the wishes of the departed, I shall continue with services and the reading of the will. To my heirs at law, one of you is a murderer. One of you is responsible for the death of my only beloved son. But be not secure in your perfidy. Your sin will find you out. My title and estate must under the law pass on to my oldest brother, Andrew MacClanahan. Should he confess to the murder of my son Moffat...
He's sitting up! He's sitting up! Sir Walter MacClanahan is arising from the dead. He's pointing his finger at...
Stop her! Stop her! She's breaking away!
Let me be! Let me be, or I shall kill all of you. Yes, it was I. I who killed Moffat, my own brother. And for a good reason, too. No love was ever given me, only to him. I was jealous, hurt. I carried him to the bog. I threw him in. And then I came back, got into bed, and screamed. And now I shall join Mr. O'Connell and Moffat.
You'll not find me there, Anne. Your plan to destroy me failed.
You two are back from the dead?
No, Anne, not back from the dead. Back from the living, to help trap a murderer.
Try and trap me, all of you. I dare you. I dare you.
After her! Stop her! Stop her!
She's running out to the bogs. Nothing can save her.
Anne, stop!
May God have mercy on her soul.
Warren William will be back in just a moment to tell you the rest of the story of Midnight on the Moor. But first, here is a brief message from your announcer. Now, here again is Warren William.
How did I come to suspect Anne? Well, when I left for Perth, only two people knew I was going, Anne and Miss Grierson. I knew from my conversation with the housekeeper that she feared the bogs, even in daylight. But Anne was a strange creature. She knew and loved the bogs as well as her father. When she lured me away from the carriage and I walked into the bog, I did so intentionally. I wanted her to think I was dead. The next night, I called on an old actor friend of Sir Walter's to help me. Under the cover of darkness, we slipped into the castle, and a few minutes later, the actor became the dead image of Sir Walter MacClanahan. Well, you know the rest. Under the eerie candlelight of the room, Sir Walter MacClanahan came to life to point a finger of doom at a lovely young girl in whose heart was the deadly sin of jealousy. Next week, I have a beautiful story to tell you. A young man was given the opportunity of inheriting an industrial empire or a ticket to Paris. This young man wanted to study art more than anything in the world, but he knew that if he chose Paris, he would not only suffer privation and want, but he would also lose the love of his beautiful, young, and rich fiancée. What did he do? Well, listen to the story which we call 7 Flights to Glory for the answer. This is Warren William inviting you to listen again next week.
Strange Wills is written by Ken Krapine and produced by Albert Ulrich. This is a Teloways feature produced in Hollywood. Strange Wills. Stories of strange wills made by strange people, starring the distinguished Hollywood actor Warren William, and featuring Lorene Tuttle and Carlton Young, with Howard Culver and an all-star Hollywood cast. Original music by Del Castillo. I devise and bequeath to my heirs the 7 deadly sins: greed, despair, envy, hate, jealousy, pride, and anger. And here is Warren William.
These are the stories about strange wills and the secret lives of the even stranger people who made them. Time, places, and names have all been changed so that no reflection can fall on any person or persons, living or dead. Only the sin remains like a shrouded ghost of the dead departed, offering neither understanding nor solution. You'll presently see what I mean, but first, here is a brief message from your announcer.
Now here is Warren William as John Francis O'Connell in 7 Flights to Glory.
Everybody in town knew Lucy Witherspoon. She not only was a leader in the charmed 400 circle, but had more than doubled her deceased husband's fortune during the 10 years that she had taken over the actual management of his sprawling industrial empire. But even Lucy was not immune to the call of the Black Angel of Death. All her doctors, all of her power, could not keep Lucy Witherspoon in the land of the living. And when she finally realized that death was but a matter of days, she called me to her country estate to help put her affairs in order.
Now see here, John Francis O'Connell. I want no high-sounding platitudes or advice on how I am to distribute my estate. After all, I own it, not you. That's the trouble with you lawyers. You think you know everything. Well, you don't.
Lucy Witherspoon, the years haven't softened you a bit, have they? You're still as tart as a glass of, well, crabapple jelly. I'm not trying to
Don't try to fool me. I know what you're up to. You want me to leave my entire estate to my son Robert, now don't you? Don't tell me you don't.
Of course I do, Lucy. That's no secret. He's your only child and a fine young man.
Fine young man, fiddlesticks. How many times have I tried to get him interested in my business? Now, you know. Don't try and say that you don't.
Yes, Lucy, I know. Time without end. And you've never succeeded. And do you know why?
Yes, I know why, John. Because Robert Witherspoon would rather waste his time painting pictures. He wants to be an artist. My son, an artist. And you know, too, John, that I've always been opposed to such nonsense. For 5 generations, the Witherspoons have been industrialists. And now I have a paintbrush dauber to carry on in the Witherspoon tradition.
Yes,
Now,
but...
you listen to me. Listen to me. I'll have no more words. This is the way I want it to be. And this is the way it shall be. My entire estate to Robert Witherspoon, if he will assume full management and responsibility of my business for a period of 15 years. You understand?
Yes, Lucy?
I have an alternative that he can accept if he should prefer. Should my son decide not to accept the responsibilities of honest work, and should he persist in painting a pretty girl or some silly mountain rather than building an industrial empire, well, then I will give him the sum of $5,000 and a ticket to Paris. Yes, that's it. $5,000 and a ticket to Paris.
Hello, Bob. Come in.
Hello, darling. How have you been?
Well, I was a little worried. I thought you'd never get here.
I'm sorry. I've been at my attorney's apartment on important business.
Oh, and how is our good friend John O'Connell?
Not so happy. You see, Kay, since Mother's death, I've given 3 months of careful thinking to the 2 provisions in her will, and, well, I've decided against taking over the management of Mother's business affairs.
Decided... Oh, but Bob...
Let me finish, please, darling. Kay, dear, I want to be an artist more than anything in life. I have a different sense of worldly values than Mother. I want to create. I simply have to. And so, well, I'm here tonight to beg you to come to Paris with me, struggle with me, and if necessary, starve with me.
Oh, Bob, really, you're joking.
I was never more serious in my life. Kay, I'm taking the $5,000 Mother left me and the ticket to Paris. I'm renouncing everything else. Now, won't you come with me? Life will be so wonderful, Kay, something I've always dreamed of. A studio on the left bank, an artist colony with flower stands and bookstalls sprawling along the Seine, and then the Louvre, the famous churches. Okay, there's only one Paris in the whole world.
Bob, I think you've lost your power of reason. You would give up a fortune of millions, honor and position, to live the life of a vagrant artist. And you expect me to give up my social position? My family and my friends to starve with you?
Well...
I shan't do it. If you're the fool I never believed you to be, go right ahead. But if you do go, remember this. I'll break our engagement, definitely.
I see, Catherine. That old tradition, like father, like son.
That's exactly how I feel, Robert. Like father, like son. There are no 2 ways about it. Either you assume the responsibilities your mother left behind, or...
I'm sorry, Kay. I'm very sorry, because I love you very much. But if it's either or, then I take Paris.
It's no use, Bob. She won't be here to see you off.
Well, John, I sort of thought that she could at least have come down to the boat to say goodbye.
Oh, don't you understand, Bob? Catherine is bitter. You've cast off something that just isn't understandable to her. You've tipped over the apple cart of tradition.
Yes, I know. I guess even she couldn't understand how I feel about being on my own. Tossing over a fortune isn't done every day, is it?
No, it certainly isn't, Bob. But you've tossed over more than a fortune. You see, you've ended her dream of the merger of 2 great fortunes and families.
Listen, John. You've been my mother's friend for many years, and mine, too. Now tell me the truth. How do you feel about it? Am I the fool Catherine says I am?
Yes, Bob. In my opinion, you are.
I'm sorry.
Oh, wait, Bob. I'm not through. But if you are a fool, you're a glorious one that I envy with all my heart.
Thanks, John. You've got me all filled up. I didn't...
Go to it. Work like the very devil. And unless I miss my guess completely, within just a few years, you'll have a certain young lady awfully sorry that she didn't go on this glorious adventure with you.
All ashore, what's going ashore? All ashore, what's going ashore?
Well, goodbye, Bob. And remember, I know and understand. And when you need me...
I won't forget, John. And thank you.
The next 3 years brought noteworthy events. The first was the fashionable church wedding of Catherine Whiting to the multimillionaire architect and man about town, Harrison Blake. The second incident was likewise of tremendous importance. All the papers carried the story. Robert Witherspoon, American artist residing in Paris, had won the Parisian Academy Award and had captured first prize with his picture called Chansonnette. And 3 months later, I received a long letter from Bob. He asked me to extend his congratulations to Catherine. He also told me that he had just married a young French girl, the model of his prize-winning picture. Her name was Germaine Andre. 2 marriages and no compromise. One had followed tradition and had married wealth and security. The other had cast off wealth and security and had married his model. Well, things were really getting interesting. Almost a year later, I received a cablegram from Bob asking if I would fly over and attend his first exhibition in Paris. You bet I would. I made arrangements to leave the following week. When my plane arrived, Bob was waiting to greet me.
John, it's great to see you.
And I'm most happy to be here, too, Bob. It's almost like a family reunion. But, where's Germaine?
Let's get in one of these so-called cabs, John, and I'll tell you about it on the way home. Taxi! Rue Campesi, s'il vous plaît.
Oui, monsieur. Oui.
Now then, John, I'll tell you about Germaine. You see, when I married her, her greatest happiness came from the creation of something beautiful. She had no money. Her only income was from the few francs a day that she earned posing for the artists in the colony. To me, she represented an ideal. That man must live to create first and think of himself last. Well, as soon as I started making money, all that seemed to change.
What do you mean?
Well, Germaine tired of living a bohemian life. She wanted clothes, wealth, security, position. In fact, outside of Catherine's belief in tradition, there wasn't any difference.
I think that's quite understandable, Bob. And I still believe that there's a middle road for both of you and Germaine to follow. We'll talk about that later. Oh, by the way, as long as you brought up the subject of Catherine, I've got some interesting news about her.
I suppose she gave birth to an heir for her dynasty.
No, not that. Quite the contrary. She flew to Reno last week to file suit for divorce.
Part 2 of 7 Flights to Glory will follow in just a moment.
And here again is Warren William as John Francis O'Connell.
As I climbed up the 7 flights of stairs to Bob's studio, I wondered if this was the price of genius.
Only one more flight, John. Don't give up.
I shan't give up, but must you artists always pick out places like this?
Just wait. Just wait until you see it. Ah, here we are. Presenting the inner sanctum of art, my studio. Well, how do you like it?
Well, it's magnificent. What a wonderful view of Paris. Why, I could almost paint here myself.
I knew you'd like it, John. Look out over Paris. Chimney tops, flower boxes, slate roofs, dormer windows. And, you see, look way over there to the left.
Ah, Eiffel Tower.
And where all of those trees line the street is the Champs-Élysées, and that patch of green is the Bois de Boulogne.
Yeah, it takes my breath away. What's left of it.
It's been my inspiration all through the years. Ah, John, how I love Paris. The happiest days of my life have been spent right here. I slept, painted, and ate right in this room until...
Why did you ever leave this seventh heaven?
I didn't want to, but Germain thought that we should live in a more pretentious place and just keep this as a studio.
I understand. Tradition rears its ugly head.
Yeah, that's right. Wealth, security, tradition. Oh, well, enough of this. Let's drive over to the galleries. Germain is over there supervising the hanging of the pictures, and the exhibit opens tomorrow, you know, and, well, keep your fingers crossed. Germain, this is my very good friend, Monsieur O'Connell. John Francis O'Connell.
I'm happy to know you, Monsieur O'Connell. You will pardon my appearance, oui? I've been very busy with the pictures. But now, voila, it is fini. Robert will make a lot of money from this exhibit. N'est-ce pas, chérie?
Well, I hadn't thought of the money part, Germain.
Ah, this pumpkin, Monsieur O'Connell. He never thinks of money, only the art.
Oh, it's so difficult.
That's what comes of being a real artist, perhaps, Germain.
Real artists, free. You find them by the dozen in the Latin Quarter, and all of them starving to death. I tell Robert that he should cultivate rich people and paint their portraits. Then he make much money for his baby. I want very, very much to take him to America after this exhibit is over. There are many rich millionaires there. Many would pay him much money.
But, Germain, dear, that isn't what I want to be. I want to be an artist, not a leech. I've told you before, and I say it again. I'm going to stay right here in Paris and do the sort of thing I like, just as we did from the beginning. Don't you
Je ne comprends, Robert. I do not understand. We have starved long enough. We sell the pictures and go to America, no?
No, dear, we stay in Paris.
Parbleu, if we stay in Paris, you shall stay alone.
Germain, you can't...
Hey, excuse me, both of you, for intervening. But let's wait until the exhibit is over, and then I'm sure you can both compromise.
I'm sorry, John. Terribly sorry.
You will excuse me, monsieur. I have malade, headache. Perhaps that is why I'm so disagreeable. Bonsoir, monsieur. Monsieur O'Connell. Oh, it's wonderful, très magnifique. The exhibit is grand success. Already we have made 2 million francs and more pictures to be still sold. Now you shall see. I shall take Robert to America. He shall be a rich fellow.
I'm very, very unhappy indeed, Germain. His exhibit has really made him quite famous. All of the critics agree that Robert has a most brilliant future. Where is Bob?
At his studio. Oh, Monsieur Connolly has been such a bad boy. He's sulky, like, what you say, stubborn mules. He wants to stay here in Paris and work and work. He never wants to have fun.
It's not my province to interfere in your domestic problems, Germain. And I don't intend to do so. I only hope that you both make the right decision. Bob is an artist, a real artist. I'd hate to have anything happen to that.
Have no fear, monsieur. He can still be an artist in America, but he will have to learn that he must paint first to sell, and then for the sake of art.
That night, Bob took me to his favorite rendezvous, a little Parisian nightclub in the Latin Quarter, which bore the dubious name of L'amour éternel. Eternal love, eh? I wondered about it as I went in the door. Oh, this is where you artists gather. I never would have suspected that you were so frivolous, young man.
I used to have a lot of fun here once, John, when I was an aspiring artist. Now it's sort of turned to ashes in my mouth. The great illusion has ended.
Oh, don't take it so hard, Bob. Tremaine has really done a lot for you. Once she was your inspiration. She modeled for your greatest picture, remember?
Yes, I remember. Little Germaine. A crust of bread she asked for in those days. A crust of bread and a franc.
And now it's angel food and a pocket full of diamonds. Well, lots of girls would do the same thing.
Listen, John. The last time I saw Paris. I remember that last night I called on Kay. I was whistling, and as I walked up to her home, boy, was I in the clouds. Well, I suppose she's got her divorce by now. It's too bad.
What's done's done, Bob. Wasn't it Omar Khayyam who said, the moving finger writes and having writ moves on? Nor all your piety and wit shall lure it back to cancel half a line, nor all your tears wash out a word of it.
Very apropos. Nor all my tears wash out a word of it. Well, drink up, John. Champagne, the golden wine of forgetfulness. Here, let me fill your glass. Here's a toast. To Paris, the beautiful, the magnificent.
And to your happiness, Bob.
Yes, my happiness. It's sort of all bound up in that song. Yeah. No matter how they change her, I'll remember her that way.
I left the next day for London to conclude my business affairs before returning to America. Quite frankly, I was worried over Bob's marital happiness. I felt sure that if Germaine succeeded in bringing him to America, his great genius, his grand illusion, would shatter to bits. But what could I do? What could I possibly do to help him? A week later, the problem was solved without my help. Bob called me at my hotel.
It'll never have to be the last time I saw Paris, John. I'm staying on right here in my studio.
Well, you must have done some fast talking to Germaine.
You bet I did. It was easy.
That easy?
Sure. She took the 2 million francs from the art sale and gave me a divorce. She's sailing for America tomorrow. She said if I wouldn't paint portraits of the millionaires, that wouldn't stop her from meeting them.
I'll be through with my work here in about 10 days, and then I'll fly back to see you before I go home. Chin up, Bob.
I've got to start all over from scratch. All I need is another model. You better bring one back with you.
Okay, Bob. I'll look around. All Bob needed was another model and a new inspiration. Well, I'd see what I could do. But it couldn't be a smash-through center. No, it had to be an end run. The situation called for some rockney deception. 2 weeks later, I was back in Paris. I went immediately to the studio. Bob wasn't there, nor was he at his apartment. I searched the whole quarter for him and finally found him at a sidewalk cafe. He looked wretched.
I'll get over it. I'll get over it. It's just that I...
Well, I know how you feel, Bob. Anyone would.
I can't understand human nature. It's got me puzzled, John. Idealists today, money grabbers tomorrow. Boom goes their ideal. It's got me confused, utterly confused.
Well, let's not worry about it for the present, Bob. Tell you what we'll do. Come over to my apartment at the hotel for a day or two. Forget your studio. Forget art. Just for a little while. Then come back to it with a new approach.
I wonder if I'll ever come back to it. It's like bitter wormwood tea. It won't be hard to forget, believe me.
Bob slept at my hotel the better part of the next 2 days. I came back to my apartment just as he was getting up.
John, I feel as though I've been sleeping for 20 years.
Well, you practically have. This is Thursday, and you went to bed on Tuesday afternoon. Feel better?
Like a new man. Let's go out and have some breakfast.
You mean lunch. It's almost 2 o'clock.
Okay, lunch then.
And after that, we'll ride over to your studio. I want to take one last look at the view before I leave.
You're leaving? Oh, no, please don't go just when
Oh, I'm sorry, Bob. I have to return to the States at once. I have some important legal work.
Oh, of course. It's selfish of me to ask.
But don't worry. I think you'll get along all right. There's nothing been done that can't be undone. This is the last time I'm going to walk up 7 flights for a long time to come.
7 flights to glory. A little bit tarnished just now, but I still love it.
As soon as you've found a new model, you'll start over?
Yes, but no more entanglements. From now on, it's art. Pure, unadulterated art. The next time I hear a girl say money, I'll ring.
Here we are. Permit me to open the door.
Yeah. John, where did you find that model? What a figure. Golden hair, wonderful proportions. Hey, you, turn around. I want to see the face that comes with that perfect back. Catherine. Kay. Okay.
Bob. Oh, Bob, darling.
What on earth are you doing here? How in the...
I moved to Paris, Bob. I took a job as a model. Mr. O'Connell offered it to me.
You want a model? I can't...
It's true, Bob, it's true. I want to be your model. And I'm going to live right here in the Latin Quarter, if you'll let me. Oh, I was so wrong. So wrong.
Don't cry, darling. I was wrong, too. But come on, take off that robe and put on your dress, and we'll find a place for you to live.
I found one already.
You have a place to live? Oh, I don't believe it. Where is it?
It's here, Bob. Right here in the studio.
Here with all this paint and smells and canvases lying around?
Uh-huh. See, I thought we could both live here very nicely.
Both live here? Both of us?
Yes, darling, both of us. This morning I stopped off and got us a marriage license. I thought maybe we'd still have time.
Time to start our glorious adventure? Oh, yes, darling, we have. A lifetime from this day on.
Warren William will be back in just a moment to tell us more about the probate cause of 7 Flights to Glory. But first, here is a brief message from your announcer. And here again is Warren William.
Needless to say, Robert Witherspoon became one of the great contemporary artists of our generation. His pictures hang in every famous gallery on both continents. Catherine and Robert still live in their studio 7 flights up, and nothing in the world would make them leave. Is money, power, tradition so important in our lives? Well, ask Catherine and Robert about it. I'm sure that they wouldn't change their view of the Eiffel Tower for the gold of Midas. I wouldn't. Would you? Next week, I'm going to tell you the story of a strange will that defies the imagination. An old professor discovered how to pierce the secret of the past, and for his medium between the present and the shrouded secrets of antiquity, he used the mind of a beautiful, charming young lady. What he saw, as she lived again in the world of 1,000,000 years ago, well, you'll get the shock of your lives. We call this strange story The Girl from Shadowland. This is Warren William inviting you to be with us again next week.
Strange Wills is written by Ken Crepine and produced and directed by Robert Webster Light. This is a Teleways feature produced in Hollywood. Strange Wills. Starring the distinguished Hollywood actor Warren William and featuring Lorene Tuttle and John Brown with Howard Culver and an all-star Hollywood cast. Original music by Del Castillo. Dead men's wills are often strange. We cannot attempt to understand them or try to find the answers. We can but tell the story.
This is Warren William bringing you the story of The Girl from Shadowland. But first, a word from your announcer.
And now, The Girl from Shadowland, with Warren William as John Francis O'Connell.
Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. This honorable probate court is now in session. Be seated, please.
You may call the first case, Mr. Clerk.
The probate case of Lucifer Nicolai, deceased.
If the court please, I would like to mention very briefly the background of this, well, unusual matter.
You may proceed, Mr. O'Connell.
Lucifer Nicolai, perhaps I should say Professor Lucifer Nicolai, deceased, left a last will and testament which I wish to bring to the attention of this honorable court.
Has the estate of the late professor been inventoried?
Yes, Your Honor. The entire estate is of no monetary value. It consists of a diary. The diary of Professor Lucifer Nicolai.
Perhaps the diary has sentimental value. To whom was it left?
If the court please, the deceased has no heirs, no next of kin. He left his diary, in his own words, to a world of fools and skeptics.
Have you read the diary, Mr. O'Connell?
Unfortunately, I have.
In your opinion, has it any practical value or scientific data that may prove of value to humanity?
That, Your Honor, I am not in a position to answer. This much I can say, however. Professor Lucifer Nicolai was either the greatest scientist of all time, or he succeeds Ananias as the king of liars. With the court's permission, I would like to read the diary of the late Professor Nicolai, and at the conclusion thereof, let the court determine what should be done with this only asset of the late professor's estate.
Very well. You may proceed, Mr. O'Connell.
The diary of the late professor begins on the 5th day of May, 1941. His first entry reads as follows. For the last 10 years, I have been preparing myself for this, the greatest scientific experiment the world has ever known. Man has conquered the present, pierced the future, and I, yes, I shall uncover the past. It's a scientific fact that every act that has occurred on this earth since the beginning of time has been permanently photographed on light waves. These waves, as we know, travel at the speed of 186,000 miles per second. If, then, it is possible for science to make the mind travel at a faster rate of speed, it can catch up and pass these light waves which have been present since the very creation of life. The dark ages of history shall be pierced, and man's concept of life shall be shaken unto its very foundations. For 10 years, I have been experimenting with electrical impulses that will separate the mind from the body and direct it at incredible speed into the shadowland of the past. I am now ready. This day I shall choose the subject for my experiment.
And how old are you, young lady?
I'm 21, sir.
You stated you are an orphan?
Yes, for as long as I can remember.
Mm-hmm. Alice, your application says that you like to read, that you have a good imagination.
Oh, yes, sir, that's right. I do like to read. Oh, all sorts of books. And I like to imagine that I...
Yes, I know. You are the beautiful girl who falls in love with a hero.
Yes. Yes. But not always, Professor. Once I imagined that I visited the moon. And then, when I read 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea, I was...
A whale, no doubt.
Oh, no, Professor. Oh, no. I was a mermaid. A beautiful mermaid.
Well, Alice, where I am going to send you will make all these other places seem like a trip on the subway.
Oh, Professor, I love to travel.
And you shall, too, young lady. In fact, at a speed that you never believed possible. No one ever dreamed it possible. You shall travel at the speed of almost 500,000 miles per second.
500,000 miles a second? Oh, that sounds awfully fast, Professor. I didn't know they made planes that could
This
go
won't be on a plane, Alice.
No? Why else could anyone go that fast?
You shall see, Alice. You shall see.
The next entry is dated June 12, 1941. It reads, I am ready for my first experiment into Shadowland. My home in this desolate part of the state has been transformed into an electrical workshop. Alice is calm, at ease. I have given her a sedative to rest her nerves before she takes off on her first journey. I do not want her to go too far, only back to the Middle Ages. Yes, only back to the Middle Ages.
Now, Alice, don't be frightened with all this electrical equipment. It's like a spaceship ready to take you away.
Looks scary.
Now, walk over here with me to this chair. Careful not to trip on any of the wires.
Oh, yes, Professor.
Now, sit down, please. I want to tell you what's going to happen so that you won't be frightened.
Oh?
Alice, I am going to separate your mind from your body.
Separate my mind from my body? Oh, Professor, no.
I'm going to send your mind out into space. You're going to see things and go places that no living human being has ever been before.
Will I come back, Professor?
Of course you will. In fact, really, you'll never leave this room. Only your mind will make the trip. And while you're gone, your mind will talk to me through your lips.
Where am I going, Professor?
You're going back to the early Middle Ages, Alice. Back to
the early Middle Ages? Well, how can I go there?
Don't worry about that. That's my job. I want you to tell me everything you see. Everything. Alice, if our experiment works, next time I shall send you back even further. Back to the glamorous days of Antony and Cleopatra.
Oh.
You shall float down the Nile in a silken barge.
Oh, I would adore seeing her. Cleopatra, the most beautiful of all women. But the thought frightens me.
Oh, don't be frightened, Alice, please. Believe me, you will be safe. Now then, if you're ready, sit back and relax.
Professor?
Yes, Alice?
This looks just like a picture of an electric chair I saw once in a newspaper. What is it?
This is known as electromagnetic radiation. We will shock the mind loose from the body and send it flying into light. These waves of light which we will pass will recreate, even down to the minutest detail, the events of the past.
But how will
When I shut off the dynamo, your mind will stop its journey and remain stationary on a certain light wave. According to my calculations, that light wave should be one from the Middle Ages. After you have seen and told me everything, I shall start the dynamo and bring you safely back. Do you understand?
All I know is that I'm going somewhere awfully fast.
And that wherever you go, no one of today has ever been. All right, I shall start the electricity.
Oh.
Look into my eyes, Alice. Look. Look. You're tired. So sleepy. You cannot hold your eyes open another moment. They're closing. Your head is nodding. You're asleep. Asleep. Yes, you're asleep. And ready to travel on your first journey to Shadowland. Now I press a button, and your mind, it is off on a long journey. What will happen to it? We shall soon know. Yes, we shall soon know. 1200, 900, 700, 600. There, it's far enough. I shall stop between the years 5 and 600. Now we're ready to learn the first secret from the dark past. Speak, Alice. Speak. Where are you? What do you see? Hurry, hurry. I must bring you back soon. There's but little time.
She has long, beautiful yellow golden hair. Her dress is long and flowing. Her eyes are blue and smiling. She is so beautiful, so beautiful. There is a man upon a horse, a white horse. His face is covered with a visor. His body is concealed in a coat of mail. He's riding up to where she is sitting.
Seest thou well, my dearest Guinevere?
Aye, my king and master. From this hilltop I can see the justing ground from end to end, and even more.
And even more, my queen? There's naught else but forest and glen.
Oh, I can clearly see the brave knights of the Round Table in shining armor astride their steeds. See, Arthur, beloved, how they cast their glances upward. They are anxiously waiting for their beloved king and leader to join them.
I shall join them anon.
Arthur, against whom dost thou ride this day?
Charles of Melton, a splendid knight and an able horseman. 'Tis said he is the justing champion of the lowlands.
Then, my lord, be on guard, or my king and master may perchance find himself unhorsed.
King Arthur unhorsed? Ah, thou jokest, Guinevere. Truly, thy tongue dost wag in a manner uncontrolled. By my yellow beard, I swear that the seat of Charles of Melton will feel the greensward in the very first rush. And I shall make fair wager with thee.
Wager? What have I to wager, my lord, but the great love I bear thee?
I wager a kiss against a kiss, that ye shall hear the multitudes below cry out the name of their king in final token of victory.
A kiss against a kiss. 'Tis done, my lord. I shall accept the wager. Might I offer thee a flower from my hair in token of early victory? Wait, here it is.
A flower plucked from hair of gold. 'Tis well. 'Tis well. Victory is now a certainty. Oh, purse thy lips, beloved. I shall return to feast upon their honey. Farewell, Guinevere.
Farewell. Arthur,
Yes, beloved?
I shall purse my lips in eager readiness, whether it be victory or defeat. Picture is fading. I'm growing tired. Tired.
Wait, Alice. I shall bring you back. Yes, I shall bring you back. But we have won, Alice. For the first time since creation, we know how to pierce the veil of Shadowland. All the secrets of the past are ours. I shall show these idiots what a mastermind can do. Yes, I shall show them.
Part 2 of The Girl from Shadowland in just a moment. But first, a brief message from your announcer. And now back to The Girl from Shadowland with Warren William as John Francis O'Connell.
Professor Nicolai's diary continues. November 3rd, 1941. The last few months have been spent in improving the electrical impulses of my equipment in order to bring even greater cosmic speed to the journey which Alice will soon take. Everything is ready for this new experiment. Alice has rested and has regained the youthful appearance which she lost after her last trip. For I know now that only youth can withstand the rigors of these journeys into Shadowland. At 4 o'clock, she comes into my laboratory. She is anxious now to begin her trip. She's had a strange look in her eyes that bothers me. Lately, she's been losing interest in worldly matters and speaks only of her experiences in the mystic realm of Shadowland. I wonder what will happen to her this trip.
Please hurry, Professor. Please hurry. I've waited so long to go back.
Just a moment, Alice. Just a moment. And then you shall be off. Off on a tremendous new adventure.
Will I see the lovely lady with the golden hair? The one who was called Guinevere?
No, no, Alice. But you shall see something far more interesting. Much, much older. You shall see one of the secrets of civilization. You shall see, if my calculations are correct, the building of the Great Pyramid.
Well, that's in Egypt, isn't it, Professor?
Yes, you're right. Egypt. But the Egypt of over 5,000 years ago. 5,000 years ago. Think of it, Alice.
Oh.
You shall actually witness the building of this phenomenon of man. One of his greatest miracles.
Egypt, 5,000 years ago. Oh, how wonderful.
Yes. There we are. Relax, please. That's it. Now then, look at me. Into my eyes. You're tired. So tired.
Mm-hmm.
Close your eyes, Alice. Close them. Oh, so slowly. See, you can't open them now because you're sleepy. Sleepy. So sleepy. And now you're going away for a little while. Going out into Shadowland. Your own Shadowland that no one has ever visited. I shall turn on the current. Slowly at first. So slowly. I must not hurt your precious mind. Now I increase the volume very, very carefully. And now the shock. I press this little button. Your mind is freed. Freed from your tired body. You're now on your way to Shadowland. 18th century. 14th. 10th. 7th. 3rd. 1000 B.C. 2000 B.C. You're nearing the end of your journey, just a while longer. 3000. Yes, you're there. I shall stop the motor. I can't stop it. I can't stop it. 6,000. 14,000. 60,000. 90. 200. 250,000. 250,000 B.C. 250,000 years before Christ. What will she see? What will she see? Speak to me, Alice. What do you see?
I see a man. But he's not really a man. His body is covered with fur. He looks like an ape. There's steam. Steam everywhere. It's a swamp. The man walks on his hands and his feet. And now he's standing up and looking over the steaming swamp. He carries a huge club in his furry hand. He hears something. He's hiding behind a large fern. There's a strange creature coming out of the swamp. It looks like a snake, but it has fat, short legs. Its tongue darts out as though it senses the presence of this ape man. Its tail is huge, so long I can't see all of it. It swings from side to side, knocking over plants and trees. This reptile's eyes are small, red, terrifying. Now this ape-like man has stepped out into the open. He is facing this horrible creature. He's raising his club. The ape man struck the creature on the head. It looks stunned. It has raised up its body. It's looking down on the ape man. Its eyes are red.
flaming red. Ugly. He's trying to grasp the ape-man between his short, powerful legs. The ape-man is backing away. Now he's circling the animal. Oh, he's tripped. He's fallen. It has its huge feet on the ape-man's body. It's going to crush him. But wait. The ape-man has escaped. He's on his feet. He's circling again. Now, he's struck the creature again. On the head. He's raining blows on its body. The huge animal is stunned. The ape-man yells. The beast is fallen on its side. The ape-man is staggering. His fur is covered with blood. He's walking carefully up to the head of this jungle creature. He touches it with his foot. The creature's dead. The ape-man cries out in victory. He has won!
I'm bringing Alice back, but I'm greatly worried and perturbed. A change is taking place in her. Her forehead is receding, and the contour of her head seems to be changing. I see a slight fuzz appearing on her face and arms. Her eyes seem to be receding into her head. They're growing smaller. Or maybe I'm losing my mind. I'm afraid I've left her too long in the outer darkness. In just a few more minutes, she will return. Just a few more minutes. Alice, just a few more minutes, and you shall be back. She's still changing in physical appearance. Her shoulders and neck are completely covered with soft fur. What is happening? What is happening? I must write quickly in order that posterity and science will know what is taking place, and that I have succeeded in this, the greatest scientific experiment of all time. I have rediscovered the past. I therefore control the future. The world is mine. I am the master of creation. Oh, she's back. She's back. Perhaps I was not too late after all. No, it can't be. Alice, stay there. Don't break your straps. No, don't come near me. I'll save you. No, Alice, no, you fool. The world is ours. We are masters of destiny. No.
And that, if the court please, is the last entry in this weird fantasy that Professor Lucifer Nicolai left to posterity and the world.
Well, Mr. O'Connell, I must say it's rather an unusual, terrifying legacy. But what is your answer to this ending? Of course, the man was mad. Is that not your opinion as well?
Well, Your Honor, considering that there's no proof of what actually took place, in fact, no proof that there ever was even a girl named Alice, the answer must be that the professor was actually mad. However, I personally examined the laboratory. I interviewed the neighbors. I took down the sworn statement of George Montgomery, who was the first to enter the laboratory after he heard the doctor scream.
My son and I heard a terrible scream from this man's house as we were driving by, and we ran in. The door to the room where he had all of this electrical equipment was locked, and we had to break it down. The door's locked, son. I'll have to break it in.
Here, Dad, let me help.
I don't know what we heard in here. It sounded like murder. Here, take this cane. Come on, let's go.
Okay, Dad.
It came from in here. Here, wait. I'll open the door.
Okay.
Good heavens. Looks like a cyclone struck.
Dad, look. There's a man lying over there under the window.
He's dead. Dead as a mackerel. Look at those welts on his neck, strangled. And those marks look as though the hands were huge and strong.
See, Dad, look. All this machinery in here, it's all tipped over and broken.
Yes. I've heard that the dead man was a scientist of some kind or other. Never let anyone come in. Well, I'd better telephone the police.
Say, Dad.
Yes, son?
Did you see anyone in this room when we first came in?
See anyone in the room? What do you mean?
Well, gee, I thought... Oh, maybe not.
Speak up, son. Tell me what you saw.
Well, gosh, Dad, I thought I saw a big gorilla step out the window just as we came in. Honest, I did, Dad, honest.
course, Mr. O'Connell, this was just the imagination of a boy. There was no gorilla, was there?
But there might have been, Your Honor. You see, one of the gorillas from Slade Circus escaped just 3 days prior to this unusual incident. But I was informed that it was recaptured about 2 weeks later and is now back with the circus. They claim that it was a young female, the pet of the circus, and utterly harmless.
So the professor might have been killed by the gorilla.
Or by Alice.
I see. Well, what is your opinion in the matter of Professor Nikolai's diary, Mr. O'Connell?
I suggest, if the court please, that because nothing contained therein has any substantiation in fact, that the said diary be turned over to the medical branch of State College for further study and contemplation by their psychiatric experts.
Warren William will be back in just a moment. But first, here is a word from your announcer. And here again is Warren William as John Francis O'Connell.
Is there any doubt in your minds but what the late Professor Lucifer Nicolai was mad? Well, there isn't any in mine. No, sir. I want to sleep nights. Next week, I have a story to tell you that to say is different is putting it mildly. An emerald prospector down in Colombia saw a picture in an old magazine which he found in the jungle. It was a girl's picture, but more, it was the picture of Patsy Bubbles Moran, Queen of Burlesque. Well, our old prospector then and there decided to leave his emerald mine to this charming and alluring girl. And did she take the emerald mine? Well, as Grant took Richmond, so did Bubbles Moran head for Columbia. But what happened after she arrived is another matter. We call this unusual story Emeralds Come High. This is Warren William, inviting you to be with us again next week.
Strange Wills is written by Ken Crepine and directed by Robert Webster Light. Names, places, and events have been changed so that no reflection can fall on any person or persons, living or dead. This is a Teleways feature produced in Hollywood.
Strange Wills.
Starring the distinguished Hollywood actor Warren William and featuring Lorene Tuttle with Howard Culver and an all-star Hollywood cast. Original music by Del Castillo. Dead men's wills are often strange. We do not attempt to understand them or try to find the answers. We can but tell the story.
This is Warren William bringing you the story Madman's Diary. But first...
And now, Madman's Diary, with Warren William as John Francis O'Connell.
Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. This honorable probate court is now in session. Be seated, please.
You may call the first case, Mr. Clerk.
The probate case of Lucifer Nicolai, deceased.
If the court please, I would like to mention very briefly the background of this, well, unusual matter.
You may proceed, Mr. O'Connell.
Lucifer Nicolai, perhaps I should say Professor Lucifer Nicolai, deceased, left a last will and testament which I wish to bring to the attention of this honorable court.
Has the estate of the late professor been inventoried?
Yes, Your Honor. The entire estate is of no monetary value. It consists of a diary. The diary of Professor Lucifer Nicolai.
Perhaps the diary has sentimental value. To whom was it left?
If the court please, the deceased has no heirs, no next of kin. He left his diary, in his own words, to a world of fools and skeptics.
Have you read the diary, Mr. O'Connell?
Unfortunately, I have.
In your opinion, has it any practical value or scientific data that may prove of value to humanity?
That, Your Honor, I am not in a position to answer. This much I can say, however. Professor Lucifer Nicolai was either the greatest scientist of all time, or he succeeds Ananias as the king of liars. With the court's permission, I would like to read the diary of the late Professor Nicolai. And at the conclusion thereof, let the court determine what should be done with this only asset of the late professor's estate.
Very well. You may proceed, Mr. O'Connell.
The diary of the late professor begins on the 5th day of May, 1941. His first entry reads as follows. For the last 10 years, I have been preparing myself for this, the greatest scientific experiment the world has ever known. Man has conquered the present, pierced the future, and I, yes, I shall uncover the past. It's a scientific fact that every act that has occurred on this earth since the beginning of time has been permanently photographed on light waves. These waves, as we know, travel at the speed of 186,000 miles per second. If, then, it is possible for science to make the mind travel at a faster rate of speed, it can catch up and pass these light waves, which have been present since the very creation of life. The dark ages of history shall be pierced, and man's concept of life shall be shaken unto its very foundations. For 10 years, I have been experimenting with electrical impulses that will separate the mind from the body and direct it at incredible speed into the shadowland of the past. I am now ready.
And how old are you, young lady?
I'm 21, sir.
You stated you are an orphan?
Yes, for as long as I can remember.
Mm-hmm. Alice, your application says that you like to read, that you have a good imagination.
Oh, yes, sir, that's right. I do like to read. Oh, all sorts of books. And I like to imagine that I...
Yes, I know. You are the beautiful girl who falls in love with a hero. Hmm?
Yes. Yes. But not always, Professor. Once I imagined that I visited the moon. And then, when I read 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea, I was...
A whale, no doubt.
Oh, no, Professor. Oh, no. I was a mermaid. A beautiful mermaid.
Hmm. Well, Alice, where I am going to send you will make all these other places seem like a trip on the subway.
Oh, Professor, I love to travel.
And you shall, too, young lady. In fact, at a speed that you never believed possible. No one ever dreamed it possible. You shall travel at the speed of almost 500,000 miles per second.
500,000 miles a second? Oh, that sounds awfully fast, Professor. I didn't know they made planes that could
This
go
won't be on a plane, Alice.
No? Why else could anyone go that fast?
You shall see, Alice. You shall see.
The next entry is dated June 12, 1941. It reads, I am ready for my first experiment into Shadowland. My home in this desolate part of the state has been transformed into an electrical workshop. Alice is calm, at ease. I have given her a sedative to rest her nerves before she takes off on her first journey. I do not want her to go too far, only back to the Middle Ages. Yes, only back to the Middle Ages.
Now, Alice, don't be frightened with all this electrical equipment. It's like a spaceship ready to take you away.
It looks scary.
Now, walk over here with me to this chair. Careful not to trip on any of the wires.
Oh, yes, Professor.
Now, sit down, please. I want to tell you what's going to happen so that you won't be frightened.
Oh?
Alice, I am going to separate your mind from your body.
Separate my mind from my body? Oh, Professor, no.
I'm going to send your mind out into space. You're going to see things and go places that no living human being has ever been before.
Will I come back, Professor?
Of course you will. In fact, really, you'll never leave this room. Only your mind will make the trip. And while you're gone, your mind will talk to me through your lips.
Where am I going, Professor?
You're going back to the early Middle Ages, Alice. Back to
the early Middle Ages? Well, how can I go there?
Don't worry about that. That's my job. I want you to tell me everything you see. Everything. Alice, if our experiment works, next time I shall send you back even further. Back to the glamorous days of Antony and Cleopatra.
Oh.
You shall float down the Nile in a silken barge.
Oh, I would adore seeing her. Cleopatra, the most beautiful of all women. But the thought frightens me.
Oh, don't be frightened, Alice, please. Believe me, you will be safe. Now then, if you're ready, sit back and relax.
Professor?
Yes, Alice?
This looks just like a picture of an electric chair I saw once in a newspaper. What is it?
This is known as electromagnetic radiation. We will shock the mind loose from the body and send it flying into light. These waves of light which we will pass will recreate, even down to the minutest detail, the events of the past.
But how will
When I shut off the dynamo, your mind will stop its journey and remain stationary on a certain light wave. According to my calculations, that light wave should be one from the Middle Ages. After you have seen and told me everything, I shall start the dynamo and bring you safely back. Do you understand?
All I know is that I'm going somewhere awfully fast.
And that wherever you go, no one of today has ever been. All right, I shall start the electricity.
Oh.
Look into my eyes, Alice. Look. You're tired. So sleepy. You cannot hold your eyes open another moment. They're closing. Your head is nodding. You're asleep. Yes, you're asleep. And ready to travel on your first journey to Shadowland. Now I press a button, and your mind, it is off on a long journey. What will happen to it? We shall soon know. Yes, we shall soon know. 1200, 900, 700, 600. There, it's far enough. I shall stop between the years 5 and 600. Now we're ready to learn the first secret from the dark past. Speak, Alice. Speak. Where are you? What do you see? Hurry. I must bring you back soon. There's but little time.
She has long, beautiful yellow golden hair. Her dress is long and flowing. Her eyes are blue and smiling. She is so beautiful. So beautiful. There is a man upon a horse. A white horse. His face is covered with a visor. His body is concealed in a coat of mail. He's riding up to where she is sitting.
Seest thou well, my dearest Guinevere?
Aye, my king and master. From this hilltop I can see the justing ground from end to end, and even more.
And even more, my queen? There's naught else but forest and glen.
Oh, I can clearly see the brave knights of the Round Table in shining armor astride their steeds. See, Arthur, beloved, how they cast their glances upward. They are anxiously waiting for their beloved king and leader to join them.
I shall join them anon.
Arthur, against whom dost thou ride this day?
Charles of Melton, a splendid knight and an able horseman. 'Tis said he is the justing champion of the lowlands.
Then, my lord, be on guard, or my king and master may perchance find himself unhorsed.
King Arthur unhorsed? Ah, thou jokest, Guinevere. Truly, thy tongue dost wag in a manner uncontrolled. By my yellow beard, I swear that the seat of Charles of Melton will feel the greensward in the very first rush. And I shall make fair wager with thee.
Wager? What have I to wager, my lord, but the great love I bear thee?
I wager a kiss against a kiss, that ye shall hear the multitudes below cry out the name of their king in final token of victory.
A kiss against a kiss. 'Tis done, my lord. I shall accept the wager. Might I offer thee a flower from my hair in token of early victory? Wait. Here it is.
A flower plucked from hair of gold. 'Tis well. 'Tis well. Victory is now a certainty. Oh, purse thy lips, beloved. I shall return to feast upon their honey. Farewell, Guinevere.
Farewell. Arthur,
Yes, beloved?
I shall purse my lips in eager readiness, whether it be victory or defeat. Picture's fading. I'm growing tired. Tired.
Wait, Alice. I shall bring you back. Yes, I shall bring you back. But we have won, Alice. For the first time since creation, we know how to pierce the veil of Shadowland. All the secrets of the past are ours. I shall show these idiots what a mastermind can do. Yes, I shall show them.
Part 2 of Madman's Diary in just a moment. But first, a brief message from your announcer. And now back to Madman's Diary with Warren William as John Francis O'Connell.
Professor Nicolai's diary continues. November 3rd, 1941. The last few months have been spent in improving the electrical impulses of my equipment in order to bring even greater cosmic speed to the journey which Alice will soon take. Everything is ready for this new experiment. Alice has rested and has regained the youthful appearance which she lost after her last trip. For I know now that only youth can withstand the rigors of these journeys into Shadowland. At 4 o'clock, she comes into my laboratory. She is anxious now to begin her trip. She's had a strange look in her eyes that bothers me. Lately, she's been losing interest in worldly matters and speaks only of her experiences in the mystic realm of Shadowland. I wonder what will happen to her this trip.
Please hurry, Professor. Please hurry. I've waited so long to go back.
Just a moment, Alice. Just a moment. And then you shall be off. Off on a tremendous new adventure.
Will I see the lovely lady with the golden hair? The one who's called Guinevere?
No, Alice. But you shall see something far more interesting, much, much older. You shall see one of the secrets of civilization. You shall see, if my calculations are correct, the building of the Great Pyramid.
Well, that's in Egypt, isn't it, Professor?
Yes, you're right, Egypt. But the Egypt of over 5,000 years ago. 5,000 years ago. Think of it, Alice.
Oh.
You shall actually witness the building of this phenomenon of man, one of his greatest miracles.
Egypt, 5,000 years ago. Oh, how wonderful.
Yes. There we are. Relax, please. That's it. Now then, look at me. Into my eyes. You're tired. So tired. Close your eyes, Alice. Close them. Oh, so slowly. See, you can't open them now because you're sleepy. Sleepy. So sleepy. And now you're going away for a little while. Going out into Shadowland. Your own Shadowland that no one has ever visited. I shall turn on the current. Slowly at first. So slowly. I must not hurt your precious mind. Now I increase the volume very, very carefully. And now the shock. I press this little button. Your mind is freed. Freed from your tired body. You're now on your way to Shadowland. 18th century. 14th. 10th. 7th. 3rd. 1000 BC. 2000 BC. You're nearing the end of your journey, just a while longer. 3000. Yes, you're there. I shall stop the motor. I can't stop it. I can't stop it. 6,000. 14,000. 60,000. 90. 200. 250,000. 250,000 BC. 250,000 years before Christ. What will she see? What will she see? Speak to me, Alice. What do you see?
I see a man. But he's not really a man. His body is covered with fur. He looks like an ape. There's steam. Steam everywhere. It's a swamp. The man walks on his hands and his feet. And now he's standing up and looking over the steaming swamp. He carries a huge club in his furry hand. He hears something. He's hiding behind a large fern. There's a strange creature coming out of the swamp. It looks like a snake, but it has fat, short legs. Its tongue darts out as though it senses the presence of this ape man. Its tail is huge, so long I can't see all of it. It swings from side to side, knocking over plants and trees. This reptile's eyes are small, red, terrifying. Now this ape-like man has stepped out into the open. He is facing this horrible creature. He's raising his club. The ape man struck the creature on the head. It looks stunned. It has raised up its body. It's looking down on the ape man. His eyes are red, flaming red, ugly. It's trying to grasp the ape man between its short, powerful legs. The ape man is backing away. Now he's circling the animal. Oh, he's tripped. He's fallen. It has its huge feet on the ape man's body. It's going to crush him. But wait. The ape man has escaped. He's on his feet. He's circling again. Now, he struck the creature again on the head. He's raining coals on its body. The huge animal is stunned. The ape man yells. The beast has fallen on its side. The ape man is staggering. His fur is covered with blood. He's walking carefully up to the head of this jungle creature. He touches it with his foot. The creature's is dead. The ape man cries out in victory. He has won.
frankly worried and perturbed. A change is taking place in her. Her forehead is receding, and the contour of her head seems to be changing. I see a slight fuzz appearing on her face and arms. Her eyes seem to be receding into her head. They're growing smaller. Or maybe I'm losing my mind. I'm afraid I've left her too long in the outer darkness. In just a few more minutes, she will return. Just a few more minutes. Alice, just a few more minutes, and you shall be back. She's still changing in physical appearance. Her shoulders and neck are completely covered with soft fur. What is happening? What is happening? I must write quickly in order that posterity and science will know what is taking place and that I have succeeded in this, the greatest scientific experiment of all time. I have rediscovered the past. I therefore control the future. The world is mine. I am the master of creation. Oh, she's back. She's back. Perhaps I was not too late after all. No, it can't be. Alice, stay there. Don't break your straps. No, don't come near me. I'll save you. No, Alice, no, you fool. The world is ours. We are masters of destiny. No.
And that, if the court please, is the last entry in this weird fantasy. That Professor Lucifer Nicolai left to posterity and the world.
Well, Mr. O'Connell, I must say it's rather an unusual, terrifying legacy. But what is your answer to this ending? Of course, the man was mad. Is that not your opinion as well?
Well, Your Honor, considering that there's no proof of what actually took place, in fact, no proof that there ever was even a girl named Alice, the answer must be that the professor was actually mad. However, I personally examined the laboratory. I interviewed the neighbors. I took down the sworn statement of George Montgomery, who was the first to enter the laboratory after he heard the doctor scream.
My son and I heard a terrible scream from this man's house as we were driving by, and we ran in. The door to the room where he had all of this electrical equipment was locked, and we had to break it down. The door's locked, son. I'll have to break it in.
Here, Dad, let me help.
I don't know what we heard in here. It sounded like murder. Here, take this cane. Come on, let's go.
Okay, Dad.
It came from in here. Here, wait. I'll open the door.
Okay.
Good heavens. Looks like a cyclone struck.
Dad, look. There's a man lying over there under the window.
He's dead. Dead as a mackerel. Look at those welts on his neck, strangled. And those marks look as though the hands were huge and strong.
Gee, Dad, look. All this machinery in here, it's all tipped over and broken.
Yes. I've heard that the dead man was a scientist of some kind or other. Never let anyone come in. Well, I'd better telephone the police.
Say, Dad.
Yes, son?
Did you see anyone in this room when we first came in?
See anyone in the room? What do you mean?
Well, gee, I thought... Oh, maybe not.
Speak up, son. Tell me what you saw.
Oh, gosh, Dad, I thought I saw a big gorilla step out the window just as we came in. Honest, I did, Dad, honest.
Of course, Mr. O'Connell, this was just the imagination of a boy. There was no gorilla, was there?
But there might have been, Your Honor. You see, one of the gorillas from Slade Circus escaped just 3 days prior to this unusual incident. But I was informed that it was recaptured about 2 weeks later and is now back with the circus. They claim that it was a young female, the pet of the circus, and utterly harmless.
So the professor might have been killed by the gorilla.
Or by Alice.
I see. Well, what is your opinion in the matter of Professor Nicolai's diary, Mr. O'Connell?
I suggest, if the court please, that because nothing contained therein has any substantiation in fact, that the said diary be turned over to the medical branch of State College for further study and contemplation by their psychiatric experts.
Warren William will be back in just a moment. But first, here is a word from your announcer. And here again is Warren William as John Francis O'Connell.
Is there any doubt in your minds but what the late Professor Lucifer Nicolai was mad? Well, there isn't any in mine. No, sir. I want to sleep nights. Next week, I have a story to tell you that to say is different is putting it mildly. An emerald prospector down in Colombia saw a picture in an old magazine which he found in the jungle. It was a girl's picture, but more, it was the picture of Patsy Bubbles Moran, Queen of Burlesque. Well, our old prospector then and there decided to leave his emerald mine to this charming and alluring girl. And did she take the emerald mine? Well, as Grant took Richmond, so did Bubbles Moran head for Columbia. But what happened after she arrived is another matter. We call this unusual story Emeralds Come High. This is Warren William, inviting you to be with us again next week.
Strange Wills is written by Ken Crepine and directed by Robert Webster Light. Names, places, and events have been changed so that no reflection can fall on any person or persons, living or dead. This is a Teleways feature produced in Hollywood.
Strange Wills,
Starring the distinguished Hollywood actor Warren William and featuring Lorene Tuttle with Howard Culver and an all-star Hollywood cast. Original music by Del Castillo. Dead men's wills are often strange. We cannot attempt to understand them or try to find the answers. We can but tell the story.
This is Warren William bringing you the story Emeralds Come High. But first,
And now back to Warren William as John Francis O'Connell in Emeralds Come High.
probably one of the most interesting things in the life of a probate lawyer is the diversity of his clients. Take, for example, the strange case of Patsy Bubbles Moran, whom I have quite appropriately dubbed the daughter of Salome. Bubbles, as the world knew her, was billed from coast to coast as the Queen of Burlesque, and she'd grown quite rich as well as notorious in her unusual calling. I'd never had the pleasure of meeting the celebrated Bubbles until she became the sole beneficiary, under the last will and testament, of an itinerant prospector named Joe Marks. Joe, it seems, had struck it rich in emeralds down in the green hell of Colombia. Old and dying and without kith nor kin, he'd suddenly appeared out of the wild Colombian jungles and was taken to the little missionary hospital in the town of Socorro. On his deathbed, he turned over his worldly goods and possessions to Dr. Sanchez.
I ain't got nothing in the world but this bag of emeralds. Here it is.
But these emeralds? Why, these emeralds are very valuable, Joe.
I know it, Doc. I know it. You ain't telling me nothing I don't know. Now, you listen to me.
Yes, Joe. Excuse me for interrupting.
You want a bigger hospital, don't you?
Yes, of course. We need it very badly. The natives...
Well, you're going to get it if old Joe Marks has his way. Now, listen to me, Doc. My time's running out. I don't want to palaver more than I have to. I'm going to give you the emeralds. Then you can have a fine hospital.
Give me the emeralds? Why, they're worth a fortune.
Of course they are. That's why I'm giving them to you, blasted. But there's a catch, Doc.
A catch?
Yes.
What is it, Joe?
I've made out a will. It's here in this envelope. I want you to see that it gets to the States for me. It's addressed to a lawyer. His name is O'Connell. John something or other O'Connell. Francis. Yes, that's it. John Francis O'Connell. He's a probate lawyer, I guess they call him. Well, I want him to get this letter and my will. Now then, Doc, is it a deal?
Is it a deal? Why, Joe, for what you've done for our hospital, I'll deliver the letter in person. Yes, sir, I'll fly to the States and deliver your last will and testament personally.
No, you don't. I ain't dead yet. Them things ain't to go to no one until I kick the bucket. But don't look so sad, Doc. I ain't gonna last much longer. Just take good care of me for a few more days, and then the bag of emeralds is yours. Yes, sir, Doc. Yours for keeps.
And that's how the whole matter had its start. Old Joe Marks stayed alive just 2 weeks longer, and then he died, just as he expected he would. Dr. Sanchez lost no time in catching a plane for a trip to the States. He'd already decided to name his new hospital the Joe Marks Memorial. He came up to my office to deliver the last will of the deceased prospector.
Well, now, Mr. O'Connell, that's the whole story. You have the letter and the will. As you'll see, I and one of the nurses signed as subscribing witnesses to the will. The beneficiary under the will is a resident of the United States. Joe told me he didn't know her, but he liked her looks. He saw her picture in a magazine.
Perhaps I'd better open the envelope and see if everything's in order.
Yes, please do.
Good heavens. Why, it's incredible. This Joe Marks has left his entire emerald mine to Patsy Bubbles Moran.
And who, might I ask, is she?
Patsy Bubbles Moran is America's #1 pin-up girl. She's the queen of burlesque. I phoned Miss Moran and invited her up to my office to inform her of the good news.
Gee, an emerald mine. Gee. Now all I have to do is go down and pick up the emeralds. Isn't that what you said, Mr. O'Connell?
Well, in theory, yes, Miss Moran. Of course, the emeralds won't be quite that easy to get. I understand that the mine is several hundred miles in the interior, that you have to go through miles of uncharted jungle, that in the jungle live a band of headhunters, and outside of a few boa constrictors climbing over a few ranges of the Andes Mountains, maybe a few wild animals fording a dozen or so rivers, well, yes, then the emeralds are practically yours to pick up.
Oh, gee, Mr. O'Connell. Emeralds come high, don't they? Did you ever see the green flame that comes with them? Dark green fire. Fire that no girl can resist. Sort of like a person's soul.
I agree with what you say. I only want to warn you of the attendant dangers. Of course, you might be able to hire someone down in Columbia to
Oh,
go and...
no. Why put temptation like that in someone's way? If there's any emeralds in Mr. Joe Mark's mine, I want to be there when they're picked.
Well, if half of what I hear is true, you ought to be a very wealthy girl before you're through.
Oh, that doesn't interest me at all. Can't you see what old Joe Marks has left me? He gave me a chance for adventure, excitement, something new. Yes, something that can take me off the magazine covers and let me be myself for the first time in 5 years. That means more than emeralds or money, Mr. O'Connell.
Good heavens, what a strange girl you are. I never would have suspected.
Men never do, Mr. O'Connell. They only surmise. Between us, they do that badly.
I finally agreed to fly down to Columbia with Miss Moran and help her organize an expedition that would carry her into the interior. Fortunately, an old mining engineer friend of mine, Steve Murphy, was in Columbia, and I cabled him to tell him of my plans. He agreed to meet us at the airport.
It's murder to let a girl go into the interior, John. It's bad enough for us. You can't imagine what goes on. Why, some of those Indian tribes would rather snatch your head than have 1,000,000 emeralds. And you know what they do? They shrink them, make them real small and pretty.
Oh, you mean...
I mean more than that. You can still recognize the person even though his head isn't any larger than a tennis ball.
I've already told Miss Moran about the dangers, Steve.
And if that doesn't scare you, listen to this. Other tribes bump you off with poisoned arrows that they shoot out of blowguns. You don't hear anything. You feel a little sting, and 8 seconds later they bury you. It's that deadly. Now are you convinced, Miss Moran?
Oh, you forget, Mr. Murphy, that I've spent the last 5 years dancing in burlesque. I've had everything thrown at me that's possible. Well, I survived. So what's a little jungle or headhunters or poisoned arrows by comparison?
Okay, if that's what you want, I'm willing to do my best to take you in and bring you out all in one piece. I'll get busy and get men and equipment lined up for the trip. According to the map old Joe left you, we ought to be back in 6 weeks. And, if we're lucky, with a bag full of emeralds. You'll go too, of course, won't you, John?
Well, you want me to go? Oh, no, Steve. I'm a very busy man. 6 weeks in the jungles with headhunters and poisoned arrows and what have you. No, I'll just take a rain check.
It's more than just going into the jungle, John. There's something else.
I suppose you're catching panthers for Frank Buck.
No, that'd be child's play alongside of the real reason I'm down there. The truth is, I want to trace the source of the very poison that these natives use on their arrows and darts. It's called curare.
Then why does anyone want to trace the source of a poison that kills you in 8 seconds?
Well, I'll tell you. Medical science has learned that this same poison, this curare, may possibly be the cure for poliomyelitis, what we call infantile paralysis.
Yeah, I see. I remember now that I read just recently that children were apparently completely cured and without any physical handicaps remaining. So that's it, Steve.
Yes, that's it. I've got a good idea where this common jungle weed grows. In fact, it's right on the way to the emerald mine. We could kill 2 birds with 1 stone, and you could be a lot of help, John.
Well, after you put it that way, of course I'll go with you, Steve. When do we start? Getting ready for our trip into the interior consumed the better part of the next few days. There were endless supplies to purchase, and last but not least, the choosing of picked natives who were to act as our guide through the uncharted miles ahead. In a last-minute move, Steve had asked his handsome young son, Peter, to accompany us. One look at the curvaceous Patsy Moran, and he had eagerly acquiesced. After all, it wasn't every day that one took jungle trips with beautiful girls, and especially one so beautiful as our queen of burlesque. Finally, one night, Steve called us all together for a final meeting.
Well, everything's set for an early takeoff at dawn tomorrow. We have 4 natives going along who'll act as guides, but they're unpredictable. When we reach the headhunters' territory, we white people must stay close together. At no time do I want any one of us separated. Now, remember that. It's vitally important. No one of us is ever to be alone.
Well, Steve, I don't want you to worry too much about me just because I'm a girl.
Believe me, I can take care of myself. I've done a pretty good job of it for 5 years, and as for handling a gun, well, I was born in Kansas, and I can knock off a pheasant with a .22 at 50 paces.
Well, that's fine, but meanwhile, my son Peter here will keep an eye on you, too.
You bet. It's going to be a lot more fun than running a copper mine, Dad.
Well, now remember this, everybody. It's going to be dangerous. Pete, you are going to be responsible for Patsy's safety, and I'll take care of John. He's never seen a jungle either. And we've got to make the grade for several very important reasons.
Oh, don't worry, Steve. I'm not at all frightened. In fact, I can't wait until tomorrow to get started.
Yes? What is it, Tulu?
Listen, boss man, to sound coming from jungle. You hear?
Yes, Tulu. The drums are beating. What does it mean?
Yavaro tribe out to find new heads. They dance first.
Oh, how horrible.
Oh, luckily, these Jivaros fear the white man's guns and leave him strictly alone. It's only in cases that they are caught alone that trouble starts. That's why I said before, not one of us shall ever be alone under any condition. That's for our own personal safety.
Oh, Pete, I'm going to handcuff you right to my wrist.
I could think of worse things, Patsy. It's a deal.
Tulu, tell the guides that we will leave at dawn and to have everything ready.
Yes, boss man.
We ought to reach the Jivaro territory just about the time they put on their ceremonial dance of victory. And if we do, well, I promise you a sight you'll never forget.
Part 2 of Emeralds Come High will follow in just a moment. But first, a word from your announcer. Now, Part 2 of Emeralds Come High with Warren William as John Francis O'Connell.
We left Socorro before dawn, and in 20 minutes were deep in the tangled jungle. Only the chatter of monkeys and the strange tropical birds marred the quiet of the morning. Their incessant noise was terrifying to our native guides ahead. We pushed on into the green hell that completely swallowed us. 2 days later...
The natives have spotted us. They're telegraphing the jungle that we're coming.
Not frightened, are you, Patsy?
Of course not. To me, they're just another batch of wolves. I know how to handle them.
If they ever spot that bright red hair of yours...
Red means danger in anybody's language, especially the red hair of Patsy Moran. Just let them try anything. Where's Peter, Steve?
Up ahead with Tulu. The drums are getting nearer. They may be planning an attack. Keep on the trail.
Look at those clouds. Looks like a storm coming up.
Yeah, nothing new about that. They have one almost every day in these parts. I'd better go ahead and see what Tulu says about those drums.
Hurry back, Steve.
I can't even see the sky. Looks like a green heaven to me.
That's all we need now, a thunderstorm.
At least it would cool us off. Must be 150.
Here it comes. Let's get under this leafy tree.
Gosh, how dark it's getting.
Hey! Hey up there, Steve! Pete! They can't hear me over the thunder. I'll run ahead and tell them to stop. Stay right here. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Now don't move, remember?
I promise I won't move a step.
Steve! Oh, Steve!
Rain.
rain, go away. Come again another.
Patsy, where are you?
Patsy Moran had disappeared as completely as though the jungle had swallowed her up. We searched everywhere, but not a single clue could we find. Steve, Peter, and I were forced to the conclusion that she'd been captured by the headhunters. As soon as the storm abated, we decided to increase the perimeter of our search. By twos, we spread out in an ever-widening circle. A little later...
Bossman, come!
That's Tulu.
Come.
That's Tulu. He must have found something. Let's hurry. Coming, Tulu.
See, Bossman, one tree. Tulu find hair, red hair.
Hey, that belongs to Patsy, all right. Now let's look around and try to find some more. We can trail her right to their village if we're lucky.
Here's another one over here. Looks as though Patsy is deliberately letting her hair get caught in the underbrush. She's showing us the way.
Drums beat closer.
We're getting closer to their encampment now. Be careful where you step. We can't let them hear us. Look, over here between these bushes.
That's the village, all right. What's going on? I can't see.
Looks like they're having their ceremonial dance. All of the Hibaro tribe are sitting in a semicircle. Someone must be dancing. See how they keep swaying to the throb of the drums?
That's their dance of victory. I hope that doesn't
I don't think we're too late. They all dance around a new head. Now only one is dancing.
I'll go up closer. Wait here. Hey, crawl over here. We can see everything.
One at a time. You go first, John.
Take a look, John. There's a sight to remember.
Shades of Minsky. It's Patsy, and she's dancing.
What a dance. Broadway never saw anything like that.
We've got to let her know we're here.
Wait, with all these birds raising bedlam around us, I think I can do it.
What are you going to do?
I'll give her the wolf whistle. She'll recognize that.
She didn't hear you. Do it again.
She heard it. Hey, she's giving us a message.
Heard you, heard you. Dancing too. Save my head. They want to make me their queen. Come back tonight. Same place. See you then. See you then.
Later that night, under a brilliant tropical moon, we crept back to our place in the jungle just outside the native village. We had everything ready for a quick getaway, but we were prepared to get Patsy one way or another.
Most of them are drunk. They get tight on some native brew and sleep for days.
Hey, look way over there. That hut on the far side.
Yes, I see. Patsy is crawling out of the hut. She's cutting into the jungle.
Give her that wolf whistle, John. Let her know we're here. Now let's wait. There she is. Over here, Patsy.
Here. Steve. Oh, John. Gee, it's like old home week at the Follies.
What a relief to see your red hair still attached to your pretty head, Patsy.
Yeah, but let's go, let's go. Every minute we stay here may be our last. We'll strike right out for the mountain pass. Once we're there, we'll be safe.
Oh, wait just a minute. There's something I want to show you first.
That can wait.
No, it can't. Now, you boys follow me. I know just where to go. Here. Take a look.
Well, it's a huge meadow with a good crop of weeds. What's so different about it, Patsy?
I saw the Indian women gathering those weeds this afternoon. They brew it in huge kettles, and then they dip their arrows and darts in it.
The curare weed. Good heavens. There's enough there for every clinic in the world.
But how can we get it out? Why, it would mean war.
You boys leave that to me. I know how.
Well, tell us, Patsy.
I told you that these natives want to make me their queen. They think red hair is a sign of divinity. So I'm going to stay on and be their queen until you lugs come back with a mule train large enough to take this entire crop of curare.
Patsy, you're out of your head. Do you think I'm going to...
Oh, thank you for them kind words, Peter. But what we're doing is a lot more important than we are. Now, Steve, listen. I'll be perfectly safe right here. While you boys are hot-footing it back to Socorro, I'll be busy learning these native dances. I found out that they put more bumps in their dances than I do. And that's saying something, believe me.
But, Patsy, even if everything is as you say, How are we going to get the curare weed out of here without a battle?
Well, if I'm to be their queen, they'll have to mind Mama. And I expect you to bring back enough trinkets to keep their minds off their loss. Now hurry, it's getting near dawn. We've got a week's journey.
John, Patsy's right. I think she's perfectly safe for a few days, and the risk is worth it. Come on. We'll head back to Socorro.
Goodbye, boys. Good luck.
Goodbye, Patsy. I'll miss you.
I'll miss you too, Pete. Just wait until you see my next dance. Strictly from the jungle.
6 days later, our convoy of 7 pack mules and our band of 15 men, led by Dr. Sanchez, returned to the outskirts of the native village. We stopped to reconnoiter just in case.
There she is. Look. Good heavens, they've got her sitting on a throne. 2 men are fanning her with banana palms. She really is a queen.
John, give her the signal. Hey, look, she knows we're here. She hears us.
The drummers are running for their drums. The natives are lining up in 2 rows. Patsy's getting down from the throne. She's walking between the rows of men. She's heading out here to us. She's done it. They're going to welcome us. There's royalty if I ever saw it.
We've got all the curare weed cut, Steve. It's all loaded and ready for the return trip.
Oh, that's fine, Doctor. Tell the men to start back. We'll stay and say goodbye to the chief.
I hope they let their queen go without any trouble.
I'm sure they will. She told them she was going back to the sky one day.
Look, Steve. The natives are all gathering in the center of their village. Drummers are coming out. What's going on?
Our Patsy is going to give them her final dance.
Ooh.
Yeah, she told me it'd be a fire dance so that they could all think she's going back to the sky in a cloud of fire. Let's join the natives and watch. This ought to be good.
Let's sit right here, behind them, just in case.
That's a good idea, son.
Hey, it almost looks as though the pagan gods were taking a hand in this. Look up at the sky.
Another one of our daily cloudbursts in the offing. Well, I'm used to them.
She's starting her dance.
There, in the midst of those headhunters, we saw a wild, barbarous jungle dance that defies description. The incessant pounding of those jungle drums set our blood aflame. And with the thunder crashing all around us, Patsy held us spellbound. It was a savage dance of rhythm and movement that blended into the wild surroundings of the jungle. Suddenly, a vicious bolt of lightning struck.
Where's Patsy? She's gone. Quiet, John, quiet. That's what she was waiting for. That was her cue for a timely exit.
Back in Socorro, we learned why Patsy had suddenly abandoned her search for the emerald mine.
Well, you see, boys, in my fire dance, I carried the map in my pocket. I had to do quite a bit of disrobing.
Well, Patsy, you mean you...
Yes, the map is still with the rest of my clothes in the native village. But don't worry. I told him I'd come back someday. And I know the old chief will never destroy either my clothes or the map. We'll get them on the next trip. Won't we, Peter?
Peter, next trip. Why are you two going...
Well, Dad, you see, it's this way.
Yes, son, I'm listening.
Well, Patsy and I are... Well, we're going to fly to the States.
For our honeymoon.
Honeymoon?
Mm-hmm. And then we're coming back and go to work. In between having our babies, Pete and I are going to sort of gather emeralds while we may.
Warren William will be back in just a moment to tell you the rest of the story of the probate cause of Emeralds Come High. But first, here is a brief message from your announcer. now back to Warren William as John Francis O'Connell.
News of Patsy Moran's strange adventure with the headhunters preceded us to the States. And what happened? She's being billed as the Emerald Queen. I don't have to tell you that her native jungle dances are causing a sensation that won't be forgotten on Broadway in a long time to come. I'd certainly like to be back in Columbia when the Queen returns to her tribe. That'll be a day to remember. And I'd like to pick up a few emeralds here and there if and when they may be found. Wouldn't you? Next week, I'm going to tell you the story of a violin. Back in 1732, Antonio Stradivarius, the world-celebrated violin maker, created an instrument that was so perfect, sounded so beautiful, that he gave it the name of a beautiful girl. Down through the years, that violin has had experiences that have made a story so poignant, so beautiful, as was ever written. We call this unusual story Emily. This is Warren William, inviting you to listen again next week.
Strange Wills is written by Ken Crepine and directed by Robert Webster Light. Names, places, and events have been changed so that no reflection may fall on any person or persons living or dead. This is a Teloaze feature produced in Hollywood. Strange Wills. Starring the distinguished Hollywood actor Warren William and featuring Lorene Tuttle with Howard Culver and an all-star Hollywood cast. Original music by Del Castillo. Dead men's wills are often strange. We cannot attempt to understand them or try to find the answers. We can but tell the story.
This is Warren William bringing you the story of Emily. But first, here is a brief message from your announcer.
And now, Emily, with Warren William as John Francis O'Connell.
Is it possible for some men to love an inanimate object more than they could ever love a human being? This is the story of Emily, the life story of a violin. Let us go back to the little Italian village of Cremona. The year is 1732. In his workshop, Antonio Stradivarius, maker of fine violins, is fingering with loving care a beautiful new violin.
Francesco, come here, please.
Yes, Father.
It is done. See?
Oh, it is your greatest creation, Father.
Yes. 12 years of loving labor, here in this one violin. But every moment was well spent. My son, we have created an instrument that is almost human. Our tears, our laughter, yes, our very souls have gone into the aging of the wood. Our hands have lovingly carved the fingerboard. Our hearts, the sound post.
Let me play it, Father.
Please do, Francesco. Let it sing its first song just for us.
It sounds like the voice of a beautiful girl. Rich, full, vibrant.
But one not yet tempered by the years, my son. Today this violin sings the song of youth. But as it lives, it will cry also. To be perfect, it must suffer as human beings suffer. It must drink deeply of life to be able to sing of life.
Father, what shall you name it?
I've been thinking for many months about a name. You know, my son, there is only one name that I think we can give it. It is the name of a young girl that I once heard singing in the hills of Lombardy. I was but a boy. It was spring, the hills were green, the blossoms bursting on the fruit trees. As I walked over the hills of our Lombardy, I thought I heard the voice of an angel. It was so fresh, eager, so full of life. There was sheer joy of youth. Well, bashful as I was, I spoke to her. You have the voice of an angel, Signorina.
Well, thank you, young man.
Oh, no, do not thank me, Signorina. Thank the good God in heaven for the miracle of your voice.
I thank him for more than that, my young friend. I thank him for being alive, for letting me see the wonder of his miracles, for spring in our beloved Lombardy, and for giving me the grace to follow him as a nun.
A nun? You?
Yes. You see, my young friend, tomorrow I enter the convent of Matador Lesa. It is my calling. I am to be the bride of the Savior.
God has doubly blessed you, Signorina. You are fortunate.
I only ask that I can always feel as I do this morning, and that I may serve my Creator and sing his praises.
What is your name, Signorina?
Emily? But why do you ask?
Because someday I shall create a violin that will be better than all those in the world. Better than even those made by Amati. And when I do...
Then, when you have created this great violin, my little friend?
I shall name it after you, Signorina. I shall call it Emily.
And so in 1732, the maker of the world's finest violins inscribed into his greatest creation these words: Emily, Antonio Stradivarius, Cremona, 1732. In the next 20 years, Emily became the most beloved possession of the great concertmaster Gustavo Martinelli. Emily was growing in tonal quality and in loveliness. Her muted voice was heard in all the great concert halls of Rome, Berlin, Vienna. She was acclaimed by the music lovers of Europe. And then, one day, the great maestro retired. The golden voice of Emily was stilled, but not for long. Fortunately, a roving band of gypsies came to town. And when they left, under the cover of darkness, they had Emily. These were glorious days for Emily, And from the enchanted woodlands of Italy, she traveled north through the Balkans, up through the forests of Russia, ever singing, ever living, ever growing. At night under the moon, the gypsies would gather round their campfires and sing their ancient songs of Romany. Emily pulsed with warmth and feeling. She must have loved the gypsies, and they loved her. For almost 30 years, she traveled from the steppes of Russia to the sunny provincial towns of Spain. One day, the little gypsy band entered Vienna. As was their custom, they wandered through the city singing songs, telling fortunes, and, of course, playing Emily. As they played their wild gypsy music, a man opened his window in the Odenhaus and looked down into the street.
Well, they're gypsies. Who gives a Paganini competition? Who owns that violin?
It belongs to us, Maestro Paganini. To us, the gypsies of Romany.
I want to look at it. Bring it up, please, to Suite 200.
But we are not allowed to enter the public buildings, Maestro. We are gypsies. It is against the law.
Well, when a Paganini says to enter, you enter. With a violin such as you have, you could storm the very gates of paradise. Come in, I say. Come in, gypsy girl, come in.
Thank you. Thank you, Maestro Paganini.
Hey, but where are the others? I invited them all.
Oh, they will wait for me outside. We gypsies are not worthy of the invitation of the great Maestro.
You gypsies. What simple children you are. You cry and laugh, much as the children do. But I envy you. I, Maestro Paganini, envy you with my whole heart.
Envy us gypsies? Oh, the Maestro's making fun.
No, I speak what is in my heart. I envy you gypsies because you alone know the wonderment of nature. You alone witness the miracles of God. And you alone have the feel of life. Oh, give me the violin, please. I would look at it.
Oh, yes. Here it is, Maestro.
Let us walk over here to the window. The light is much better. Oh, the workmanship is burned. Oh, wait, let me look inside. There, I see the signature. I knew when I heard that tone I was not mistaken. Antonio Stradivarius, 1732. Emily. So this is the violin that the whole world has been searching for. This is Emily. It's the greatest of all creations.
Emily? Emily, I do not understand.
This is the one violin Stradivarius named after a girl. They say she was his boyhood sweetheart before she became a nun. He never forgot. And he named his violin after her.
And to think it belongs to us, the gypsies. But Maestro Paganini, Emily has been happy with us. She sings just as we do and cries, and she dances our gypsy dances, just as though she was born one of us.
May I play it?
Oh, Maestro, that would make all of us happy. Emily played by the great Paganini.
It is divine. I cannot live without. I offer 1,000 lire.
1,000 lire? Oh, no, Maestro.
2,003.
No, Maestro Paganini. Oh, no.
Oh, how much then? The name of the prize. How much to make Emily mine? I must have. You shall not leave this room until we strike a bargain.
Gypsies are strange people, Maestro. My father instructed me to tell you that if you love the violin, then it is to be yours.
For what price, gypsy girl?
The price is this, that you shall play one of our beloved songs of Romany for us now. Look out of the window. You see, they stand on the street below, waiting for you to play.
Yes, there they stand, all of them, looking up here. You see now, Gypsy girl, what I meant when I said you gypsies were God's most beloved children. If I cry a little, pay no attention. I'm a silly, sentimental fool. You gypsies below, you shall have your song of Romany, and more. You shall have the eternal love of the great Paganini. I vow you this before the blessed Mother.
Viva Maestro Paganini! Viva Maestro Paganini!
Part 2 of Emily in just a moment. But first, a brief message from your announcer. And now back to Emily with Warren William as John Francis O'Connell.
Having acquired Emily, Niccolo Paganini soon became the toast of king and beggar. London, Paris gave him their adulations reserved only for the very great. The capitals of Europe begged for his appearance. The years passed swiftly. Finally, he gave his last concert. It was in the Imperial Conservatory in Vienna, just a stone's throw from where he had first heard Emily. As the crowd of music lovers arose and applauded his genius, Niccolo Paganini raised his hand for silence.
My dear friends, it's hard to say goodbye, but to every man that time must come. For me, it is tonight. You who have loved me these many years have not forgotten the fact that my hands have played upon the most beautiful, most wonderful of all violins. I go, but Emily must live on, for as long as the world lives on. It is only right that I give Emily to the one I think will make her the happiest. And that man is not very far away. In fact, he is here in this conservatory. I, Niccolo Paganini, do hereby will and convey my violin, Emily, to Herr Adolf Heller, concertmaster of the Austrian Imperial Opera. And may he bring joy and happiness not only to all of you, but to my dearest possession, my Emily.
Music lovers the world over flocked to Vienna to hear Concertmaster Heller and Emily. Under his talented fingers, a new world was opened to her. In the midst of this thrilling period, Herr Heller received a note from Johann Strauss asking him to come to his apartment and to bring Emily. He called on him the following afternoon.
Herr Heller, come in, please. I am so happy to see you again.
I am honored, Johann. And see, I have brought Emily as you asked me to.
Good, good. Oh, that is wonderful. Now I know I will succeed. Here, sit down, please, Herr Heller. Adolf, and let me tell you what I've been doing.
Thank you.
Adolf, you and I have been born and raised in Vienna. Beautiful Vienna. Is it not so?
Ja, Johann. Our Vienna is the most beautiful in the world. Music and Vienna. The one belongs to the other.
That is right, Adolf. Now, let me tell you. For the past few weeks, I've been working on a new composition that will make our Vienna live forever in song. I have the manuscript ready, but I wanted Emily and you and I to be the first to play it. Then we will see whether or not it is really as beautiful as I hope it to be. Come over here, to the piano, Adolf.
Yes, Johann.
See, here is my composition. I have called it Blue Danube. If you will play it for me, I shall accompany you on the piano.
It will be a great honor, Johann, for both Emily and for me. I swear, Johann, as long as a single one of us remains alive, Emily will never leave Vienna. Never. It is my solemn vow.
From father to son, down through the next 3 generations, Emily stayed in the Heller family as each son became in turn concertmaster of the Royal Opera House. These were exciting years. But all good things must come to an eventual end, even for Emily. In 1938, Hitler decreed that Austria and Germany would henceforth be one. By special decree, the Viennese Symphony Orchestra was transferred to Munich. All through the war years that followed, Emily was forced to play music selected by government agencies. It was a time of great sorrow for musicians and for Emily. Then, early one morning, on the outskirts of Munich, there came the sounds of war. Munich was about to be captured by the Americans. The city was entered. The opera house deserted.
Hey, Yank! Try that building!
What? Why, there's no one in here. Nothing but a lot of music contraptions. Horns and... Gosh, even a fiddle. Can't be much good, though. It looks too old. It looks like one of them antiques. Probably a piece of junk. Gosh, it still plays, though. I'll just take it home. Make me a good souvenir, even though it does sound lousy.
Then Then to America came Emily, and the stage was set for us to meet. I was driving through the hill country of Tennessee. It was a beautiful spring morning. The fruit trees were bursting with their snow-tinted fragrance. Just outside the little village of Pineborough, I noticed some public announcements nailed on a tree. The letters were red and flaming. Barn dance, I read. Hear George Ricketts play his captured German fiddle. Come one, come all. Refreshments. Well, I decided to stay over and hear George Ricketts play his fiddle.
Well, let's grab your partner, swing 'em round, raise to the left and kiss to the right, and march 'em down the sit around and kiss the girls and make 'em smile.
After the dance, I had the pleasure of meeting Emily, and later talking over a little business matter with ex-GI George Ricketts.
Why, it's been mighty nice, Mr. O'Connell, having you as a sort of guest star tonight.
And believe me, George, I thoroughly enjoyed my stay over to hear you play your violin.
Well, thank you, Mr. O'Connell. I don't play very much, mostly for square dances and the barn dances in the fall.
George, may I look at your violin, please?
Why, sure. It ain't very fancy looking. In fact, I picked it up over in Germany, a sort of a war souvenir.
Ah, thank you. Yes, it does look rather old, doesn't it?
Don't see how it hangs together after the beating I give it at these here shindigs.
You see, George, the man who made it put his name in it. Here it is. See it?
Why, sure. I seen that afore. Antonio something or other. Never paid me much attention to it. Sounded like some Italian to me.
He was, George. He was an Italian. His name was Antonio Stradivarius. He was a great genius, George. I want to ask you something, man to man.
Why, you just go right ahead, Mr. O'Connell. I'm a-listening.
Once upon a time, this violin belonged to some musician who undoubtedly loved it more than anything else in the world.
Love a fiddle that much? Why, you're a joshing.
No, I'm not, George. I'm telling you the truth. You know, in Europe, these violins are handed down from father to son, down through the years.
Well, do they think that much of them?
They do, George. I know that someone misses this violin more than you'd miss, say, $5,000.
Sort of choked me up there. I'd sure miss $5,000 more than I miss that.
Well, then, George, how about it? I'll give you my check for $5,000, and you give me this violin.
Why, say, that would buy super deluxe instruments for a whole band. Yes, sir, a whole band. Why, sure, it's a deal, Mr. O'Connell. But what do you say to write out that check right now?
Believe it or not, George, that's just what I'm going to do.
And what are you going to do with that fiddle, Mr. O'Connell? Keep it as a war souvenir?
No, George. I'm going to try very hard to find its owner. And when I do, I'm going to send it back to him. After months of correspondence with friends in Europe, I finally located and sent Emily back to its owner in Vienna. Weeks later, I received a letter from Siegfried Heller, Kapellmeister of the Vienna Opera House. I'd like to read it to you. My dear Mr. O'Connell, Emily arrived at the airport this morning, and now I live again. Oh, the heartbreaking years since I lost her. It was like losing your mother, father, and wife all at once. But now she's back. Already I've played many of the pieces Emily loved so well. She became warm, throbbing, almost a living human being in my hands. As long as there is a single son to bear our name, Emily will remain with us, to play for the world. She belongs not to us, but to posterity. I know, too, that Antonio Stradivarius and the original Emily, wherever they may be, thank you and bless you. I beg to remain sincerely grateful, Siegfried Heller, Kapellmeister, Vienna Opera House.
Warren William will be back to tell you the rest of the story about Emily. But first, here is a brief message from your announcer. And now back to Warren William as John Francis O'Connell.
There isn't really much more to say about Emily, except that I hope she'll go on and on playing the music of great masters, bringing happiness and love to a sorry world. We need more Emilys to bring us all a little closer together, north, east, south, west, in a real, true brotherhood of man. And what is a better way than through the universal language of music? I don't know. Do you? Next week, I have a thriller for you. An innocent man was sentenced to death for murder. 1 hour before the scheduled electrocution was to take place, a dying woman made her last will, and in it confessed that she had murdered the man. 60 seconds were left to save the life of an innocent man. 60 seconds. But unfortunately, nature conspired against him. We call this most exciting story Margin for Love. This is Warren William, inviting you to listen again next week.
Strange Wills is written by Ken Crepine and directed by Robert Webster Light. Ladies and gentlemen, it might interest you to know that the violin used on this program was made in Italy in the year 1750 by Januarius Galliano. It was played by its owner, concertmaster Marshal Sasson. Names, places, and events in the program have all been changed so that reflection can fall on no persons living or dead. This is a Teleways feature produced in Hollywood. Strange Wills, starring the distinguished Hollywood actor Warren William, and featuring Lorene Tuttle with Howard Culver and an all-star Hollywood cast. Original music by Del Castillo. Dead men's wills are often strange. We cannot attempt to understand them or try to find the answers. We can but tell the story.
This is Warren William bringing you the story Margin for Love. But first, here is a brief message from your announcer.
And now back to Warren William as John Francis O'Connell in Margin for Love.
The greatest tragedy in the life of Catherine Ryan happened one dull November morning when dark gray clouds were hanging ominously low over the criminal courts building.
Timothy Edward Ryan, prisoner before the bar. Step forward, please. The jury of your peers has found you guilty of murder in the first degree. Have you anything to say before this court pronounces sentence upon you?
Only what I've said all during this trial, Your Honor. I'm innocent of the charge of murder. I did not kill Tom Miller.
Let your protestation of innocence be noted into the record. However, it becomes mandatory upon this court to pass sentence. This court, upon recommendation of the jury, finds you, Timothy Edward Ryan, guilty as charged in the indictment, and sentences you to death in the electric chair.
That's preposterous.
Oh, no! No!
May God have mercy on your soul.
Later in the day, Catherine Ryan called on me at my office.
Oh, John. I know that Tim is innocent. What can we do?
Now, Catherine, let's not all get excited and tip over the apple cart.
But we've so little time,
Your lawyer will ask for a new trial. Then there'll be an appeal taken to a higher court. Meantime, you may rest assured that I will do everything I can to see that justice is served.
Everything isn't enough, John. My husband is under sentence of death for a murder that he did not commit. Do you know how I know? In every woman's heart there is a margin for love. She feels instinctively. She knows. Believe me.
Catherine, I'm not a criminal lawyer. Perhaps that's why I can look at this case from a distance and see it better. Remember, Tim is my friend as well as your husband. I don't intend to let him down. Tomorrow morning I'm going to see him and try to find a clue that may prove his innocence. But whatever happens, rest assured, Catherine, no stone will be left unturned. The next morning, I called on the prisoner.
It's no use, John. You heard the verdict. They say I'm guilty. I haven't got a Chinaman's chance.
Tim, I'm going to do everything in my power to help you. Both Catherine and I. But you've got to help me find the answer.
You know what happened, John, as well as I do. I had murder in my heart and a gun in my pocket the night I hid behind that tree and waited for him to come out of his house. I intended to just threaten him if he refused to pay me back for the fraudulent oil stock he sold me. Every penny Kathy and I had in the world, he took it away. He stole it from us by false promises and deceit. I was desperate. Well, I stood under that tree waiting. Suddenly, I saw him come out of the house, turn in my direction, and then... Oh! When I came to, I saw his body alongside of me, and my gun lay between us. The neighborhood was in an uproar.
Yes, Tim, I've heard the story, and it always ends when the police picked you up. But who hit you on the head? Who took your gun and pumped 7 shots into the body of Tom Miller? Who dropped your gun and ran away into the darkness of the night? Who?
I wish I knew, John. So that I could be the first to shake him by the hand. And that's the truth.
Well, shaking his hand won't save you, Tim. You say you heard feet running away after the shots were fired.
Well, only dimly. I was half unconscious. I heard the shots, and then I heard the feet running down the concrete sidewalk. They sounded like little trip hammers. And that's all I can remember.
Like trip hammers, eh? Well, that's interesting. Yes, that's very interesting.
Why?
Tim, unknowingly, you've given me the first tangible clue. 7 shots and running feet that sounded like trip hammers. Doesn't that mean anything to you?
No, it doesn't mean anything at all.
I don't want to arouse the slightest hope that we've stumbled onto something, Tim. But from what you've told me, I think I know the sex of the murderer.
The sex?
7 shots. Every shell there was in the automatic. Means that the gun was fired by a highly emotional person. One in whose heart burned the raging fires of hate. Add that to the running trip hammers, and you have...
You have what, John?
The murderer of Tom Miller. A woman. Knowing the sex of the murderer proved of little value during the passing months. Winter melted into spring, and spring blossomed into summer. And in spite of all our efforts, not a single further clue was found.
Extra, extra! Ryan to die tomorrow night! Ryan to die tomorrow night! Extra, extra! Read all about it!
Only 24 hours remained to bring a murderer to bay. A clever, scheming murderer who had evaded every net, every suspicion. Frankly, I was at my wit's end. Catherine was distraught. Nothing I could say or do would console her.
We're at the end of the rope, John. It's all over.
Oh, it looks bad, Catherine, I'll admit, but, well, we've got 24 hours.
Yes, I know. 24 hours. But each one of them will fly past without helping us. And then... Oh, John, the electric chair. It's horrible.
We won't give up yet. We can't. I'll go back to my office and see if I can find any lost threads that might have escaped me. Call me there if anything happens. But nothing happened, either that night or the following day. Only 3 hours of life remained for Timothy Ryan, and then death. The thought was terrifying, and worst of all, I knew that there was nothing more I could do. I'd reached the end of the road. I sat in my apartment and waited as the hands of the clock moved relentlessly forward. 1 hour to go. 1 hour to midnight.
It's 11 o'clock, Tim.
Yeah, 11 o'clock. 1 hour to go. Oh, poor Kathy. To think she'll have to remember this all of her life.
Barbara will come in now, Tim. You got to get your hair trimmed.
So the electrodes won't miss. Is that why, Warden?
That's why, Tim. You know, I don't think that I like doing this job. I'm only human.
I know. You can't help it. It just seems funny getting it for something I didn't do. But it's all right, Warden. It's all right. You can send the barber in.
Hello?
Mr. O'Connell?
Yes?
Well, this is Dr.
Just a moment, please. There's a storm coming up, and I can hardly hear you. Excuse me while I close the window.
Yes.
There now, Doctor?
This is Dr. Wilbur of the emergency hospital over on East 68th Street.
Yes, Doctor?
We've just received an emergency case, automobile accident. The patient is dying. She's just made a will and asked me to call you immediately.
I'll drive over right away if you like, Doctor.
I wish you would, Mr. O'Connell. There isn't much time, and what she has to say may save a man's life.
What do you mean, Doctor? Whose life?
This woman, her name is Gloria Dever, has just confessed to the murder of Tom Miller.
I broke all speed records that night on my trip over to the emergency hospital. Was this Gloria Dever telling the truth? Was it she Tim had heard running away from the scene of the crime? I had to know, and quickly. There was less than half an hour left. Less than half an hour before the switch was to be turned on at the state's prison. Dr. Wilbur? Are you Dr. Wilbur?
Yes, and you're Mr. O'Connell?
Right, Doctor. Will you take me to this woman, this Gloria Dever, please? Excuse me if I seem over anxious, but there's so little time.
It's too late, Mr. O'Connell. Miss Dever died about 5 minutes ago.
Died? But, Doctor, think
but here,
what...
Mr. O'Connell, here is her last will.
Oh. I, Gloria Dever, being of sound mind and body in the presence of death, do hereby... But the confession, Doctor, the confession, where's that?
I think it begins on page 2, Mr. O'Connell. Yes, you see, there it is.
I do hereby confess to the murder of my ex-husband, Tom Miller. I see. She was his ex-wife.
That's right.
I hated him. 5 years ago, he deserted me, left me penniless, and ran away. I swore vengeance. I swore to kill him. I watched him for weeks, and then one night, while I was watching his house, waiting to kill him, I saw a man behind a tree. I didn't see his face, but I saw he was watching, too. I crept up to him. He didn't hear me. I hit him over the head with a stone. I wanted no interference. Vengeance was mine alone. When the man fell, I saw a gun, and I saw, too, that Tom Miller was coming my way. I took the gun and shot until every bullet was gone. And then I ran away. Doctor, you don't know what this means. This verifies everything Tim Ryan said in court. This confession will clear Tim Ryan of the charge of murder. Excuse me if I run. I've got work to do.
Yes.
Catherine, this is John. Listen, there's been a miracle.
A miracle? What do you mean?
Gloria Dever, the first Mrs. Miller, died tonight in the 68th Street Emergency Hospital. I don't know yet what happened, but listen, Catherine.
Yes?
She confessed to killing her ex-husband. Take a cab over to my apartment. We've got 35 minutes to stop this legal murder. Hurry now and keep your chin up.
You see, John? You see? I knew it. That was my margin for love.
Part 2 of Margin for Love in just a moment. But first, a brief message from your announcer. And now back to Margin for Love with Warren William as John Francis O'Connell.
What time is it, Ward? It's 11:30, Tim. I see you got your hair cut.
Yeah, my last one. Oh, well, I never did like barbers anyway.
Tim, I've been seeing a lot of you lately. Only wish the jury had believed your story about that dame running away.
Well, you can't blame them, Warden. After all, I did have a gun. There were 7 shots fired, and they found me right on the spot. Who could believe that I didn't do it? Especially when I was waiting for him.
Yes, that's the trouble with these open and shut cases. Sometimes they're too open to suit me.
There's not much that can be done about it now, Warden.
No, I guess not, Tim. Anything I can get you.
No, thanks, Warden.
Father McNamara will be here in a few minutes. You'll see him, won't you?
Oh, of course. I've got a lot to get off my chest. Not much time to do it in.
Yes? Hello?
Judge Barnes?
Yes.
This is John O'Connell. Can you hear me?
Well, it's rather bad, but I hear you, John. What is it?
Judge Barnes, the murderer of Tom Miller just confessed, made a deathbed statement at the 68th Street Emergency Hospital.
Confessed, you mean?
Yes, Judge, in black and white. I've been trying to reach the lawyer who handles the defense, but he's out of the city, so I've got to act for him. There's only 30 minutes left.
Call the governor. Call the prison. Tell them that I'm issuing a stay of execution. You call them, I'll make out the papers. Tell the governor I'll send them down by special messenger.
Oh, Catherine, you're soaking wet. Here, get over in front of the fire. I'll tell you what's happened.
Oh, John, don't waste a moment until we're sure.
I won't. Judge Barnes has issued a stay of execution on Gloria Dever's confession. I've got to call the governor and the prison officials to advise them of what's happened. Don't worry, everything's going to be all right.
Oh, I'm so happy, John. So happy. You won't mind if I stand here and cry a little, will you?
No, of course not. It's perhaps the only thing left to do. The way I feel, I could almost join you.
I'm all right now, John. Go ahead and reach the governor. There's only 20 minutes.
20 minutes, Jim. Father Mac help you?
I'm as ready now as I ever can be, Warden. Don't care much about these slits in my pants legs, though. Why can't they send a guy off in his Sunday suit?
Prison regulations, I guess. Somebody started this barbarity centuries ago. And for all our learning and progress, we haven't changed much for the better, have we?
Guess it doesn't make much difference. When you're gone, and your Sunday suit won't do much good where they send you either, will it?
Tim, Kathy was here yesterday. I would have let her see you, only you said not to.
Thanks. No, I want her to remember me as I was, and as I am. Why make a swell girl like her suffer any more than you have to?
I guess you're right, Tim. No use breaking her heart all over again.
Busy signal? Why, I haven't even reached the operator. Operator!
Number, please.
Operator, listen to me. This is John Francis O'Connell, attorney at law. Put in a long-distance call to the governor's residence for me. A man is scheduled to die in 17 minutes.
One moment, please. I'll connect you with long distance.
Oh, all right.
Long distance?
Long distance. This is John O'Connell, attorney at law. I want to place a call, an emergency call to the governor's residence. A man's life
I'm sorry, sir, but there'll be a slight delay. All of the circuits are busy.
Oh, hang the circuits. I tell you, a man's life is in danger. A man is to die at midnight. I tell you...
One moment, please. I'll connect you with my supervisor.
Oh, hang the supervisor. I want the governor's mansion.
This is the supervisor speaking.
Supervisor, listen. In just 9 minutes, a man is scheduled to die in the electric chair. I have evidence to save him.
I'm sorry, sir. I can't make out what you're saying.
Supervisor, don't leave the line. I want the governor. The governor. Do you understand me? Get me the governor.
One moment, please. I'll try and connect you.
John, I'm frightened. Only 5 minutes to midnight. Only 5 minutes.
No, I'll have him in a moment.
It's time to go, Tim.
Well, I'd like a last cigarette. Got a match, Warden?
Sure I have.
Thanks, Warden.
Will you please wear these slippers? Rules, you know.
Sure, Warden. Why not?
Tim, I want to shake your hand. I think you're a fine man. Maybe you did kill Tom Miller. Well, maybe he deserved it.
Thanks. Well, here we start on that last mile.
Ave Maria, gratia plena Dominus tecum, misericors et benedictus
I'm sorry, sir. The line is busy. Will you please try the call again?
Listen, I've got less than 4 minutes to reach the governor. Before an innocent man dies in the electric chair, I order you to cut into the conversation and let me talk to the governor. If you don't...
One moment, please.
I'll get to the governor if I
I
have
wish
to...
you'd hurry. Only 2 more minutes. 2 more minutes. And then...
Hello, Supervisor. I'm waiting for the governor. There's only 2 more...
One moment, please. I'm trying to complete your call.
One moment. That's all. It's been going on for the last half hour. There's less than 2 minutes to go. For heaven's sake, get that call through to the governor. Operator. I don't hear any sound on the phone. Operator. Well, the phone is dead.
Santa Maria, Mater Dei, ora pro nobis nos, et in horis mortis nostri. Amen.
Ready, Warden. Ready. Throw the switch.
O'clock, and the phone is dead. We've lost, Kathy. We've lost. Catherine Ryan and I sat there looking out of the window into the thunderous gloom and the rain that poured down from the sky. It was over. Undoubtedly, Tim Ryan had paid the state in full for a crime which he did not commit. As we sat there, peering out into the rain-swept darkness, our thoughts were bitter.
Well, John, no use staying any longer. We tried our best. You'll never know how grateful I am for what you've done.
Catherine, I don't have to tell you how badly I feel about tonight. With complete vindication within our grasp, only to lose it in a storm. Let me drive you home.
Will you please, John?
Of course I will. Here, let me help you into your coat. There's not much I can say. You know that. Except I wish you'd go away for a rest, Catherine. You've been through the mill. You deserved more, but...
Thank you, John. I'll stay home for a few days until after I've buried him. And then, well, maybe rest would be...
Well, she's finally got through to the governor, I suppose. We ought to declare a national holiday. Excuse me, please. Yes?
Mr. O'Connell, this is the supervisor speaking. I'm sorry, but electrical disturbances prevented me from reaching the governor's residence.
Yes, I know. It's too bad.
Shall I try again in the morning, sir?
In the morning? No, never mind. Good night, miss. Our ride seemed like a death watch. Not a word was spoken between us. What was there to be said? To take our minds off the stark horror of the night, I switched on the radio.
Damages from the torrential downpour which disrupted light, phone, and travel service throughout the state may run into several $1 million. And here's an interesting item that can be blamed solely on the electrical storm. Timothy Ryan, convicted murderer who was sentenced to be electrocuted at midnight tonight, got a real break.
Oh, John!
Due to the fact that the storm disrupted the electrical circuits, the electric chair failed to operate, with the result that the condemned man was given a 24-hour reprieve by the warden.
Oh, John! John, he's alive!
Shut off the radio, Catherine,
He's
and
alive!
hang on.
Where are we going, John?
We're going back to the apartment. This time we're going to reach the governor.
Oh, don't look now, John, but I think we're being followed by a cop.
By a cop? Let him come. When he hears what we've got to tell him, he'll lead the way.
Warren William will return in just a moment to tell you the rest of the story of Margin for Love. But first... And here again is Warren William as John Francis O'Connell.
Well, I finally reached the governor. And today, Timothy Edward Ryan is reunited with his wife, a free man, and cleared of every vestige of the crime of murder. The last will and testament of the first Mrs. Miller proved to be authentic in every detail. According to the doctor who heard her bedside confession, she had planned the destruction of her husband for several weeks, and then, by a stroke of fate, found a way to place the blame for the killing on an innocent man's shoulders. The black sin of revenge lurked in both of their hearts, it's true, but the one reached fulfillment, the other smoldered. And rest assured, Timothy Ryan learned a bitter lesson he won't soon forget. Hereafter, he'll leave the revenge to heaven, where it belongs. Next week, I'm going to tell you a story about love and intrigue in Monte Carlo. A handsome young American composer wanted to meet a very charming and lovely girl, and I arranged it. But I didn't plan on what happened shortly thereafter. A group of international schemers and plotters offered to give me a strange and unusual will for my collection. And I appreciated their intentions until I learned the will was to be my own. How my young friend and I managed to escape with our lives and foil their plans is told in the unusual story we call They Met in Monte Carlo. This is Warren William inviting you to listen again next week.
Strange Wills is written by Ken Crepine and directed by Robert Webster Light. Any similarity between names used on this show and those of living persons is purely coincidental. This is a Teleways feature produced in Hollywood. Strange Wills, starring Warren William and featuring Lorene Tuttle and Carlton Young, with Howard Culver and an all-star Hollywood cast. Original music by Del Castillo. Dead men's wills are often strange. We cannot attempt to understand them or try to find the answers. We can but tell the story.
This is Warren William bringing you the story They Met in Monte Carlo. But first, a word from your announcer.
And here is our distinguished actor of stage, radio, and screen, Warren William, as John Francis O'Connell.
If you're looking for adventure, intrigue, or a romantic interlude, I can suggest just the place. Monte Carlo. The world-famous gambling casino, in particular, is the rendezvous of many strange characters you expect to find in fiction rather than in real life. I shall never forget the year 1935 and the casino. It was in the roulette room of the casino that I saw the inception of a story as strange, as weird, and as interesting as any it has ever been my pleasure to relate.
Faites vos jeux, mesdames et messieurs. Faites vos jeux.
It all began on a June night. I was sitting at the roulette table, watching the ivory ball of chance spin merrily on its way. Suddenly, I felt a tug at my sleeve. I looked up. A handsome young man was looking down into my face.
I beg your pardon, sir, but are you an American?
Well, yes, I am, but how did you guess?
I just took a chance.
I'll cash in my remaining plaques and join you. You know, it's nice seeing an American, even in Monte Carlo. Dick Marlowe and I introduced ourselves and then took off for the casino bar.
Now, I'll tell you why I asked you here for a drink, Mr. O'Connell.
Well, Dick, now that we're friends and compatriots, let's drop the formalities. My name's John.
All right, John. Now then, peer through the gilded and ornate shadows of this delightful room and tell me who you see sitting over there at that table, over there at the far side of the room.
Over the far side of the room, let's see. Oh, yes. Well, Dick, I see a rather pompous gentleman. He's sporting a monocle. There's a lot of class, dark pencil mustache, sleek hair, rather gray at the temples.
Well, hang that old monocle walrus. Take a look at what's sitting with him.
Oh, I see. Oh, that is different, isn't it? Good heavens, she's exquisite. Blonde hair and a lavender evening gown. My favorite colors.
They're mine, too.
No, excuse me.
As long as she's wearing them. Listen, John, you're a lawyer. You run into a lot of unusual situations. Now dig down into your law books and tell me how I can meet her.
Is that why... Oh, now I'm beginning to see the light.
Look, John, I've got to meet that girl. If there ever was a case of love at first sight, this is it.
The more I tried to find out about this love at first sight girl, the less I really learned. Dick came over to my hotel the next afternoon, and I gave him a resume of my efforts. Here, Dick, a drink.
Thanks.
Now sit down and relax, young fella, and I'll spill the beans.
Oh, thanks, John. Well, here's to Broadway.
And here's to love at first sight.
You know, trying to meet her is about as easy as crashing in on Princess Elizabeth.
Well, here's the dope. She lives with her father at the Villa Carlotta.
Uh-oh, that means class and plenty of shekels, John. That's the ritziest place in town.
Right. And here's some more news. According to the registry, their name is Lux. Mr. Ferdinand Lux and daughter, Carla. Residence, Budapest.
Carla Lux, huh? Carla. Hey, that sounds swell to me. Carla Marlowe. Not bad, huh?
Well, here comes disillusionment number one. Lux isn't her real name. It's an alias.
An alias? I don't...
Dick, I learned this morning that Monte Carlo is filling up with people from all over Europe. A lot of political bigwigs are gathering.
So that's it. Political intrigue in the making.
Quite obviously. Tonight, Mr. Lux and daughter Carla are attending a dinner party at the home of Monsieur Etienne Dupré, a sort of renegade Frenchman. That would be an excellent opportunity for you and Carla
I couldn't break into that dinner date, John. That's for society. Me, I'm just a poor guy over here writing an operetta.
Oh, but you told me you play the piano, didn't you?
Of course I did, but how does that fit?
Well, Dick, tonight you're going to entertain the guests of Monsieur Dupré. You see, I hired out your services to Monsieur Dupré this afternoon. The fee is 1,000 francs. Not bad pay for an evening's work. I told them over the phone I was a theatrical agent.
Oh, no. Holy Pete, you mean that I'm going to...
Exactly. You will entertain the dinner guests and play in the salon while late coffee is being served.
But how will I meet Carla? How can I possibly...
You forget, Dick, that music is the great leveler. Give it to her right from the heart.
You play beautifully, monsieur.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm glad you think so.
May I sit down?
Well, I'm highly honored. May I introduce myself? I'm Richard Marlowe, American.
How do you do? I'm Miss Lux. Carla Lux.
Yeah, I know. Now that we've dispensed with the formalities, is there something else I could play for you?
Oh, there are so many American songs that I would like to hear.
I'll play one I just finished writing. It's called Purple Serenade. It's from my new operetta.
It has a lovely name. But don't you sing?
No, but here are the words. Suppose you read them with me, huh?
Me?
Sure.
Oh, all right. Tonight I'll sing my serenade while evening's purple shadows fade and lovers find their rendezvous in dreams. Oh, that's beautiful, beautiful.
It never sounded as well.
The nightingale keeps uncoiling. Two young hearts in love. Come share with me your fantasy of schemes. I hear a gypsy fiddle playing, a melody of love divine. It tells me once again that you are mine.
That's swell.
Where is the one for whom this lonely heart was made? One to share my
my purple serenade. Oh,
Like it?
you're a genius. Really, I mean it.
Oh, I wouldn't go that far, but I'm glad
Won't you play some more, please?
Oh, we'll have a lot of time for that. Years and years.
Yes and yes.
Sure.
I do not understand.
Well, you see, it's this way. You see, in America, when the right boy meets the right girl, they get a funny feeling up here, around the heart.
But what does that
Well,
do
they
with...
call that love at first sight.
I still do not understand.
Yesterday, I saw you in the bar at the casino.
Yes, I saw you too.
And do you know, Carla, right away, I got that funny feeling around my heart. Just like that.
Isn't that strange?
Oh, not at all, not at all. Then I decided to meet you.
But how did you arrange
Well,
to
a very good friend of mine hired me out to play for the guests tonight.
Aha! Now I'm beginning to understand.
And so I took the job because I wanted very much to have a little talk with you.
Oh, you Americans. You don't let... Oh, what do they say in America? You don't let the dust settle under the foot. Is that right?
Yeah, that's it exactly. Now then, while the rest of the party is so deeply engrossed in conversation, how about you showing me the moonrise over Monte Carlo? I've heard it's very beautiful.
I would like some fresh air, too, but be careful. They must not see us leave.
Now, you lead the way. I'll be as quiet as a mouse.
Follow me.
Follow you, honey. I'm way ahead of you.
What did you say?
Oh, skip it. You wouldn't understand. Wait a minute. Allow me. Ah, boy. Look. Just look up there. There's our moon.
Isn't it lovely?
There's a rose arbor. Just get a whiff of those roses.
Divine.
Oh, boy. This place was made for sweet romance.
Tell me, may I call you Dick?
Well, Carla, if you don't, I'd consider my progress nil.
Silly boy. All right, then, Dick. Tell me, what do you do?
Well, I came over here to finish my operetta. You see, Carla, I'm a composer.
A composer? Very interesting. And your operetta, what is it about?
Oh, the same old thing. Boy meets girl, boy sings to girl.
Carla?
Oh.
Carla, where are you?
Here I am, Monsieur Dupré. I came out here for a breath of air.
Well, come right in. Your father wishes to be with you.
Yes, Monsieur. Oh, stay out here just for a moment until I have a chance to get back. And, Dick,
Yes, Carla, what is it?
girl wishes oh so much that she could see boy again.
Boy will arrange. All right, come in.
Well, good morning. What a mood you're in.
Oh, John, am I happy? And do I rate? Do you know Carla and I?
Carla? You don't mean to say that you call her by her first name?
Well, sure, she asked me to after I got through playing for her. Say, oh, listen, I'm in the Clover.
Well, tell me about it.
Well, she came over to the piano after dinner and sat down with me on the bench. Then she asked me all about myself, and I played for her, and later we went out in the garden, moonlight and roses and all that sort of stuff.
She confided in you?
Well, not exactly. In fact, now that I think of it, I don't know any more about her than I ever did.
Well, at least you have a speaking acquaintance. From now on, you've simply got to deliver the mail.
Oh, excuse me, John.
I have a note for Monsieur Marlowe.
Oh, thank you. Here you are.
Merci, monsieur.
Hey, this envelope smells awful good.
It's enticing.
How do you believe our rate, John? Getting a note less than 12 hours since we met. Wait a minute, I'll open it. Let's see. Monsieur, please forget last night. I'm not in a position to see you again. My fiancée arrived in Monte Carlo this morning. There can be no more purple serenades. Adieu, Carla.
Ah, love. Thy name is persistency. At least it was in our case. Dick and I didn't intend to let any fiancé stand in our way, especially when it concerned Carla. But anything can happen in Monte Carlo, and almost anything did. Yes?
Monsieur Colonel?
Yes, sir?
Good. This is Etienne Dupré.
Yes, Monsieur Dupré.
Monsieur Colonel, I'm very glad to hear that you are vacationing in Monte Carlo. We need the services of an American lawyer in connection with a will. A very unusual will. I wonder, monsieur, would you please drive over to my home?
Why, yes, if it's urgent, I'd be glad to.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. Just take a taxi in front of your hotel and tell the driver to take you to my home. They all know where I live.
Very well, monsieur. I'll leave immediately.
Part 2 of They Met in Monte Carlo in just a moment. But first, here is a word from your announcer. Now, Part 2 of They Met in Monte Carlo with Warren William as John Francis O'Connell.
When I arrived at the Dupre home, Monsieur Dupre ushered me into the library.
Welcome, Monsieur O'Connell. Welcome to the house of Dupre.
Thank you, sir.
I want you to meet my colleagues, Herr Eideldorf and Baron X, a special ambassador from the German Reich.
How do you do, gentlemen?
Now, please do be seated, Monsieur O'Connell, and we will, as you say in America, get down to the business.
Thank you, monsieur.
Monsieur O'Connell, we have learned through secret sources that you supplied the entertainment for our dinner party last night.
Supplied the entertainment? Oh, you mean, the young composer Richard Marlowe.
We now understand that he's not exclusively a composer, monsieur.
Dick, not a composer? Why, I'm afraid I don't
We
follow
believe
you.
that you deliberately sent this man to us as a spy of your government. Now, what have you to say?
The accusation is unfounded. He came here purely in the interests of... Well, he wanted to meet a certain young lady.
Yes, we know. Carla Eideldorf.
Carla Eideldorf, the daughter of Herr Eideldorf.
Exactly, monsieur. And this gentleman, Baron X, is your fiancé. Monsieur O'Connell, we understand that you are a collector of strange and unusual wills.
Well, that's correct, gentlemen. It has been a sort of avocation.
Well, Monsieur O'Connell, the time has come for us to put our cards on the table.
What do you mean, Baron?
Only this, that hereafter you're to stop your unwanted interference in our affairs.
And furthermore, monsieur, we want to warn you most solemnly that if you persist in sending your spies and confederates to us under the guise of strolling musicians, then...
Then what, monsieur?
You will be able to add a new will to your collection.
Only this will, Monsieur O'Connell, will be your own. And you won't be alive to do much about it. Do I make myself clear, Monsieur O'Connell?
I gather you are threatening me, gentlemen.
Your inference is very accurate, monsieur.
We do not threaten, Monsieur O'Connell. We but warn you. After that, we will not hesitate to do what we consider as a safeguard to our political interests.
And now, monsieur, you may go. But remember, if you value your life and that of your compatriot, keep him away from Mademoiselle Eideldorf.
That, gentleman, I consider to be his own personal affair. And I feel quite certain that Mr. Marlowe can take care of his own business affairs quite adequately. Good day, gentlemen. Well, things were getting exciting. I decided to stop off at Dick's apartment and advise him of what had taken place.
Come in.
Hi there, you spy.
Oh, John.
I just met, guess who?
Carla?
No, but someone who was rather close to her.
Her father, Monsieur Lux.
And her fiancé. A very mysterious German who is hiding under the name of Baron X.
Her fiancé? I can't believe it, John.
Dick, I was invited up to the Etienne Dupre home tonight under the pretext that I was to draw up or examine an unusual will.
Examine a will?
Of course, the whole thing was a put-up job to get me there. When I arrived, I met as pleasant a gang of cutthroats as I would expect to meet in Sing Sing.
John, I don't understand.
That's because the night you played for them, you only had eyes for Carla. Dick, remember something for me.
I'll try.
On the night you attended the reception at the Dupre home, what language was spoken?
I heard only conversational French. Wait a minute. When the men went into the salon for coffee, that's when Carla sat with me at the piano. Yeah. I remember now. I heard one of them talking about something about a... Yeah, I remember about a new confederation of European states or something like that, with Berlin as the hub. He talked in German.
That was just what I suspected. There's a movement on foot to reshape Europe, and the key men are right here in Monte Carlo.
Wait a minute. Let me open the door. Maybe some more of the gangsters came back to finish me off. Carla.
Let me in.
Sure.
I'm afraid I was followed.
Carla, I want you to meet my good friend and compatriot, John Francis O'Connell, an American lawyer.
Very happy to meet you, sir.
And I'm most happy to meet you, mademoiselle.
Carla, what in heaven's name brings you here at this hour?
Oh, Dick, I'm so frightened for you. Ever since the night you played for me, my father, Mr. Dupre, and my fiancée, the Baron, all of them think you came to spy on them. Oh, please leave Monte Carlo at once, today.
But I can't understand what this is all about, Carla. What's so secretive? What's cooking over there in the house on the mountaintop?
Intrigue. Many European powers are gathered to form a new confederation, one that will eliminate England and the United States from Europe. And behind it all are the Germans. My father is even willing to sacrifice me, to give me to that horrible Baron, just to achieve his end. Oh, Dick, I do not know what to do.
I'll tell you what you're going to do. Listen, Carla, I'm a day ahead of schedule, but here goes. Carla, I want to marry you. Keep those beautiful lips closed for a moment and let me explain. You see, Carla, I'd intended to ask you tomorrow, but this morning is just as good. I want you to fly to Paris with John and me. We'll live there for a few more weeks.
Fly to Paris?
Until I finish my musical score, and then we're off to the States.
America?
America, the land of the free and the home of the brave, and no German barons hiding under the beds.
But how? Even though my heart says yes, how possibly could we leave?
That's one of the reasons I became a lawyer, Carla. I know how to expedite things, how to cut this infernal red tape. Shall I arrange it?
Oh, could you, monsieur, could you?
I guarantee that I'll have a plane ready to fly us all to Paris by 7 o'clock tonight.
And then, Carl, after we arrive, it won't be too late to, sort of make a hurried trip to the marriage bureau. We can still get married tonight, can't we, John?
I think I can arrange it.
You see, darling, how invaluable it is to have a lawyer for a friend?
Yes, I see.
And tomorrow we can start on our honeymoon to the Pyrenees. Think of it. You and I. Oh, Carla, what a honeymoon we'll have.
Dick?
Yes, darling?
Will Monsieur O'Connell arrange that, too?
I pulled all the strings that were necessary for our quick exit. Things were moving at such a rapid pace that I could hardly keep abreast of them. Last night, Dick met the lovely and beautiful Carla. Tonight, he was eloping to Paris. Well, that was in the best American tradition, and quite frankly, I didn't blame him. Just after I finished calling the airport, Dick came in.
Everything all set, John?
It looks as though one eloping couple would escape the clutches of an irate father-in-law.
And you're not kidding. They'd tear us limb from limb if they had any inkling of what we intended to do.
What arrangements did you make with Carla?
She's coming here to your apartment by 6. She's gone home to allay suspicion and steal as many of her clothes as she can carry out.
Well, at any rate, that'll help some to your budget.
Lawyers and budgets. What's a budget where the beautiful and glamorous Carla is concerned?
I wouldn't mind too much about it either, Dick. Now listen, young man, it's getting late. Suppose you go to your rooms, pack up and come back. Then as soon as Carla comes, we'll take a cab to the airport. Meanwhile, I'll file your intention to marry.
You know, if you ever sent me a bill for everything you've done for me, John,
I seem to get a sinister pleasure out of outsmarting this mysterious German Baron X, alias Frederick. He's got a lesson coming to him, and a bitter one. Listen, Dick, I'll take care of the luggage. You take Carla and get aboard the plane, and be careful. You never know what the mysterious Baron X and his gang might do if they get wind of what we're up to.
I'd like to see him start something.
Dick, darling, do as Monsieur O'Connell says. I know it is dangerous.
Okay, darling, come on.
Here we are, monsieur. Bon voyage.
Thank you. John, over there, that's our plane. We'll run for it and meet you there.
I won't be long.
Let's run, darling. Come along. Here we are. I'll open the door. In you go, darling.
Thank you.
Welcome, Carla.
Oh.
And you too, Monsieur Marlowe. Step in, please.
Wait.
Keep your arms up, monsieur, if you value your life. As you see, I'm armed, and at the moment in the mood to kill.
Frederick, how
You
did
forget, my dear, that it is possible to listen into phone conversations. We heard you charter a plane for Paris. I hurried over here to stop you, Carl. Your father and Monsieur Dupre are getting out warrants for the arrest of the 2 Americans for kidnapping. The police will be here momentarily.
But I am not being kidnapped, Frederick. I'm going to marry Richard Marlowe. I have decided.
What you decide is of little consequence. You will be told whom you shall marry.
I shall refuse.
To refuse would mean the end of the new European Confederacy, my dear. I pledged Germany's acceptance, but only on the condition that I should have you as my Baroness.
Look, Baron X, or whatever your name is, you must take the Americans to be a lot of dopes.
Who could think otherwise?
But as it turns out, you're really the dope. Do you think we'd be stupid enough to anticipate your action? Look behind you, you'll see a man, and if you look carefully, you'll see a gun.
Swine, I do not believe you.
You fell for the oldest gag in the world. That sock in the jaws with my fondest regards.
Monsieur O'Connell.
Everything's set. What's the trouble in there?
Look out below, John, while I toss this piece of carrion out the door. Here comes Baron X.
The pilot. We have no pilot.
Well, we can't wait for him now. Anyway, I hold a private license. Let me get this crate started. Well, luckily, the engine's warm. Lock that door.
Okay.
We made it. We made it. Three months later, at 16 Rue Arbaron in Paris.
How was the operetta, darling? Almost through?
I'll have it finished soon, dear. And then the plane to the good old USA.
Oh, Dick, I'm so thrilled.
Remember what I told you that night out in the garden, Carla?
Oh, yes, every word. You said girl better come to America, where she can marry anyone she wishes. And then I said, girl would like to.
How long have we been married, darling?
3 months.
Isn't that baby cute?
Adorable.
When's her mother coming back?
In just a few minutes. She just went down to the corner to post a letter.
Oh.
Warren William will be back to tell you the rest of the story. They met in Monte Carlo in just a moment. But first, here is a brief word from your announcer. Now, here again is Warren William as John Francis O'Connell.
Well, Dick and Carla really did find happiness. They came to America the following year, and Dick's operetta proved to be a first-class sensation on Broadway. And if his songs are inspirational, which they are, blame it all on a certain beautiful and alluring blonde who decided that marrying for love is a lot nicer than marrying according to the dictates of a stern parent. And I agree, don't you? Next week, I have a story to tell you about blood-red rubies and murder. The story begins back in the days of Kublai Khan and his invasion of High Tibet. His soldiers looted the high temple, cut out the eyes of the pagan goddess, and escaped with the 2 most precious rubies known to be in existence. But a curse went with these rubies, the curse of sudden death. Finally, they came into the possession of a wealthy, retired American business executive. He decided to end the curse and return the jewels to the temple in high Tibet. But before he could do so, death struck, quickly, savagely. We call this unusual story The Girl in Cell 13. This is Warren William, inviting you to listen again next week.
Strange Wills is written by Ken Crepine and directed by Robert Webster Light. Names, places, and time have all been changed so that no reflection may fall on any person or persons, living or dead. This is a Teloways feature produced in Hollywood. Strange Wills. Starring the distinguished Hollywood actor Warren William and featuring Lorene Tuttle with Howard Culver and an all-star Hollywood cast. Original music by Del Castillo.
Dead men's wills are often strange. We do not attempt to understand them or try to find the answers. We can but tell the story.
This is Warren William to tell you the story of The Girl in Cell 13. But first, a word from your announcer.
And now back to Warren William as John Francis O'Connell in The Girl in Cell 13.
The history of the Tears of the Madonna, the most precious, perfectly matched pair of rubies ever found by man, is as colorful as the gems themselves. And their blood-red radiance is symbolic of the blood that has run freely throughout the pages of history in the quest for possession of these two priceless gems. For the past 5 years, the Tears of the Madonna had been in the possession of Charles Ashbrook, retired insurance executive. A bachelor, he lived in strict seclusion, attended only by his secretary, Malcolm Stewart, and the charming, intelligent Sandra Lane. Upon Miss Lane's very beautiful shoulders had fallen the task of buying most of the gems and precious stones in the famous Ashbrook collection. Her knowledge of the histories of rare stones was exceptional. I always liked to visit Charles Ashbrook, if for no other reason than to see the Tears of the Madonna. So, when I was invited over on a Sunday night, I lost no time in accepting.
Glad to see you, John. Glad to see you.
It's quite mutual, Charles, believe me. And how are the tears tonight?
The tears? You and the Tears of the Madonna. Well, you're going to be surprised by what I've decided to do with them.
Do with them? You don't mean to tell me you intend to sell them?
No, not sell. That is farthest from my mind. I'm going to give them away.
Oh, now I know you're joking. Why, the tears are worth a king's ransom.
Oh, be patient. Wait till I tell you my plan. Then you may comment. I've sent for Sandra. She'll be down in just a moment. I want her to hear what I have to tell you.
Well, if it has to do with giving away the Tears of the Madonna, I know she won't like it. She loves those rubies even more than I do.
And I have every reason to believe that what you say is true, John. But you see, those rubies don't rightfully belong to me.
Don't belong to you?
No, let me finish.
I'm sorry, Charles.
Those rubies haven't belonged to anyone since the year 1200. You see, John, they were stolen from a Lama monastery in high Tibet. Originally, they were the eyes of the goddess Tsingkhapa. One day, a horde of wild horsemen under the leadership of Kublai Khan invaded Tibet.
The temple is empty. Everyone has fled.
Look at that idol on the high altar. The eyes.
They blaze with the red fire of hate.
Fool, those eyes are precious rubies. Blood-red rubies.
Rubies? Then we must take them in the name of Kublai Khan. Come. Wait, I will climb up. Hand me your knife. Now then, out they come.
Look out! Look out, the idol is trembling. It's falling. Jump! Jump! Dead. My friend is dead. It is an ill omen. An ill omen. Well, John, that's how the tears of the Madonna began their strange history and left a trail of blood and death behind them.
If I may interrupt two handsome gentlemen.
Why, of course, Sandra. Come in. We've been waiting for you.
Mr. O'Connell, it's so nice to see you again.
Thank you, Miss Lane. Our friend Charles has just started telling me about the tears, how they were first stolen by the soldiers of Kublai Khan from a monastery in high Tibet.
And I told a good story, too, Sandra. In fact, just the way you told it to me.
Oh, just as I suspected. Miss Lane is the one who knows all about the tears.
Right, John. She can tell you more about these rubies than anyone on Earth. And she took years in putting the story together. You know, John, you wouldn't believe what I'm about to say, but it's true, every word. Sandra Lane loves the tears of the Madonna beyond all human reason or understanding. I sometimes wonder what she's going to do when
what, Mr. Ashbrook?
When I dispose of them tonight.
But you're not serious. Tell me you're not serious.
You see what I mean, John? Look at her. Eyes full of horror, mouth open, face flushed.
Stop it, will you please? Will you answer me? Tell me you're not serious.
Unfortunately, I am. Unfortunately for me, and, well, as I see it, even more unfortunately for you, Sandra. That's why I asked John over tonight. You see, John, I'm going to make a will here tonight. My last written declaration. And, well, why should I keep you all in suspense any longer? Pardon me just a moment, please.
Yes?
Malcolm, would you come down to the study, please?
Yes? Yes, of course, Mr. Ashbrook.
And, Malcolm, bring down a notebook. I want you to take a few notes for Mr. O'Connell. He's going to prepare my last will and testament.
Now then, Charles, that brings us down to the last item, the jewels of the Madonna. You've taken down everything preceding, haven't you, Malcolm?
Yes, sir. Yes, I have. I'll transcribe everything for you while you're at supper.
Oh, you can let it go until morning, Malcolm. I don't expect to die as quickly as all that.
Well, all right, sir.
Now then, let's get back to the tears. They're well named, those tears of the Madonna. I told you, John, how they were taken from the idol in the Lama monastery. Supposing, Sandra, you tell us the rest of the story. Just the highlights, of course. Because actually you could write a book about it, couldn't you?
Quite easily, I'm afraid. And each page will be filled with robbery, murder, and sudden death.
Sounds ominous.
Ominous is a mild word. The priests of the temple placed a curse on the tears until they would one day be returned to the eyes of Tsingkhapa. Their curse has been very effective.
Almost as bad as the story of our own Hope Diamond.
Only more effective. The high priest decreed death to all who walk in their shadow.
Death to all who walk in their shadow. Well, now. Our friend Charles doesn't look like a walking corpse to me, Sandra.
So far, he has avoided the curse.
Of course, I've only owned the tears for 5 years. Give me time, John. Give me time.
Death does not always come at once, gentlemen. Sometimes it comes stealthily like a shadow. Sometimes it strikes swiftly like lightning.
Please tell me what happened in the past to those who walked in the shadow.
Kublai Khan was murdered as he slept. And the tears disappeared for over a century.
Who got them?
No one knows. But next they turned up in the Cathedral of Milan. That's where they acquired their present name, Tears of the Madonna.
And were they stolen from the cathedral?
Yes, they were, and that's not all. In 1536, Milan was sacked by Spain. The city pillaged, the populace put to the sword.
And Spain got the tears?
No, they never reached Spain. They were stolen before the Spaniards left Milan. The 2 men who were guarding them had their throats cut.
Now you can see how lucky I've really been, John. Owning the tears and still being in one piece.
I still think, Charles, that avarice had much more to do with it than some pagan curse.
Avarice or curse. The tears disappeared again for 50 years, until they became the gift of the Sultan to his favorite wife.
Well, that's quite an evolution. From the cathedral to the Sultan's favorite wife.
Oh, it was much more than that. One night her chambers were entered as she slept, and that was the untimely end of the Sultan's favorite. Her body disappeared into the river, and the tears of the Madonna disappeared into the night.
What a nice, pleasant little background. You know, Charles, I can well see your point in getting rid of them.
Oh, I can't say that I'm superstitious about the curse, John. And the tears have been one of my greatest delights. Well, Sandra?
Well, the record speaks for itself. 27 known murders, 12 by knife, 9 by gun, 6 by strangling. The rest, just miscellaneous.
Well, now, John, that you've heard, here is my final wish in the matter. I'm going to turn over these jewels to your safekeeping as sort of trustee. That paragraph in my will go into immediate effect. I want you personally to see to it that the tears of the Madonna are returned to the rightful owner, the Lama Monastery in High Tibet.
Oh, no, not for me. I thought I was your friend, Charlie. After all, who am I to fall heir to the curse of the pagan idol? I don't like shadows.
I couldn't rest easily, John, unless I know this final bequest achieved fulfillment. I must depend upon you not only as my attorney, but as my friend.
Well, Sandra, what do you say are my chances of survival?
Who knows, Mr. O'Connell? After all, Mr. Ashbrook is still among the living, isn't he?
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry, though.
Sorry, Sandra? Oh, yes, I know. You're sorry to see the tears leave us. And I can't say that I blame you. Perhaps I should have left them to a museum where all the world can see them. Who knows whether I'm right or wrong in my decision? But if I can stop the succession of murders, if I can end the monstrous evil that has followed in the wake of the tears, then I shall be more than repaid. But right or wrong, this is my final decision.
3 days later, the final will of Charles Ashbrook was duly executed. I agreed to meet him at the bank at 2 o'clock, where he was to turn over the tears to my safekeeping. 2 o'clock came and passed, and he'd not arrived. I called his home, but there was no answer. I waited till the bank closed, and Charles Ashbrook had not come. I got into my car and listened to the radio.
We interrupt this program to bring you the following bulletin. Charles Ashbrook, retired capitalist and wealthy gem collector, was found dead in his car early this afternoon by county highway policemen. A coroner's report, just released, states that death was caused by a knife wound which pierced his heart. At a late hour, police have advanced no theory as to why Ashbrook was apparently murdered.
Charles Ashbrook murdered? I couldn't believe it. Had the curse of sudden death caught up to him? Was this the answer of the pagan goddess Tsingkapa, or the challenge of the deadly sin of greed? I meant to find out. It was high time for action.
Part 2 of The Girl in Cell 13 in just a moment. But first, a brief message from your announcer. And now back to The Girl in Cell 13 with Warren William as John Francis O'Connell.
Back in my office, I called my old friend, Police Commissioner Holbrook.
Commissioner Holbrook?
Dan, this is John. John O'Connell.
Oh, hello, John. I suppose you heard the news about Ashbrook.
Yes, I just heard a bulletin on the air. You know, Dan, criminal law is a little out of my field, but I just have a hunch.
Well, I wish somebody would enlighten me. So far, we have no clues, no motive, and no suspects.
I think, Dan, I can furnish answers to all three.
To all three? Holy smokes, where are you now?
In my office. But tell me one thing, Dan.
What's that?
Were there, by chance, 2 rubies found on the body? The tears of the Madonna.
2 rubies. Tears of the Madonna. Say, was Ashbrook carrying around 2 rubies?
Yes, Dan. You see, he was to have turned them over to me at the bank this afternoon. They were to begin a return trip to a pagan goddess in Tibet.
Well, there's our motive, all right. No rubies were found, John. No tears of the Madonna. But you can bet your bottom dollar that there's going to be a lot of my tears that are going to fall if I don't get a lead and quickly. Listen, I'll send a squad car over to pick you up. There's one cruising in your district now. I'll radio him.
I'll be ready, Dan. Believe me. Well, Dan, that's the story. From here on, it's your job.
Well, it isn't hard to understand now why Ashbrook was murdered. The motive is as old as Adam, greed. I'll have Stewart and Sandra Lane picked up and brought in for questioning. No doubt they'll have the answers.
But it wasn't as simple as I'd hoped. 5 long, endless days went by, and neither Malcolm Stewart nor Sandra Lane were found. What had happened to them? And where were the tears of the Madonna? Then, about a week later... Hello?
John, is this John O'Connell?
Yes. Hello, Commissioner.
Come over right away, John. One of the suspects has been picked up. It's this Malcolm Stewart fellow. The police found him in Texas.
Then,
so far, not a glimmer. He says he ran away because he had a previous record.
Previous record, eh? I'll be right over.
I tell you, Commissioner, I did not kill Mr. Ashbrook. He knew I once served time. I told him all about it. Why should I want to kill him?
You know why better than I do, Stewart. The fact remains that you served a 5-year sentence for grand theft. Why shouldn't you want to steal now? Especially when the prize is high. Rubies. Blood-red rubies worth millions. Come in. Oh, hello, John. Come in.
Well, Malcolm.
I didn't do it, Mr. O'Connell. You've got to believe me. You've got to.
Where are the tears of the Madonna, Malcolm?
I've told the Commissioner all I know. When I heard that Mr. Ashbrook had been murdered, I packed a bag and caught a plane for Boston. I had to get away. I knew they'd find out about my record and...
Where's Sandra Lane? Tell me the truth. Is she dead? Did you murder her, too?
I don't know where Sandra is. She left the house at 8 o'clock in the morning. Said she was going shopping.
Did you find any discrepancies in his story, Commissioner?
None so far. checking on his statements now.
I'm not lying. I'll do anything I can to help catch the murderer of Mr. Ashbrook. Believe me, Mr. O'Connell, anything.
2 days later, I was called back to Police Commissioner Holbrook's office.
It's no use, John. Fellow is innocent, at least of this murder. We checked his alibi. Everything happened as he stated.
What are you going to do with him, Dan?
Well, we'll have to let him go. He's got a lawyer who's a writ of habeas corpus coming up in court tomorrow morning. Judge won't keep him on the evidence we've got to offer.
No, it's too bad. Any more leads on Sandra Lane?
Not a trace. She disappeared completely.
We've got to find her, no matter where she's gone, Dan. That girl had an obsession for the tears of the Madonna.
We sent out a general description to every police department in the country. She'll be found, but when? Well, your guess is as good as mine.
9 months passed, and not a clue was found as to the whereabouts of Sandra Lane. Was she dead? Had she fled the country? Even the police had placed the file among those listed as unsolved cases. Malcolm Stewart, too, had disappeared into the shadows of life. Nor were the tears of Madonna found. They, too, had mysteriously vanished. It was a bitter ending for me. Bitter because of the murder of my friend Charles Ashbrook, and doubly so because the pledge I had made to return the jewels to the pagan goddess of High Tibet remained unfulfilled. Had the story ended? Well, as I sat in my apartment, late one cold February night, idly listening to the radio, I believed the tears of the Madonna were lost forever.
This is your Mistress of Ceremonies, number 34769, bringing you another of our weekly broadcasts from the Women in Gray, direct from the LaSalle State Prison for Women. Tonight, we've got some real radio talent on the loose. On the loose. Well, you know what I mean. In just a little while, you're going to hear number 6742 and her Prison Hillbillies. And wait till you hear number 4769 singing Home on the Range. She's been singing it here for over 20 years. But Women in Gray has its serious side, too. Tonight, we are opening our show with a woman in gray who writes poetry. Right out of her own head. Of course, we don't always understand it. But that doesn't mean it isn't good. She's here at the mic now, ready to emote. And she's as pretty as a picture. Here she is, the girl from cell 13.
I want to dedicate my first poem tonight to a dear friend, M.S. Oh, heart so filled with barren thoughts, dead ashes in the stagnant brook, come not to worship at the throne of love.
That voice.
Jewels of the sky
Where have I
shine
heard
not
it?
for thee, but are buried in the sea of wantonness, beneath the wind-swept oak. Insidious panorama of the night, garden of lost paradise,
Could it be?
filled with multi-hued rhododendrons. Thou art my vineyard.
Yes, it is. It's Sandra Lane. That poem was a tip-off. But how? How? Dedicated to M.S. Of course, Malcolm Stewart. Jules in sea. No, that's not it. Jules buried. Of course, Jules buried in garden. Rhododendron bed beneath oak. Yes, that's it. That's it. Clever, clever girl.
Commissioner Holbrook.
Dan, I've got a hot lead in the Ashbrook murder.
You have?
Listen, send a squad car out to Ashbrook's house immediately. Let no one escape who enters the garden. And have your men guard it with their lives, especially the flower bed.
Yes, but can't you give
But
me...
no time to talk now. I'll see you out at the Ashbrook house in 30 minutes. 75, 70, 76. Whew. Rhododendrons, rhododendrons. Ah, I see someone else listening, too. You can put down your shovel, Stewart, and raise your hands. I'm very willing to shoot you on the spot.
Okay, my hands are up, Mr. O'Connell. Well, we've lost, I see. But it was worth it. When you've got a stake of millions, what's a life or two when it's the tears of the Madonna you're after?
Well, John, I see you bagged your bird.
And a good one, too, Commissioner. The other half of the team is quite safe in cell 13 at the LaSalle State Prison for Women. We'll get her later. But for now, take over the prisoner and charge him with aiding and abetting in the murder of Charles Ashbrook.
Warren William will be back in just a moment to tell you the rest of the story in The Girl in the Cell 13. But first, here is a brief message from your announcer. And here again is Warren William as John Francis O'Connell.
Murder will out is not an idle phrase, but this diabolical plot came within a hair's breadth of success. Sandra Lane and Malcolm Stewart entered into this conspiracy to steal the rubies long before Charles Ashbrook decided to send them back to Tibet. But his decision crystallized their mad plan. It made murder necessary. The night after I left the Ashbrook home, Sandra and Stewart met secretly.
You heard Malcolm. The tears are going to be turned over to Mr. O'Connell.
Yes, I know. We must act at once. But what can we do?
Leave that to me. I want you to know nothing. Then if the police catch you, you can tell nothing.
You must think me a weakling.
What you don't know, you can't tell.
But you, where are you going? Why won't the police catch you, too, especially if you're...
Don't worry, I've thought it all out long ago. The police won't catch me, Malcolm.
But if we're separated, Sandra, how will we
It
ever...
may be months, Malcolm, but you'll hear from me.
But how, Sandra? How will I ever know where
listen to me. There's a radio program called Women in Gray.
Women in Gray? I don't understand.
Never miss it, Malcolm. Never miss it. And you'll hear from me.
And when I do, then we meet...
In Buenos Aires, Malcolm. In Buenos Aires. Just as we've always planned.
We know now that Sandra Lane rode into the city with her employer, stabbed him to death, and escaped with the tears of the Madonna. She hurried back to the Ashbrook home and buried the jewels in the flower garden. She fled the city and changed the color of her hair, and under an assumed name, deliberately committed a crime that netted her a short sentence in the state's prison. She reasoned rightly that she could best disappear in prison, the last place anyone would look for her. She knew, too, that she could ultimately reach Malcolm Stewart through Women in Gray program. And their reward? Life sentences for both of them. But what happened to the tears of the Madonna? Well, they are again the eyes of the goddess Tsing-Kapa in the temple in High Tibet. And may the curse of death that followed in their wake be forever buried in the stillness of forgetfulness. Next week, I'm going to tell you the story about a playwright who never set Broadway on fire because his plays were 50 years ahead of time. But his son, who inherited the trunk full of manuscripts, went on in his father's footsteps. He thought conditions warranted a change in modern thought. What happened to him and his father's old trunk full of manuscripts makes one of the most refreshing and modern stories that it has ever been my pleasure to tell. We call this unusual story So Deep the Stream. This is Warren William, inviting you to listen again next week.
Strange Wills is written by Ken Crepine and directed by Robert Webster Light. Any similarity between names used on this show and those of living persons is purely coincidental. Strange Wills is a Teleways feature produced in Hollywood. Strange Wills. Starring the distinguished Hollywood actor Warren William, and featuring Carlton Young and Howard Culver with an all-star Hollywood cast. Original music by Del Castillo. Dead men's wills are often strange. We cannot attempt to understand them or try to find the answers. We can but tell the story.
This is Warren William bringing you the story So Deep the Stream. But first, here's a brief message from your announcer.
And now back to Warren William as John Francis O'Connell in So Deep the Stream.
Many people leave strange legacies. One man in Oregon left a trunk full of government bonds to his wife. Another strange character in Chicago left a safety deposit box full of cash, $3 million in gold notes. My client and good friend, Frank Warner, left a most unusual legacy to his son, Evan. But it wasn't gold, negotiable stocks, or bonds. He left him a challenge. It was a sweltering summer night when I stopped off to see Frank on my way home. He lived on the Lower East Side of the city. Let's see. 3A, 3B. Oh, here it is, 3C. Frank Warner.
Come in. By the beard of Shakespeare, if it isn't my good friend John O'Connell. Come in, you misguided thespian.
Well, here I am, Frank. But you certainly picked a scorcher for our get-together.
Now, isn't that just like a lawyer? Always worrying about the temperature or some other irrelevant, inconsequential, and immaterial matter.
Well, maybe you're right. After all, what's a temperature of 101 between friends?
Ah, that's the way I like to hear you talk. Especially when there's work to be done.
Work? On a night like this? Oh, no, Frank. Let's just sit here and talk and maybe reminisce a bit.
Later, my fine feathered friend. But first, I have news for you. Bad news.
Another one of your plays turned down, Frank?
That, sir, would be only a temporary setback. What I have to tell you now will be permanent. John, I was over to the clinic on 68th Street this afternoon. I'm going to die.
Die? Oh, come now. Don't joke about a thing like that.
I'm not joking, John. It's the solemn truth. That's why I asked you to stop on your way home. John, my batting average on Broadway hasn't been very good, as you well know.
I've told you many times, Frank, that you've lived 50 years too soon. Your plays are too daring, your philosophy too advanced.
You see that trunk over there in the corner, John?
You've told me before that it's the morgue for your manuscript.
That's right. Inside are over 60 potential Broadway hits. Not for today, maybe, but ready for the world of tomorrow.
Someday, John, this tired old world will have to realize that all men are brothers.
I'm afraid that won't happen overnight, Frank.
Maybe yes, maybe no. Things are moving swiftly in this old world of ours, John. But let's get down to the practical side. I have one son, as you know, Evan. He's the only one I have left in the world.
One of the nicest young men I know, too.
He's a fine lad, that's true. And for better or for worse, I've steeped his mind with my philosophy. He's going to carry on as a playwright, going to produce my shows.
He graduates this year from college, doesn't he?
And with the highest honors. But outside of his education, I haven't much to leave him. Except...
Except what, Frank?
Except that trunk full of manuscripts and the fanatical belief that one day those plays will help make this world a better place in which to live.
Oh. What does he think of your plays?
He believes in them. So much so that he has sworn to me that he will devote his life to seeing that they are produced. The contents of that trunk, John, have become our religion. So be it. I want you to draw up my will, leaving my trunk and its contents to Evan. Today, it's without value. Tomorrow? Well, who knows, John? Who knows?
Frank Warner died 2 years later, while Evan was studying in Paris. His funeral carried little notice in the press, but the church was filled to capacity with old and new friends who had known him. Overalled workmen carrying lunch boxes sat next to and rubbed elbows with gentlemen in silk top hats. As I sat there and looked at the people, I wondered if Frank's philosophy of universal brotherhood hadn't borne fruit. Somehow the thought occurred to me that within the confines of this solemn old church, men and women, high-born and low-born, were gathering to do humble homage at the bier of a brilliant mind. Was this the beginning of reason and understanding? I wondered. Hello?
John, is that you, John?
Yes?
This is Evan Warner.
Why, Evan, good heavens. I'm glad to hear your voice again. How long have you been home?
Just flew in this morning. It's sure swell to be back.
And it's nice to have you here, too, Evan. When can you come over to see me? We've got quite a few things to talk over.
I'll come over tomorrow night. I'll even go one better. How about dinner?
That would suit me fine. What time?
We'll make it, how about 8?
Okay, dinner at 8 tomorrow night at the Waldorf. It's a deal.
And say, John.
Yes, Evan?
Keep your fingers crossed for me tonight, will you?
Fingers crossed? What do you mean?
I've got a date with Polly. You remember Polly McGuire, my old
Ah,
friend?
you bet I remember Polly. I think she's wonderful. What's up?
I'm going to take her over to our old rendezvous, that little cafe over on 54th Street. If everything looks like it used to and she still has that same old feeling, I'm going to pop the question. So, there you are, Polly. That's my story and my future. How about it, honey?
Well, I don't know what to say, Evan, really. I've waited for you this long. I guess a little while longer won't hurt anyone. But, Evan, do you really have to try producing your father's plays? He never got very far with them.
Only because the type wasn't right, darling, but now things are different. People are different.
Not the people I've seen.
What do you mean, Polly?
Well, I certainly don't see the brotherly love you want me to believe in sweeping the world.
Well, that's because you've just been shut up here in a big city. But believe me, Polly, where I've been, I see the difference. I've seen liberation in action, and it was something I'll never forget.
Maybe you're right, Evan. Perhaps I'm wrong. Anyway, I'll wait until you get this big Broadway smash you're talking about underway.
And then, Polly, the day after the opening, you and I'll be married. Is it a deal?
Cross my heart. It's a deal.
Youth and ambition were not to be denied. Evan Warner had accomplished the impossible, up to a point. By sheer determination, he'd gone out and raised the money to produce the first of his father's plays. It was called Tomorrow's Children. The night before the opening, Evan, Polly, and I had a private little celebration. And here's a toast to the best producer on Broadway.
I second the motion.
Thank you.
Seriously, Evan, I hope you have the biggest smash hit this town has ever seen. I say that as a friend. But don't be downhearted if it's a flop. It's a propaganda play.
Well, I think the world is waiting for a moral and spiritual lift.
And all I can say is that you're ready to give it to them, aren't you, Evan?
Dad and I are, Polly. As you know, this show, Tomorrow's Children, depicts what life will be in a world as free as democracy can make it.
I wonder if those millions of people you're worrying about would appreciate our way of life.
Oh, just listen, Polly. Listen to the sage of the probate court saying that humanity is still the same old guy that wants to be led around by the nose.
Well, I won't take sides in this argument. Let's all wait until tomorrow night. Then we'll know. Won't we, Evan?
Yes, when the curtain comes down tomorrow night, we'll know. So be it.
Well, the critics all agree that it would have been better if Tomorrow's Children had never been born. The next morning, we got together and wept over the press notices. Evan was deeply hurt.
Perhaps I'm crazy, but I'm going on. And, Polly, I can't ask you to keep your promise to marry me. I'd hoped for success, and instead I get black, dismal failure. But I can't compromise with truth. Polly, I want you to forget me. Marry someone with a future, with a good job, someone who can get you the things you deserve. And thanks, both of you, for sticking with me. Goodbye.
Well, what are you going to do with a fella like Evan? Polly waited for another 6 months, and then, bright and early one morning, she called me to say she was married to Cyrus MacDonald, a wealthy mine owner from South Africa. Tired of waiting for Evan, she had chosen this way out. They left by plane that very night for their new home on the dark continent. I never knew how much Evan missed Polly until one day, months later, I dropped in to the little cafe where they used to spend their evenings. During my luncheon, Emile, the head waiter, came over to my table.
You know, Mr. O'Connell, it's a sad thing about Evan and Polly.
Yes. She got married a few months back. You heard about it, didn't you?
Yeah, I know all about it. It's too bad, too. You know, those young people never missed a Saturday night down here when they were going together.
Yes, I know. I came with them a few times.
They always had the same table right over there in the corner. They used to hold hands and dream big dreams. Now everything is free.
Emil, does Evan ever come here anymore?
That's the sad part about it. He still comes every Saturday night, just the same as usual.
Has he a new girl?
No, not at all. He still reserves the same little table, has it set for two, orders 2 roses, and then he just sits there like a mummy.
Orders a table for 2 and then comes here all alone, Emil?
Exactly. He sits down, listens to the piano. You can see what he's thinking of. But he won't give in. If he would only cry a little, get a little bit sentimental, maybe he would forget.
I don't think he's the forgetting kind, Emil.
Maybe not. Only, Mr. O'Connell, it makes me sick here at my stomach to see him suffer so. It makes me mad at the whole world, the world he is trying to save.
Well, Emil, that's the way of life. Some of us were born to be happy, and some of us were born to suffer. I want to help Evan very much, but he swears he won't see me until he produces a hit. What are you going to do with a fella like that?
I don't know. But I'll tell you what I did, Mr. O'Connell. I've collected $2,465 from waiters all over town toward his next play. He's almost got enough now.
How much more does he need, Emil?
$3,000. And this time, Mr. O'Connell, it's going to be different.
Different? How?
He must have 10,000 investors in his new show. Everyone from paper boys to beauty shop operators. They've all kicked in all their pennies, and, well, being investors, they will all show up at the theater.
I see. With all those investors waiting to see their own show, they ought to have a sellout for weeks to come.
Yeah, that's right, Mr. O'Connell, that's right.
Well, in that case, Emil, I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll send you a check for $3,000. I want to be an angel and go to heaven. But promise me that you'll never let him know it came from me.
All right. It's a deal, Mr. O'Connell. It's a deal.
Part 2 of So Deep the Stream in just a moment. But first, a brief message from your announcer. And now back to So Deep the Stream with Warren William as John Francis O'Connell.
I wish you could have attended the opening night of Evan's new show, So Deep the Stream. Even the aisles were jammed with a shouting mass of humanity who wanted to tell the world just what they thought of Evan Warner. And when the final curtain went down...
Thank you. I made one big mistake in my life. I tried to produce a show for the people and by the people with money not of the people. It didn't work. This time, things are different. So Deep the Stream is your show. Yes, the story of your life. You, the bootblacks, you, the waiters and the steam fitters, you, the hairdressers and the seamstresses, you are the stream. I promise you that one day we'll have a people's theater where your own shows will be produced and financed by all of us. Yes, all of us with our pennies and nickels, so that our message will be heard round the world. Our world. Our one world.
Evan Warner became the country's overnight sensation. Critics, sensing the popular movement, jumped on his bandwagon. Here was the great humanitarian, the new Lincoln. But others made over him, too. Others in the form and shape of lovely Pamela Hazelton. She lost no time in becoming friendly.
Oh, Evan, darling, what you haven't done to us. But you know, I went downtown and applied for a job as a social worker this morning. Oh, I want to work right in the midst of the poor and underprivileged.
But, Pamela, I don't want you to go that far. After all, the work is hard, tiring.
What would you have me do, Evan? Just sit here in this penthouse apartment and wait for you to call me?
Well, I could think of worse things.
Selfish genius. That's what you are, too. Now that you've converted me to your way of thinking, you want me to be a drone bee.
But you're too beautiful, my darling, to go into the slums.
All right, my dear one. Pamela's ready to compromise. I'll stay away from social service work if you'll take me to dinner at the Versailles tonight, and then we'll do the nightclubs. Now then, how's that?
How could I resist, Pamela, dear?
And one more thing.
Yes, sweet?
I've scheduled you for the guest of honor at our next club meeting. All of my friends want to meet the young man who conquered Broadway single-handed. Why, they consider you a new Daniel.
A new Daniel? And a den full of lions, too. Social lions who think in terms of Rolls Royces and diamonds.
It's not such a bad world, my darling. It offers many things your old world simply hasn't got. And more, it offers connections. And I do so want you to do a new show. One of your own.
Something more for the intelligentsia this time.
Well, it's a thought. Maybe it's time I had a little nest egg, too. Everyone else seems to be getting them. Okay, we'll do it, Pamela. Of course we'll do it.
Not long after, the engagement of Pamela and Evan was announced. Evan had deserted his ideal. He moved over to the swanky side of town. His name was mentioned almost daily in the society columns, but it was mentioned elsewhere, too. For example, in the little cafe on East 54th Street. Emil minced no words.
Can you beat it? Can you beat it, Mr. O'Connell? Here his friends all over town had faith in him and his ideals. We came to his rescue when he didn't have a friend or a red cent for that matter. And what happened? Success went to his head. So what does he do?
Yes, I know, Emil. But what he did has been done before and will be done again.
That's what we can't figure out. Who is this Pamela girl? What has she got that she couldn't find in, well, say, Polly, for instance?
Oh, yes, Polly. Say, there was a fine girl. I wonder whatever happened to her. It's been months.
Why, I heard from her less than a month ago. She's coming back here, didn't you know?
No, she's never written to me.
Her husband was killed in an airplane wreck almost 3 months ago. She'll be here next month.
Next month, eh? Maybe she'll be here in time for the opening of Evan's new show.
His new show. That is very funny. The carriage trade better come out in droves, because we won't be there. You can be sure of that.
As soon as Polly arrived, she came over to see me, pale and wan from the ordeal she'd been through. I thought I detected a gleam in her eye, the gleam of a crusader.
I had to go out of the country, John, to see that Evan was right. What I saw in Africa, well, I hate to go into it. This tired old world does need another Lincoln, and I'm not fooling.
Perhaps you're right, Polly. But what do you intend to do about it? I've told you what happened to Evan. He's to be married next month, you know. And he's sort of given up his crusade for humanity.
John, listen. Evan wasn't the originator of this ideal, was he?
No, it goes back to his father, the original author.
Yes, and if I remember correctly, his father had a whole trunk full of manuscripts. Where are they now?
Still in the trunk, I guess. Evan hasn't much more use for
Well,
them.
that's what I'm driving at. I read many of those shows. One in particular was called Song of the Torch.
Song of the Torch. I remember that one, too. It carried a powerful message. Satirical, but I thought it excellent.
John, I want you to buy the rights to that show. Don't tell him who intends to finance it or who will produce it, but just get it at any price.
I know that you're well able to finance it, Polly, but whom do you have in mind to produce it?
I'll tell you, John. The same people that made So Deep the Stream, the great hit that it was. The waiters, the bootblacks, the small fry. Yes, the people, John.
Well, say, Polly, I think you've got something. Let the people do it. You're right. It's about them. Why not let them produce it? Good. I'll get busy right away, and maybe... Well...
Maybe what, John?
Maybe it will bring Evan back to his senses.
Gee, I never thought lawyers could be so intuitive. Oh, maybe you're right. And here's hoping.
I wondered how Evan felt about a month later when he read in the papers that the People's Theater Group was opening with the Song of the Torch. I wondered, too, how he felt when his new show, Gay Blade, financed adequately by his wealthy friends, closed after a week's run. His conscience must have bothered him because one afternoon he came to see me at my office.
It's just one of those things, John. The story was weak, the direction even worse. I tried to hire Robert Light, but he was tied up in Hollywood.
Yes, it's too bad, Evan. Tell me, how's Trix? You've certainly shied away from your old friends these past few months.
Yeah, I know. But don't rub it in, John. You know how it is. Poor boy makes good wine, caviar.
And Pamela?
Oh, there's nothing wrong with Pamela, John. She's really fine, only...
Only you're just beginning to learn that you were a fish out of water, eh, Evan?
I guess that's it. John, I've wanted to go back to the old crowd for months. My own people. Guys who learn life the hard way, but... It's hard to say, but I'm ashamed of myself. They They think I'm a heel, and I guess they're right, John.
Well, maybe it's not too late to make amends, Evan.
Now, what can I do to square myself? They won't forget or forgive.
No, I wouldn't say that. You know, of course, that one of your father's plays is opening this week. Day after tomorrow, in fact.
Yes, I read all about it. I wanted to drop into rehearsals, but, well, you know, they'd run me out of the theater.
Tell you what I'll do, Evan. I'll reserve seats for the opening night. And you come with me.
Come with you, boy? Oh, will I? And, thanks, Mr. Counselor. Thanks.
The Song of the Torch played to an overflowing and enthusiastic audience. The program carried the name of no director, but that didn't stop the show from being a smash hit. From our seat in the third row, we saw and sensed the beginning of something that transcended art and the stage. We saw public opinion being welded by sheer force of dramatic intensity. As the curtain lowered, the people stormed their approval.
Polly. Who's he, John?
Polly? Oh, I don't know. Must be the director or producer. Listen to him cheer.
Why, it's Polly, John. It's our Polly. Stand up and cheer. It's Polly. She's wonderful.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. I didn't do much, honestly. All the credit for this great and wonderful show belongs to only two people. The first to Frank Warner, who wrote it. And secondly, to the one and only Evan Warner, his son, who had the courage of his own convictions and who believed not only in his father, but in us, the people. Without either of them to show us the way, this show would never have played. And it gives me the greatest of pleasure tonight, ladies and gentlemen, to present to you the guiding star, the one who was always behind me in this glorious venture, Evan Warner. Just a minute, please. Just a minute. Come up here, Evan. Come up here where you've always belonged.
Warren William will be back in just a moment to tell you the rest of the probate cause of So Deep the Stream. But first, here is a brief message from your announcer. And here again is Warren William as John Francis O'Connell.
The People's Theater Group is a thoroughly viral and potent influence on our lives today, thanks to Frank Warner and his son, Evan, and to Polly, Emile, and thousands of people who made it possible. Their message is the message of liberty and freedom. With Evan and Polly at the helm, you may confidently look ahead to a new movement in the theater and perhaps in the shaping of a better world. Next week, I'm going to tell you the true story about a mad miser who accumulated a pile of gold dust that was well worth over $1 million. This miser hated the thought that he would have to leave this fortune to his heirs. So he conceived a plan whereby he willed the gold to his relatives, but made sure they wouldn't have the pleasure of spending it. We call this interesting story Miser's Gold. This is Warren William inviting you to listen again next week.
Strange Wills is written by Ken Crepine and directed by Robert Webster Lake. Any similarity between names used in this story and those of living persons is purely coincidental. Strange Wills is a Teleways feature produced in Hollywood. Strange Wills. Starring the distinguished Hollywood actor Warren William, and featuring Lorene Tuttle and Leo Cleary, with Howard Culver and an all-star Hollywood cast. Original music by Del Castillo.
Dead men's wills are often strange. We cannot attempt to understand them or try to find the answers. We can but tell the story. This is Warren William bringing you the story of Miser's Gold. But first...
And now back to Warren William as John Francis O'Connell in Miser's Gold.
Of all the strange, weird characters I've had the pleasure to represent in probate matters, none, I think, ever can measure up to the caliber of Old Nick, gold miner extraordinary. I saw him for the first time on a cold March morning when he came up to my office for legal advice. He wore neither hat nor overcoat, and his toes, blue with cold, were sticking out of his broken shoes. He was a character.
Mr. O'Connell, I'm an old man, sick man, and I want to know what happens to your money when you kick the bucket.
Well, Nick, under the law, it goes to your next of kin. If you have a wife and children, then...
But I ain't got no wife and kids.
Well, then to your blood relatives. That is, of course, if you die without making a will.
And if I make a will?
Then to whomsoever you name as beneficiaries, Nick.
I only got one sister and two brothers.
Well, you've answered your own question.
But I don't want them to get my money. I hate them.
Well, how about some charity?
No, I ain't going to give my money to no strangers, neither.
Well, Nick, one thing is certain. If you have any money, you can't very well take it with you, can you?
No, that's right. I can't take it with me. But then... ain't gonna give it to no strangers. And I don't want... Well, I'll think it over, Mr. O'Connell. I'll think it over. Now, how much do I owe you?
Owe me? For that small consultation? Nothing, Nick.
No, Mr. O'Connell. That ain't how I do my business. I pays for what I get. I'll take this paper bag and keep what's in it. And when I make up my mind, Mr. O'Connell, I'll get in touch with you.
Very well, Nick. Good day to you.
Bye, Mr. O'Connell. Bye.
After Nick had left the office, I untied the string around the little paper bag he'd given me. It felt like a bag of sand. Maybe old Nick was a beachcomber. I poured the contents out on my desk. Great Caesar, what couldn't be true? But there it was.
Yes, Mr. O'Connell?
Marie, has that old character gone?
Yes, I'm still fumigating the room.
Come in here, Marie. Well, I'll be blessed.
Were you asphyxiated too?
Look here on this paper.
Don't tell me. Let me guess. Well, at least it looks like gold.
Right, Marie. A little paper bag full of pure gold dust. That old codger gave it to me. And he looked like a pauper.
And smelled worse. But who is he? Why the gold?
Well, that's the strange part of it. Would you believe it, Marie, if I told you...
Told me what, Mr. O'Connell?
Well, I only know him by the name of Nick. I don't even know where he lives. But as it turned out, that wasn't the last of old Nick. One morning, Marie came running into my office.
Look, Mr. O'Connell, it's a postcard from that character that came in to see you.
Huh?
We know his last name now. It's Nick Bowler. And we know where he lives, too.
Here, give it to me. Dear Mr. O'Connell, I thought over what you told me. I want you to come to my shack tonight. Take Silver Canyon Road to end. Then stop. And you'll see a path that goes up mountain. You'll have to walk the rest of the way. I live on the top of the mountain. You can't miss it. I want to make a will. Nick Bowler. Later that night, Marie and I set out for Nick's shack in the mountains. Who was this Nick Bowler? Had he more gold? Well, that seemed to be the inevitable conclusion. In any event, the next few hours would be decidedly interesting.
Well, Mr. O'Connell, you've already had your bag of gold. Maybe after I transcribe all of your notes tonight, he'll give me one, too, huh?
Maybe. But don't have any high hopes, Marie. This Nick is certainly a crackpot. Well, maybe he won't have a dime.
Probably gave you his life savings. But how do you think he ever got the gold dust?
Oh, maybe he's a prospector. Well, here we are. This looks like the end of the road.
Oh, Nick said when you get here, right here, to stop.
We couldn't go farther if we wanted to. Now then, let's find that path.
Oh, I never knew there was such a deserted place in the whole world.
Well, it's dark, isn't it? Now I'll turn on my flashlight.
Mm-hmm. Oh, there's the path. See over there to the right?
Yeah,
Look.
that must be it, all right. Well, are you ready for a good climb, Marie?
I didn't wear these pedal pushers for nothing. Oh, but this mountain looks awfully high.
And steep, too. But let's get going.
Oh, say, how about resting for a minute? This is the charge of the Light Brigade, you know.
Phew. Guess maybe you're right.
Isn't there any end to this?
We must be near the top. Can't be much farther.
Suppose I give out with a few yoo-hoos. Maybe he'll hear us and show us a shortcut.
Not a bad idea. Try it.
Hello? Hello?
Well, that ought to wake the dead. Let's see if he heard us.
Oh, listen to those dogs.
Say, wait a minute. This might be serious. They're coming this way.
I think this is where we start our return trip.
We couldn't make the car before they caught up to us.
Yes, but we might be able to get up in this tree.
All right, quick. Here, give me your foot.
Take them both, but get me up there.
Now then, up you go.
Oh, I'm up. Now you hurry.
Here, up
give me
I
your
come.
hand or something. Get up here.
Here I come. Oh, just in time, too.
Now, you blasted hounds. Get back to the house, you hounds.
That must be old Nick.
Well, here we are, Nick. Up here in this tree.
The dogs busted out when they heard the woman's voice. See, they don't like women.
I'm about as popular as a polecat.
Now, just a moment, Nick. I'll jump down. I brought my secretary along to take notes, Nick. Miss Humphrey. You know Nick, of course.
Well, if one of you gentlemen would please disengage me from this tree.
I'm sorry. Here, give me your hand.
Oh, for the days of Sir Walter Raleigh.
Now then, down you come.
Ooh.
I'm glad you got here, Mr. O'Connell, both of you. Let me lead the way. It ain't far from here.
Well, Marie, Are you ready to begin climbing again?
Lead on, Macduff. After this workout, I'll be ready to play ball with the Dodgers.
Well, folks, here we are.
So, this is where you live, Nick.
Yeah.
No wonder you haven't any neighbors.
Only got one. He lives about a mile away. You can see I don't live very fancy-like. It's just a one-room shack on the mountaintop.
It ought to be nice and breezy.
High on a windy hill.
Sometimes I think the wind like to blow me and the shack right down the mountain. Well, let's go in and get down to brass tacks.
After you, Marie.
Well, chair, table, and a pile of bags.
Not much furniture, but then I can only sit on one chair at a time.
Marie, be a good girl and park yourself on the sandbags.
Oh, this is going to be ducky.
Now then, Nick, we're ready to go to work.
And I never told you much, Mr. O'Connell, the day I come to your office.
Well, suppose you tell me now just what you have to will away and who you want to get it.
I got a sister. Her name is Sarah. And two brothers, Herman and Otto.
Getting this, Marie?
Heirs at law and next of kin. Sister Sarah, brothers Herman and Otto.
Yeah, that's right. My sister was married. Her husband died. Name is Stevens. Now, she and my brothers all live in town.
Say, before we take inventory, I wish you'd pardon me just a minute while I try making this sandbag a little more comfortable. Doesn't dent very easily. Feels more like concrete than sand.
That's my ballast, miss. It helps to keep my house from blowing off the mountain. Hold up there. Let me give me a hand there.
Thank you.
Don't know if you noticed, but there are 10 bags, and each one's got a name.
Oh, you named the sandbags, too.
Yep. This one's Evelyn, and that one's Gert, and you're sitting on Mert.
Oh, I'm so sorry, Mert.
And below is Hattie, Alice, and Marty.
Those are your girls, eh, Nick?
Not exactly, Mr. O'Connell, but they're the only women I ever knew. I just like 'em. Yep, each bag's got a name. Here, I'll show you why. Pardon me, miss, I'll open up Mert here. Put that paper on the floor, eh, miss?
One
Put it right
newspaper
there.
on the floor.
That's it.
Now, what's coming out?
Look.
Gold.
It's yellow. Oh, no, I'm seeing things.
No, you ain't. It's gold, all right. Every last bag is filled with gold. Yeah, look at her run.
Later, when I recovered my composure and Marie got over her shock, Nick told me his story.
You want to know how I got my gold? I'll tell you. In my family, I was always the dumb one. My brothers and sisters would laugh at me because I couldn't get no place in school.
Oh, well, you certainly had the last laugh, Nick.
And when my father died, he left his business to my two brothers, Herman and Otto, his house and money to my sister. And to me, he just gave me a mule that he used in his business. Her name was Annabella. Well, I took Annabella and went into the mountains. And nobody said goodbye. They was glad to get rid of me. One night I camped by a mountain stream. I was downright lonely, hungry, and sick of living. Annabella had wandered off to look for grass, and then... Arabella! What's the matter? Wait, Annabella, I'm coming. Oh, there you are. Now, let's see what your trouble is. Quiet, will you? Oh, so you caught your halter rope on a rock, eh? Well, keep your dander down, and I'll have you loose in 2 shakes. Stuck pretty tight. Come on, Annabella. We'll have to pull together now. Come on. I had to pull half the mountain off to get you loose. Now, be a good girl and bed yourself down. Annabella. Look. Where the stone came out. It's gold. Gold, Annabella. We've hit pay dirt. You see, sand full of pure gold.
Part 2 of Strange Wills, written by Ken Crepine and directed by Robert Webster Light, will follow in just a moment. But first, a word from your announcer. And now back to the Strange Wills story, Miser's Gold, with Warren William as John Francis O'Connell.
And in these bags, Nick, is what you got out of your placer mine?
Yeah, Mr. O'Connell, I filled 10 bags with gold, I did, and then it ran out. But it was enough. Took me over 5 years to get. Every night when I come in from the diggings, I'd let the gold dust run through my fingers. And when I filled each bag, I'd give it a name, kind of like a friend.
I wish I had some friends like that, Nick. I'd settle for even one.
Marie.
Well, a girl can wish, can't she?
Well, then my mule, Arabella, died. Buried her next to the mine. Got kind of lonesome and figured I'd pay a visit to my kinfolks. Thought maybe the years had softened them up. I was ready to share my gold if they was decent to me. I went down to the city.
We haven't anything for tramps.
Yeah, but I ain't a tramp. Sarah, don't you know me?
Know you? No. Why, you're Nick.
Yes, Sarah. I'm your brother, Nick.
Well, what do you want?
I thought I'd sort of pay you a visit, Sarah. I'm rich now.
You rich? Oh, you're crazier than ever. Now, wait a minute here. Take this $5 bill and go away. We don't want you to disgrace our family name.
But, Sarah, don't you understand?
I don't want to understand any more than I can see. Take the money and go away now before I change my mind.
All right, Sarah. All right, I'll go. But here, take your money. I don't need it. But news about my strike spread like wildfire through the town, especially when I paid my bills in gold. My brother Herman finally run into me one day on the main street.
Nick, you can't imagine how glad we all are to know that you're well and rich. Good to see you.
Yep, Herman, I done all right.
We want you to come to dinner tonight. We'll all be there to kill the the fatted calf.
Dinner? Yeah, but Herman, Sarah told me
Then you must tell us all about your gold. Maybe all of us can share in your good fortune. Hey, Nick? After all, we are your blood relatives. Sure, come on over for dinner. About 7, huh, Nick?
All right, Herman. I'll see you all tonight. I got to Herman's house a little before 7. It was getting dark. I walked along the side of the house and passed by an open window. Inside, I could see my 2 brothers and Sarah, and they was a-talking.
Have you made arrangements with the judge, Otto?
Now, Sarah, everything is taken care of. After he leaves here tonight, he'll be picked up as a vagrant. Isn't that right, Herman?
Yes. The judge promised to give him a hearing right away.
Mm-hmm.
And see that he's committed to an asylum.
Yes. And Otto, as soon as we find out where he lives, we'll just go out there and take possession.
Why, of course. Meantime, one of us will get appointed as conservator of his estate. Does that mean anything to you, Sarah?
Yes, it will if we can find his gold. He must have a lot of it hidden away somewhere. We'll find out where it is, and
Nick
we'll
was
go out.
always too dumb to be rich anyway. Just like that mule father willed him. Remember?
Oh, that mule.
I come back to the hills, and I ain't never seen him since.
Well, Nick, I can't really blame you for not wanting to leave them your fortune. But if you don't, it'll have to go to other people.
I know. For 6 months, night and day, I've been trying to figure a way of giving it to 'em, and still making sure they can't spend it.
Huh?
But I guess it can't be done. They're bound to get it one way or another. I want you to make my will, giving my kinfolks everything. I'll take care of the rest. Yeah, I'll take care of the rest.
Realizing that Nick was really a very sick man, I lost no time in preparing his will and taking it out to his shack for his signature. As I neared the top of the mountain... Hello, Nick. Hello, Nick, where are you?
Oh, go right in the shack, Mr. O'Connell. I'm just fixing things up underneath here. I'll be right up.
Fixing things, eh? Well, this place could stand a little fixing.
You got my will?
Yes, I've got it.
Good, then let's get it over with.
Old Nick must have had a premonition of what was coming, because just a few days later, he was found dead in his cabin by his only friend and neighbor on the mountain. His neighbor called me immediately, as Nick had instructed him to do. After reporting Nick's death to the proper authorities, I called his sister, Sarah.
Yes?
Are you Mrs. Sarah Stevens?
Yes, who is this and what you want?
This is John Francis O'Connell, attorney at law. You have a brother named Nick?
Yes, what about it?
He asked me to call you as soon as I was informed of his death.
Death? Nick dead? When? Where?
I am informed that he died sometime during the night. A neighbor found his body this morning.
Where?
In his house. He lived in a little shack on top of the mountain at the end of Silver Canyon Road.
Did he turn over anything to you?
No, nothing has been turned over. That, of course, will have to be done through legal channels.
Well, now, look here. He was our brother, wasn't he? What he had belongs to us. Herman, Otto, and me are his only relatives.
Yes, I know.
We'll go out immediately and take possession of his property. The end of Silver Canyon Road, you say?
I wouldn't advise that, for 2 reasons. First, certain legal steps will have to be taken. The coroner will have to examine the body, and then provision will have to be made.
All right. So you've advised us. You've done your duty. But just let someone try and stop us from going. What he's got belongs to us, and Mister, we aim to get it.
Well, what a charming female. I could see greed coming right out of the telephone.
I wonder why old Nick insisted that you call her as soon as you found out he was dead. To cinch he didn't want those 3 vultures to get his gold that quick.
No, he should have known there'd be no stopping them once they heard the news.
No stopping them's right. I bet they're on the way right now.
I wonder, Marie. I wonder if old Nick didn't want them to get there first.
What?
But why?
Well, what did he say the last time you saw him? How did he feel about it the day you went out there to have him sign his will?
He didn't say anything. Felt fine as far as I could see. Yes, I remember he was all smiles. Had a saw in his hand when I met him.
What was he doing, trimming the shrubbery?
He might have been trimming his beard for all I know. Wait a minute. Marie, wait a minute.
What's the matter, Mr. O'Connell? You look sick.
I am sick, Marie. Get your hat and coat.
Well, wait a minute. What's
no
the matter?
No time to talk now. Come on. We've got a trip to make, and every second counts. Why can't this car go faster? Why can't it...
You're already making 72. What do you expect when you're climbing a mountain?
Faster. We've got to go faster. Almost. Almost up to the top, Marie.
Oh.
Don't give up.
We've got to make it. We've got to.
Look, the shack is still there. It's still there.
Oh, thank heaven.
Come on, let's run for it.
Yeah. I'm right behind you. We'll make it. We'll make it.
There goes the shack. We're too late. There's old Nick's answer, just as I feared.
You were right. Oh, how horrible, Mr. O'Connell. I can't believe it.
Warren William will be back in just a moment to tell you the rest of the story of the probate cause of Miser's Gold. But first, here is a brief message from your announcer. And now again, here is Warren William as John Francis O'Connell.
You see, Marie, Nick knew that if I had any inkling of his mad plan, I would have stopped it.
But how did he ever manage to have the shack tumble down the mountainside just when his two brothers and sister were in it?
His family may have called him the dumb one, but in reality, Nick was shrewd and crafty.
Mm-hmm.
He knew all about the stress and strain of timbers from his experience working his mine. He knew, too, that Sarah, Herman, and Otto were greedy.
Oh, yes.
That they would rush out to his shack to find his hoard of gold the minute I let them know old Nick was dead. And if you remember, Nick insisted time and time again that they should be notified immediately.
Mm-hmm.
We know now that Nick sawed into and weakened the supports that held his shack to the mountainside and waited for his greedy relatives to bring him the revenge he so wanted.
Oh.
Well, they came all right. They stormed into the shack and began tearing everything apart looking for the gold. Their combined weight brought their own destruction. The supports collapsed, and the shack with its unholy three crashed down the mountainside.
Well, it seems to me they were all guilty of one sin or another.
Every one of them. And how unnecessary. If Sarah would only have listened, I would have told her that Nick had made a will and left everything to them. There was no necessity for their mad race to destruction. Well, that's about all. You know the rest of it.
All but one thing. When did you first realize what old Nick was up to?
Oh, it suddenly dawned on me the morning in the office. I remembered then that the day Nick signed his will, I heard the sound of a saw.
Oh?
And then I recalled how anxious he was to have me notify his relatives as soon as he died. Too late, I saw the plan of his revenge.
He really got his revenge, didn't he?
Yes, but not entirely. Sarah and Herman died, of course, but Otto survived the fall. And eventually he will get the entire fortune. You see, Marie, old Nick never learned that two wrongs don't make a right. Next week, I have a thriller for you about savage love and romance in the uncharted wilds of the frigid North. Into this desolate and rugged land north of Hudson's Bay, a beautiful, willful young girl comes to claim her inheritance, an enormous tract of land left to her in the last will of a deceased relative. Here she found a peaceful land of virgin forests and Pierre Baptiste Leblanc, French-Canadian trapper, who molds women to his way of life, or else. But the girl had a mind of her own. That is, until the night the timber wolves serenaded her just outside her cabin door. And then... well, I can promise you a story filled with action and suspense. Will the strength and brawn of Pierre Baptiste Leblanc finally win over the determination of this pampered, beautiful woman to resist love in the frozen wastes of the far north? You'll find the answer in the story we call East of Hudson's Bay, This is Warren William, inviting you to listen again next week.
Strange Wills is a Teleways feature produced in Hollywood. Any similarity between names used on this broadcast and those of living persons is purely coincidental. Strange Wills. Starring the distinguished Hollywood actor Warren William, and featuring Marvin Miller and Lorene Tuttle, with Howard Culver and an all-star Hollywood cast. Original music by Del Castillo.
Dead men's wills are often strange. We cannot attempt to understand them or try to find the answers. We can but tell the story.
This is Warren William bringing you the story East of Hudson's Bay. But first...
And now back to Warren William as John Francis O'Connell in East of Hudson's Bay.
If I spend my winters in sunny California or balmy Florida, well, it's not without just cause, I can assure you. Once and only once, I had the very dubious pleasure of visiting a client east of Hudson's Bay. Oh, it wasn't a pleasure trip, believe me. Only the direst of circumstances made me go. It all started in the crispy month of October. It was one of those rare fall days, Indian summer, in fact, when the lovely, young, and headstrong Angela Nelson came into my office to see me.
Just imagine, John. Just imagine me falling heir to a 10,000-acre ranch. It's the most thrilling thing that ever happened to me.
Well, Angela, inheriting a ranch that size is about all that's left for you to get. Your grandfather gave you one fortune. Then your father made you sole heir of his estate, and now your uncle comes through with a ranch. But there's a catch, Angela. There's a catch.
A catch? Oh, you're fooling, John. Here it is down in black and white. Now, wait a minute. I'll read it to you. To Angela Nelson, my beloved niece, I devise and bequeath a parcel of land consisting of approximately 10,000 acres.
Uh-huh. The interesting part is still to come, Angela. Remember, I wrote the will.
All right, I shall continue. Said tract of land is situated between the Leaf River on the north and the St. George River on the south in the province of Quebec.
Suppose you tell me, young lady, if you have any idea where the Leaf River is.
Why, it's in Quebec, of course. It says so right here.
Your education has been sadly neglected. You've never learned how big Quebec really is. Look, here's a map of Canada. Now then, let's find Leaf River.
Hey, you're trying to find the North Pole.
No, not at all. Oh, here it is. There. See it?
Perry must have used it as a jumping-off place on his way to the pole.
Well, I wouldn't go that far, Angela, but you may rest assured that you won't die of heat prostration even in the middle of summer.
Oh, you're being facetious. Look at all of the towns on the map around Leaf River. People must live there.
Oh, people live there, all right. Fur trappers, Indians, woodsmen. At least a dozen in every town, I'd say.
Well, this is only October. October the 5th. Can't be too cold up there on Leaf River yet. I tell you what I want you to do for me.
Order a team of huskies and a sled.
No. Order a private plane. That's it. Charter a plane for me.
I want to see my ranch. I want to go to Leaf River tomorrow.
Well, after all, it's your ranch, and I can't stop you from going. But promise you'll be back in 2 weeks, Angela. I don't want to have to go up there and dig you out of the snow.
I promise.
All right. I'll order a plane to take you to, let's see. Here's a town called Lac de Flambeau.
Sounds like red flannel shirts and He-Man.
An adventure east of Hudson's Bay. All thrown in for the price of one plane ticket.
Oh, it's worth it.
But watch out, young lady. I've heard tales of those rugged French-Canadian woodsmen.
Oh, John, you are old-fashioned, aren't you? Men are men, no matter where you find them. You better read more of Kipling.
Men are men, all right. But some men aren't as easy to handle as others.
Aren't as easy to handle. Well, John, you've never seen Angela Nelson in action.
And Angela really went into action. Less than 48 hours after our conversation, she was in Quebec.
As Land Commissioner, Miss Nelson, I can only tell you that you've picked out a rugged assignment. But I can see that you're determined to make the trip to your uncle's property. So I've sent for the best guide east of Hudson's Bay. He'll be here any minute.
Well, thank you, Commissioner McTavish.
One thing about him, though, he hasn't much use for, well, shall we say, women who neither toil nor spin.
Oh, he wants them rough and ready, is that what you mean?
That's what I mean. But then Pierre is a man of the North Country. You'll be perfectly safe with him. Neither one of us will have to worry.
My God, where is this commissioner? Why he sent for Pierre Baptiste Leblanc this time of the day, huh?
Come in, Pierre, come in.
My God, I am in.
Pierre, this is Miss Nelson, Miss Angela Nelson.
Oh, by God, Commissioner. She's a pretty woman.
Well, thank you, Pierre.
Pierre, Miss Nelson is going to take a trip into the interior. She wants you to be her guide.
Oh, she wants me to be her guide. Sacre bleu. Since when does the great Pierre Baptiste Leblanc, the finest trapper in all the North Country, act as nursemaid to such an enfant, such a child?
What?
No, Commissioner. I have more important things to do. Excuse me, please.
Pierre, wait a minute. I want to speak to you alone.
I'll wait outside here.
Well, Pierre? Or shall I say Pierre Baptiste Leblanc, greatest trapper of the whole North Country? We are alone, the enfant and you.
Do not take offense, mademoiselle. What I say about the nursemaid. Only you are so small, too lovely to go into the forest. I would have to carry you like a papoose.
Pierre, did you ever hear of the Vikings?
The Vikings? No, mademoiselle.
Well, the Vikings, Pierre, came to this country when there were no people. They were big men, Pierre, bigger even than you.
Bigger than me? Pierre Baptiste Leblanc is 6 feet 4 inches and he weighed 260 pounds.
And they were braver than you, Pierre, because they had no guns, only spears.
These Vikings had only spears to kill the caribou and the bear? Oh, you joke, mademoiselle.
I tell you the truth, Pierre. And one more thing. They respected their women because they, too, were brave and afraid of nothing.
By God, I would like to meet one of these women. They kill caribou and bear with a spear. Oh, sacre bleu, that is the woman for Pierre Baptiste Leblanc.
You have met one, Pierre. I am a descendant of the Vikings.
You?
Yes.
Oh, sacre bleu, you are but what you say, little fawn, afraid of the shadows, no?
I'm going to show you, Pierre, that size is of little importance. That I can do anything you can do. Now then, you are going to go with me, and we're starting tomorrow morning.
Starting tomorrow morning?
Now, here's $200. Buy what's necessary for the trip. If you need more, I'll be at the home of Commissioner McTavish. Is everything clear?
By God. Maybe Pierre Baptiste Leblanc is wrong. Maybe you are what you call Viking girl, yeah? Maybe you're brave like French Canadian, huh? Oh, I find out. You like the woods, mademoiselle? For 3 days now you have seen nothing but pine trees, the swift river, the caribou, and the elk.
Oh, it's wonderful, Pierre, wonderful.
And tomorrow morning we reach the Leaf River. How long you stay?
Oh, only for a day or two. I promise to be back in the States in 2 weeks.
Mademoiselle, smells air, filled with the smell of pine and balsam. Soon will come big snow. Then Pierre will set the traps.
What do you catch, Pierre?
Mink, northern sable, ermine, the weasel. All of them live here on the right forest.
Don't you ever get lonesome, Pierre? Out here alone all winter?
Oh, no, mademoiselle. I have my cabin, my snowshoe, my gun, and I sing. Ha ha, how I sing! Even the deer, she run away when she hear Pierre Baptiste Leblanc singing in the morning. What does mademoiselle do on the cold morning, eh?
Well, I follow the sun, Pierre.
Huh?
When winter comes, I pack my bag and go to California. I sing, too, but it's not like this, Pierre.
At the end of the first 2 weeks of Angela's absence, I received a wire stating that 2 more weeks were necessary to complete her mission. Well, it was still Indian summer, at least in the city. But when the 2 additional weeks passed and no further word came from Angela, it bothered me.
Yes, it's cold tonight. Soon the snow will come, mademoiselle. We must go back tomorrow.
You know, Pierre, I really hate to think of going back. It's been so wonderful, so wonderful. I've learned to tell direction by the stars, to broil caribou steaks over an open fire, even to mend my own clothes.
Oh, but now things will change with the winter. The wolves will come out of the forest for food. The snow, she will pile up iron on the roof of this cabin. Well, mademoiselle, I will go to my cabin now. We must get plenty of sleep. We start back for Lac du Flambeau when the sun come up.
All right, Pierre.
By God, I say you have been a brave girl. These Vikings are good peoples. Almost as good as the French Canadians. Good night, mademoiselle.
Good night, Pierre. What's that?
Oh, it's a wolf. The winter she has come.
The wolf? Oh, Pierre, they frightened me.
Frighten you? Oh, you joke, mademoiselle. You say the Vikings are afraid of nothing. Well, I go now. Good night.
Oh, no, please don't go yet, Pierre. Oh, they're at the door. Oh, Pierre, Oh, hold me tight.
Oh, there. Little Angela. Big, strong Pierre holds you tight in his arms. Like this.
Don't let go, Pierre. Don't let go.
Wait. First I chase a wolf away, then I come back and hold you some more, huh? Oh, sacre bleu, this wolf is one fine animal. Sacre bleu, it's enough. Go away, wolf, or Pierre Baptiste Leblanc, the greatest trapper in all of Canada, will kill you.
Okay. Pierre, it is not wolf call.
Yeah. The wolf is gone. Now, we come close again, huh, Angela?
Just a minute, Pierre Baptiste Blanc.
What? What is...
I heard that wolf speak to you.
Speak to me? Oh, this Viking girl, she hears a wolf speak to Pierre.
You despicable creature!
Oh, stop beating my chest, mademoiselle. Maybe you make hurt on Pierre.
You thought you'd trap me into your arms, just like you do your weasels. You there!
Oh. Okay. I have Indian friend make wolf call, so you come to my arms. Okay. But, well, Pierre Baptiste Leblanc love you, mademoiselle. Only he don't know the word to tell you. So I fix the wolf to make what you call the proposal for me.
Well, I should have known. Well, Mr. LeBlanc, you can go back to your cabin right now. I won't be afraid of any more of your wolves. And I'll be ready to leave at sunrise.
All right, mademoiselle. Pierre, he make one big mistake. He think Angela love him too. Good night.
Who does that big palooka think he is? What a sucker I am, rushing to his arms when I heard a wolf. He's nothing but a drugstore Romeo wearing a stocking cap. Oh, at it again, is he? This time I'll fix it. One pail of water for a smart aleck. All right, Mr. Wolf. You asked for it. It's real!
Angela, you... Oh, look at him. She's one big timber wolf. Oh, by God, she hurt you.
No. No, Pierre, I'm all right. Just frightened, I guess. Oh, Pierre.
Oui, Angela.
Would you please hold me for a minute again? Just like you did before.
Hold you. Hold you. Oh, Pierre Baptiste Leblanc will hold you like he's hold no other woman in his whole life. By God, that is a promise.
Part 2 of East of Hudson's Bay, written by Ken Crepine and directed by Robert Webster Light, will follow in just a moment. But first, here is a brief message from your announcer. And here again is Warren William as John Francis O'Connell in East of Hudson's Bay.
After a month had gone by and no further message came from Angela Nelson, I took matters into my own hands. After all, there was a limit. I telephoned Commissioner McTavish and told him I'd fly to Lac de Flambeau to help him organize a searching party. Things had gone far enough. Meanwhile, Pierre and Angela were having their troubles.
Will this blizzard never stop? It's been snowing for 3 days.
She won't stop until the snow is 6, 10, maybe 12 feet high. Now I am late with my traps. The mink, the otters, the beavers, they will all run around the snow and say, "Where is this great Pierre Baptiste Leblanc, ho-ho?" They will think I'm dead. Here I am only sick with love.
Oh, Pierre, listen. Ever since that night in the cabin when the wolf came.
When you asked me to hold you in my arms, Angela, huh?
Yes. That didn't mean that... Well, Pierre, it's this way. Just because you held me in your arms doesn't mean that I'm in love with you.
You're not in love with me. But I kissed you. You kissed me too. By God, what monkey business is this?
Oh, call it a romantic interlude. Call it a weak moment, if you will. But, Pierre, don't you see, I have a social position to remember. What would my friends say if they knew that I was in love with a North Woodsman? Don't you understand?
No, I do not understand. To me, when Pierre Baptiste Leblanc kisses a woman, she's his woman. Angela, we will go to the Jesuit mission at Lac de Flambeau and get married, no?
No, Pierre, no. I must go back home. We can't fall in love, Pierre. I'm sorry for both of us. Now, suppose you get me back as quickly as you can. And then you can trap your weasels, huh?
No. So that is it, huh? So Pierre Baptiste Leblanc is not good enough for you, huh? By God, okay, I get you back. I get you back to Lac du Flambeau if I have to carry you all the way.
Well, while all this was taking place, I was over 100 miles away, trying to keep warm in Mr. McTavish's home. The weather had softened up a bit. It was only 30 below. Mild, he called it.
Well, John, we'll start out in the morning.
How do we travel? By dog sled?
Exactly. We're taking 2 Indian guides. Be there in 3 days. The snow is as slick as glass. We'll make good time.
You won't be able to make it any too fast to suit me. Walking or riding 100 miles when it's 30 or 40 degrees below zero isn't exactly my idea of fun.
Pierre, this snow. It's coming down so fast I can't see where I'm going.
By gosh, he's blowing bad. Wait, I carry you.
Oh, would you please? These snowshoes, they're so clumsy.
Now then, up you go. I carry you like Injun squaw carry papoose. Just like I tell you in Commissioner's office.
How much further is it to Lac du Flambeau?
Oh, I think only about 10 miles. We make it sometime today.
Pierre.
Oui, mademoiselle.
I'm sorry I spoke as I did the other night. I didn't mean to hurt your feelings.
Oh, he's all right, mademoiselle. Pierre should know better than to think you marry big bum like him.
Oh, it isn't that I think you're a big bum, Pierre. Oh, well, skip it.
What do you do with ranch, mademoiselle? Sell him?
I don't know yet. Oh, it is a beautiful place, isn't it, Pierre? Pine trees, a river, 2 lakes, 12 feet of snow. But spring will come someday, even up here, won't it, Pierre?
I love the snow, mademoiselle. To me, it's like God's blanket of forgiveness. It covers over all nature so it can sleep and grow strong again.
You will come back here again, Pierre.
Oh, just so soon I take you to Lac du Flambeau, I will get my traps, my dogs, and come back to Leaf River.
Won't you get lonesome?
Get lonesome? Oh, Pierre Baptiste get lonesome. Oh, no, mademoiselle. Now, I have got so many things to remember.
Such as?
Like the night I have Indian make wolf call to frighten you. It was very, very funny.
Well, it wasn't funny when the real wolf came.
No, by gosh. Wait, Pierre, you dogs, listen. Someone come on dog sled, maybe look for us.
Oh, Pierre. Oh, then you won't have to carry me anymore. Just when I was beginning to like it, too. By God, I'm happy to see you, John. And you too, Mr. McTavish. By God.
You all right, Angela?
Oh, by God, I say I am. Got caught in the blizzard, though. That's why we're late, isn't it, Pierre?
Oh, I'm very, very sorry about this thing. But we get back, okay, mademoiselle?
We thought you were snowbound, and Mr. O'Connell insisted we come to your rescue.
I hope, Angela, that you enjoyed this grand and glorious frozen north.
Oh, it's been wonderful, John. Just wonderful, every single minute.
But at least for my sake, next time, pick out a place like Palm Springs or Tampa. You know how cold it is?
Only about 30 below.
I told John it was still mild, but he doesn't seem to believe me.
Well, Commissioner, my job, she's through. The young lady, she's safe. Now I go to town, get my traps, and sacre bleu, I come back in a hurry. I am late to catch the weasels.
Thank you, Pierre. Thank you. We'll see you at Lac du Flambeau.
Well, Pierre, knowing Miss Nelson as I do, you must have had your hands full.
Oh, no, monsieur. She's one fine girl. Just like, what you call...
Viking. Remember, Pierre? The Viking girl who was afraid of the wolf. Big bad wolf. It said, okay.
next afternoon, back at McTavish's house, we were all sitting around the huge open fireplace, watching the last of the blizzard wearing itself out.
Tomorrow, John, I'm going to take you out so that you can shoot your moose.
But how about that caribou you promised me?
Aye, and that too. You won't have to walk far either. This time of year, they come right into town.
And then it's back to sunny California.
Well, that sounds a little reluctant, Angela. Seems to me you've adjusted yourself to this rugged country awfully fast.
It's Pierre. He's come with his dog team. He must be going back to Leaf River.
Well, I'll let him in. Come in, Pierre.
Oh, thank you, Monsieur Commissioner. Hello, Monsieur O'Connell, Mademoiselle.
Pierre, glad to see you again. My heavens, you look as if you were going someplace. Pack on back, dog team and sled outside.
I start out again for Leaf River.
Oh, you're going back again so soon, Pierre?
I start now. By night, I will be deep in the forest. The blizzard, she's over.
And you've come to say goodbye?
To say goodbye. I hope you have many happy memories of the great forests, the Leaf River, and your little cabin in the woods.
Yes. Yes, thank you, Pierre. And I wish you many happy moments, too. When you're trapping your weasels and shooting timber wolves.
Well, Pierre, good trapping. You'll be gone until spring, I suppose.
When the ice melts on the rivers, the trees put on their coat of buds, I will come back to Lac du Flambeau. Well, au revoir. Pierre-Baptiste Leblanc is ready for the grand aventure.
Goodbye, Pierre, and thank you once more for taking care of Angela.
Goodbye, Pierre.
Goodbye to all of you. Bon voyage!
Good luck
Goodbye,
to you, Pierre.
Oh, away we go!
Well, there he goes. Handsome fella, isn't he?
Goodbye, John. Goodbye, Mr. McTavish.
Angela, what are you doing? Where are you going?
Back to God's country. I'm going back with Pierre if he'll take me. Oh, it's love, John. True love. Pierre! Pierre, wait for me, Pierre, wait. I'm going with you.
Warren William will be back in just a moment to tell you the rest of the story of East of Hudson's Bay. But first, here is a brief message from your announcer. And here again is Warren William as John Francis O'Connell.
Evidently, love can't be regulated by climate. Angela Nelson found her love in the frigid north, east of Hudson's Bay. She and Pierre were married in the little Jesuit mission at Lac du Flambeau, and a few hours later they started out for Leaf River and her ranch to spend a nice, quiet honeymoon. Today, 1 year later, there is a little Pierre-Baptiste Leblanc, who shows every promise of becoming the greatest trapper in all the North Country. At least that's what Angela tells me. And by God, I think she's right. Don't you? Next week, we have a story for you straight from Hollywood. Well, I mean, as straight as anything can come from this fabulous city of make-believe. It's the story of a man, a young, handsome, and dashing motion picture star who wrote his autograph for a beautiful young lady. Now, we know, of course, that signing one's autograph in Hollywood is an everyday circumstance, but not this one. No sooner was Peter Layton's signature down on that piece of paper than things began happening. We call this intriguing story Autograph Girl. This is Warren William, inviting you to listen again next week.
Strange Wills is a Teleways feature produced in Hollywood.
Any similarity between names used on this broadcast and those of living persons is purely coincidental.
Strange Wills.
Starring the distinguished Hollywood actor Warren William, and featuring Mary Lansing and Carlton Young with an all-star Hollywood cast. Original music by Del Castillo.
Dead men's wills are often strange. We cannot attempt to understand them or try to find the answers. We can but tell the story.
This is Warren William bringing you the story Autograph Girl. But first...
And here is Warren William as John Francis O'Connell.
When a man makes out his last will and testament and meets a very pretty young girl all in the same day, watch out. Anything's liable to happen. I remember very well the morning that Peter Brayton, motion picture star and heartthrob of literally millions of girls the world over, came into my office to sign his will. Romance must have been the farthest thing from his mind, because...
Yeah. Well, I'm glad that's over with, John. You know, the very thought of signing my last will and testament gives me the shivers.
Oh, nonsense, Peter. Today, people think about such things when they're young and in the prime of life.
Well, maybe so. Now, at least, if anything happens, I won't have a mob of greedy relatives hovering around my casket.
Of course. They'd be wasting their time.
Hey, John, I've got an idea. There's a premiere of my new picture opening tonight over at the Capitol.
Yes, I've been reading about it. Mobs of people outside. Giant spotlights plying the sky. On-the-spot broadcasts. Big stuff.
No, it's all part of the business. But John, come with me, will you?
Aye. What about all those glamorous girls that want to go? Why not one of them?
Not tonight, John. A guy's got to be himself once in a while, and I won't take no for an answer.
Well, all right, if that's the way you feel about it. I'll be happy to go.
Good. I'll pick you up at your apartment at 9. How's that?
I'll be ready.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, I see Peter Brayton coming through the crowd. Oh, listen to the girls. I'm going to try very hard to get Mr. Brayton over to our microphone and have him say a few words to you. Mr. Brayton, will you come over here, please? Yes, here he comes. America's heartthrob #1, Peter Brayton, whose new picture, 2 Hearts Overboard, is being premiered here tonight. And here he is, ladies and gentlemen, Peter Brayton.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Of course, I'm happy to be here, and I honestly think that 2 Hearts Overboard is the greatest picture I've ever had the pleasure of appearing in. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Mr. Brayton! Mr. Brayton!
Yes? Well, hello.
Could I please have your autograph?
Look, John, look at the beautiful little lady asking for my autograph.
I'd consider it a pleasure to give her mine.
So would I. I tell you what I'll do, miss. Let's exchange autographs. How about it?
Oh, would you, Mr. Brayton?
Have you a piece of paper?
Uh-huh. Right here.
Fine. Yeah, now turn around. I'll write it on your back.
Right.
To a charming and beautiful girl, Peter Brayton. There you are.
Oh, thank you. Thank you so very much.
Not at all. Now, where's yours?
Wait. Wait just a minute.
What are you... You're tearing your slip.
To Peter Brayton with love. Angel Dare. Oh, wait. I want to add one more thing. York, 8,000. There. Here it is.
My most cherished remembrance, Angel. Say, that's a cute name, too. Angel Dare. The angel who dared.
The very next day, this sidewalk romance went into high gear.
Yes?
Angel?
Yes, this is Angel. Oh, Mr. Brayton. I hoped you'd call.
Well, I'm glad I did then. How about it?
How about it? I've been sitting here at the telephone ever since last night, just waiting and praying.
Well, your prayers are answered. Now, if you'll tell me where you live, I'll pick you up in about an hour.
1158 Rimpaw Boulevard. It's at the corner of Rimpaw and 12th.
Good. Have your duds on and we'll step out.
Well, it wasn't long after that Angel and Peter were seen nightly at the exclusive nightclubs frequented by picture people. None of us knew exactly what was going on until late one night.
Oh, Peter, dear, you can't imagine how happy I am. You've made a beautiful new world for me.
And you have for me, too, Angel.
I hate to see our nights come to an end. Just think, in a few minutes you'll drive me back to my lonely little room.
Then I'll go to my even lonelier house.
You see, Peter, that's what I mean. What's the use of being together if we have to go home alone and wish?
Wish. Yes, that's what I do, Angel. I wish every night that you were with me, not only for a few hours, but always.
I want a home, Peter. I want a home and children. That's all that really matters.
Yes. Yes, you're right. A home and children, something to work for, an ideal. Well, why can't we?
Why can't we? What, Peter, dearest?
Why can't we have our home and children just like anyone else can?
Oh, Peter, I didn't mean...
Now, listen, Angel. Let's take the bull by the horns.
And?
Well, let's drive to the airport. We'll fly to Las Vegas and get married. Now, tonight.
Darling, do you really want...
More than anything else in the world. It's high time we caught a little of this happiness before it flies out of our reach. Now, come on.
Oh, but Peter...
But... Angel, you're crying. Don't you want
Peter.
this?
Peter, I want you more than anything in the whole world. I love you, Peter. Oh, so very much.
Hollywood, dear old Hollywood, where the unexpected is always a certainty. After a 2 weeks honeymoon, the happy young couple came back to Peter's home. Peter called me early the next morning.
Hello, John. Sorry you weren't in on the marriage, but it came so unexpectedly.
Well, congratulations, Peter, to both of you. I'm very glad it happened. Maybe that's what you needed.
She's an angel, all right, John. An angel right from heaven. Isn't interested in the theater, movies. No, sir. She just wants a home and a family.
Well, you are lucky. But what brings you back so quickly, Peter?
A new picture. I'm going over to the studio now to pick up the script. Say, John.
Yes?
I almost forgot to tell you why I called. I've got to change my will, of course.
Well, that's customary.
Make out a new one, will you? Leave everything to my wife, Angel Ann Brayton.
Angel Ann Brayton. Okay, I've got it. I'll redraft it, and we'll have it executed next week. That all right?
That'll be fine. And say, we'll have you out for dinner one night this week, too. I'll let you know when.
You sound like a very domesticated husband.
Believe me, John, I am. I've got a home, a real home, now for the first time in my life.
What are you reading, darling?
Oh, it's the new script for my next picture. I just picked it up at the studio.
What's the name of it going to be?
7 Flights to Glory. It's about a young fellow who gave up a fortune to become an artist, and he went to Paris.
Oh, how thrilling.
So far, it sounds good. I haven't finished it yet.
Peter,
Yes, my love?
do you have to go away on location?
I think so, for a few weeks at least. You gonna miss me, Angel?
Miss you? Oh, Peter, of course.
I think we're gonna shoot part of the story in Paris.
Oh.
Poor little Angel. That's one of the penalties of being married to an actor.
Oh, but Peter, I know a way.
A way? A way to what?
Well, I just thought of a way that would keep us together in spite of the picture.
Keep us together? Hey, what's going on in that pretty little head?
Come over here, Peter. Here,
Sure.
sit down next to me. Put your arm around me. Comfy?
Deliciously.
Darling, why couldn't we do this? You don't want to be away from me, do you, Peter?
Oh, of course not, darling.
Well, then, why couldn't you see the producer or the director or whoever you see and have him give me a tiny little part in the picture? Then we could be together. Couldn't we, darling?
Why, well, yes, I suppose we could, but I thought you hated...
Oh, I hate picture work. I hate it with all my heart. But I love you, Peter. And your little angel wants to be with you. Forever and always.
Well, I suppose I could.
Oh, will you, Peter? Peter, dearest.
All right.
Oh, you've made me so happy. Now we can read the script together. And you can pick out the part you want Angel to play. Of course, it can't be a lead. Not yet.
Little Angel had her way, all right. She had a minor part in 7 Flights to Glory and got to Paris with Peter. But before the picture was even released, she engaged drama teachers, had her gowns designed by Maurice, and for a girl who hated the theater, she was really going Hollywood. Very shortly after their return to the States, I accepted an invitation to dinner.
Really, Mr. O'Connell, you have no idea how Paris has broadened me.
You don't look any broader, Angel.
You certainly don't. In fact, those Parisian gowns sort of, well, you know what I mean.
I know Peter's new picture will be the finest he's ever done. And while my part was comparatively small, I know now that I belong to the theater. I have a great talent. The director said so, didn't he, Peter?
Why, yes, maybe he did, come to think of it, but, Angel, dear, I hate to see you get into this picture business. I don't know, but 2 actors in the same family, well, it's never proved very successful.
Why, Peter, how can you talk that way? If you have genius... Well, you have genius, that's all there is to it. It isn't what I want anymore. It's what the public wants.
Well, Angel, what's going to be your next picture? Made any plans?
No, but Peter's going to take me over to the studio tomorrow.
I'm going to take you where?
You're going with me to the studio, dear, and talk to the producer. As long as I can act, and I can, you know, there's no reason why I should be idle. I'm ready now for a leading role. And I mean to play it opposite you, Peter.
Part 2 of Strange Wills, written by Ken Crepine and directed by Robert Webster Light, will follow in just a moment.
And now, back to the strange Will's story, Autograph Girl, starring Warren William as John Francis O'Connell.
Sometimes it's difficult for producers to say no to their leading actors, and so it was in the case of Peter Brayton. Against the better judgment of all concerned, the studio gave Angel the second lead in So Deep the Stream, starring Peter Brayton. Angel, the little girl who hated the theater, lost no time in going over her part with her husband. This is what she'd been waiting for.
But, darling, I don't like the way you're reading your lines.
Well, the studio's been paying me for 5 years to read them this way.
But, darling, this is different. I'm starring in the picture with you, remember? Can't you read your part down a little so that I could stand out? I've got to be noticed, too, you know.
But you are noticed, Angel, dear. You have an excellent part.
Oh, fiddlesticks. If we did the scene this way, everyone would remember you, not me. Now, here on page 56. It calls for a close-up of you. What for? Why not a close-up of both of us? And on pages 64, 72, and here on 81, the same way.
But,
If I'm going to be in this picture, I insist that those shots are close-ups of both of us together.
All right, Angel, all right. Let's not argue about it. You see, dear, this is what I was afraid of. That's why I stayed single up to the time you came along. I didn't want any conflict between my wife and myself. That's why I married you, dear, because you wanted nothing to do with pictures.
Oh, let's not go into that anymore, Peter. That's water over the dam. Someone thinks I'm pretty good, or I wouldn't have been cast to play opposite you. And, Peter, remember, you're an old-timer in this picture work.
Huh?
You can't stay popular forever, you know. Why not let me get a few breaks now while you're still able...
What are you driving at, Angel?
Only this. I think you're jealous of my ability. I think you're afraid to give me a break because I'd steal the picture from you.
You really believe that, don't you, Angel?
I really believe that, Peter.
I attended the premiere of So Deep the Stream with Angel and Peter. The theater was filled with an eager throng who had come to see Peter Brayton's latest picture. But we were in for a real surprise. Angel's delivery of lines was so bad, her acting so unreal, that the audience almost booed. The reaction was so overwhelmingly against Angel's performance that Peter and I felt terribly embarrassed for her. But Angel didn't react at all in the way I expected. On the way home in the car...
I was never so humiliated.
It was pretty bad, wasn't it, darling?
Oh, well, just because it wasn't well received in Hollywood...
And do you want to know why it wasn't well received, John?
Oh, I suppose the story was bad, or the direction.
No, it wasn't the story or the direction. It was Peter's acting. I told you, Peter, once before that no matter how great you are, there comes a day of retribution. You've slipped, Peter. You've slipped. Didn't you hear everyone in the theater laughing at you?
The next year saw the end of the marriage between Peter and Angel. Peter came to my office to tell me the story.
What's the use of trying to go on, John? She'll not recognize the truth, nor give up her career.
You don't know how sorry I am to hear this, Peter. It's too bad that a marriage as romantic and different as yours started out to be had to break up.
But that's not all, John. The studio told me I was through today. They've canceled my contract. And you can't blame them, I guess, after 3 flops co-starring Angel and me.
Oh, but Peter, you're really a fine actor.
That's not the point. They blame me for insisting Angel be signed.
Well, anyway, you're not going to starve to death. You've managed to save quite a bit over the years.
That's just it. I'm afraid I'm back to where I started 7 years ago. Only now I have a scrapbook, something to remember me by.
What are you talking about?
I've come to a financial understanding with Angel.
Well, of course. But what did she want, Peter?
Everything.
Everything?
Yes, John, everything.
3 days later, after the divorce became final, Angel married a bit player by the name of George Fedorov. He was a great genius, she informed us through the press. Georges and she would produce and co-star in their own picture in Technicolor. It was entitled Beyond Beyond. It was to cost $3 million. Phew, $3 million. Well, Peter Brayton was financing a $3 million opus, whether he knew it or not. Peter auctioned off his furniture and disposed of his estate in the country. He moved into a small apartment in Hollywood. That was all he could do under the circumstances. About a month later, I dropped off at his place to cheer him up. He needed it. Come on, cheer up, Peter. You've never seen a thoroughbred that didn't come through under pressure, and I know you will, too.
Not a job in 9 months. That's going some.
Have you made any inquiries about work?
I can't afford to, John. If they think I'm hungry, that's all they need to know. Then I would be through. By the way, though, there's hope.
Good.
I'm expecting a call from my agent. He's dickering with an independent studio. They're considering me for a spot. It's a B picture, but so what? At least it's getting back on the ladder again.
How hard it is to climb that ladder, and how easily one slides back.
Yeah, and that's the picture business, John. You've just got to learn to take it. Oh, excuse me, will you, John? That may be my call. Hello? Oh, hello, Jack. What have you got? Good. Good. All right, I'll report to wardrobe in the morning. And Jack, thanks. Thanks very much. Well, happy days are here again, John. That was Jack Marcus, my agent. Just got me a good spot in the picture. Not the lead, of course, but it's something I can get my teeth into, and, well, that's all I want.
Meanwhile, Angel's picture, Beyond Beyond, turned out to be one that the critics could get their teeth into, and they lost no time in tearing it to shreds. Summarizing all of the reviews, the critics were unanimous in agreeing that Angel Dare and her co-star husband better take a trip beyond beyond before an enraged public caught up with them. Well, after reading what others thought about her $3 million extravaganza, Angel had a little talk with George, a nice little chat filled with dynamite.
See, you fool? Now you can see for yourself what the critics think about you. And to think I spent my
But, darling, look what they say about you.
They're mean, contemptible, the whole lot of them. That's the way critics have of getting even. Ever since I left Peter...
Oh, but Angel, honey, they said that about you before you left Peter.
Oh, shut up, George. If only I'd had sense enough to get a real leading man, my talent would...
Your talent. It was my talent that carried you. I'd hate to imagine what the critics would have said if I hadn't been in the picture and held you up.
I made one mistake, George. One big mistake.
I think so, too, darling. You should never have left Oshkosh.
I should never have left Peter. I wasn't ready.
Well, why did you, Pet? I would have waited a bit longer. We still could have seen each other.
Leaving Peter was my first mistake. The second one was wasting my time with a weakling, a ham like you.
Oh, you never talked that way before, Angel. You used to say...
I spent every cent I have in the world on this picture, and it's mortgaged up to the hilt. I'm broke, George. Do you understand? Flat broke.
Well, you could get your old job back again, sweetmeat. You know, the one in the coffee shop. We could live very nicely on your tips.
Maybe we could. But we're not going to, George. You're getting out. You're getting out of here tonight. Bag and baggage.
Oh, Angel, you wouldn't throw me out in the street. What could I do? Where could I go?
I don't care. That's your problem. But I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to make Peter Brayton fall in love with me all over again. I'm going to remarry him. You just wait and see.
Peter Brayton came back the hard way. But he had the fortitude, the talent to do it. All of his friends, and there were many, cheered him on as bit parts became supporting roles, and then, finally, his old studio signed him up again to a long-term contract. Peter completed his first picture under the new contract, a thriller called Margin for Love, and all who saw the studio preview agreed that it was the finest he'd ever done. Peter Brayton was back at the top of the heap where he belonged. The night of the world premiere, Peter and I had a quiet supper before going to the theater.
Well, John, it's been a long, hard road, but I made it.
I know. I watched you every step of the way.
I suppose I paid the penalty for falling in love.
I wonder whatever happened to Angel.
So do I, John. I've never seen her since the day we parted in court. I loved her once. Very, very much.
How do you feel about her now, Peter?
I don't know. I don't know. Someday when I meet her face to face, well...
You'll either kiss her or...
Yes, I'll either kiss her or... But I won't know, John, until that time comes. Honestly, I won't know.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, I see Peter Brayton coming through the huge crowd out here in front of the Capitol Theater. Oh, just listen to those girls scream. I'm going to try to get Mr. Brayton over here to the microphone to say a few words. Mr. Brayton, will you come over here, please? Oh, yes, here he comes, folks. Peter Brayton, whose new picture, Margin for Love, is being premiered here tonight, right here at the Capitol Theater in Hollywood. And here he is, ladies and gentlemen, Peter Brayton.
Thank you, Bob. Thank you very much. It's great to be here tonight, ladies and gentlemen, and I hope you all enjoy Margin for Love as much as I enjoyed making it. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Mr. Brayton, would you give me your autograph, please?
Angel, you?
Yes, Peter. Darling.
Well, of course I'll give you my autograph. Got a piece of paper?
Uh-huh. Right here.
Excuse me just a moment, John. I have an autograph to sign. Here you are, Angel. Here it is.
Roses are red, violets blue. And all this means I'm through with you. Why, you ingrate. You can't do this to me. You can't do this to me.
Can't I? Goodbye, Angel.
Warren William will be back in just a moment to tell you the rest of the story of Autograph Girl. But first, a word from your announcer. And here again is Warren William as John Francis O'Connell.
Well, that about ends my story of a young, beautiful, and ambitious girl. For Angel Dare failed in her scheming little plan to recapture the love of her ex-husband, Peter Brayton. They met face to face, and for a moment I was doubtful. But Angel Dare didn't get a second chance. And Peter Brayton, well, Peter is now very happily married to a fine girl not in the theater business. She'd have little time for it if she wanted to, what with the little Brayton twin girls to take care of. And so the story ends. Or is it just beginning? For this is Hollywood, and as they say, anything can happen in Hollywood. And usually does. Next week I have a story for you about a man who received an inheritance from a lady who died in Paris. But with the inheritance came Babette. Now, Babette was French, cute, and a baby. In fact, some baby. And what she did to the life of a handsome young bachelor is a story well worth hearing. We call this unusual story Penthouse Orphan. This is Warren William, inviting you to listen again next week.
This is a Teleways feature produced in Hollywood. Any similarity between names used on this show and those of living persons is purely coincidental.
Strange Wills.
Starring the distinguished Hollywood actor Warren William and featuring Peggy Webber and Carlton Young with an all-star Hollywood cast. Original music by Del Castillo. Dead men's wills are often strange.
We cannot attempt to understand them or to try to find the answers. We can but tell the story.
This is Warren William bringing you the story Penthouse Orphan. But first, here's a brief message from your announcer.
And now, back to Warren William as John Francis O'Connell in Penthouse Orphan.
Probably the most exciting phone call I ever received was the one from my good friend and bachelor client, Felix Grayson. I admit that I was totally unprepared for what he had to tell me.
Honestly, John, honestly, I'm going to be a father.
Well, Felix, that's the best one you've come up with yet. You, a bachelor father.
But you don't have to believe me. No one does, but it's a solemn truth. It says so right here in this letter I received from Paris today.
From Paris, did you say? Why, you've never even been to Paris, you gay young blade.
I know, but let me read you part of the letter. Then you'll get what I'm talking about.
I'm all ears.
I quote, Felix, when you receive this letter, I shall probably be gone. But you will hear from my lawyer regarding the trust fund I've set up in my last will and testament.
So you're an heir, eh? Well, congratulations.
Wait, let me finish. The money left you in the trust fund is to go for the education and support of my little baby, Babette. I'm sending her to you by plane. Bring her up as though she were your own.
Say, just who is sending you this Babette?
It's a third or fourth cousin by marriage. I've never seen her in my life. We've only corresponded a couple of times.
Good heavens, Felix. I mean, Papa Felix. When's this baby arriving?
I got word by cable just an hour ago that she'd arrive at LaGuardia Airport at 4 this afternoon. John, what am I going to do? I've never been through anything like this before.
I should hope not.
What am I, a confirmed bachelor, supposed to do with a crying, helpless little baby?
Well, there's nothing in the law books to answer that one, I assure you. But if I were you, I'd get things ready for her arrival.
Get things ready? Where? How?
Why, Felix, I'd clean out one of the extra rooms you have in that very lovely house of yours and fix it up. You know, crib, high chair, dolls. Well, the usual things.
Why can't I just call up some children's home or something? They'd at least know how to raise a baby. Me, I don't know.
Why, Felix, that's cruel. Just suppose you were a little baby flying in from Paris and someone dumped you in a foundling home. How would you feel?
Well...
And besides, where's that fatherly spirit? You know, it'll be fun being a daddy.
Well, I suppose you're right, John. Tell you what I'll do.
What?
I'll run down and get all the things she'll need and bring them back with me. But you have to help me get the room ready. How's that?
It's a deal. I'll be at your place, say, by 1 o'clock. That ought to give us plenty of time.
All right, I'll be back by 1, and then we'll start reconverting one of the bedrooms. So long.
Bye-bye, Papa.
But I tell you, sir, you have to know what size dresses she wears. I shouldn't just sell you anything.
Well, she's a baby, that's all I know. If the dresses are too large, can't we just snip them off at the bottom?
It's easy to see you haven't been a father very long. Goodness, you don't even know how to dress a baby.
Never mind whether I know how to dress a baby or not. The main thing is to get ready. Now, have I got everything I need? Everything?
Well, let me see. 3 layettes for a baby under 6 months. 20 dresses for girls ranging from 1 week to 5 years.
Never mind, then. Go on.
Rocking horse, dollhouse, high chair, undies, assorted sizes.
Safety pins. Now remember how I told you to fold these.
Sure, like this. Now, you see how easily I learn?
Now, if there's anything you've forgotten, here's my card. Give me a ring and I'll have it delivered.
The only other thing that I can think of is a nice padded cell before I go nuts.
There we are. You see what two bachelors can do when they make up their minds?
Boy, was this a job. Now, let's give it a quick once-over before we take off for the airport, John. Crib, chair, dolls, dollhouse, talcum powder, safety pins.
Oh, say, Felix.
Yeah?
Did they show you how to,
Show me how? I was so good they awarded me my diploma in the quick change department before I even got out of the store.
Oh, well, our little Babette certainly has a surprise waiting for her.
Yeah. The poor little thing, alone. An orphan.
And now she's going to be your little penthouse orphan, Felix. Tell you what let's do.
What, John?
Let's give her a real bang-up welcome party.
Yeah. Yeah, that's an idea. Now, we could get a clown from the circus. Boy, will she be tickled.
And I'll give her a puppy. Children always like little puppies.
Swell. But if we don't get out of the airport fast, John, we'll miss her plane altogether. Oh, one last thing. What about the nurse? Did you call?
All set. She'll be here before we get back. Come on, Felix. Let's give baby Babette a real welcome.
Transatlantic plane from London, Paris, Berlin, unloading gate 4.
There it is, John. See it?
Come on, let's get over to gate 4, so we're right there when she comes out.
Okay. Let's hurry.
Here we are.
The stewardess will carry her out. John, I'm so excited.
Now the passengers are unloading. Any minute now.
Yeah. Well, there's the stewardess, but she's only carrying a briefcase.
Oh, be patient, man. Be patient.
But John, everyone's off. What happened to baby Babette? Where is she? Where is she?
Mr. Felix Grayson.
Yeah?
Mr. Felix Grayson.
Oh, hey, John, that's me.
Please report to the information counter.
Information counter. John, they want me inside at the information counter. Come on, let's run.
Good heavens, Felix, you'd think this was a matter of life and death.
There it is. There's the information counter, but there's no one there. I don't understand.
Wait a minute. Here comes a very beautiful young lady. I saw her get off the plane. Why don't you ask her about baby Babette?
I will ask her. Maybe she'll know. I beg your pardon, miss.
Oui, monsieur?
Have you seen a little baby?
Have I seen a little baby? No, I have not seen a little baby.
You haven't seen a little baby? My goodness, what could have happened to her?
What could have happened to which, monsieur?
I was supposed to meet a little baby. She's coming from Paris.
But I've been on the plane from Paris. There was no little baby.
Are you sure? Are you certain?
I see the whole plane with my big brown eyes. I look at everyone in it not once but many times. There's no other baby. In fact, the only baby on the whole plane is Babette.
Babette? But that's the baby I'm looking for. Where is she? Where is baby Babette?
You are looking for the baby Babette?
Yes, I am. I thought the stewardess would carry her out, but I was mistaken.
Monsieur, the stewardess will never carry the baby Babette from the plane. Of that I can assure you.
Won't carry Babette?
It is impossible.
But why? Why is it impossible?
Because, monsieur, I am Babette.
Later the next day, I found my good friend Felix over at our Madison Avenue retreat. He was sipping a cocktail and lost in thought. Rock-a-bye, baby, on the treetop. When the wind blows, the cradle will rock. Well, if it isn't the bachelor father in person.
Oh, sit down and join me in a cup of sorrow.
A cup of sorrow? Oh, come now. I saw her, too, you know.
Oh, what a fool she must think me, John. Imagine me taking her home to her room and filled with everything for a little baby.
Well, after all, no one said she was 18.
John, isn't she beautiful?
Without doubt, the most charming young lady I've ever seen. But what now, Father?
What now? I only wish I had the answer. John, what are my friends going to think? I told them all about the baby coming, and now when they see her...
Oh, just say the plane got delayed in transit. She started out as a baby, but by the time she arrived...
Boy, I can see those haughty eyebrows being raised all over the place now. Papa Grayson, they'll call me. What am I going to do with her, John? It's serious.
Well, she's well chaperoned, isn't she? You've got a manservant and 2 maids. It's quite proper, you know.
Hello, Tony's place. Just a minute, please. For you, Mr. Grayson.
Oh, thank you, Tony. Hello? Yes, Babette. Yes, I'll come right home. Goodbye.
Aha, on your trail already, is she? And what does Babette want now?
She said, come home, Father. I'm lonesome.
I'll never forget the afternoon I called on Babette. She was even more exquisite than the first time I saw her, if such a thing was possible.
Oh, Monsieur O'Connell, I'm so very, very happy to see you.
And I'm glad to see you, too, Babette. Where's Felix?
I don't know, Monsieur. He goes away early in the morning and doesn't come home until late at night. I don't think he likes me.
Oh, that's a silly thought, Babette. I happen to know he likes you very much.
But I call him father, and he say, no, do not call me father. Why is that, Monsieur O'Connell?
Well, that's understandable, Babette. You see, Felix is quite a man about town.
Man about town? What is this man about town?
Oh, that means that he considers himself quite a, how should I say it? Quite a man with the ladies.
Oh, what you call a lady killer, eh?
That's right. Now, when a beautiful young lady such as you comes along and calls him father...
I see. He no longer is a lady killer, but only an old man who should stay at home and smoke his pipe. Is that it, monsieur?
That's about it, Babette.
Well, then, I will give him a new name.
New name?
Yes, something he will like better. From now on, I will not call him father. No. I will call him Daddy.
Act 2 of Penthouse Orphan, written by Ken Krupine and directed by Robert Webster Light, will continue in just a moment. And now, back to the Strange Wills story, Penthouse Orphan, with Warren William as John Francis O'Connell.
During the following months, I saw less and less of Felix. He and Babette had become the best of friends, and they spent considerable time together in the museums, art galleries, theaters, and concert halls. After all, 32 isn't so awfully old, nor 18 so very young. Then one day, early in September, Felix called me over to his house. He said he'd come to an important decision, and that I should be present.
John, I particularly wanted you over today to approve of my action regarding Babette.
What's on your mind, Felix?
It's common knowledge around town that she and I have grown very fond of each other. Oh, it's no affair of the heart, I can assure you.
No?
No. Only I think that I should send her away to school. After all, she's 18 and still young enough to take advantage of education.
And what does Babette say about going away to school?
Well, I haven't told her yet. You know, John, she loves the city, likes to spend hours just wandering around looking into windows. Looks like heaven, she says.
Well, I can understand why. New York is heaven to lots of youngsters.
Anyway, I want you to suggest that she go away to college.
Me to suggest? What's the matter? You lost your nerve?
Well, maybe I have. I don't know what's the matter, but, John,
After all, she's only the child of your third or fourth cousin by marriage.
Well, after all, she's Babette, and that's what matters. John, if I don't get her out of this house...
Then what, Daddy?
Babette, I didn't hear you come in.
Hello, Monsieur Colonel. How is the tricks?
Oh, fine, Babette, just fine. And how have you been?
What is my daddy up to now? I hear him say if I don't get Babette out of this house.
Babette, Felix thinks you should go away. School.
Yes, Babette, that's what I was talking over with John when you came in.
I? Go away to school? Pourquoi? But why? I've already finished school in Paris.
I want to send you to some lovely girls' finishing school, Babette. You know, where they teach you to ride and swim.
They have all these things here in this city.
He wants you to learn more, I guess, Babette.
Learn more? I, Babette, learn more? But for what? I know all of the different perfumes. I know how to make up my face to be beautiful. I know how to be alluring.
That's just it, Babette. You know all about those things. But now, look, I want to show you how little you know. Now, when was the War of the Roses? Now, go ahead. Tell us, when was the War of the Roses?
War of the Roses. Felix, you're fooling.
No, I'm not. That's just one example. All educated people know when the War of the Roses was. You have to learn those things to be, well, to be looked up to.
Felix, chérie.
Yes, Babette?
You tell Babette when was this, what you call, War of the Roses.
Why, sure.
Yes, Felix? You are the one with a good education, no? You have gone to the university, you have traveled. Now tell Babette, when was this War of the Roses?
Well, now, let's see. 1492, Columbus crossed the ocean blue. No, that's not it. No, wait a minute. Wait, I've got it. You see what education does for a fellow? The War of the Roses, Babette, was fought on last January the 1st in a place called the Rose Bowl in a city called Pasadena. That's it, isn't it, John?
Why, of course. That's one of them. They come on year after year, year after year.
Oh, I'm sorry. Maybe I do need what you call this education. In Paris, we do not know there was a war. We think Americans never have what you call a revolution each year in California. All right, Felix. I will go to school.
Well, Babette went away to finishing school, all right, and she turned out to be a brilliant student. She caught on quickly, too quickly, because one night, months later, she called Felix.
Hello?
So you fool me, huh?
Oh, it's you, Babette. I've been living in dread of this moment.
You tell Babette a big story, Daddy.
I only did it for your own good, Babette. I wanted you to go to school, honestly.
War of the Roses in Pasadena. It's what you call the baloney.
I'm afraid it is.
And you want to know how I know? I didn't find out from the teacher.
No? Well, who told you?
Gus.
Gus? Who in the name of heaven is Gus?
Gus is my boyfriend. His name is Gus Yakadich.
Gus Yakadich? Well, there can't be anyone with a name like that.
He's a big, strong fellow. He plays football, and he's a graduate of the FBI.
Graduate of the FBI? What have I let myself in for?
He told me War of Roses is a football game.
Well, he's right, Babette.
I'm bringing him to New York for the weekend. I want you to meet my Gus.
Your Gus? Babette, it's not serious.
I think I marry this Gus. He's a big, strong man.
Now, Babette, listen to me. Remember, I'm your father. I mean, don't do anything rash until I talk to you. Now, bring this Gus fellow up here where John and I can meet him. It's only for your own good, Babette.
Yes, Daddy. I'll bring him to see you this weekend. Gus wants you to meet him, too.
I tell you, John, we've got to do something about this Gus fellow. Who does he think he is coming in and taking Babette away from us?
Away from us? Come now, Felix, it's about time we had a little heart-to-heart talk about Babette.
Talk about what?
Well, Daddy, if I know anything about human nature, you are in love with Babette.
Me in love with Babette? Why, you talk like a...
Oh, do I? Listen, Felix, I've known about this thing for months. I've watched you grow from a respectable bachelor into a fiddling, fuddling Romeo. Come on now, admit it.
Oh, all right. You lawyers are too smart. Anyway, she's 19 now.
Yes, that's just the trouble. Can you stand up against some young buck like this Gus Yakadich, for example?
I'll get Charlie Atlas to help me. He puts big muscles on you almost overnight. I'll take setting up exercises every morning, sleep with my window open, eat spinach. I'll show that big palooka.
Now, wait just a minute before you do all these things. When does Babette and this FBI boy arrive?
Any minute.
Well, what do you say if we sort of look him over first? Let's try to find out his weak spot. Once we know it, we'll smash through for a touchdown.
Oh, they're here. They're here, John. What'll we do now?
Take it easy. I'll let them in, and then we'll see what there is to do.
Oh, Monsieur O'Connell, I'm so happy to see you.
Babette, welcome back to New York.
Where is my daddy?
He's in the library taking his... he's reading a book.
Oh, pardon me. This is Gus. Gus Yakadich.
How do you do?
Hiya, chum. How's tricks?
Oh, tricks. Oh, fine, Gus, fine. Come along now, you two. Felix will be very happy to see you both, especially you, Gus. He admires big, strong men of brawn.
Well, that's about the end of the story. I finished the course at the FBI and turned pro. Lots of dough in professional football, you know.
Yes, Daddy, you see? Lots of dough.
Well, Gus, you certainly are built for professional football.
Yeah, I'm 6'2" with me shoes off, and I weigh about 213.
I'm afraid Atlas can't help me much, John.
Gus, you know, to me, it seems a shame that you gave up your career with the FBI. Especially if you and Babette are serious about getting married.
Oh, I can keep Frenchie here in doodads on what I make. $1,200 a game. That's lettuce. Real cabbage. Ain't it, Toots?
Lettuce? Cabbage? Sounds more like soup.
Well, I figured that by the time Frenchie and I get hitched, we'd really be in the clover.
And when your professional days are over, can you still go back to your FBI work?
Oh, anytime. You know, once you learn that trade, it never leaves you. I still cut hair in my sleep.
Cut hair? What's cutting hair got to do with the FBI?
Oh, that's where I learned how to do it. Right over in Philly. FBI. Franklin Barber Institute. It's the biggest barber college in the East.
While Gus and Babette were busy in another part of the house, Felix and I had a board of strategy meeting. There had to be a showdown, we all realized, and at once.
I'm convinced, John, that if I can show Babette that I'm stronger than this Gus, I'll have a chance. But how am I to do it?
Well, you certainly would look funny if you tried it with boxing gloves.
I wouldn't even be able to look, period. No, it's got to be something where brains can outsmart brawn. That's the only way I've got a chance. Say, what position does Gus play on the football team?
A tackle, I think.
Tackle, huh? Good. Then I think I've got it, John. Now, listen. I'm going to take Gus out to the kitchen and lock the door. I want you to keep Babette in here and tell her we're having a fight to the finish over her.
Good heavens, you don't really mean
now,
to...
just do as I say. I think everything's going to be all right.
But why does he have to lock himself in the kitchen, Monsieur John? Gus will kill him.
Well, Babette, that's how much Felix loves you, I guess. He's ready to die for you if necessary.
But I don't want Felix to die. Oh, Monsieur O'Connell, you men are all so stupid. Why you think I brought this oof here today? Just to make Felix jealous so he would give me the proposal? Oh, it's Felix I love. Felix. And now Gus will kill him. We must break the door down before something terrible happens. Felix! Felix! Oh,
Warren William will be back in just a moment to tell you the rest of the story of Penthouse Orphan. But first, here's a brief message from your announcer. And here again is Warren William as John Francis O'Connell.
I was just as anxious to find out what happened behind the locked door of the kitchen as you undoubtedly are. Well, it seems that when the boys got together...
Gus, I understand you play tackle on the football team. Is that right?
Yeah, and brother, they gotta be awful good to get by me.
Gus, I tell you what I'll do. I've always wanted to learn the real secrets of being a good tackle.
You?
Sure.
A tackle? Why, you ain't big enough to tackle your own shadow.
Never mind. I still want you to show me how.
Yeah?
And, Gus, for your lesson, I'm going to pay you the same rate you receive for a real game.
$1,200?
Mm-hmm.
Well, come on, buddy. I'll teach you quick.
Gus, don't push. Just take it easy. First of all, I want to see the flying tackle demonstrated.
Oh.
Now, I'll stand right here, right by the stove here, and you get back on the other side of the room.
Yeah, I'll get back way over here.
That's it. Now, when I say go...
Hey, you don't say go. You say hike.
Oh, all right. When I say hike,
yeah,
you leave the ground and dive for me. Bring me down with a real flying tackle. Give me the works, everything you've got.
I got it.
Okay. Now, are you ready?
I'm going to spring through the air and hit you like a ton of dynamite.
All right. Hike! Well, Gus, you can't hear me. But for your information, I learned that sidestep at Notre Dame. Elmer Layden never did believe too much in brawn. Too bad that stove was behind me. Well, have a nice nap, Gus.
Well, after Babette and Felix got Gus patched up, and Felix paid his $1,200, they got married and left on their honeymoon. And where did they go? They went to California, to Pasadena, of course, to see the War of the Roses, or should I say, the Tournament of the Roses. Next week, I have a story to tell you about a man who died and left his whole estate, almost $1 million, to a girl he met in seething, fabulous, romantic Singapore. He didn't know her real name, and she never found out his. For a most unusual story of love, intrigue, and romance, set in that strange city of half east, half west, be sure and listen to the story we call Singapore Liz. This is Warren William, inviting you to tune in again next week.
Strange Wills is a Teloways feature produced in Hollywood. Any similarity between names used on this broadcast and those of living persons is purely coincidental.
Strange Wills. Starring the distinguished Hollywood actor Warren William, and featuring Mary McCarty, Gene Colby, and Howard Culver, with an all-star Hollywood cast. Original music by Del Castillo. Dead men's wills are often strange. We cannot attempt to understand them or try to find the answers. We can but tell the story.
This is Warren William bringing you the story Singapore Liz. But first...
now back to Warren William as John Francis O'Connell in Singapore Liz.
I'll never forget the first time I saw Singapore Liz. I stood at the rail of the ship as it eased into its berth at Singapore. Below on the docks was bedlam. Coolies, turbaned Orientals, white people were all milling around the dock, waiting for the passengers to disembark. Here, east was meeting west. And then, quite suddenly, I saw her. She was standing alone, leaning up against a round lifebuoy that hung suspended from a piling. Her hair was blonde and tawny and hung down around her shoulders. She had on a bright red sweater, and then I saw her eyes, green eyes that searched and probed our ship from stem to stern. As I watched her, the deck steward came up alongside of me. He saw her, too.
There she is. Singapore Liz. Hasn't missed a boat in 5 years.
Singapore Liz, eh? I've heard of her before. But tell me, steward, how'd she acquire that name?
Oh, I don't know, Mr. O'Connell. She's a character, though, right enough. Pretty as a picture, too. I often wonder what brings her down to the waterfront every time a ship docks. I've heard plenty of stories.
What seems to be the real story?
Why do girls watch ship come in for anyway? Not to see the smoke and hear the bells ring, no. When a girl meets a ship, every ship, day or night, it's because of a guy.
You think that Singapore Liz is looking
No, I
for
don't
some...
know. You lot of funny yarns, especially here at Singapore, where east meets west. But that girl's real story hasn't been told. She won't talk.
Won't talk, huh? Generally, girls like to tell what's on their minds.
Yeah, but not this one. She just comes down and looks. Then when everyone's off the ship, she goes back to her job.
Oh, what kind of a job?
She's a singer down at one of the dives along the waterfront. Terry's place, they call it.
Huh?
Quite a spot, too, from what I hear. Well, that means the old gangplank is down. Good luck, Mr. O'Connell, if I don't see you again. And take a tip from an old sailor.
Oh, what's that?
Every sailor from Frisco to the Hebrides has tried to find out what it's all about. So if you're thinking of trying to get Singapore Liz to talk, forget it. It can't be done.
The steward should have known better than to tell a lawyer not to try and learn the secret of Singapore Liz. For lawyers are a curious lot, especially when it comes to an unsolved mystery. The very first night I had free, I visited Terry's place on the waterfront. And what a place it turned out to be.
Here's a seat. Over here, mister.
Thank you.
What'll it be?
Tell you what, bring me a pot of tea, green tea, and buy yourself the best drink in the house. How's that?
Okay. Okay. I'll take a Singapore special and bring you the tea. Green tea.
Now, say, before you go, tell me something.
Sure.
Who's Terry, the man who owns this place?
I'm Terry, mister.
Oh?
Who are you?
Oh, well, Terry, my name's O'Connell, John Francis O'Connell. I'm a lawyer from the States.
What you over here for?
Well, it's no secret. I'm over here to locate a missing person, an heir. A woman who inherited $1 million. As yet, she doesn't know about it.
Oh, a dame gets $1 million and don't know about it. Say, that's a laugh. What's her name, bub? I mean, Mr. O'Connell.
Her name is Marilyn Webster. Ever heard of her?
Listen, mister, I know nearly every dame in Singapore, but I ain't never heard of Marilyn Webster. Well, I'll run along and bring you tea. You listen to Liz. She's going on now with her number.
Oh, you mean Singapore Liz?
Yeah. That's her. Boy, is she a dame.
He's my guy. I don't care what he does, 'cause he's my guy. I guess he always was. He's careless about me. I don't think he tries. But once in a while, he'll hug me and smile. Then I can see me in his eyes. Oh, he's always my guide. I know he'll
His was a
always
dame, all right. And was she beautiful? That same tawny hair now hung low over the back of a green silk Chinese gown. Her voice was throaty, inviting. She'd have been a sensation on Broadway. But what was she doing in this dive, way out here in Singapore?
I'm his until I die, 'cause nobody knows better than I that he's my God.
Here's your tea, mister. What'd you think of Liz?
I think she's terrific, Terry. What keeps her in a place like this?
I don't know. Some dames like to hang around the waterfront. Like the smell of the sea and like to hear the foghorns in the night. You never know what's in a dame's mind, mister. And I know. I've been running joints here in Singapore for 15 years. I meet 'em all.
Terry.
Yeah?
Would you please give Singapore Liz my card and tell her that I share her curiosity about docking ships?
Oh, that's a new one. Every guy east of Sunset wants to buy Liz a drink, but it's no soap. She don't see nobody.
But I'm a lawyer, Terry. You see, lawyers have a way with women.
Okay. It's a deal with me. But if you get turned down, don't feel bad. No one's made the grade yet.
An hour went past, and no Singapore Liz. Then, just as I was ready to call it quits, I saw her come through the smoke-filled room towards my table. Well, maybe we lawyers did have a way after all.
You want to see me, mister?
Yes. Yes, I did,
The name is Liz. Singapore Liz.
Well, Miss Singapore, won't you sit down and join me in a cup of tea?
Okay.
Well, Singapore, I asked you to come to my table tonight because you interest me.
Oh, that's a good one, mister. Only it doesn't register. Get this straight. I may interest you, but you don't interest me.
Oh, now, just a minute. Let's get the record straight. I'm not after your phone number or your address.
Well, you wouldn't get 'em if you were.
I saw you the morning my ship docked. I saw you leaning against the pier, looking up at the people aboard. Your look was hungry. Hungry for someone you miss. If you let me, I'll help you.
And you don't want anything. Ha ha! Holy cow, this is one for the books. Here's a guy who wants to help and doesn't want anything for it. Well, what is this, a gag?
I can assure you that it's not a gag, Singapore.
Oh, so you're a lawyer.
Yes, I am. You have my card.
Well, maybe I can trust you.
Well, of course you can.
Well, mister, you're right about me looking for someone. I've never missed a ship in 5 years. I keep on looking. But he never comes back the way he said he would.
He, Singapore? Who is he?
He's a guy.
Well, maybe I can help you find him.
Nah. How you gonna find one little guy in a billion people?
It's been done.
But this guy said he'd come back. He promised.
Why don't you tell me about it, Singapore?
Well, listen, mister, there's a freighter due at the docks at midnight. I'll tell you the story down there. You see, that's where it began and ended.
Right.
Down there in the swirl of the fog in the night. Yep. Down on the dirty docks in Singapore.
A little after midnight, I made my way through the fog and the gloom to the long docks that lined the harbor. Near the water's edge, I found Singapore Liz waiting patiently for the freighter to come in. Hello, Singapore.
Hiya, Mr. O'Connell.
When's she going to dock?
Oh, not for an hour or two. She's anchored out in the bay, just like the other one was.
What other one, Singapore?
The one he was on.
Want to tell me about it?
Why not? Maybe you can tell me what to do.
I can try.
Well, it all began late one night in September. I came down here for a last look at the sea before I went to sleep. I was leaning out over the railing, sort of looking up at the stars, letting the wind blow in my face. All of a sudden, I heard a splash in the water. Someone out there was swimming for the docks. Hey, you. You need any help?
I'll make it.
Here's a ladder. There it is. You got it?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm okay. All right, now. Beat it.
No one tells me to beat it, mister. Where'd you swim from?
Listen, you. Just forget you saw me, see? Just forget I climbed up this ladder.
What's the trouble, cops?
How'd you guess?
Well, guys don't usually come in the way you did unless someone's after them.
Well, they're after me, all right. I just stitched that freighter out in the bay.
You need help?
I need luck. Listen, beautiful. Where can I hide out for a few days?
Oh, aren't you afraid I'll call the cops?
I gotta take a chance, beautiful. And I don't think you're the kind.
Where are you from?
The States. Every John Law in the country's trying to find me.
What'd you do?
There was a fight. When the smoke cleared, they found a dead man. Stiff with a big name. So they needed a fall guy. But listen, beautiful, I'm cold and wet.
Well, stay right here. If you hear anyone coming, climb down the ladder so they won't see you. I'll run back and get your coat. You can't walk down the street that way.
Okay, beautiful. You win.
I'll be back. Believe me, I'll be back.
That was the beginning, Singapore. Well, what happened? You must have come back, of course.
Oh, yeah, I went back. Well, there was something about him that made me want to help him. He looked so lonesome, I guess. Maybe he reminded me of the time I hit Singapore. I don't know. Anyhow, I went and got the coat and ran back. And there he was, still waiting for me.
Well, you really did come back, didn't you?
Didn't I say I would? Here, get into this coat. There. Now, here's my comb. How about straightening those pretty black curls?
Thanks, beautiful.
Now, we'll walk right down the street, just like we're going out on a date. Come on.
Where are we going?
Leave that to me. You can trust me. I won't do you no dirt, mister. Honest.
Act Two of Singapore Liz, written by Ken Crepine and directed by Robert Webster Light, will follow in just a moment. But first, here is a word from your announcer. Now, back to the strange Will's story, Singapore Liz, with Warren William as John Francis O'Connell.
Well, Singapore, so far I see nothing in your story that I can't understand. The fact is, you helped him.
Yeah, I helped him. After I fed him and saw that he got a room, I went over to see Portuguese Jake at the Moondream Cafe. Jake liked me, so I knew he'd help me if I asked him to. He was in his private office.
Singapore. Singapore, sweetheart, come in. Come in.
Thanks, Jake.
Now, what brings you over to see me at 2 in the morning? Come on now, tell Papa, Jake.
I need help, Jake.
You need help? I don't believe it. You got someone for Jake to cut your throat, eh?
Jake, I'm hiding someone over at a rooming house near my place.
Hiding someone, huh? Now, what is my Singapore Liz up to? Who is he?
Look, Jake, be a good guy and don't ask any questions.
What you want me to do, Singapore?
Jake, I want you to help me hide him until it's safe for him to go back to the States.
You want me to hide him out, huh? And what you do for Jake after I held out this bomb, eh, Singapore?
Nothing, Jake. Same as always.
Then why should I risk my neck to help him?
'Cause I want you to, Jake.
You're a strange one, Singapore. For 2 years I want you to marry me, and always I get the bomb's rush. What's the matter with me, huh?
Nothing, Jake. I think you're the swellest guy I know. Honest.
Okay, Singapore. I take care of this guy. Keep him under cover for tonight, and tomorrow I move him to a safe place.
Thanks. Thanks, Jake.
In a few weeks, I ship him off to Tibet, China. Somewhere safe. Okay?
Jake?
Yeah?
As soon as he gets out of the country, I'm going to try very hard to see things your way.
That's all right, Singapore. Don't do nothing till you're sure.
Well, Jake kept his word. Next day, he moved Jeffrey, that was his name, to the Chinese part of town. I went over to where he was staying almost every day.
Did he tell you who he was, Singapore?
He told me nothing. Only his first name, just Jeffrey. Well, the days went by. I was so happy. I hated to see the day come when he would ship out.
You fell in love with him, huh?
Hard. Only I didn't tell him. What's the use? Any day he was scheduled to go. He couldn't stay. Especially after that American Dick arrived.
They'd traced Jeffrey to Singapore, then.
Yeah, he came over to find him. We heard about it down at the Moondream.
What did you do?
Jake made arrangements to ship him out that same night. There was a ship sailing for Rangoon. I went over to say goodbye. It was hard to do, mister. But neither one of us said what we really wanted to.
Both in love and afraid to say so.
Sure. But it was so hopeless. Well, after saying goodbye, I went back to work at the Moondream. The joint was packed.
Singapore! Singapore! Give us Singapore! On a little street in Singapore, we'd meet beside a lotus-covered door. A veil of moonlight on his lonely face. How pale the hands that held me in embrace. My sails tonight are filled with perfume of Shalimar, with temple bells to guide me to the shore, and then I'll hold him in my arms and love the way I loved before. On a little street in Singapore.
Everybody will remain seated. We are the police, and a search will be made of your identification.
Oh, Jake, they're here. They're here to get him.
Who's here to get who?
The police, the American detective. They're out there now.
Police in here?
Yes, Jake.
Well, there's Jeffrey. He isn't in here now.
Yes, Jake, he's here, too. I saw him come in while I was doing my number. He's sitting at that table in the corner.
That fool. I told him not to leave the house until we came and got him. Well, let him get caught. It serves him right.
Oh, no, Jake. He must get away. He must.
What can I do, Singapore?
I don't know, Jake.
Oh, I've got one chance. I'm going to pull the switch that puts out all the lights. Maybe this Jeff guy gets out. Maybe not. But it'll give him a chance. Stay here till I come back.
Well, mister, I had some anxious moments. The lights went out and Jeffrey got away in the scramble. He ran to my house and waited till I got home.
Shouldn't have done it, Singapore. I shouldn't have done it.
Jeff, you might have been caught or even killed. Oh, Jeff.
There, beautiful. Don't waste your tears on me.
But, Jeff, I love you. Can't you see it? Don't you know?
And I love you too, Singapore. That's what made me come down to the cafe tonight. I had to see you. Just once more.
Don't you see what you've done? You made it tough on Jake to get you away tonight. The cops will be watching the docks.
I know it, beautiful.
Look, Jake will find a way to ship you out.
I don't want to go, Singapore.
I don't want you to go either. But you have to. You have to.
Oh, poor Liz. Poor little Singapore Liz. I guess I brought you nothing but trouble, kid. That's what comes from loving the wrong guy.
Jeff, listen to me. You get on that boat and go away. Get into China, Tibet. You can hide there.
Maybe I can, but I'm not going to. Liz, I told you that they wanted to pick on me for a fall guy. That's the truth. I didn't kill anybody. I was there, yeah, but I didn't kill.
But they'll railroad you. You said so yourself.
Maybe they will and maybe they won't. But I've got to go back and face the music, Liz. That's the only way we can ever be together. I've got to go back.
We? Together?
Of course, Liz. I can't run away forever. And I want you, Liz. I want to marry you the minute I'm in the clear.
Oh, Jeff. Oh, Jeff. But what are you going to do?
I'm going down and give myself up.
Oh, no. No, Jeff.
It's my only chance. My only chance to come back clean, Liz. It's my only chance of getting back to Singapore. And you.
Well, there you have it, mister. Jeff gave himself up to the law and they took him back to the States. I don't know what happened. He never wrote.
Singapore, get ready for a shock.
Why? Why? What?
Jeff will never come back.
Won't come back?
No, Singapore. He's dead.
Dead? Jeff dead? I don't believe it.
Jeffrey Lane, his last name was Lane. You never knew that, did you?
I never asked him.
Jeffrey died in prison last year. He was serving a 5-year sentence for being an accessory to the crime of murder.
Then he was sent to prison.
Yes. He never wrote to you, Liz, because he didn't even know your name. Then, too, he wanted to avoid the chance that you and Jake might get into trouble for hiding him from the police.
I understand.
While Jeffrey was in prison, his father died and left him a fortune. In fact, he left him almost $1 million.
$1 million?
Then one day, Jeff took sick. An operation was performed. It was an emergency. Jeffrey died, but on his deathbed, he made his last will. He never forgot you, Singapore. Not for a moment.
I didn't either.
In his will, he named you as sole heir to his estate.
What?
But he only knew you by the name of Singapore Liz. I spent months investigating you. Finally, through the cooperation of the police and other agencies, I learned that your real name is Marilyn Webster, that your parents were missionaries in the interior, that after they died, penniless, you drifted into Singapore and then made your living singing in nightclubs and cafes.
Tonight when you asked me to come to your table, you knew all this, didn't you?
Yes. When I first saw you standing at the dock, I knew who you were. But I wanted to know the whole story. I wanted to be sure. That's why I wanted you to tell me.
Gee, mister, it's sure gonna seem funny not to come down to the docks anymore.
It was a labor of love, Singapore. People all over the world knew about you and your tireless devotion to an ideal.
5 years. 5 long years. Now, instead of coming back, he sends me $1 million. I can't believe it.
But it's true. Every word. Tell me, Singapore, what are you going to do now that you're a rich girl?
Oh, I don't know, mister. Maybe we'll build a nightclub after I catch up on some of the sleep I've missed.
We? Did you say we, Singapore?
Yeah, For 5 years, I've never missed a boat so that I could be the first to see Jeff and warn him.
Warn him of what?
Well, the day after the cops took Jeff back to the States, Jake was sent up for harboring a fugitive. He served a whole year, mister. And when he got out, he swore that he'd kill Jeff if he ever came back to Singapore. I knew he'd do it, too. That's why I met every ship. To warn Jeff to stay on the boat and to go back home. Killing means trouble. I wanted Jake to stay in the clear. Aw, he's been such a swell husband.
Warren William will be back in just a moment to tell you the rest of the story of Singapore Liz. But first, here are a few words from your announcer. And here again is Warren William as John Francis O'Connell.
Next time you see a pretty girl standing on the corner with that hungry, lonesome look in her eye, don't you believe it. More than likely, she has a perfectly good husband waiting for her just around the corner. There's a new Moondream Club in Singapore today, and of course, Singapore Liz, wearing her exotic oriental gowns, is still the big attraction. And Portuguese Jake, he's doing all right, too. Who wouldn't with $1 million bankroll to play with? Next week, I have a story to tell you about a songwriter. At least he thought he was. After weeks of hard work, he finally finished his opus, which he thought would reach the hit parade. He sent his song lyrics to a music publisher, and from then on, things began to happen. For a story filled with heartbreak, pathos, and love, listen to Swan Song. This is Warren William inviting you to join us again next week.
Strange Wills is a Teleways feature produced in Hollywood. Any similarity between names used on this broadcast and those of living persons is purely coincidental. Strange Wills. Starring the distinguished Hollywood actor Warren William, and featuring Peggy Weber and William Conrad, with Howard Culver and an all-star Hollywood cast. Original music by Del Castillo. Dead men's wills are often strange. We cannot attempt to understand them or try to find the answers. We can but tell the story.
This is Warren William bringing you the story Crosswind. But first...
And now back to Warren William as John Francis O'Connell in Crosswind.
This story opens in a state prison where Patrick Malone is awaiting execution by hanging. His crime-studied career was finally terminated by the police, and after a fair and impartial trial, he was sentenced to death for murder. After all of his appeals had been denied, Malone was transferred to the state prison to await his execution. It is shortly after midnight. The guards in the main cell block are making their rounds.
Guard! Guard!
Who's calling the guard? Who's calling? Oh, so it's you, Killer Malone. I thought you was a tough guy.
I'm dying.
You're ahead of schedule, Killer. That comes later.
Call it the sawbones. I'm dying.
I'll come in and take a look and see first, Killer. But if you got any funny ideas, remember there's 3 doors you gotta open before you reach the wall. You won't mind if I lock myself in, will you, Killer? That'll make 4 doors.
Sawbones. Get the sawbones.
I'm not gonna wake the sawbones until I know you need 'em. Now, what's your beef?
Water. Water, get me a drink.
Yeah. Forehead's cold enough. Maybe it's your conscience, Killer. Maybe you're seeing ghosts in the night. Ghosts of those guys you bumped.
Water.
Okay, I'll get you a drink. If you're still sick after this drink, tell the guard on the next relief. You'll be on in 7 minutes. Here, sit up and drink this.
Yeah.
Okay, sucker. You fell for it. You feel this rod pressed against your belly?
Yeah, I feel it, Killer. What you gonna do?
I'm gonna bump you off if you so much as peep.
Don't be a fool. There's 4 locked doors, steel doors. You'll never make it.
I'm going out of here tonight, feet first to walking, but I'm going out. Now turn around, mister. Quiet like.
All right.
All right, take off your clothes. That monkey suit.
Okay. It's your funeral.
Just shut up and give me the clothes.
Here's my cap. My coat. Want my pants, too?
I want everything.
Yeah. Here they are.
Now just stand still and keep your mitts up while I get into them. How soon before the relief guard comes?
4 minutes. You haven't got a chance, Killer.
Yeah? Well, that's my worry. Now, here's a little kiss to knock you out of commission. Now, I'll tuck you into my little trundle bed. Okay, boys. Give me cover.
Quiet, you mugs, or I'll turn on the fire hose.
Killer Malone must be captured. So said the governor. So said the mayor. So said the district attorney and the chief of police. A dragnet was thrown over the entire state. Every policeman was ordered back to report to his precinct. Killer Malone must be captured. His escape was the general topic of conversation. Even the young and beautiful Margaret Levering, my client, and I were talking about it in my office.
Really, I've never been so frightened, John. I imagine I see that Killer Malone behind every tree, even under my bed.
With 10,000 policemen looking for him, it won't be long before they get him. But you won't be here to see the excitement.
That's right. I'm sailing tonight.
You don't look very happy about leaving, Margaret.
Frankly, the thought of a trip to South America on a tramp steamer bores me silly. And I did so want to attend opening night at the opera. Why did Father have to make such a silly provision in his will?
I can see his reasoning. If you're to inherit his steamship interest, I think it only right that you get some first-hand information about traveling on a freighter.
Would have been much more fun on a luxury liner.
Yes, I realize that, but this way you sort of get the feel of the business. You'll see how cargo is shipped, how it's unloaded.
How dull. And that crew, I can see them now, the captain squirting tobacco juice in the sea.
Ah, that's where you're wrong, Margaret. Captain Leslie DeHaven is handsome enough to be in the movies.
Yeah? Well, that's something. Maybe I won't be so bored after all.
I'm sure you'll enjoy every minute of your trip. Now then, I'll see you off at, What time does the Olympic sail?
They told me at midnight.
All right, then. I'll be there to see you off. It must be nice to know that after one cruise to South America, you'll inherit a steamship line with a face value of $1 million.
But a girl doesn't have to go through to inherit a measly million these days.
I wouldn't consider $1 million so measly.
That's because you never had to buy gowns and shoes for a lady.
Oh, well, maybe you're right at that. What's more, I guess I'll never have to.
Spoken like a true bachelor. Well, I suppose if I'm to catch the Olympic at midnight, I'd better go home and get ready for the ordeal. And John,
Yes, Margaret?
wish me excitement. Lots of excitement.
I wish.
Yeah, what a break. Fog as thick as pea soup. Now, if I can only stow away on one of these tubs. Hey, cops. Okay, coppers, come and get me. Hey, what's this? Piano crates. SS Olympic. Destination Rio de Janeiro. Move over, Piano. You got company.
At about 11 o'clock, I arrived at the docks to see my client off. The night was heavy, full of fog. As I parked my car, I heard a great commotion coming from the direction of the pier. I walked slowly down the long wooden ramp. What was going on? Had they found Killer Malone here on the docks? Each step I advanced, the excitement became more pronounced. Oh, I'm sorry.
It's all right. Heavy fog. Hurt you? Well, for heaven's sake, if I haven't run smack into the Honorable John Francis O'Connell.
Commissioner Holbrook. Well, this beats all. What are you up to? Running around here bumping into honest citizens.
Oh, we got a tip that Killer Malone might be down here on the docks.
Killer Malone? Down here?
It's one of the 10,000 tips we've had since he escaped.
Uh-huh.
Personally, I don't put much stock in it.
No? Why not?
Well, there's no place to hide out down here. And if he ever got on one of these boats, they'd nab him quick.
Do you think, Commissioner, that it'll be safe for me to go aboard and say goodbye to a client of mine?
Safe enough. That is, if you don't get in the way of Killer Malone.
And if I do, then what?
Don't stop to ask questions. Just run like the very devil.
Excuse me, mister. We gotta load these piano crates.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's all right. I don't want any accidents.
No, thanks.
Okay, take her away.
Well, I'll be moving along.
I hope you get your man, Commissioner. And if I should run into him on board the Olympic...
what'll you do, John?
What'll I do? Nothing. Absolutely nothing.
Well, Miss Levering, I promise that my new boss will be extended every courtesy of the ship. In fact, it'll be a pleasure to attend to it personally.
I hope I'm forgiven for thinking you some decrepit old sea dog who spits tobacco juice all over his chin.
I tried to tell Margaret that you were quite a handsome fella, Captain.
Oh, well, now.
Captain, don't be so modest. I'm sure that my trip's going to be quite delightful. Perhaps even exciting.
I can't promise you much in the way of excitement, Miss Levering. In fact, these South American cruises are mostly routine.
But there's a moon, isn't there?
Hey, now, you let me handle my own romancing. And don't be giving the captain any suggestions.
Well, there is a moon, all right. And it's a beauty. If you like scenery, we have a lot of that, too. Strange places, foreign ports, tropics.
Well, I see it's 1 minute to midnight. Time to shove off, isn't it, Captain?
Yes, we're all loaded and ready to go.
Well, then, goodbye, Margaret, and happy sailing.
Goodbye, John.
Oh, by the way, Captain.
Yes, Mr. O'Connell.
There's a possibility, a very remote one, of course, that you might have a notorious passenger aboard.
Yes, I'd heard about it. You mean this Killer Malone?
The one and only.
I'm afraid he'd have a pretty hard time. There aren't very many places to hide aboard ship. He'd find it rather rough to walk through customs at the ports we touch. No, I'd have better sense.
Now, that's what I think, too. I only mentioned it because just before I came aboard, I met my old friend, Commissioner Holbrook, on the dock. The place is literally covered with police, you know. Well, I guess I'll have to run for it now.
Goodbye, sir. Don't worry about Miss Levering. I'll bring her back brown as a berry.
Goodbye again, John. And don't worry. I know I'm going to have a wonderful time. A simply wonderful time.
2 days out of Frisco, Margaret sent me her first cable. It contained only one word, but that was enough. It simply said, super. Well, my client was apparently enjoying herself.
Now you know, Margaret, why men will always go down to sea in ships.
And to think I almost missed seeing it. Oh, Leslie, it's so wonderful. The moon makes things almost as bright as day.
And look at the stars. They look almost as big as lanterns. And close enough to pick.
Perhaps that's what Father had in mind when he insisted that I take a sea voyage before inheriting his steamship line. Huh?
I wouldn't be surprised. He was a great man, Margaret. Your father sailed with me many times. He loved the sea. This was his favorite trip.
But, Leslie, honestly, wouldn't you prefer being in command of a luxury liner? Having beautiful girls coming up on the bridge to idolize you?
Oh, not for me. No, Margaret, give me the sweet of the tropical breeze. Give me a good stout ship filled with cargo for foreign ports and places. And a crew of men that are rough and ready.
You are romantic, aren't you? But I haven't heard you mention just one thing that makes the picture complete.
Well, I left something out?
Maybe.
It couldn't be you, could it?
Could be, Leslie. Could be.
Act Two of Crosswinds, written by Ken Crepine and directed by Robert Webster Light, in just a moment. But first, a brief message from your announcer. And now back to Crosswind, starring Warren William as John Francis O'Connell.
6 days out of San Francisco, I received another cablegram from Margaret Levering. This one was even more cryptic. It said, playing for keeps. I began to think that I'd started something.
Margaret, you'd better get to bed early tonight and get some rest. That is, of course, if you still want to see the island in the morning.
What time will we pass it, Leslie?
Around 5.
Oh, goodness, that is early.
Well, don't get up unless you want.
Oh, I do want to. It's our first sight of land since we left.
It's a beautiful tropical island. We go close enough to get a good look. There's only one thing wrong with it.
We're going to land?
No, it's forbidden.
Forbidden? Why, Leslie?
Well, I'll tell you all about it tomorrow morning at 5 o'clock. That is, if you're not too sleepy.
I won't be, a promise. I may never see this mysterious island again as long as I live.
Oh, I wouldn't say that. I make this trip regularly.
Why, Captain, how you interest me.
Shut up.
Who are you?
Who cares? I'm here. Isn't that enough?
Get out. Get out this instant or I'll call the captain.
Tough, huh?
What do you want?
First, something to eat. What is it?
Got some crackers and cheese.
Where?
There on the dresser. Wait. Slip on my robe and...
Just stay where you are, sister. Where's the light?
There's a little lamp on the dresser.
Okay. You recognize me, do you?
You're Killer Malone.
Yeah, Keller Malone at your service.
So you did make the ship.
Came aboard in a piano crate.
You can't...
Can't get off, huh? What makes you think so?
They're the customs, the police.
Don't worry about that, sister. I've done all right so far. Broke out of prison, didn't I? Got aboard this tub, didn't I? I'm not caught yet.
What do you want?
Well, I'm going to eat these crackers and ask a few questions. If you don't mind.
No, not at all, Mr. Malone. What do you want to know?
First off, what's your next port?
Rio. We arrive there tomorrow night.
Rio, huh?
Then we go south, all down along the coast.
I see.
What have you in mind, Mr. Malone?
Keeping away from the law, mostly. Say, you ain't bad looking.
Do you think so?
Too bad we can't be seeing more of each other.
I'm afraid that would be rather difficult, Mr. Malone. You see, we're like crosswinds, each blowing a different way, aren't we?
Yeah, that's right, lady. Crosswinds. Say, what time is it?
Oh, it's 5 minutes to 5.
What are you so nervous about, sister? Expecting company? I'd hate to think of some guy coming in and disturbing us.
But if someone did, what would you do?
What'd you expect me to do? Kiss him? Listen, sister, you're safe as long as I'm safe. It's going to be up to you to keep everything peaceful like until I can get off this tub.
Until you get off, Mr. Malone?
That's the ticket.
Supposing I helped you to get off. Supposing I could help you get to an island.
An island, huh? You want to maroon me so that I can be picked up later? Is that your game, sister?
No, good heavens, no.
Well, why don't you tell me about it, then?
Well, this island, we're due there in just a few minutes. It's a beautiful island.
Yeah?
Our ship comes within easy swimming distance.
What's on the island?
Well, that's the best part of it. Just jungles. Few natives, I suppose. Fishing boats.
Uh-huh.
Well, lots of fishing boats. And no policemen, not even one.
And what am I supposed to do?
Well, you could swim to the island. After you're there, you could hire one of those fishermen, and they could take you to some place on the mainland where no one would ever catch you.
I'd be free, huh? Free the rest of my life. Say, you catch quick, all right. When did you say we'd reach this island?
Any minute.
Wait, let me open this porthole and have a better look. Hey, you're right, I see it.
That's what I've been telling you. You'll go, won't you, Mr. Malone?
Nope, it's no deal. I think I'll stick around here for a few more days. I'll wait for something else to turn up.
You mean you aren't going?
Why should I? You can be sick for a couple of days. Listen, baby, I'll hide in this closet, but remember, I got the barrel of this gun pointed right at you.
I'll remember.
Margaret? Margaret, are you awake? Well, answer him. Tell him you're sick.
I'm awake, Captain. But I'm not feeling well.
Not feeling well? What's the matter? May I come in?
No, don't come in, Captain. I'm sure I'll feel better tomorrow.
We're passing the island now. I thought you wanted to see it. And the story, don't you want to hear it?
Don't bother. Tell it to me later. After we get to Rio.
To Rio? Rio? Say, what is this? You must be sick. I'm coming in no matter what you say.
No, please don't.
Open the door for him, but remember.
I'll remember, but don't.
Open the door.
Just a minute, Captain. I'll let you in.
Margaret, what in heaven's name is wrong?
You're trembling.
I'm trembling. I tell you, it's just cold in here.
Here you are down in the tropics, and you say you're cold. Here, come on over here and sit down. I want to see if you're getting malaria. You certainly have the symptoms.
I haven't any malaria, Leslie. There's nothing wrong with me. Now go. I'll see you later, huh?
I won't leave this cabin until you tell me the truth.
Oh, you fool, you fool.
I'll take over from here, Captain.
Leslie, don't move it. That's Killer Malone.
Killer Malone?
Yeah, the one and only. Now back into the corner, both of you. And, Captain, the lady knows I ain't fooling.
Yes, Leslie.
You may have her frightened, but not me, Malone.
Oh, no?
No.
What makes you so sure I won't feed you some hot lead?
Because guns make noise.
Yeah, maybe you're right, wise guy. I'm gonna bop you over the head nice and easy like. And I'm heading for that island.
Well, it sounds swell, Malone, but first you've got to get me.
No, Leslie, no, he'll kill you.
Okay, mister. That was a lucky punch. See how this feels? Well, so long, Crosswind. Thanks for the tip about that island. I'm going for a swim. Man overboard! Man overboard!
In just a moment, you will hear the startling climax of this amazing story. But first, here is a brief message from your announcer. And now back to Warren William as John Francis O'Connell in Crosswind.
For the second time in less than a week, Killer Malone made good his escape. As he swam to the island, he looked back over his shoulder and saw the tramp steamer Olympic fading into the distance. No effort was being made to stop his bold attempt to freedom. Finally, his feet touched bottom. He stood up and began wading to shore.
I made it. I made it. Now to get a boat and head for the mainland. It's funny, I don't see none. I wonder if that crosswind dame... Yeah, I see people. Lots of people. Say everything's gonna be okay. Hey, you! What's the matter with that mug? He keeps motioning me to keep away. Hey, you! What's the matter? What you running for? Come back here! Come back or I'll bust your teeth in!
Back on board the Olympic, Margaret was desperately trying to revive Captain DeHaven after Killer Malone had knocked him unconscious in her cabin.
Leslie. Oh, Leslie, darling, wake up. Wake up. Darling. Darling. Can you hear me? Killer Malone's escaped. He's swimming to the island.
Where? Oh, my head.
Oh, Leslie, it could have killed you.
Margaret, you... But where's...
That's what I'm trying to tell you, darling. He jumped off the boat. He's swimming to the island. Leslie, isn't there something we can do? Killer Malone will get away unless we stop him.
You say he swam to that island?
Yes, Leslie's there by now. He'll get a boat and escape to the mainland. We've got to do something quick.
Take it easy, Margaret. There's no hurry.
No hurry.
That's exactly what I want him to do. Swim for that island.
What do you mean? I don't understand.
Do you remember my telling you there was only one thing wrong with that island?
Yes. Yes, I remember.
Remember I told you ships were forbidden to dock there? All ships.
Yeah? Yes, you did, Leslie. Why? Why?
That island, Margaret, has been a leper colony for over 50 years.
killer Malone made it safely to the island, all right. But instead of finding the fishing boats and the freedom he'd expected, he found himself right in the middle of a leper colony, totally cut off from the rest of the world. I'm sure that many times before he finally died, that he wished he had never escaped from the death cell at State's Prison. And as for Margaret, well, she came to the very sensible conclusion that she couldn't run a steamship line all by herself. So what do you think she did? She signed on a first mate for life. She and Captain Leslie were married the day after their ship docked at Rio. Next week, I'm going to tell you a story of the theater and Broadway. A young and beautiful girl was left an enormous fortune with the provision that she work and earn her own living for a whole year before she inherited her estate. Now, this young lady had always had a yen for the theater, and she became a chorus girl. But that was just the beginning. For the delightfully entertaining story of Backstage Broadway, listen to Dance Director. This is Warren William inviting you to be with us again next week.
Strange Wills is a Teloways feature produced in Hollywood. Names, places, and events have all been changed so that no reflection can fall on any person or persons, living or dead. Strange Wills. Starring the distinguished Hollywood actor Warren William and featuring Carlton Young with Howard Culver and an all-star Hollywood cast. Original music by Del Castillo. Dead men